Chapter 701 Adam's Brother. I have some opinions about the alliance. And I have never experienced such a scene. What if I say something wrong? Yongbo found an excuse. Now the three of them are sitting on Yongbo's balcony. The stadium is now performing the closing ceremony. Of course, the balcony can see outside, but the outside can't see inside. Sister Jingxiang, how well do you know the laws of the Empire? I have selected some opponents, who I am sure to defeat, in order to avoid the two young ladies staring at him. So Yongbo assigned them a task to let them understand the specific laws and regulations of the Water Blue Empire. We have learned almost everything. Are you really confident? Zhou Kersen nodded and answered when she heard this. Of course I am confident. After all, I have won so many games. Although the overall strength of our alliance swordsmen is relatively low, the Water Blue Empire is not full of masters. Yongbo shook his head and said, That's good. As long as we can win a few, we can give an explanation to these people in the country. Lu Jingxiang nodded when she heard this. Yongbo had no intention of watching the closing ceremony outside, mainly because the host was too disgusting. This is William He, a member of the House of Representatives of the Alliance Parliament. It is said that he is from the He family, a mineral giant. The He family is said to have more than 1,000 mineral stars. They contribute 1/5 of the energy metal production of our alliance. Zhou Kersen looked at a middle-aged man who appeared below. The middle-aged man was wearing casual clothes and glasses, and he looked elegant. On my own behalf, I congratulate the Sword Association on its success. What's even more valuable is that this year's competition has set a historical record. I originally wanted to meet our celebrity Yongbo, but it seems a bit regretful now. I hope everyone will go to the Blue Water Empire and continue to work hard. This guy first stated that he was a personal person when he came on stage. Yongbo knew that he must have other plans when he heard this guy speak. He definitely didn't mean as much as he said when he wanted to meet him. There are actually many factions within the alliance, and they have different ideas about the Blue Water Empire. It's my first time to the Blue Water Empire, and I'm looking forward to it. Yongbo, are you looking forward to it? Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen thought that they would leave for the Blue Water Empire the day after tomorrow, and they felt a little like dreaming. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen are Yongbo's accompanying assistants, so they don't have to bear a penny of expenses. Curious, but also a little scared. If I don't perform well there, I'm afraid I'll be scolded to death when I come back. Yongbo, as long as you try your best. We didn't expect you to be here today. Zhou Kersen grabbed Yongbo's hand and comforted him. This sister's hands are so slippery. Thank you, Sister Kersen. Next to Yongbo sat Zhou Kersen, and next to Zhou Kersen sat Lu Jingxiang. Yongbo, when you get to the Blue Water Empire, don't use the neural network to connect to the Second World game, because using neural networks in our alliance is against the law. Some team members went there before, and were punished when they came back. Zhou Kersen reminded again. Yeah. No. Yongbo nodded. Just get on the spaceship, and the time difference in the game will be the same as the time difference on the spaceship. I always feel tired every morning after playing games these days. Lu Jingxiang also nodded. I didn't expect you to qualify early, and now you are ranked 25th. If you participate in the competition, you may be able to get the first place. Yes, this first place is also defeated by your hands. It doesn't matter. The first place is Nader from Red Earth Star, the Nader who fought against Mike in March Star. The next day, I went online to play the game. Today, I followed Bob to do gardening. Of course, it was a dirty and tiring job, which made Adam feel much more comfortable. He no longer had to grab the stinky fertilizer with his hands, because after grabbing the fertilizer, there was a stinky smell for several days. Adam watched Yongbo grab the fertilizer roughly and sprinkle it in the garden. He felt that this guy had no nerve access, and the game was also a blessing. After dealing with it for most of the day, after returning to the academy, Yongbo let the game character wash his clothes, take a bath, and then rest. When it was evening, Yongbo went online again to control the game character to patrol the city. Not long after leaving the academy, 3 men stood on the side of the road. Boy! The 3 men shouted loudly when they saw Yongbo from a distance. Yongbo also saw the 3 men, one of whom was Adam's brother. What are you doing? Others were not polite, and Yongbo was not polite either. Untouchable. No matter what your purpose is, stay away from Adam, or I will kill you. Adam's brother threatened Yongbo. Are you sick in the head? Do you need a piece of trash like you to take care of the matter between me and Adam? Yang Bo said with a chuckle. Bastard. Who are you talking about? Pa. You dare to talk to our young master like this? Adam's brother led the two to fight directly after hearing this. But Yang Bo controlled the character to block the slap on his face, and slapped it on his hand. Don't do it. You can't afford the consequences. Yang Bo said as he retreated. The game character couldn't beat the three men on the opposite side. Although Yang Bo was powerful, it was useless if the character's strength and reaction speed couldn't keep up. Fight. Kill them. Adam's brother gave the order loudly. Then the three people actually took out their weapons, which were the kind of wooden sticks that were very convenient. Yang Bo understood instantly that these two must be Adam's brother's lackeys. Maybe slaves, servants or guards. Yang Bo controlled the game character to run away and ran directly towards the city. The three guys behind saw Yang Bo running towards the city and chased him harder. The three people were about to catch up with Yang Bo, but they didn't expect the other party to take out something and hit him. It was bright under the setting sun, and the three people retreated quickly. But then, the three people saw the silver coins falling on the ground. Master? The two people following Brother Adam felt something was wrong. How could a poor boy have so many silver coins? At this moment, the poor boy who ran away actually took out something and blew it. Siren! Adam's brother was a little confused, and the other two were also a little confused. This was the siren of the city guard. The siren sounded very sharp, and Yang Bo blew it while running. The guards at the city gate heard the siren, and one of the knights rode his horse and rushed over. Handy? The knight saw Yang Bo blowing the siren from a distance and asked loudly. I was robbed by 3 robbers. Yang Bo pointed loudly at Brother Adam and the other two. The knight didn't slow down at all, but accelerated instead. Brother Adam and his 2 companions were stunned, and ran away when they saw the knight rushing towards them. The knight in armor looked at the 3 unarmed civilian bandits and rushed over directly on horseback. One of Brother Adam's followers was directly knocked out by the impact of the horse. Then the knight turned his horse's head to chase the other 2. And another follower of Brother Adam was also knocked out by the impact of the horse. Seeing the knight rushing towards him, Adam's brother took a long wooden stick from the fence of the farmland next to him. Seeing this scene, the knight touched the horse's back directly, and a flying axe was in his hand. Brother Adam saw another knight coming from behind, and this knight was carrying a bow and arrow. So he quickly dropped the wooden stick and raised his hands. Sir! Sir! This is a misunderstanding. Brother Adam, who was tied up, looked at his 2 followers with faces twisted in pain, and hurriedly explained. Handy, is it a misunderstanding? The knight is the gate officer in charge of the city gate. Of course, it's not a misunderstanding. If the commander hadn't arrived in time, they would have succeeded. The silver coins on the ground are evidence. Yang Bo would never say misunderstanding. You bastard. You are framing us. You wait for it. Adam's brother began to threaten in a hurry. Bang. Then, he was punched in the face by a soldier next to him. Adam's brother couldn't speak anymore, and his face was covered with blood. Dare to threaten our city guards. Such bastards should be sent to the front line. That's right. Handy. You are a celebrity now. Some guys with bad intentions are staring at you. It's better to bring a weapon. A soldier picked up the silver coins that fell on the ground and returned them to Yang Bo. Thank you for your hard work, sir and brothers. If you hadn't arrived in time, I would not only lose the money, but I might also be hurt. Please use this money to treat the brothers to a drink. Yang Bo grabbed a handful of silver coins from the purse. Brother Handy, you are too polite. Man, you are too polite. These 3 people robbed soldiers. It just so happens that a group of people will be sent to the front tomorrow. Such heinous people will be sent to the front. The leading knight looked at the handful of silver coins in his hand and said with a chuckle. Adam's brother next to him was still struggling. His mouth had been tied up. The soldier next to him punched Adam's brother in the stomach. Adam's brother's face turned red, and his eyes bulged out of pain. Thank you, brothers. I still have to go on patrol. Please call me if you need anything in the future. Sure. Sure. Adam's brother was confused. He was framed. The most important thing was that this bastard was actually a city guard. He seemed to be famous, and talked and laughed with these usually arrogant city gate guards. Adam's brother suffered unnecessary damage, because the water blue empire was connected by neural networks. Master! Master! Adam's brother climbed up from the virtual game cabin. His face was a little pale, and the other two young men were waiting beside him. TMD. You have worked hard. Adam's brother looked at the two young men. These were his two followers just now. The characters in the game were hit by horses, and they had to bear the pain. Master, do you want to send someone to investigate this bastard? A young man nodded. He had just hung up because he couldn't stand the pain. No. Don't tell anyone about this. Adam's brother certainly wanted revenge. He wanted to catch this bastard in reality and beat him up. But as a noble, this kind of thing is extremely embarrassing. We understand? Master, tell the outside world that we encountered robbers. Master, in fact, as long as you can survive on the battlefield. It is also a way. That is, many of their game players deliberately committed crimes and were sent to the front line. On the one hand, they can train the strength reaction of the game characters, and on the other hand, if they gain military merits, they can enter the army. Some have obtained noble titles. Adam's brother listened to the words of the two followers and nodded. This matter will not be let go. I will ask around to find out who this guy is. As long as I know who he is. Adam's brother gritted his teeth when he thought of the pain he had just suffered. The two followers did not speak. This was the young master's family affair. Since they were members of the family, they could not say bad things about their master. It seems that we need to prepare self-defense items. When we learn carving tomorrow, we will get some lime powder or something like that. Yang Bo decided to get some equipment for the game character. Yang Bo did not expect that someone would bother him. The academy was not far from the city. Whether he studied carving or gardening, or worked for the nobles, he thought there was no danger. He did not expect that someone would suddenly appear to target him. Although it was because of Adam. Yang Bo had discovered his own thinking error. I patrol every day. It is definitely not because the city has good public security. Chapter 702 set off again. Handy. Are you okay? Obviously Locke had heard the news. After Yang Bo arrived at the police station, Locke asked, Dude, you are too weak. You were robbed by 3 civilians. Another night. Roden also said, It's okay. I usually don't go to dangerous places. Yang Bo explained, You should bring a weapon. The other 3 robbers will be punished as they should be. Locke nodded and said. Yang Bo also nodded, Thank you for your concern. Sir. After the patrol, Yang Bo played the game. The next day was Friday. Yang Bo went to deal with rabbits for the nobles again. Seeing that Adam was fine, Yang Bo also murmured in his heart. But the other party didn't say anything. And he would definitely not ask. Working for the nobles means to lower your attitude. Say something nice, and then you will get a lot of rewards. The nobles will not be stingy when giving rewards. Because if they are stingy, it will damage their reputation if they are spread out. As long as you do a good job. After downloading the game at night, Yang Bo was also thinking about how to give the characters in the second world game more self-protection means. Limited by the control mode. Yang Bo's mode of controlling the character cannot simulate the real touch. So it is somewhat unrealistic to want to make some dangerous self-protection weapons. If it is a neural control mode, you can make some primary explosives. But if you use this control mode to make explosives, it is easy to blow the character to death. And there are so many players in the second world game. Doesn't anyone know how to make dangerous items? There must be a reason. Maybe the Blue Water Empire is restricting the development of this civilization. If a player wants to bring something new to this world, the game officials can instantly let this character die in hundreds of ways. Once the game officials are shameless. They are really shameless. Yang Bo has a deep understanding of this. Especially in the Doomsday Dungeon game. I am afraid that only by following the rules can you live longer in the second world game. Then let's follow the old rules, and find some lime or something. After downloading the game today, we will prepare to leave Tianyun Star, and go to the Blue Water Empire for the competition. Yang Bo? You only bring these things? When preparing to board the spaceship, Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen each had 3 large suitcases. And Yang Bo only had a small suitcase. Men carry fewer things. Yang Bo only brought 2 sets of clothes to change. It is too convenient to buy things in this society now. We will have to receive etiquette training on the spaceship. As long as we don't intentionally or actively offend the nobles. We foreigners will not be in any danger. And the planet we are going to is not the planet where their traditional nobles live. It is a relatively open planet. The 2 people said at once. When boarding the spaceship, many people also looked at Yang Bo with admiration. On the one hand, it was because of Yang Bo's achievements. And on the other hand, It was because Yang Bo was very calm. He was so famous that he didn't stand up and say anything. As for why these people could recognize Yang Bo, it was because Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen, the two young ladies, broke with their families and caused such a big incident. So they knew many people. The reason for boarding the spaceship in the afternoon is to adjust the time difference with the Second World Game. This time, we took a small spaceship. There were only more than 1,700 people in total, including 500 contestants, staff and swordsmen. Small spaceships are very safe. On the one hand, because of their high speed and small size. Of course, this high safety refers to the comparison with ordinary passenger and cargo dual-purpose spaceships. Yang Bo watched the spaceship leave Tianyun Star through the virtual projection, and thought of Lin Yu for no reason. It was discovered that Lin Yu actually controlled the water ball to clean at home with a spiritual seed. The water ball was only the size of a quail egg, and he controlled the water ball to wash his face and hair, wash his hands, and wash his clothes. The living environment is also very good. It is an apartment given by Li Yong. It is relatively large, and is in the rich area. Of course, the monthly tax in this place will not be low. This planet also has slums. In addition to the underground city, it is a part of the people born on this planet. And then, they can only do some low-paying jobs, sleep and continue playing games. Yang Bo returned to his bedroom, closed the door, and went to sleep. Because Lu Jingxiang, Zhou Kersen, and Yang Bo lived together. The contestants live with their entourage for the convenience of everyone. Other contestants have a team to do various things and hold various meetings. Just like Mike, an internet celebrity, has to manage fans and endorsements, and sometimes live broadcasts, all of which are assisted by the team. Yang Bo's place has 5 bedrooms, a conference room, a multi-purpose room, a gym, and a kitchen where he can cook. After all, being able to rank in the top 500 in the competition basically means that one is considered an internet celebrity. Although 500 sounds like a lot, there are not many if they are scattered across inhabited planets. It is worth mentioning that Yang Bo is the only swordsman ranked in the top 500 on March Star. There are also many options for eating on this spaceship. You can choose to have robots deliver it to your door, or you can cook it yourself. Of course, there are many other facilities on the spaceship, including simulated beaches, parks, and even simulated forests and botanical gardens. After waking up, Yang Bo washed up and looked at his watch, and found that Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen asked him to go out for dinner. Yang Bo, how are you doing in the game? Lu Jingxiang asked. Not bad, but I sent you back the money you lent me. Yang Bo answered while eating. Keep it for yourself. We are now working with our mentor in the tailor shop. We have money, a place to live, and food. Lu Jingxiang said when he heard this. I am also learning technology now, so I don't have to worry about food and drink. You are lying. I didn't make much money when I first started learning technology. Anyway, I am doing pretty well now. Yang Bo replied with a smile. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen didn't ask too much, because people in the alliance attach great importance to privacy. Yang Bo didn't say anything specific, so they wouldn't ask. If they were on Earth, I'm afraid that as friends, they would ask how much money they saved. Playing games? Yang Bo went back to his room to play games after dinner. Today, he still has to clean up rabbits for the nobles, because after autumn, there will be no room for him to show his skills. After the harvest in autumn, these farmers have nothing to do, and will take their dogs out to chase rabbits. The reason why dogs are not released to chase rabbits now is that they will trample a lot of grain. The nobles' orchards have a good harvest. At that time, there will be many workers in the orchards to deal with the grapevines, turn the soil, fertilize the grapevines, prune the grapevines, and rebuild the grape racks. At that time, the rabbits will not be so rampant. The reason why the nobles are willing to hire themselves to hunt rabbits is mainly to consider the yield of grapes. The holes dug by rabbits will make the soil dry, and then the grapes will absorb less water and have a low yield. I have good news for you. My brother is probably finished again this time. After getting on the carriage, Adam sent a message to Yang Bo. Why do you say that? He doesn't look very good these past 2 days, and he's going to box with someone. He only fights with people when he's in a bad mood. But after thinking about it, there's nothing wrong in reality. I'm afraid he's encountered big trouble in the game again. When Yang Bo saw the message sent by Adam, he smiled secretly in his heart and deliberately sent a message to ask, Are you happy? Of course I'm happy. I hope he'll choose a game character that's far away from me next time he's reborn. But in this world, you can also send money through the game, which is annoying. Adam sent another message. Can you leave the family? My father doesn't allow me to leave the family. My father still loves me more, even though I'm not a legitimate child. Oh. Speaking of this, Yang Bo didn't continue to talk about other people's family affairs. He came to a huge vineyard with 2 huge wineries in it. These nobles are too rich. Adam whispered. Your family is noble and rich. Yang Bo sent a message to Adam. Mr. Handy, do you have a good solution for rats? Although Yang Bo came here for the first time, the housekeeper asked after seeing the letter of introduction. Mr. Housekeeper, I have no experience in dealing with rats. Yang Bo answered honestly. There are many rats in our winery. We have hired 2 workers and raised more than a dozen cats. But there are still many rats. Even 2 cats were bitten by rats. Now they are crawling around in the wine cellar blatantly. The housekeeper spoke again. Mr. Housekeeper, I'm sorry. I have no experience in this. Yang Bo refused directly. He could imagine his ability to throw stones in the terrain of the wine cellar. He had no chance to use it. To put it bluntly, if there was something wrong in the wine cellar, he might be blamed for smashing it with stones. Yang Bo was a suspicious person. Okay then. The butler nodded when he heard Yang Bo's refusal. The butler watched Yang Bo and Adam prepare to start hunting rabbits together, and his eyes shone with an inexplicable light. Master Butler. The knight beside the butler whispered. It seems that we can only hire professional mouse hunters. The butler also whispered. But in the wine cellar? I think these poor guys can't tell the age of the wine barrels and the years of the wine inside. The butler whispered again. I understand. The knight next to him nodded. Although Yang Bo walked away, he noticed that the butler and the knight discovered their lip language. TSK. It seems that there is a lot of deficit in the wine cellars of these 2 wineries. Yang Bo just muttered in his heart and was not prepared to interfere in this matter. But things are not like this. Often you don't want to take care of it, but it will be delivered to your door. Chapter 703 Darts. This vineyard is very large, but it is not well managed. Yang Bo thinks this may be intentional, because this is the only way to make things happen in terms of production. This is a real world, so these NPCs have their own unique ideas. Unlike other virtual games, all NPCs run according to certain programs. Even if the intelligent program controls the NPC now, it is still a program. He has no desires and no emotions. And the so-called NPCs in this world have their own desires and emotions. So they will do many different things, which is also the reason why many players fail in this world. Viscount Houston. This guy may not have much ability. Yang Bo muttered to himself while beating rabbits. Viscount Houston is the owner of this vineyard. As for where the Viscount is now, Yang Bo is not clear. However, the nobleman's butler still does things flawlessly. When Yang Bo and Adam rested, they prepared various teas and snacks, and also provided lunch at noon. The afternoon reward was not less than a penny, and today's reward reached 80 silver coins. Yang Bo carefully observed the silver coins and found no problems. Handy. Let's make an appointment to meet when we get to the Blue Water Empire. I'll treat you to a meal, and thank you for taking care of me. Adam sent a message to Yang Bo. Adam reclined on the carriage seat, mainly because he was too tired today. No problem. Yang Bo replied a message. Adam fell asleep after a while, but Yang Bo didn't dare to sleep. Although the driver of the carriage was a coachman from the academy, Yang Bo didn't give the coachman money because the coachman also took the reward from the noble butler. Yang Bo was wary of everyone. After all, who knew if the driver had any problems? After arriving at the academy, Adam said goodbye to Yang Bo again, and Yang Bo also let the character go back to rest. Which direction will the game character develop in? Yang Bo muttered to himself. There are no main quests or side quests in this game. If you are not careful, you will be stuck in it for several years. The game character now has saved about 800 silver coins, which seems to be a lot of money. But there is no way to do what you really want. Buy a house. Yang Bo thought about what to do with the money next. That is to buy a house for the game character, so that there is a place to stay, and you can do some small experiments after having a house. However, the houses in Green City are slightly better and cost hundreds of gold coins. The houses outside the city are cheap, but most of the houses outside the city are wooden buildings, and a small number of them are mixed buildings of stone and wood. However, It is not very safe outside the city. After all, they were attacked by robbers in the village. I didn't expect to buy a house in the game. Yang Bo shook his head. When he came to the gym, Yang Bo was ready to exercise, and saw Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen had already started exercising. The two wore clothes similar to yoga clothes, revealing their smooth and flat waists. And they also wore virtual glasses. I didn't mean to be so mean. Yang Bo also put on the virtual glasses, and then came to the treadmill and pretended to start exercising. Wearing virtual glasses is like running in the jungle. And the machine can also simulate the wind in the jungle. The wind when you run. And the breath in the jungle. Yang Bo, I didn't expect you to have such a good figure. After Yang Bo finished running, he took off his glasses and saw Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen looking at him. I just like to exercise. Yang Bo laughed. Your figure is so perfect. Do you have any experience? Zhou Kersen looked at Yang Bo wearing shorts and short-sleeved shirts for exercise, and his exposed arms and thighs looked very strong. I just followed the online training. I'll go back first. Yang Bo felt uncomfortable being looked at by the two. Hee hee. The two also laughed. Although it was Sunday after the game the next day, there were no noble tasks. Today was the day when the market opened. Yang Bo and Adam went to the market together. To improve the combat effectiveness of the game character, you can only use throwing weapons. It seems that you need to buy some darts. Yang Bo thought for a long time. Limited by the way he controls the game character, he cannot perceive the game character's use of power. Although he can learn some moves, the moves are useless. The role of the moves is actually to use power. Close combat is actually the use of power. But the exercise of power is not achieved overnight. That's why I had the above idea. Darts are more lethal than stones, and they are not as inconvenient to carry as bows and arrows. Adam's only hobby at the market is to buy honey biscuits. So Yang Bo bought a roast chicken for the character and let the character eat it while walking. Speaking of which, the clones are pitiful. But there is no way. In this world, these clones may live for a while. If they are in the laboratory, who knows what they will face. Handy! Yang Bo found that Roden was also here, and he greeted Yang Bo from a distance. Yang Bo looked back and saw that Adam had gone somewhere. Brother Roden. Yang Bo discovered that Roden was actually a blacksmith. The stall was filled with various farm tools, but they didn't look very good. I didn't expect that Brother Roden was a blacksmith. This is my ancestral craft. It is because of this craft that I have trained my strength and accumulated some wealth. Brother Roden, I want to buy some darts. Darts? Darts are not easy to practice. I forgot that you have the talent to hit rabbits with stones. Tell me what kind you want. Roden asked. Yang Bo drew a diamond-shaped dart on the ground, the length of a palm. No problem. I'll bring it to you when I patrol tomorrow night. Yours is simple. Roden took a look and nodded. Brother Roden, help me make another weapon. Yang Bo drew another bayonet. Your move is a bit too dangerous. I suggest you use a javelin head. Besides, the one you drew is not reliable. Roden shook his head after seeing the bayonet drawn by Yang Bo. Yang Bo then realized that the metal forging ability in this world is not strong, and there is no way to forge metal as good as the bayonet on Earth. Thank you, Brother Roden. How much is it in total? I'll charge you 15 silver coins for a dart, and 50 silver coins for a javelin head. I'm making them all with fine iron. Roden said. Expensive. The weapons and equipment in this world are expensive. The main reason is that the output and smelting of metals are relatively primitive. A fine iron long sword is measured in gold coins. The long sword that Yang Bo wears when patrolling costs 15 gold coins. A set of ordinary metal armor costs at least hundreds of gold coins. If it is a set of plate armor, it is a family heirloom and needs to be customized by a professional master, which costs at least thousands of gold coins. Yang Bo paid part of the deposit, and the rest will be paid tomorrow night. Later, Yang Bo realized that although the blacksmith business is profitable, it is also subject to many restrictions, because there are quotas for materials, and if you want to get connections and get more materials, you have to pay more money. Yang Bo left Roden's blacksmith stall and looked around before he found Adam watching a performance. He was a wandering artist with two monkeys. These two monkeys are so pitiful. Tied up. If they were not tied up, they would have been beaten and eaten. Can you please stop ruining other people's mood? Do you believe that these two monkeys stood out from many monkeys? What do you think would happen if the others were not trained? Besides, it's just a broken game. I can't tell you about the people in your alliance. We all feel that this is a real world. You are talking nonsense. The name is called the second world. I guess you definitely don't have any friends in real life. Why do you need friends? It's not good for me to eat, drink and have fun by myself. TSK. Adam was speechless about Yongbo's answer. There are so many weirdos in your alliance. Congratulations on your correct answer. After the market, Yongbo asked the character to carve the stone ball again. What's the point of taking a rest? Now that he is young, it is a good time to work hard. Besides, he didn't treat the game character badly during the market. He ate a big roast chicken, although it didn't look delicious. The next night, Yongbo successfully got 12 darts and a javelin. Roden also considerately put on a wooden stick that was more than 1 meter long. Everyone picked up the darts and looked at them curiously. However, Yongbo had a talent for this, so no one said anything. After returning to the academy from patrol, Yongbo closed the door and controlled the game character to shoot darts at the door. Not bad, but the accuracy needs practice. The dart was deeply inserted into the door for the first time. However, Yongbo was not going to practice a second time, because practicing darts requires straw targets or something like that. If you practice with wood, you will soon practice the darts useless. The next day, Yongbo went online and brought back a target from the archery range of the academy. The distance of the darts is destined not to be too far. The flight trajectory of the artificially forged darts has some changes due to weight and size. Yongbo memorized each dart, and then wrote down the flight trajectory when controlling the game character to throw. Because of the dynamic field of view, Yongbo could quickly control the game character to hit the target, and he could control and adjust his movements according to the flight trajectory of the darts. In the evening, Yongbo heard a piece of news. Have you heard that Lord Houston's winery caught fire? I heard that a rat hunter was hired and accidentally caused a fire while killing rats in the wine cellar. This rat hunter is too careless. I don't know how much wine was lost this time. The silver wine of Viscount Houston is not cheap. I don't know how many years of wine are in it. Yongbo just arrived at the police station and heard the sound of discussion. Before starting patrol every day, they must first hand over the ship, and then have a meeting to arrange today's patrol route. It's so damn cruel. Can't these people have more tricks? They set fires at every turn. Yongbo thought of some things on Earth and shook his head. Chapter 704 House. Viscount Houston is the Speaker of the lower house of Jialan Province. This loss is nothing. I think this matter is very suspicious. Rat hunters are not novices. How could they make such a mistake? I also heard rumors that the management of Viscount Houston's winery is chaotic. The management of their vineyard is the worst. I suspect something must have happened in the winery. What Yongbo didn't expect was that everyone talked about these news. But thinking back, everyone is a local. Don't everyone know what everyone looks like? Besides, the Viscount also needs to hire people to do the work. There must be workers who will tell everyone about it privately. A meeting is in session. Because Viscount Houston's winery caught fire, everyone will check various places and make sure these places take fire prevention measures. The sheriff of the Dongcheng District Public Security Bureau held a meeting to talk about the following work. But patrolling at night is not a big deal. Patrolling during the day will check merchants and residential areas to see how the fire prevention measures and protection preparations are done. In fact, the first thing to do when putting out a fire is to put it out immediately. 2 basins of water may be enough to solve the problem. If the fire is allowed to spread, it is hard to say. Yongbo originally thought that this matter was just like that, but he did not expect it to get worse and worse. It is said that Houston Winery lost 100,000 gold coins, and the longest wine is said to be 100 years old. In addition, there are winemaking equipment and these barrels. It is said that these barrels are the most valuable. The wine brewed from these barrels has a unique flavor. Some barrels are said to have been used for 500 or 600 years. Viscount Houston sent someone to pass on the message that the truth must be found. Officials in Green City felt a lot of pressure, because Viscount Houston's performance proved that he did not believe that the fire was caused by the rat hunter, or he had other ideas. After all, a rat hunter certainly could not compensate 100,000 gold coins. Handy. Did you find anything unusual when you went to the winery to kill rats a few days before the fire? Locke asked Yongbo as soon as he arrived at the police station in the evening. At that time, the housekeeper of the winery wanted me to go to the wine cellar to kill rats. But I had no experience in rat killing, so I refused. Yang Bo answered honestly. Is this the abnormality you were talking about? Locke asked with some doubts. Yang Bo could obviously sense that Locke was probably controlled by others now, and wanted to use this incident to make Locke's status higher. Sir, don't you feel strange? If you were the housekeeper, would you find someone who had no experience in rat killing to kill rats? Anyway, I feel very strange. Yang Bo asked back. This is a strange place. If there is a problem, where do you think we should check? The authorities have checked the financial situation of all of them, and found nothing unusual. In addition, we also investigated the scene, and did not find any valuable clues. The scene was already a mess. Locke asked again. Sir, I can't be sure without seeing the scene. And I have no experience in this kind of work. In fact, Yang Bo himself did not intend to take care of this matter. But who asked the steward of Houston Winery to let him take the blame? Yang Bo's character is that if others don't offend me, I won't offend others. Then you go back and rest now. I'll take you to the scene tomorrow morning. Hearing this, Locke spoke. Yang Bo nodded, and Locke opened another letter of explanation. Yang Bo returned to the college and handed it to the dean, mainly because he would have a carving class tomorrow. With a letter of explanation, he could ask for leave tomorrow. This process must be followed. Otherwise the dean and other instructors would mistake it for being impolite. The next morning, Yang Bo came to the police station, and Locke took Yang Bo and rode into the Houston Winery. Yang Bo's character sat on a horse, which was not stable at the beginning. But Yang Bo quickly controlled the game character and adjusted his posture. The main reason was that Roden was leading the horse, and his character did not control the horse. Brother. It seems that you have a talent for riding. Roden laughed and said to the place where he rode quickly. Yang Bo did not speak. Anyway, it was estimated that the character was very uncomfortable, but he could not feel it. The winery has now been taken over by the police station. The appearance of the winery does not look much different, but some places look a little smoky. The wine cellar is in the basement, and the wine cellar is all built of stone. Now it is a mess. Yang Bo had no feeling, so he couldn't smell the smell at the scene. Yang Bo checked the information last night and found several breakthroughs. Why are all the wine barrels here cracked? That's because the temperature of the burning caused the temperature inside the barrels to rise and burst. The answer was from Locke, who had read the detailed report himself. The quality of these wines can no longer be seen clearly because they were watered when the fire was extinguished. Locke spoke again. Yang Bo looked inside the wine cellar and saw that there was indeed a lot of wine and water mixture. Soon, Yang Bo, who had a dynamic vision, found what he was looking for. Sir, I think I have found the suspicious points. Yang Bo waited directly to find a few things. Locke was a little surprised. He didn't expect that this guy in front of him could find the suspicious points so quickly. Sir, please look. These are the corks of several wine barrels. As far as I know, the corks will be knocked in when the wine barrels are opened. But this is not absolute. In theory, new corks will be replaced. But these corks clearly show signs of secondary use. In addition, in the wine cellar, these heavy barrel candles cannot be lit. Even the oil lamps are not easy to light. The rat hunters are experienced, and should not use oil lamps. So what caused the fire? Locke looked at several corks and answered, It is said that the wine barrels were broken. Sir, I think this is a lie. This kind of barrel can hold so much fine wine, and it needs to be turned over regularly. I think the rat hunters will definitely not carry a sledgehammer. The rat hunters can only carry a small stick. If this small stick can break these wine barrels, then it means that there is something wrong with these wine barrels themselves. Yang Bo spoke again. Locke soon discovered the abnormality of the corks. Anything will leave traces after being used twice, regardless of whether the cork is knocked into the barrel or pulled out. A new cork can be used, but the new cork can show the year. But what if they don't admit it? I think workers are needed to do these things. So the boss only needs to tell the workers that the butler said they stole it. I'm afraid this won't work. Then lock the workers up between the butler and the stewards here. Let the workers hear the butler and the stewards discuss. And let the workers bear all this. Of course, the superiors can also take these corks. For these workers, they know the flaws of this matter best. And it must be the workers who did the specific operation. Now there are flaws. And they hear that the butler wants to put the responsibility on themselves. Some of these workers will definitely not be able to help but speak. Yang Bo whispered his idea again. No matter what happened to the wine in the winery, The workers must know. Otherwise the butler alone would not be able to handle so much wine. Even if the workers did not participate in person, they must know something more or less. But the butler must pretend not to know when managing these workers. The workers must remember what they did. Such as what the wine barrels looked like. Locke understood it all at once. As for whether there were really butlers and stewards next door, some arrangements could be made. Handy. You are great. The person who controlled Locke did not expect that the breakthrough point was actually a small cork. He had used the intelligent program to review the case. But there was no useful clue. Thank you for the compliment, sir. Then Yang Bo had a half-day off in the afternoon. Handy. We followed your method in the afternoon. And those workers were scared to death. Find someone next door to pretend to be the butler. And let the workers see the butler in person. However, the butler was knocked unconscious after the workers saw him. And the person pretending to be the butler and the butler whispered to each other. So when I took out the corks, I said that these corks were evidence. These workers were so scared that they quickly told everything. It turned out that the wine reserves in the winery were very different from the reserves in the account book. On the one hand, the butler and the steward secretly and repeatedly stole on a small scale. On the other hand, poor management led to a decrease in the yield of the vineyard. And the butler did not dare to tell the truth. In addition, the butler and the steward were greedy and bought some cheap barrels. The wine brewed in these barrels did not meet the requirements at all. The servant of the Viscount had a problem himself, which has little to do with our green city. What reward do you want this time? In the evening, Locke called Yang Bo to the office alone and asked. This is all the credit of the superior. If the superior did not take his subordinates with him, the subordinates would not be able to find these things. Yang Bo answered modestly. This time the credit is great. If the responsibility is not within the Viscount himself, then our green city may have to bear part of the loss. You don't have a place to live now. I happen to have an idle house here. I will give it to you, Locke said again. Yang Bo could clearly feel that Locke had regained his mind. Thank you, sir. What about Brother Rodin? Don't worry about that, Locke said meaningfully. Sir, I know what to do. Okay. Locke heard Yang Bo say this, and naturally understood what he meant. Politics? I didn't expect that I would benefit from it, Yang Bo muttered to himself while patrolling. After playing the game the next day, after following Bob to finish his work, Yang Bo stayed in the city. Locke took Yang Bo to a house. This house was in the commercial district. The security in the commercial district, the noble district, and the administrative district was very good. These three districts occupied 3/4 of the entire city, but only 1/5 of the city's permanent population. The remaining 4/5 were all squeezed in the civilian area of 1/4 of the city. These civilians served for business and the nobles. It was a 2.5-story building with a land area of only 120 square meters. There was a half-story attic on the top and a basement. The ground of the basement was 50 centimeters higher than the street ground. The basement was all stone walls. This was the high stone wall seen beside the street. This house is relatively small, and there is no way to park a carriage or something like that. Locke also said, Thank you very much, sir. This is something I have never dreamed of. Yang Bo was already very satisfied. Such a house would cost at least hundreds of gold coins. Locke seems to be a native controlled by the Blue Water Empire. But it is difficult for people of this level of civilization to understand these things. Yang Bo muttered to himself. What kind of thing is it that a powerful country like the Blue Water Empire cannot find out in this way? Is it really related to soul control? Here is the title deed and the property deed of the house. I will take you to transfer the ownership, Locke said with a smile. Thank you, sir. But I want to live outside the city for the time being. Then I can rent this house out for you. And it will also bring you a considerable income every month. Thank you, sir. In fact, you should eat more good food, which will be good for you. I will do what the superior said. Eat more beef. In the evening, Yang Bo returned to the college with the title deed and other things in his pocket, and saw Adam waiting. Are you doing something else secretly? Adam sent a message when he saw Yang Bo. I found another part-time job in the city. Ah. How are you so lucky to find another part-time job? How is the job? The job is okay. How much money? The salary for part-time jobs is not high. Can I go with you to do it? I'll ask about this. If you help me find a job, I'll treat you to honey biscuits. Thank you. The next night, Yang Bo asked Locke if he needed anyone else. Locke asked who it was. And Yang Bo said that he was a partner with him to hunt rabbits. Locke asked Yang Bo to bring the person and go through the formalities at that time. But it would be better to ask the college to issue a letter of introduction. Handy. I didn't expect you to have the ability to handle cases. When Yang Bo saw the dean smiled and praised him. That's all thanks to the commander. Yang Bo said quickly. This Adam's performance is a bit average. But there's no problem. The dean began to write a letter of introduction. Today is Friday. So there is no need to learn skills. Adam was still a little dizzy following Yang Bo. When did you join the city guard? Adam asked in a low voice. I joined a few days ago. How did you get into the army? The letter of introduction from the dean? You are lying. Handy! Brother Los. Did the patrol time change today? When passing by the city gate, several familiar soldiers greeted Yang Bo warmly. I'll take my little brother to do something. Then go in. Adam followed behind with a confused look on his face. Watching Yang Bo chatting and laughing with the guards guarding the city gate. These guards usually look ferocious when entering the city, staring at everyone with a covetous look. And some were taken aside for rough search. Of course, Adam didn't know that his brother was beaten up by the group of people in front of him, and then sent to the border on charges of robbing soldiers and using force against soldiers. If it weren't for the fact that Adam's brother had no weapons, he might have been charged with rebellion. I didn't expect you to be so capable. You just entered the game not long ago, and you actually became a city guard? After entering the city gate, Adam sent a message to Yang Bo. Keep a low profile. Keep a low profile. Yang Bo quickly sent a few words, and Adam rolled his eyes at Yang Bo. Yang Bo was still very envious. His character couldn't make the eye-rolling action because he didn't have a neural access. Chapter 705 Adam's Surprise. Sir, this is my partner who cleans rabbits for the nobles. Adam, a very diligent young man. Yang Bo arrived at the police station, greeted the familiar people, and brought Adam to Locke's office. Well, since you brought me here, I will patrol with you in the future. Locke nodded after reading the letter of introduction. Thank you, sir. Yang Bo bowed and thanked Adam while patting him. Thank you, sir. Adam also bowed quickly and said, since you were introduced by Handy, you are not an outsider. Handy, take him to handle the formalities. Locke nodded. Adam followed Yang Bo to handle the formalities in a daze. He saw Yang Bo greet everyone he met warmly and introduced himself and greeted him quickly. When Adam saw his city guard badge, he was also surprised. In the game, it is very easy to join the army. If you commit a crime, you will most likely be sent to the border and join the army. But then, there is a high probability that they will soon become cannon fodder. Or if they have outstanding performance, but the performance is too outstanding, they will also be sent to the front line. In this second world, although these NPCs do not say it on the surface, everyone is unanimous in rejecting outsiders. Some people have achieved good results and obtained good rankings in the academy, but they will soon be sent to the border, no matter which country. The city guards are local troops, and few players can enter this sequence, because this sequence basically only recruits locals, not outsiders. Moreover, the city guards, because they involve the safety of local nobles, many of them are introduced by local nobles. Let's go. Patrol again at night. Adam was asked to put the equipment at the police station. How did you do it? Why are these NPCs so nice to you? How did you do it? Adam kept sending messages, and it was a bit unreal to look at the badge in his hand. It's very simple. Serving the nobles. Fortunately, you hunt rabbits with me. Others know that you are my partner. Otherwise, you can't join the army. Yang Bo said. Oh, I also have an ID card. Adam sent another message. This world does not have a household registration system, but there are official ID cards. However, most local civilians do not have ID cards because they have to pay taxes per head. The real reason why this world does not have a household registration system is to facilitate the nobles to hide the population. But once there is an identity certificate, it is not ordinary. Just like this badge of the city guards is also a kind of ID card. I want to download the game and show off to my brother. You are stupid. He knows you have a formal job, and he asks you for money every day. That's right. After he got into trouble this time, he will definitely ask me for money after re-establishing his account in 3 months. Get rich quietly, and don't tell anyone. Bring silver coins to treat colleagues to a drink in the evening. Can I not treat you? If you don't treat me, I won't take you with me when I go hunting rabbits in the future. Okay. Okay. I'll treat you. In the evening, Adam followed Yang Bo into the city. Adam looked at the leather armor on his body. It was a complete set of standard leather armor, and it was brand new. Adam could still smell the scent of leather. There are also standard weapons in hand. And of course, there are sirens that patrol soldiers must have. Isn't this patrol too simple? You don't know how to do it if it's too complicated? Adam was blocked by Yang Bo's words and couldn't answer. Today, the team still has 6 people. After the patrol, Adam also invited everyone to have a drink. Then he met other colleagues and invited them to have a drink. Oh! It cost me 15 silver coins. Tomorrow you have to prepare silver coins to give gifts to the 3 chiefs of the police station. Bye, Adam blurted out. But when he saw Yang Bo looking at him, he didn't say anything. The county magistrate is not as good as the county manager. If you don't want to encounter robbers in the future, and the chief sends you to resist first, you'd better listen to me. You are cunning. Adam saw the message sent by Yang Bo and understood it instantly. This is the bitterness of us low-level workers. Otherwise, the leaders have plenty of ways to deal with you. They will assign you the hardest, dirtiest, most tiring and most dangerous work, or the most difficult and most likely to cause trouble. If something goes wrong, the responsibility is still on you. Yang Bo sent another message. I was almost fooled by you. You must be rich to come to our country to watch the game. Ha ha. I got it right. After Yang Bo finished the game, he looked at the time, and it was already evening. Of course, this was the time on the spaceship. After leaving his room, he came to the restaurant and found that Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen had already prepared dinner. Yang Bo had told him twice before not to care about him, but he was not used to it. But the two said that they should do these jobs as his assistants. This left Yang Bo with no way to refute. But it was still very pleasing to the eyes to have dinner with 2 beautiful young ladies. It was just that you could only look but not eat, which made Yang Bo miss Lin Yu very much. This young lady was very exciting, especially when he was cold. Yang Bo, don't forget that you must take enough time to take the etiquette training course with the game helmet. And you must also take the assessment. If you fail the assessment, you can't leave the hotel after you go. Lu Jingxiang reminded Yang Bo while eating. It's better not to leave the hotel. Yang Bo looked nonchalant. Did you forget to say that you would compete with them? Zhou Kersen reminded him quickly. I almost forgot this. So let's learn it. Let's make a lot of money. Get rich and gain a reputation. Yang Bo looked as if he had suddenly realized something. What if you meet an opponent stronger than you? Lu Jingxiang asked worriedly. I will first select those who jump the most but are sure to win. As long as I win 2 or 3 games in a row. Do you think others will dare to play? Swordsmanship competitions are sports in our alliance. But in the Blue Water Empire, it is a matter of reputation and status. They are under much more pressure than us. When the time comes, we will have another trick. That is, if anyone does not want to be named by me, just give us benefits. Yang Bo said with a chuckle. This is a good idea. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen nodded, not thinking that Yang Bo's threat of money was wrong at all. This kind of thing is too normal in the alliance. After dinner, Yang Bo returned to the room, put on the virtual helmet, and took the etiquette assessment. In fact, it is very simple. You cannot scold the nobles, let alone the royal family. And you cannot enter places that are not allowed to enter, because many places in the Blue Water Empire are reserved for nobles. As for the salute, it is not necessary, because there are many outsiders on the planet where the competition is held, and outsiders do not need to take the initiative to salute the nobles. It turns out that the nobles here don't care about this. Yang Bo passed the assessment in less than an hour. Isn't this the same as the VIP and member-exclusive services of the Alliance? Many shopping malls in the Alliance are member-exclusive or VIP exclusive, and ordinary people can't enter? After careful understanding, Yang Bo found that both the Alliance and the Blue Water Empire have privileged classes. But the Alliance just says it in a nicer way, such as members and VIPs. In addition, foreigners like Yang Bo only need to roughly distinguish the level represented by the noble badge. It is distinguished by the entire color. White is a knight, black is a baron, green is a viscount, silver is an earl, gold is a marquis, blue is a duke, purple is a prince, and the royal family is red. As for which family the specific badge represents, outsiders don't need to remember it. It is said that there is a special profession called heraldry in the Blue Water Empire. But locals must remember that if the address is wrong when meeting and saluting, the minimum fine will be fined, and the maximum will be whipped. The Blue Water Empire still maintains the ancient death penalty, and there are many different methods of death penalty. The Alliance does not have the death penalty, but prisons have become a business, because criminals are required to have human rights. The Alliance's prisons are the best in the 3 countries, and the welfare benefits are better than Yongbo's original body, because people who come out of prison can be given priority to arrange jobs, and they can also learn a lot of skills in prison. These things actually cost taxpayers money. In addition, you need to change your smartwatch after arriving at the Blue Water Empire. There are still 12 days. Yongbo looked at the time. There are still 12 days to arrive at the Blue Water Empire. Then Yongbo took a rest, lying on the bed to check the people with the spiritual seeds. But there was no valuable information. I don't know who took the task from the Brotherhood. The people of the Brotherhood took the task issued by the Blue Water Empire to find another identity for themselves. But they have not shown up. And there is no relevant information about the Brotherhood killers from all sides. This time I'm going to deal with some things in the territory, and then build a research institute. There is an advantage in the Blue Water Empire. That is, you have absolute rights in your own territory. Of course, you have to pay taxes. But the noble territories of the Blue Water Empire can customize their own laws. This is much better than the so-called territorial law of the Alliance. The so-called territorial law of the Alliance means that you have absolute rights on your private land, which is like the wind and rain can enter, but the police can't enter. However, after the wind and rain enter, you have to pay taxes, water treatment fees, and garbage disposal fees. In addition, if your house is not cleaned well, you will also be fined. If you don't clean it and don't pay the fine, the system will auction your house, and then deduct the fine, and let you get out of someone else's territory with the remaining money. There was also a report that a female neighbor living in a villa area reported that the male neighbor next door was sexually harassed for swimming naked in her swimming pool. Then the male neighbor was sentenced and fined. So the so-called territorial law of the Alliance is actually a joke. I don't know how much money the pirate leader has saved. If the money is not enough, I have to find a way to get more money. But how can I get money using my noble status? Yongbo was a little confused because he had no relevant experience. I'll check it online tomorrow. Yongbo muttered to himself. Chapter 706 Robbers. Taxes. Yongbo checked carefully and found that the main income of the nobles in the Blue Water Empire is now taxes. The nobles of the Blue Water Empire have their own legislative power in their own territories, which means that the other party can make laws independently. That is, any company or product. If you want to enter my territory, you must pay me taxes or give me a certain amount of profit. If you don't pay, then don't even think about entering. It's better now. In the past, when it was not the Interstellar era, some goods passed through several noble territories, and the tax was higher than the value of the goods. Now the noble parliament has passed a resolution to set an upper limit on the percentage of tax increase on a certain commodity. However, the nobles of the Blue Water Empire are also divided into several factions: conservatives, open-minded, and neutral. If you want to make money quickly, you have to fight. It turned out that in the Blue Water Empire, 2 nobles had an irreconcilable conflict, and they could resolve the fight through a swordsmanship competition. Because the laws of the empire have little effect on the nobles, many laws are not suitable for the nobles. It seems that my buddy's chance to make a fortune has come again. Yongbo smiled. After checking the relevant information, Yongbo went into the game. Take off the badge. Yongbo saw Adam wearing the badge on his chest. It's a symbol of my identity, Adam said. If you don't want to be targeted by robbers and others, it's best to take it off. Look at the houses and buildings in the game to defend against whom? Some time ago, I was in the countryside, and there were robbers robbing the village. Do you think there are robbers among the people on the road? If they see that you are a soldier, will they come up and stab you with a knife? Yongbo said unhappily. Oh. Adam took off his badge quickly after hearing this. Today is a carving class. Yongbo has stopped processing materials and started to make clay figures. Although Yongbo can quickly make a clay figure, it is slower to control the game character to make a clay figure. The main reason is that he can't control the strength of his hands well, so he can only do it slowly. Just like operating some machinery. If you don't know the strength of the machinery, you can only observe the effect visually, and then control the strength of the operation by operating. Not bad. Not bad. I didn't expect, Handy, that you have a talent for carving. Andy looked at a chicken made by Yang Bo and nodded. It's pretty good that you can do this now. The next step is to make your work more exquisite. Andy looked at the chicken in front of him. Although it looked a little rough, the proportion of the whole chicken looked very suitable. You have a very good grasp of the size ratio of this animal. Although it looks rough, others can tell at a glance that it is a rooster. Come and take a look at Handy's work. The first step in our sculpture is to get the size ratio accurate. Adam, the short-necked horse you made, are you sure it is a horse? And you, Paul, made the body of a pig so long? Andy called several other students over. Did you cheat with the virtual software? Adam sent a message to Yang Bo. If I can cheat, it proves that the game you developed is a broken game. Yang Bo replied. Humph. Adam hummed in response. Yang Bo studied here for a long time and left Andy. The other students were jealous. For the rest of the afternoon, Yang Bo controlled the game character to release darts. He could hit the target every time at a distance of 15 meters. And he could hit the target at a distance of 10 meters. Limited by the character's power. He would not have much killing power at a distance. So it was better not to use it. In addition, Yang Bo also prepared several bags of lime, which was a weapon for fighting. In the evening, Yang Bo and Adam came to the police station. Autumn is coming soon, and we must be vigilant against bandits now. Every autumn is when bandits are rampant, and they will rob farmers, farms, ranches, and caravans. The chief of the police station spoke during the meeting in the evening. It turned out that when the autumn harvest came, farmers had food in their hands, and food could be exchanged for money. At this time, the robbers would come out to rob food, money, and people, because farmers had money in their hands. Caravan activities were also very prosperous, and they had to prepare for winter. It would make some bandits more eager to move. So everyone must strictly check suspicious people when patrolling together at night. Rodin said, Autumn is the most dangerous. Our green city has been besieged by bandits several times. Brother Rodin, where do these bandits usually live? Adam asked. These bandits may be farmers or workers. They usually do various jobs separately. In autumn, they will gather together to rob others. This is also one of the reasons why it is most difficult to find them. There was once a regional caravan that was often robbed. Later, after a careful investigation, it was found that the owners and workers of 7 or 8 farms in the area were bandits. They usually work in the fields, and when they meet their targets, they will directly become bandits. After robbing and killing, bury the person in the ground. Adam felt that the people walking next to him were all robbers when he heard this, and couldn't help but look at them a few more times. It's okay for you to live in the academy. The defense of the academy is very strong, Locke said. Yang Bo was a little curious. Why was Locke still here after he made great contributions? 2 days passed peacefully like this. On Saturday morning, with the arrival of autumn, there were few nobles hunting rabbits, because the autumn harvest was about to begin, and workers were already working in the vineyards and orchards. Yang Bo was going to let the character practice flying knives more, but he didn't expect that after a while. The guard at the entrance of the academy came to tell Yang Bo that someone was looking for him outside. Handy, a caravan was attacked. Hurry up and follow us. Locke was at the door, riding a horse, and there was another horse behind him. Where's Adam? He can't ride a horse. Hurry up and change your equipment. Locke pointed to the equipment on the horse behind him. So Yang Bo hurried back to the academy with his equipment to change. Where are you going? Adam came out and saw Yang Bo's fully armed back, and quickly sent a message. A caravan was attacked by bandits. Me? Adam hurried to catch up. You can't ride a horse? Who said I can't ride a horse? I didn't bring your equipment. When Adam arrived at the entrance of the academy, he saw Yang Bo's back riding on horseback. But he curled his lips when he looked closely, because the horse was led by the person in front. This time Yang Bo brought his own bow. The speed of the horse was not too fast. In the movie, when someone rode a horse to hurry on the road, he also ran very fast. That's a lie. Horses don't usually travel very fast. They are fastest when they charge. Yang Bo didn't know which direction they were going, but he soon saw black smoke rising in the distance, and Yang Bo found knights in the distance. Only cavalry could reach this situation quickly. The place where the smoke was coming out looked about 2 or 3 kilometers away. Green City behind it sounded the alarm. Green City had been fooled before. A noble caravan was attacked. The knights ran to reinforce. Unexpectedly, the robbers' cavalry almost attacked the city. The caravan that could send so many knights to reinforce must be a noble caravan. Be careful. Seeing the place, Locke slowed down and shouted to Yang Bo behind him. Yang Bo had seen the situation now, and found that the caravan's carriages were circling in a circle. And there were robbers outside. The robbers were also wearing all kinds of equipment, holding bows and arrows in their hands. And the robbers also had cavalry. The caravan's formation was a bit messy, and it was obviously attacked by surprise. The bandit cavalry actually gathered together, and it seemed that they wanted to fight with the cavalry reinforcements from Green City. The knights from Green City gradually slowed down and moved closer. Yang Bo quickly jumped off his horse and ran to the side. This place is on the road. When the cavalry charge each other later, the bandit cavalry might rush over and hit him. This place has already entered the mountainous area. The place where the caravan was attacked is near the exit of the mountainous area. This is convenient for bandits to ambush. And the caravan people will be careless. After all, they can see Green City when they get out of the intersection. Yang Bo quickly came to the hillside on the roadside. Looking at the not-so-steep hillside, he began to climb up with his hands and feet. During the climb, Yang Bo heard the sound of a whistle below. He saw 7 or 8 knights from Green City who were coming to reinforce. One of them was blowing a whistle, and the other knights took out their weapons and controlled their horses. 7 or 8 knights lined up in a row, and the horses also marched in a neat rhythm with the rhythm of the whistle. When Yang Bo climbed up the hillside, there was a place where people could stand. The knights of Green City had already launched the final charge amid the rapid whistle. Yang Bo took out a thin rope from his waist and threw it in the air. Watching the thin rope constantly drifting down the mountain with the wind, he calculated the wind direction and speed. Then Yang Bo took out a bow and arrow and began to aim. There were nearly 20 cavalrymen on the bandit side, but their equipment was varied. The bandits also began to charge, which showed the difference. Before the charge, the bandits were lined up in a long line. But after the charge began, some of them ran in front and some ran in the back. This was due to the knights' control methods and the physical ability of the warhorses themselves. The cavalry charge was not to collide with each other, but to rely on the speed of the warhorses to allow the weapons in their hands to cut through the opponent's body. Moreover, the weapons in the hands of the cavalry were not swung, but they just needed to hold the weapons tightly, and the speed brought by the warhorses themselves would make the weapons come into close contact with the opponent. The two sides crossed each other, and 2 cavalrymen of the bandits fell directly from the horses back to the ground. At this time, the tactical qualities of the Knights of Green City were demonstrated again. The Knights of Green City quickly turned around, lined up in a long line again, and began to counterattack. Some of the cavalrymen on the bandit side had already turned their horses around. Some were still turning around, and some almost collided with each other. That's when it happened. Yang Bo took out the fine iron arrows he had bought. Of course, he had to cover his face, because the bandit soldiers below were turning around, and their speed was the lowest. Whoosh! An arrow flew down the hillside without warning and directly penetrated the body of a cavalryman. The cavalryman had leather armor in front of his body, but not behind, which might be because the bandit cavalrymen were not well equipped. And now when he turned around, his back was exposed. The other bandits were shocked to see their companions fall to the ground after being shot by an arrow. They saw the guy with a bow on the hillside next to them aiming, and these people couldn't help but panic. They rushed forward in a mess under the scolding of the leading guy. One of the cavalrymen saw the shadow of an arrow, and then found that the arrow had hit his horse's head. Then the cavalryman felt a force, and then his eyes went black, and he felt pain all over his body. The cavalryman also reacted quickly, rolling on the ground to dissipate most of the force, and just got up. He knew something was wrong when he heard the sound of horse hooves. Then the next second his head flew up, and it turned out that he just ran into the charging Green City cavalry. Riding +1. A skill appeared in Yang Bo's mind, and this time the bandit cavalry left 3 more bodies. The cavalryman who was shot by Yang Bo just now was not dead yet, and was chopped on the neck by Locke, who rushed over. Riding +1. Then the bandit cavalry actually ran directly into the mountain, and the other bandits who besieged the caravan also scattered. The robbers left the bodies of 7 cavalrymen at this place. However, Yang Bo was powerless at this distance, and these unmounted robbers were all hiding in the woods on the mountain. Handy. Good job. Yang Bo came down from the mountain. 7 or 8 knights from Green City were bandaging their wounds. and those who were not injured were on guard. Locke's arm was also injured, but it was not very serious because of the armor. Thank you for the compliment, sir. I didn't expect our Mr. Rabbit Hunter to have such good archery skills. If Mr. Rabbit Hunter hadn't disrupted the formation of the robbers' charge, we would probably have to do it again. Mr. Rabbit Hunter, good job. Several knights from Green City praised Yang Bo. At this time, more knights from Green City came one after another. Some of them saw that the matter was resolved here, so they hurried back to report the news. Yang Bo saw that the caravan that was attacked had 7 people dead and a lot of people injured. Because it is relatively close to Green City, the bodies of these people will be dragged to Green City. If it is far away, they will be buried on the spot. Because the caravan is also afraid of secondary attacks by bandits. After waiting for about 20 minutes, the infantry of Green City arrived. It turned out to be the spice caravan of the Holden family of the Silver family. It is said that the goods of this caravan are worth more than 50,000 gold coins. Yang Bo learned the specific information of today's caravan later. None of this is important. The key is that the caravan gave some money to thank Green City for its rescue. Handy. A colleague wants to buy your credit for killing cavalry. Locke called Yang Bo to his office and asked in a low voice. Killing cavalry has the greatest credit. The highest credit can be exchanged for a title. In addition, this time it is to rescue the Silver family. So the title is easy to obtain. Of course, the price given by the other party is absolutely worth it. 50 gold coins in cash, and a bow worth at least 500 gold coins. Locke spoke again. Chapter 707 Donation. 500 gold coins? Yang Bo was also surprised to hear this. Don't underestimate any knight. There are some collections in the family. This bow is not very useful to their family now, because there are no archers. And privately transferring credit is also an unspoken rule. Today, your credit is only 1.5 cavalry. You can only count half of it if you shoot the warhorse. On the battlefield, at least the opponent must lose mobility or be seriously injured to be considered a complete credit. Locke explained again. So what do you mean, sir? Yang Bo did not make a decision on his own, pretending not to understand, and asked. In fact, there are many small gangs in the entire military circle, mainly based on cities, just like our Green City, which is also a small group in the army. It is of course a good thing for our Green City to have one more noble, even if it is the lowest noble. Locke did not answer directly, but introduced. Then I agree. Yang Bo understood what the other party meant. In fact, half of your contribution is enough. The caravan gave a reward of 500 gold coins this time. The 8 knights who arrived first, plus you, received 300 gold coins, and the remaining 200 gold coins were given to the infantry who came later. You may be wondering why we gave 200 gold coins to the infantry. That's because when fighting, our cavalry still has to cooperate with the infantry. In addition, the wounded of the caravan can be treated because of the arrival of the infantry. 100 of our 300 gold coins will be given to other superiors, because the command of this rescue was issued by the superiors. Maybe you will feel strange. Locke looked at Yang Bo and said. Yang Bo was not surprised at all. People who eat alone will be excluded by everyone and die early. Besides, this kind of thing requires the command system to react quickly enough. If anyone thinks that the credit is all his, then the next time the superior commander will send him alone to rescue the caravan. I don't understand these principles, but what the commander said is right, Yang Bo said quickly, not wanting to listen to Locke's nagging. So this time you get a half cavalry merit reward, 30 gold coins from the caravan, and 50 gold coins from Knight Kate. This time you get a total of 80 gold coins, which are gold notes from Warden merchants and can be exchanged at any time. 200 gold coins from the caravan, 20 gold coins for 1 knight merit. Although you sold the other merit, you still have to get the reward you deserve. 7 merits are 140 gold coins, and the remaining 60 gold coins must be distributed to colleagues. One colleague didn't get the merit and was injured. This must also be given. After all, everyone charges together and is a brother in life and death. As for the bow, it will be given to you after maintenance. In addition, as a personal reward, I will give you 30 armor-piercing arrows this time, Locke said. In addition, the identities of these bandits are still being further verified. If they are wanted criminals, there may be a bonus. In addition, the robbers' spoils will be disposed of later, and there will be money to take at that time. I wonder if you are interested in the spoils. Locke asked again. Sir, I'm not interested. Yang Bo has no plans to be a cavalryman for the time being. Mainly because the mounts are too expensive. The cost of one cavalryman is equal to that of supporting 100 people. First of all, knights have more than one horse. At least 2 horses. The salary of horsemen is very high. The salary of skilled horsemen is 20 times that of ordinary people. And there are also equipment. The value difference between cavalry and infantry is equivalent to the difference between infantry and armored vehicles on Earth. This is still ordinary cavalry. If it is heavy armored cavalry, it is equivalent to the value difference between tanks and ordinary soldiers. Of course, the lives of ordinary soldiers are also priceless. This is just the cost of raising them. The cavalry mounts themselves are divided into many grades. The top cavalry mounts can be sold for tens of thousands of gold coins. Not to mention the supporting facilities such as stables and horse farms. Thank you, sir. Yang Bo calculated in his mind that 80 gold coins can be exchanged for 160 million credit points in the Blue Water Empire. TSK. Yang Bo never thought that making money was so easy. Do you feel that the money is coming in quickly? But you have to know that this is also risking life. That's why the caravan can offer a 500 gold coin reward. Because if they don't offer enough money as a reward, then no one will rush to rescue them next time. Locke said earnestly. Thank you for your teachings, sir. Yang Bo nodded. Your half-cavalry merit is enough for you to be promoted to the next level. I will report it. And I believe you will be promoted soon. Thank you, sir. Go back and have a good rest. You don't have to patrol for the next week. But you still have to practice archery well. A sharpshooter is very popular everywhere. Locke instructed Yang Bo again. Handy. Good job. Handy. I didn't expect you to be such a good archer. Thank you for the compliment. I'll treat everyone to a drink when I have the chance. Yang Bo was greeted warmly by his colleagues along the way. Next time something like this happens, please take me with you. Adam's eyes turned green when he heard that Yang Bo earned 30 gold coins. And he said solemnly, Yang Bo did not hide it, because this matter would spread quickly, and when he patrolled with Adam in the future, others would also tell him, I will donate some of these 30 gold coins to the college. Why do you want to give to the college? It's like giving back to my alma mater. How much do you plan to donate? I will donate 20 gold coins. Are you crazy? Do you know how much 20 gold coins are worth? 40 million credit points. Oh, why are you a rich young man so fussy? There are so many weirdos in your alliance. Yang Bo really donated 20 gold coins to the college. And Dean Eddie was very happy. Handy. Good job. Yang Bo laughed in his heart. How many students can graduate from a college? Those who donated money to the school in their previous life really thought they had a lot of money and wanted to give back to their alma mater. How many people come out of a school? And some of them have already reached a relatively high or critical position. Isn't it for his future career that someone will speak for him? The college cultivated me. Yang Bo said in a fake way. This scene made some people's eyes green. The assistant to the president of the March Star Sword Association now had green eyes. 80 gold coins. Worth 160 million credit points. And 20 gold coins. The assistant didn't know what to say. He was still struggling for dozens of copper coins a day. He also has a bow worth 500 gold coins. A house. And he will soon be promoted to captain of the city guard. The president laughed and said. But these words were like flying knives stabbing the assistant's heart. This guy is definitely lucky. Absolutely. The young man was extremely jealous and felt heartbroken at the same time. Others donated 20 gold coins. Luck is also a kind of strength. Why didn't someone bet with me at the beginning? And said that Yang Bo couldn't earn a gold coin in 3 months. TSK. The president didn't expect Yang Bo to get so much money. It seems that there is some luck. But more of it is strength. For example, if Locke hadn't called Yang Bo to join the reinforcement today, Yang Bo wouldn't go. If Yang Bo hadn't been smart and climbed up the hillside next to him, he wouldn't have hunted a cavalryman directly and killed another cavalryman indirectly. It's luck, but it's actually his own strength. If he wasn't strong enough, Locke wouldn't have led him at all. And if he wasn't strong enough, he wouldn't have been able to hit the cavalryman at all. Don't you want to learn Yang Bo's route? How are you doing now? The president asked with a smile. Don't mention it. It's almost autumn harvest. I just walked into the farmland and was chased by several farmers with farm tools. They thought I was stealing food. Ha ha. Ha ha. The president laughed. The young man was very depressed because he had become a vagrant now. He knew that if he was caught by the farmers, he would never be able to explain himself. The NPCs in the game exclude outsiders. As long as they can be accused of a crime, they can be sent to the front line. Unless there is a formal identity certificate, bail is still required. When Yang Bo returns to March Star, I will definitely ask him how to play the second world game. The young man was depressed just thinking about it. A novice who has just entered the game for a few months is doing much better than this veteran, who has been playing for many years. He actually donated 20 gold coins. The young man thought about how much 20 gold coins are worth. He is buying fame. Just like he said to Adam. This is the same as donating to our alma mater in reality. And there must be many noble disciples from Green Academy. In this backward game world, people's reputation depends on word of mouth. The role of his 20 gold coins is immeasurable. Of course you can't learn it, because you don't have 20 gold coins. The president laughed after saying that. I think if Yang Bo continues to develop, the headquarters will definitely ask for his identity information. Don't forget, our Swordsmanship Association must abide by the laws and regulations of the Alliance. Although the headquarters is nominally our superior, our supervisors are different. I don't think the headquarters will risk being protested by the Alliance to do this. The president explained. Yang Bo quit the game, and the dean said he would arrange a new place to stay tomorrow. After quitting the game, Yang Bo felt a little bored in the room and wanted to go to other places on the spaceship. But it was boring after thinking about it. In fact, the benefits of knights in the game are still quite low. Some people did not get military merits but were injured. Yang Bo thought carefully about the knights who participated in the operation today. Some did not get any merits. That is to say, they risked their lives. But the benefits may only be a dozen gold coins. No wonder only 140 of the 200 gold coins were divided according to military merits. And the rest had to take care of colleagues. You can't exchange gold coins for credits in the game. After all, you earn gold coins and spend gold coins. It seems that being an archer is more profitable. But you should also get a mount if you have the chance, so that you can run away quickly if something happens. Why do I always think about running away? Then Yang Bo thought something was wrong. Why did he think about running away again? During dinner, Lu Jingxiang asked Yang Bo, why did you borrow money from official channels this time? And I clearly gave you 20 silver coins. Why did you return me 50? I am in Green College now, so I don't have to worry about food and drink. And I can also learn technology. Yang Bo's remittance was through Green College, so it was through official channels. Fast and low cost. Ah? What technology do you learn? Gardening. Sculpture. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen were both puzzled. Can you make money with these two majors? The NPCs in the game are quite exclusive, so it may be difficult for you to make money in art? I think it's not bad. And life feels quite comfortable. Yang Bo said with a smile. Chapter 708 credit again? We are in trouble. Lu Jingxiang sighed when she heard this. Yang Bo was a little curious, not knowing what happened. Tailoring depends on the feeling of the hands. With our current control mode, it is no problem to learn. But it is difficult to be exquisite and exquisite. The instructor judged that the two of us are just ordinary tailors. It is mainly because we are virtual control, and we can't control it very well. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen talk back and forth. But neural access is not good either. I study gardening, and now I deal with cow dung and pig dung every day. There is also a game player who studies gardening with me. He is from the Blue Water Empire. It is said that he can't even eat because of the stench. Yang Bo nodded. There is also a Blue Water Empire among our tailors. She said that the smell in the city is very bad. And the smell of leather is also intoxicating. In addition, after working for a long time, you will feel pain all over your body. And sometimes, the sewing needle will prick your hand. Lu Jingxiang nodded. I see that the Alliance Sword Association seems to be developing new exclusive external devices. Yang Bo is also paying attention to this aspect. If it is mainly about fighting, the control of strength can only be judged by his own experience. This has been developed for several years, and we don't know when it can be applied. We want to change our major now, but we don't know what major. Zhou Kersen shook her head. There is no good major. Yang Bo thought about it, and there was no good major. Take singing as an example. It's not enough for you to sing well, but the character must sing well. The voice of Yang Bo himself is completely different from that of the game character. Yang Bo only controls the game character remotely, But the voice that comes out is still the game character's own voice. You can only judge the power used by observation. If it really doesn't work, just practice again. Lu Jingxiang shook her head and said. Yang Bo was very curious when he heard this. If the player gives up controlling the game character, will the game character be released by the Blue Water Empire or recycled for research? Forget it. It's almost autumn. And there are more robbers. If I practice again now, it will be winter in 3 months. Besides, practicing again may not be as good as now. Now I have at least 20 copper coins every day. And I have food and accommodation. Zhou Kersen shook her head. Yang Bo also nodded. This is actually a bit like throwing a person into a strange world. And everyone in this world is a bit repulsive to outsiders. To survive in this world, you need not only some skills, but also some brains. And more luck. Yang Bo suspected that he might have caught up with the main line arranged by the Blue Water Empire. That is, luck. Because the origin of his golden pheasant is unknown. To be more precise, it has no skills. Do you want to take this express train? I feel that I should find a time to jump off the train. The Blue Water Empire will definitely not do this for the first time in so many years. Since they are still arranging it this way, it proves that they have failed in the past. Yang Bo was also ready to run away at any time in the game. But he didn't feel at ease to follow luck. The next day, Yang Bo logged into the game again. Does this happen every year here? The next day, all courses in the game academy were suspended. And the students were organized into patrol teams, mainly to prepare for the autumn harvest. The harvest is a critical time every year. At this time, the whole city is on alert, and all the nobles' private soldiers will participate in the patrol. There are so many people in the game, and they rely on the grain in the fields. And if other countries don't have a good harvest, there may be a war. Handy, you chose the art major. You should understand the history in the game. Adam said this when he heard Yang Bo's question. With a hint of teaching. I have 10 gold coins in my deposit. Yang Bo's words made Adam very angry. Why are you so irritating? 10 gold coins. Of course. Yang Bo was talking about the open news. The matter of secretly selling military merits must not be told everywhere. Then let's go on patrol during the day. Yang Bo said. Yang Bo and Adam came to the police station. All the team members were on duty, and half of them had to go to patrol outside the city. Locke took the initiative to sign up for patrol outside the city. But this time Yang Bo did not go with Locke. Yang Bo's excuse was that he and Adam had limited abilities, and could not ride horses. In fact, Yang Bo felt that Locke might have another achievement this time. Locke also agreed with Yang Bo's explanation. In fact, the city guards who were patrolling outside the city this time were basically cavalry. The cavalry under the nobles were also sent out. And the workers from various farms also stayed in the fields all night. Because some people also stole food at night. And the importance of food in ancient times was self-evident. Even when Yang Bo traveled through time, there were reports on the internet that local people formed groups to steal other people's crops. Sandy with golden hair and Lord with brown hair who patrolled together. As for Locke's followers, they also rode horses to patrol with Locke this time. The last time the caravan was attacked, it happened suddenly. Locke's follower Miller was not there, so Yang Bo was asked to go with him. Roden also went to patrol outside the city. Now there are 4 people on patrol. The patrol is to follow the patrol route and check any suspicious people. The main purpose of the check is to see if the other party is carrying contraband, not to check the ID card. Handy, you should go outside the city. There is a lot of income outside the city. The farmers outside will bring out delicious food and drinks. Especially the farmers in more remote areas will give money, so that we can rush over faster when something happens. Sandy said. I can't ride a horse. If something happens, I will have these arrows in my hand. And I am afraid there will be bad results. Yang Bo shook his head. You are too weak now. You should eat more meat and exercise your strength. Sandy nodded. It is not so easy to be an archer. Yang Bo now controls the character to pull several times in a row. And the character's endurance will be prompted to decrease. And this is a bow with relatively low power. Some bows with high power requirements consume more energy. This is why archers in many movies only have a bag of arrows. Because after releasing dozens of arrows, these archers have no strength at all. In fact, most of the time, if 2 armies fight, they can only shoot a few arrows. And if the opponent is cavalry, it will be even less. Yang Bo patrolled while looking at the people around him, because he had a dynamic vision and his own. super powerful. So Yongbo could easily remember every detail. Something is wrong. Yongbo saw a mark on the stone wall, and felt something was wrong. He thought carefully in his mind and realized that this mark was new. And there was more than one. There was one at the intersection just now. Of course, Yongbo did not make a fuss, but continued to patrol with his companions. There was a sound of bells in the distance, and Yongbo and his companions quickly stepped aside. This was the sound of the noble carriage coming. The city streets here are not horizontal and vertical, but slightly curved. This is to prevent the cavalry from charging at high speed. If the enemy cavalry rushes into the city, this shape of road will slow down the cavalry and give the guards enough time to counterattack. At another intersection, Yongbo found another similar hidden mark. It looks like a scribbled capital letter A, which is like a child's graffiti. But who can blame Yongbo for his super abnormal strength, super abnormal memory and dynamic vision? This mark is definitely intentional. Counting from the ground, it's the third stone, and each mark is similar to the color of the stone. If it was just graffiti, it would be impossible to do it. Each mark is roughly the same, and the position is also the same, and it has to be disguised with similar colors. Is it a bandit group that wants to attack the city? Maybe it's possible. Yongbo kept these in mind, but did not report. However, just after passing 2 intersections, Yongbo saw a person walking slowly along the street, looking around as he walked. When Yongbo and his men passed by this person, the person nodded and bowed. However, Yongbo immediately caught the difference of this person. That is, there were some marks on this person's clothes. It looked like a mark stained with mud. But Yongbo carefully analyzed it, and found that this was the mark left by this person holding things of different materials in his pocket, and carrying different materials on his hands. These colors are similar to the colors of the marks left at the intersection just now. Yongbo walked to another intersection ahead, and found that there was no graffiti. You go first. I'm going to buy something. Yongbo greeted the other people, and walked back. We'll wait for you here, Sandy and the others said. Yongbo walked back a distance, and came to a grocery store, and bought some dried fruits. Then he chased the team again. After going back and forth, Yongbo found that the intersections that had not been marked just now had been marked at the 2 intersections he had just passed. However, the suspect turned in another direction. Noble District? Yongbo found that the suspect was walking in the direction of the Noble District. Thank you, brother. Yongbo bought dried fruits and distributed them to everyone. Sandy and Lord thanked him one after another. Of course, Yongbo asked Adam to grab a handful first, because Yongbo found that Adam was a bit of a germaphobe. Of course, Yongbo didn't say that this was grabbed in a cloth bag by an elderly store owner with black hands. Then Yongbo let the character eat by himself. Are they thieves or robbers? What is their goal? But I personally don't need to expose this matter first. Some things are only credited when they happen, and nothing is worth it if they don't happen. Anyway, we live in the academy outside the city. It's not easy to sneak into the city now. So when is the right time to sneak into the city? Yongbo didn't figure out a lot of things. Now everyone entering and leaving must be strictly checked. There is no need to make such a mark for just 1 or 2 thieves. Let's wait and see. If these nobles don't suffer, how can I get the credit? Where can I get the bonus? But I have to be prepared. Yongbo planned in his mind. Chapter 709 Incident. Duin Star was officially transformed into a habitable planet of the Blue Water Empire 550 years ago. There are 9 continents on this planet, as well as countless islands and archipelagos. 9 families jointly developed this planet, and then divided the land on it. The 9 continents became the territories of the 9 families. Official information shows that Devon Star has only more than 20 million people. However, there are also many people in the Blue Water Empire, but they are not registered. The registered population of the Blue Water Empire is only the population that pays taxes. The nobles have many servants and slaves who do not need to pay taxes, so they are not registered. In fact, the nobles of the Blue Water Empire will also hide the population, because many of the noble servants and slaves will not leave the nobles' territories. Even if these servants and slaves want to leave the nobles' territories, the nobles also have their own private spacecrafts, and do not need to travel through official channels for interstellar travel. The private territory of the pirate leader is also on this planet, which is normal. Only the newly developed planet is land for the nobles, because the nobles are too fertile, and a noble family is too fertile. If there is not enough land, Many nobles will become nobles without territory. The pirate leader is a viscount, with only 4,000 square kilometers of territory. Of course, there is also 200 kilometers of sea around it. Yang Bo still doesn't know which family the pirate leader belongs to. But the one who can inherit or divide such a large area and rich island is definitely not an ordinary family. Because this island pays almost 90 million credit points in taxes every year. But this is not difficult for Yang Bo. As long as he arrives at Devon Star, he can go to any department that specializes in serving the nobles and know his name and family. Of course, it is impossible to say that he does not know who he is. He just said that he has doubts about taxes and wants to check taxes. The tax bill shows that there are only 1,000 people in the town in his territory. I am afraid it is more than that. It is still comfortable in the Blue Water Empire. The nobles can use superpowers unscrupulously. There are still 3 days to reach Devon Star. There have been several space jumps on the way. And he was inspected the day before yesterday, mainly to check personal belongings. There must not be any items that slander the nobles or the royal family. There are also some patterns or words that show personality in the alliance, which cannot be brought in. This sword association has issued a detailed notice before leaving, because in the Blue Water Empire, multiple genders are not recognized, and homosexuality is illegal. I feel uncomfortable after staying in this spaceship for a long time. Although I can simulate any scenery, the difference from the real one is too big. It may be related to my dynamic vision, which can clearly distinguish between virtual and real. Yang Bo felt a little irritated for no reason. Play the game. Then he had to play the game. After playing the game, Yang Bo controlled the game character to patrol the city with Adam. Green City also entered the busiest time of the year. Yang Bo looked at the carriages coming in and out, and the carriage driver cursed impatiently. Damn it. Hurry up. You have delayed the autumn harvest of the Viscount. Can you afford it? Yang Bo finally knew how those people who drew the marks got into Green City. During the autumn harvest, the nobles would transport all the large amounts of grain that could be stored into the city. The barns outside the city were not very safe, and only a small amount of grain would be left, and more of it was straw for feeding livestock. So at this time, ox carts, horse carts, and rickshaws loaded with sacks kept coming in and out. At this time, the inspection of the city gate would definitely not be so detailed. After all, it was impossible to unload all the sacks on the grain carts. Yang Bo and Adam had gotten up early enough, but the carriages transporting grain had already begun to line up. The guards at the city gate had no time to greet Yang Bo and the others. At the same time, Yang Bo also figured out that these people's target was indeed the noble district. The noble district had a separate city wall, which was a bit like a city within a city. Yang Bo suspected that someone was connected inside and outside, so the bandits could enter the noble district. And the place where the mark pointed was the place where the inside and outside connected. However, Yang Bo did not find the starting point of this mark, which proved that this group of bandits entered the city in a scattered manner. The reason why these bandits made marks must be that someone came to investigate first. It is impossible to bring all the people here. These bandits probably acted at the end of the autumn harvest, because everyone is tired at this time. Whether it is the guards in the city or the knights outside the city, I just don't know where these people evacuated from. Will they be scattered in the city? While patrolling, Yang Bo thought about what he had discovered. I was careless. If they wanted to evacuate, they could kidnap the nobles. Yang Bo instantly thought of their evacuation method. The noble district is a bit empty now. After all, most of the nobles' private guards are sent out to protect their own food. It seems that Green City has a high safety factor now. After all, there are patrolling people and knights everywhere outside the city. But as long as the robbers rush into the noble district to kidnap the nobles, the knights outside the city will become a decoration. So it seems that Green City is very safe now. But it is empty inside, being able to collude with the inside and outside. I'm afraid the people in the city are also powerful. I just don't know who is the person in charge of the gate in the noble district. Of course, it may be just a few guards guarding the gate. Yang Bo is also paying close attention to the time of autumn harvest. At the same time, pay attention to the marks every day and find that someone is maintaining these marks, because there are a lot of graffiti on the walls, and some graffiti will cover these marks. Yang Bo doesn't know about other areas, because Yang Bo is only responsible for patrolling the commercial district. There are several roads in the commercial district that are marked, and the final point is a checkpoint leading to the noble district. No! After leaving the game, Yang Bo felt something was wrong. Locke went outside the city, and the official might give Locke some credit. If something happens outside the city, it will divert attention from the city. Maybe this is also an opportunity. Yang Bo made a note of this. So angry. Lu Jingxiang said again during the meal. What's the matter? Yang Bo asked suspiciously. You don't know yet? Now those young players in the Blue Water Empire, who claim to be swordsmanship geniuses, are lining up to challenge you and knock you to the ground. They told you to go back to the Alliance and play house games instead of coming to the Blue Water Empire. Let me see. Yang Bo opened the news website of the Blue Water Empire. He found that many young talented swordsmen from noble families had posted videos to provoke him. Yang Bo, if you are a man, stand up and respond to me. Yang Bo opened the video, and a young man in sportswear said with a little contempt, holding a sword in his hand. The difference was that the badge on the chest of this young man was silver, and he was actually an earl. Yang Bo, go back to your alliance and play your house games. Another young man was wearing a set of armor, and the badge on this young man was green. And this one was a viscount. The badge of the pirate leader is also green? Yang Bo finally reacted. Yang Bo, I will give you 200 million credit points to compete with you. If you lose, you just need to squat and pee. Another young man also had a green badge, sitting on the top of an ancient castle, holding a glass of red wine in his hand, and said pretentiously, Yang Bo, you are insulting the art of swordsmanship. You lowly person. If you have the guts, respond publicly. Another one used an international friendly gesture. Aren't you angry? Of course not. They are all lining up to give me money. But I need to know their assets first. Some nobles look glamorous on the surface, but they are poor. We don't need to provoke such people. But it's not easy for us to find their assets. I'll find someone to help me check. Yang Bo planned to use Adam as an excuse, and then transform himself into a pirate leader to check. And the pirate leader should also have a butler. And the pirate leader also has a family. Do you know your friend in the game? He should be a rich man. Oh. Lu Jingxiang nodded. We will arrive in 2 days. After we arrive, we will rest for 2 days, and then start the competition. Don't run around when you get there, especially in places you shouldn't go. Let's not go. In fact, every time the members who come to participate in the competition have opinions about the Blue Water Empire. There is no freedom here, and many places are only open to the nobles. It is said that the traditional area is even more powerful, and some people are not even allowed to wear certain colors of clothes. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen both talked about it. Yang Bo nodded. I don't like to cause trouble either. They held many parties on the spaceship. But it's a pity that you didn't participate. I don't want to participate in these activities. Besides, my character in the second world game needs to earn money to eat. Attending the party won't delay much time. Although Lu Jingxiang said this, she hoped that Yang Bo would not participate, because if Yang Bo participated, he would definitely be targeted by other women. Although Lu Jingxiang knew that Yang Bo had a girlfriend, she still didn't want Yang Bo to meet more other women. Lu Jingxiang knew that these women had a lot of tricks, and people like Yang Bo would definitely not be able to escape. Forget it. I'm not familiar with the party. Yang Bo answered with a double-faced answer. The next day, Yang Bo entered the game again, and then patrolled with Adam and others. It's almost over in half a month, and we still have to work hard for another half a month. Now the patrol time is half more than before. Sandy walked beside and spoke. The productivity in the game is relatively low, so it takes a long time to harvest food. At this time, the alarm bell in the city suddenly rang. Sandy and others quickly put on their helmets and ran to the side of a road. Norton Farm west of Green City was attacked by bandits. A man on horseback shouted loudly while delivering information. Norton Farm is a big farm. There are more than 500 young and middle-aged farmers. The Norton family is a famous family in the Jialan province. Sandy and Lord talked to each other. The bell was still ringing. This was the command system, which meant that the Knights of the East District Security Office supported Norton Farm. It seems that there are a lot of bandits. Sandy listened carefully to the bell and said, 2 knights from the security office have been dispatched. Lord nodded. Yang Bo still brought his original bow, but the arrows had been replaced with armor-piercing arrows given by Locke. Knowing that something might happen, Yang Bo brought all the weapons he could carry, including lime, throwing knives, and bows and arrows. At this time, Two people hurriedly turned from an intersection to the noble area. Yang Bo knew that these guys were going to take action. But he did not stop it at this time. Because the merit at this time was not great. The crime was stopped before it started. And the nobles would only give some symbolic rewards. If these nobles suffered losses and then stopped themselves. Then in order to show their generosity, and for future safety, the nobles would definitely give generous rewards. Chapter 710 Take Action. Yang Bo was actually a little anxious now. Because if the noble district didn't react, he wouldn't be able to take action. More than an hour passed. And there was still no movement in the noble district. Wow. These guys are so secretive? Yang Bo found that his plan might have failed. It was almost time for lunch. And Yang Bo heard the sound of bells. When the nobles were traveling in carriages, there would be a sound of bells to remind the civilians in front to get out of the way. Yang Bo saw two carriages with badges on them. Viscount Harlan. Yang Bo looked at the badge on the carriage, and found that it was Viscount Harlan's carriage. Viscount Harlan was a member of the House of Lords of Green City, and was also responsible for the food management of Green City. Yang Bo, who had a dynamic vision, soon found something wrong. That is, the armor on the two knights following him was a little ill-fitting. You know, the armor of the noble knights is made very fit, and can be adjusted at any time. After all, if the armor doesn't fit during the battle, it will cause a lot of trouble. In addition, the coachman's skin color is not right. It is not the color of a worker in a noble family. Instead, he is exposed to the wind and sun outside. And the eyes of the two horses are obviously uneasy. And the whole horse looks a little agitated. In other words, the coachman is not the original coachman. The coachman of the noble family must be very familiar with the horses of the noble family. It seems that both carriages are passenger carriages. But it is obvious that the carriage at the back is heavier. And the curtains are drawn. The curtains in the front carriage are half covered. And a woman dressed as a lady can be seen sitting inside. These guys actually want to sneak out. Yang Bo had many thoughts in his mind. When he saw the two carriages for the first time, Yang Bo judged that there was something wrong. So he turned sideways, and gestured to the three people behind him in the direction of the carriage. Sandy and Lord were standing by and waiting for the noble carriage to pass. And suddenly noticed Yang Bo's movement. Seeing the gestures Yang Bo made behind him, they were also shocked because this kind of gesture was agreed upon between the teams, which was very dangerous. Sandy and Lord also carefully observed the direction of the carriage Yang Bo was looking at. After seeing the coachman, they were also confused. When did Viscount Harlan change the coachman? Seeing the two knights following them, they also found something wrong. They often wore armor. So of course they knew the importance of armor to a knight. Adam was still a little confused. Viscountess? When the carriage passed by, Yang Bo suddenly shouted. The coachman subconsciously stopped the carriage when he heard someone calling Viscountess. Sandy and Lord felt something was wrong. Because the servants of the nobles would only obey the orders of the nobles, and would not stop the carriage just because someone called them. What do you want? Viscountess Harlan asked calmly. Because a robber was squatting in the carriage with a weapon in his hand pointing at her and her daughter. Thank you, madam, for your generous reward last time. I don't know if madam. Yang Bo bowed and saluted. In fact, when Yang Bo started to speak, several people around him were on high alert. But when they saw Yang Bo bowing and saluting, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The next second, Yang Bo took out a bag from his arms and spread it out. Then he jumped to the carriage door and opened it. Then he saw a guy wearing leather armor, holding two daggers in his hands, pointing them at the people inside. Yang Bo sprinkled lime with his left hand and opened the door. And his right hand had already prepared a throwing knife. The throwing knife instantly pierced into the eye socket of the confused big man. Stealing +1. Yang Bo? At the same time, Yang Bo was relieved, proving that this was not an official arrangement. At this time, Sandy and Lord also took action. And the street was narrow. Sandy and Lord had already communicated through eye contact. Lord was responsible for dealing with the coachman, and Sandy dealt with the knight closest to him. The two knew that Yang Bo had prepared lime. And because everyone was standing, they could see Yang Bo taking out lime from his arms when he bent down. When Sandy saw Yang Bo take action, he kicked Adam away, and then rushed to the knight on the horse with the dagger in his hand. The knight on the horse was turning his head to look at Yang Bo's actions. But he didn't expect that the other party actually sprinkled lime. Before he could react, he felt a little cold under his armpit. This was Sandy's dagger piercing his body from the side gap of the armor. Lord also took this opportunity to throw a flying axe. And the driver was also paying attention to Yang Bo. The thieves never expected that the city guards, who had been fine just now, would suddenly attack. Adam was kicked to the ground by his companions, and was still a little confused. Just as he was about to get up, he found that a knight crashed in front of him, and he was left twitching. At this time, the lime dust had not yet dissipated, and Sandy had seen Yang Bo opening the carriage door from the corner of his eye. There was a strong man in leather armor holding 2 daggers, facing the wife and daughter of Viscount Harlan. Enemy attack. Sandy breathed a sigh of relief and stabbed the knight in front of him, then pulled him down. For an experienced warrior like Sandy, there was no need to see whether the knight was alive or dead, because he already knew it by the feel. The hot liquid gushing out when the dagger was pulled out already showed the state of the enemy. Lord's adrenaline was soaring now. After throwing the flying axe, he rushed towards the knight behind him with the dagger in his hand. Because Lord also saw the situation in the carriage, the knight behind him was closer because he was wary of Yang Bo. He was concentrating on looking at Yang Bo, so he was instantly blinded by the lime. In this narrow street, the knight's long sword was useless, and the knight behind subconsciously drew out the knight's sword. But the lime made the horse retreat 2 steps, just leaning against the carriage, so the knight's sword was not pulled out at all. At this time, Lord's short sword had penetrated the gap in the armor like a venomous snake. Although the horses in the Viscount's carriage were a little agitated, they did not run away in fear, because these horses were strictly trained and would not be frightened unless the driver gave an order. If the horses were frightened at every turn, they would have been dealt with long ago. What an idiot. Lord looked at the knight armor these guys were wearing, and they were not wearing it properly. The knight armor was also assembled piece by piece. Each knight had several people responsible for wearing the armor. If it was worn well, it could cover all places. If it was not worn well, there would be gaps, which would be troublesome. In addition, this knight was on a horse, and Lord was below. After Yang Bo stabbed the robber in the carriage to death with a flying knife, he saw that the knight on his left had been dealt with by Sandy, and Lord rushed to a knight behind him. Yang Bo quickly picked up the bow against the wall. As soon as he found something wrong, Yang Bo quietly took off the bow and leaned it against the wall. Fighting +1. Riding +1. Riding +1. At this time, 3 skills appeared in Yang Bo's mind, which were the coachman and the 2 knights. Pick up the bow, draw the bow, and shoot arrows. The coachman behind was shaking off the reins to run, but he was hit by an arrow in the forehead. Herbal proficiency +1. Yang Bo? There were 4 people walking behind the carriage, and these 4 people were also wearing leather armor. The 4 people reacted quickly. These 4 people were obviously escorting the gains of everyone in the carriage. They rushed over as soon as they saw something wrong in front. Lord had just dealt with the knight behind him at this time, and immediately took a dagger to fight one of them. Yang Bo quickly drew his bow, and killed one of the 2 bandits on his side in an instant. The carriage stopped in the middle, and the 4 people were on both sides. Herbal mastery +1. Killing this person will relieve Lord's pressure. Then Yang Bo quickly drew his bow, and shot an arrow at the 2 people who came around on the other side. Stealing +1. Adam, quickly escort the noble lady away. At the same time, Yang Bo did not forget to shout loudly, because the Viscountess had already jumped off the carriage and fell to the ground. Adam was startled by the fallen knight, and just as he got up, he saw the Viscountess in the carriage jumped out. Madam. After Yang Bo shouted, Adam subconsciously went to help the Viscountess. Thank you. Although the Viscountess, who was already several decades old, was so frightened that her face turned pale and her hands trembled, she still did not forget to say thank you. The Viscount's daughter jumped down from behind, but after jumping down, she actually took out a short knife and rushed towards Yang Bo, who was shooting arrows. Everyone was stunned by this scene, but the next second, they saw Yang Bo's bow in his hand, fiercely pulling it over. The Viscount's daughter was instantly knocked to the ground. The bow is not just a long-range weapon. Of course, she just fainted. The Viscountess seemed to understand everything after seeing all this. Leave the rest to me. Sandy saw that there was still 1 bandit left, and hurriedly shouted loudly. But the next second, he was solved by Yang Bo's arrow. And then Sandy saw that Lord was still fighting with someone, so he rushed up. Fighting +1. In a hurry, Lord risked his injury and stabbed the opponent's vitals with a fierce sword. But this person did not give any skills. And the knight and coachman were fascinated by Yang Bo's line just now, which was also an attack. The 4 people behind were not affected by the lime. At this time, the sound of horses was heard in the distance, and it was known that it was a knight. That's good. Sandy breathed a sigh of relief. What the hell? We all forgot to blow the sirens. How did they get here? Besides, how did these guys get out of the noble area? There was no movement in the noble area. How did so many strangers get in? Before Yang Bo finished speaking, he saw 4 knights rushing over from the noble area. Sandy and Lord's faces changed drastically when they heard this. But the next second, Yang Bo raised his hand and shot an arrow, hitting the mount of the knight, who was coming quickly. The arrow hit the horse's nose, and the horse's head was protected by leather. But the nose was not, and the horse stood up instantly. The 3 knights behind did not take any precautions and rushed together instantly. If it was in a wide place, these knights could roll to the side when they fell off the horse. But unfortunately, this was a street, and these knights rolled to the side and could not escape the fate of being crushed by the horse. This kind of street was originally designed to deal with cavalry. At this time, Adam finally reacted and blew the siren. Sandy and Nord looked at the embarrassed appearance of the 4 knights, and they were instantly excited and rushed up with daggers in hand. The 2 guys were very vicious. After the mounts fell, they stood up immediately. But several knights were not so easy to get up. These mounts still wanted to protect their masters. But Sandy and Lord slapped them with swords and quickly retreated. Sandy and Lord quickly used the daggers in their hands to directly greet these knights. These knights were hit hard by their mounts, and were a little confused for a while. They tried to get up, but they were hit by someone. The injuries were not serious, just stabbed. It didn't seem fatal, but they had no ability to resist. In less than 10 minutes, the city guards arrived. There was more than 1 patrol team in the commercial district. WOC. The first patrol team that arrived was also shocked by the scene in front of them. Those who didn't know thought that someone was going to rob the noble carriage. But when they saw the Viscountess next to them, they knew that it might not be what they thought. As for why it was the Viscountess, it was a joke. How could these soldiers in the city not know the Viscountess? Besides, even if they didn't know her, the clothes she wore and the badge on her hat represented her identity. The sheriff of Dongcheng district dared to come 20 minutes later. Viscountess, you are frightened? The sheriff hurriedly looked at the Viscountess first. Then the sheriff asked about the incident, and then looked at the scene, and his face eased a lot. The sheriff of Dongcheng district knew that this matter was too big, and he couldn't handle it. So he quickly sent someone to report to the garrison general. A viscount's family was robbed and his wife was kidnapped. Although there might be a reason for the viscount's daughter, it was even more impossible for a small Dongcheng district sheriff to handle it, because there might be a scandal of the nobles in it. The sheriff of Dongcheng district told the 4 people not to mention the viscount's daughter to others. Yang Bo said that we didn't tell anyone about this matter, and you are the first officer to know the whole story. The sheriff of East City district patted Yang Bo's shoulder with satisfaction. Although everyone knew that the nobles' private lives were chaotic, they should not say what they shouldn't say. It would be good for everyone to pretend not to know some things. Soon, the garrison general of Green City also came. This was the highest military and security officer of the entire Green City. Handy, how did you find out that there was a problem? The garrison general asked Yang Bo after listening to the private report of the sheriff of East City district. Report to the general. First of all, I found that the horse pulling the carriage was a little manic, but the coachman did not do anything to calm the horse's mood. Then I found that the coachman also had some problems. First of all, his clothes were not fitting, which was definitely not in line with the status of the viscount. Everyone present nodded when they heard this. Servants also represented the face of their masters in a certain way. The viscount's coachman would definitely be neat and tidy, because the coachman appears in people's first field of vision. The clothes would definitely not be ill-fitting. Otherwise colleagues would say that the viscount was harsh behind his back. Also, the coachman's skin color was not right. They looked more like farmers, who often worked in the fields. Ha ha. The garrison general nodded and laughed at the same time. In addition, the knights next to them seemed to be a little uneasy on their mounts, and their armor was not worn properly, and was not suitable for them. Armor is the companion of the knight, and the most important protective gear. The knights of the viscount should not be of such poor quality. In addition, the most important thing is that I tried to call the viscountess, and the coachman stopped the car without authorization. So I took a risk and saw the Viscountess being held hostage by the bandits. I want to apologize to the Viscountess here. I offended her. Yang Bo turned around and apologized to the Viscountess, who had regained her elegance. Handy is a very good young man. If it weren't for him, our family's wealth would be robbed by these thieves. And what hurts me most is that the guards of our noble district actually colluded with these bandits. The Viscountess turned around and said another thing. Madam, don't worry. I will give an explanation to the entire noble district. The garrison general felt a little embarrassed. Fortunately, the matter had been resolved. Otherwise, if these bandits succeeded, then he would definitely not be able to hold this position. No matter how much wealth the entire noble district has, the safety of the noble district cannot be guaranteed. So what is the use of you as a general? Take all the people away. No matter what method is used. I must know the truth as soon as possible. The garrison general gave an order. You have such excellent soldiers in Dongcheng district. Very good. The garrison general left a word when he left. The sheriff of Dongcheng district patted Yang Bo's shoulders fiercely. And patted Sandy, Rod, and Adam, you guys. I didn't expect to make such a great contribution. A young man from March Star saw this scene and said sourly, Yang Bo is just relying on himself as a game player. Even if he made a wrong judgment. The worst thing is to reestablish the character. Haha. You seem to be different. The president of the March Star Sword Association laughed beside him. The young man was depressed and vomited blood. The game data of players in the Alliance Sword Association is only known by the presidents and assistants of each branch. Because they are trying to find a secret. They will not interfere with the various activities of the players in it. Chapter 711 Rejection. Adam was still a little confused and had no idea what was going on. Because it all happened so fast. The whole thing took less than a minute from start to finish. From being kicked over. Everything happened so fast. Especially the other three guys. They cooperated so well. At the same time, Adam was a little unhappy. Why didn't he react? You should have a good rest today. Lord. I'll give you half a month off to recover from your injuries. You have made great contributions this time. The sheriff of Dongcheng district was very happy to see Lord injured and the others intact. Sandy curled his lips when he heard this. Lord was injured because he was afraid that he would take the credit. Sandy looked at Handy next to him. He didn't expect that he would react so quickly at such a young age. And Handy's contribution this time was the first. Because he was the first to discover the problem. And the second was that he killed the most people. 1 in the carriage and 3 in the back. He only had 1 knight. No matter whether he was a real knight or a fake knight. He killed a knight anyway. Lord as a knight. A groom. And 3 more merits. Sandy is still a little excited now. Because it is so rare to get a knight's merit from the front battlefield. And now the merit he has obtained is 100% not lost. Because this is to rescue Viscountess Green and save Viscount Green's property. No matter what. The noble council will agree. If these people go to rob other merchants or ordinary people, the noble council may not recognize this knight's merit. And later. For spies were captured. And he also had a credit. Of course. The main credit still belongs to Andy. Thank you, sir. Although Lord was hurt, he had won a military merit. This time the merit came too easily and too quickly. And he hadn't reacted yet. Handy, you performed the best. And you made the greatest contribution this time. But now is not the time to reward you. We have to wait until the higher-ups find out before we can reward you. The sheriff of Dongcheng district patted Yang Bo on the shoulder again. All this was arranged properly by the sir. If it weren't for the patrol route arranged by the sir, we might have missed these damn guys. Yang Bo said righteously. Ha ha. Good. Good. When the sheriff of Dongcheng district heard this, he felt that Yang Bo was a good seedling worth cultivating. Adam muttered in his heart when he heard this, a flatterer. But then he thought of his friends in real life and his genius brother, none of whom had achieved success as a flatterer. His father said that this game is the best way to train people. If you can succeed in the game, you can also succeed in other aspects. But no matter how you look at it, this flatterer doesn't look like a successful person. How could a successful person flatter an NPC? But then he thought of how much silver coins he had earned. Can I get a share of gold coins this time? Thinking of the money, Adam instantly stopped thinking about other things and sent a message to Yang Bo. That's for sure. I'll give you 2 military merits. What about you? I saved the Viscountess and found out that the person who came behind was a spy. I also helped the Viscount recover a huge loss. It doesn't matter whether I have any merits or not. How much money will 2 military merits give me? This time, the Viscount will definitely offer a large reward to set an example for others. And the garrison general will also reward them. Didn't you say before that they should share the money for their merits? If we hadn't discovered it this time, the garrison general would definitely be dismissed. After all, the nobles in the city can't use him to continue to protect their property. Oh! Adam finally understood the reason. The Green City Noble Council was very angry about this matter. Especially the guards in the noble district, who actually colluded with the bandits outside. This is absolutely unforgivable. And the Viscountess was actually kidnapped. And the Viscount's treasure was put on the carriage. And no one noticed it along the way. And they almost left the city. As for the harm suffered by the servants in the Viscount's house, let alone this. The servants in the nobles' homes are carefully selected, and then trained for many years. And each one is of high value. As for the Viscount's daughter, it was definitely not the nobles' own business. How could the nobles be wrong? The 4 knights who were captured were tortured and finally found out that they were actually members of the Tiger Thieves group. These 4 knights were bribed by the thieves group for various reasons. As for the Viscount's daughter, she was also seduced by someone arranged by the thieves group. This person was actually a musician. The Noble Council was furious and immediately sent the most elite Green City Black Armor Cavalry Regiment to go directly to the place of support. And they swept the Tiger Thieves group's stronghold in the city. So when Yongbo and Adam just returned to the academy, they saw more than 30 cavalrymen in black armor, like a black mudslide, running towards the distance. Black Armor Cavalry Regiment. Yongbo saw these cavalrymen. They were Greencheng's most elite cavalrymen, wearing heavy black armor. You will arrive the day after tomorrow. When you arrive, shall we meet at a certain place? Adam sent a message to Yongbo. Let's wait and see. Take a rest for 2 days. Yongbo also wanted to clarify the identity of the pirate leader first. Well, I'm really curious about what you look like in real life. I'm also curious about what you look like as a rich young master. Flatterer. I have 10 gold coins. No. I still have some silver coins. I may need dozens or hundreds of gold coins this time. Go offline. Why go offline? I have to report to the dean first. Oh. You are so smart. Dean Eddie has heard about what happened in the city. Now Yongbo came back to report things. The dean was very happy to hear. I didn't expect you to observe so carefully. And your archery is really good. But I don't have enough strength. I can only be powerful in close combat in this kind of city. It's not that there is no way, but it's more dangerous. You go back and think about it carefully. Do you want to try it? Dean Eddie actually said such a thing. Ask him what the solution is? Adam sent a message to Yongbo privately. I'm not going to agree. We can't sense power with this method. Besides, even if I become a master archer, I might be called to the border. It's better to stay in the city. Yongbo replied. Adam also agreed with Yongbo after reading the message. Thank you for your kindness, Dean. I'm afraid my talent is not good enough. Besides, I think my current life is good. Yongbo directly refused. A person who is easily satisfied must be a happy person. Handy. I respect your choice. Eddie nodded when he heard this. Everyone has their own choice. The dean has seen many people dominated by many things over the years. When a person is dominated by other things, this person is on the road of no return. The dean also had to admit that the choice of the young man in front of him was also right. With this merit, the young man's way in Green City was completely opened. Then you should have a good rest. You can use the training place of the academy. In addition, your meals will be upgraded to a higher level. The dean spoke again. Thank you for the dean's cultivation. Yongbo spoke before Adam said. This time you have made a contribution. And our academy also has face. The dean smiled when he said this. The funds of Green Academy are completely funded by the nobles of Green City. This matter proves that the academy has done a good job. It should be no problem to increase funds next year. Show me your darts? Adam said. Yongbo nodded. And then the two of them came to the place where archery training was conducted. I didn't expect you to be able to use darts. I can also ride a horse. And I won a prize in an equestrian competition. It's a pity that you don't have a horse yet. You are really a person who speaks. You really are realistic. Right? I can also shoot arrows. Yongbo watched Adam easily hit the bullseye. And he was impressed. Here's the bow and arrow for you. What about you? I have a better bow and arrow. How good is it? It is said to be worth 500 gold coins. You are just bragging. Wow! Yongbo took out a bow worth 500 gold coins. And Adam also saw that this bow was different. This bow looks very ordinary. All black. And is larger than the bow Yongbo is using now. The bow Yongbo is using now is called a hunting bow. And the current one is more accurately called a horn bow. It is said to be made of a wild ox horn and other materials. It is the work of a bow master, and is packed in a bow bag made of cowhide. This bow really feels different. Adam put the bow string on, pulled it again, and then slowly restored it. It's a pity that I can't feel it, Yongbo said with a chuckle. In terms of strength and feeling, this bow seems to feel similar to the best bow in our home. Adam said again. Then I'll give you this one. Yongbo didn't care. Forget it. I'm afraid someone will rob me if I carry such a valuable item. Adam shook his head. Although he was reluctant, he still didn't want to take advantage of it. It's up to you. Yongbo had a hunch that Viscount Green might give him a bow. Although he had hit his daughter with the bow. Although these bows were worth a lot of money to him. They were just a collection for these nobles. Then the two practiced archery for a while. And Adam's archery was no weaker than Yongbo's. Adam was also very surprised that Yongbo's control method could achieve such accuracy. Adam also used darts very smoothly. The two of us will be powerful in this game in the future. Waiting for those bandits to attack Green City. Yongbo smiled. Archers are very fragile. And our strength is still too weak. Just practice slowly. After practicing archery for a certain period of time, Yongbo set the AFK program to log off. There is still 1 day left tomorrow. And we will arrive at the Blue Water Empire the day after tomorrow. Once there, we will pretend for a few days to find out the identity of the pirate leader. And then build a research institute in our own territory. Yongbo had been in the spaceship for a long time and felt uncomfortable. Chapter 712 Arrival. The next day, there was nothing to do in the game. So Yongbo and Adam practiced archery and darts. The Green City incident will definitely not end so quickly. After all, this incident is too big. After leaving the game, the spaceship notified us to get off the spaceship. There are only tens of millions of people here? Standing on the airport of Devon Star, Yongbo looked down at the night view of the planet. You can see that the cities on the planet are shining brightly. In the dark part of the planet, you can see more than a dozen obvious bright spots. The land of Devon Star is divided into 5 large blocks. Except for the South Pole and the North Pole. The other 3 continents are distributed in a triangle. The largest one is in the lower right corner, which is twice the total area of the other 2 lands. The smallest one is in the lower left corner. But there are islands everywhere. It is said that there are more than 100,000 islands of all sizes in this area. The territory of the pirate leader is in this place. Located in the south of the Tropic of Capricorn. The area of the top land is between the two. In winter, the freezing of the Arctic will connect the Arctic ice field with the top land. Now what we can see at the airport is the largest piece of the continent. And it is night. Yongbo still wears glasses and a mask. And most of the people from other alliances do the same. The players of the Alliance Sword Association do not have a good reputation in the Blue Water Empire. Although they have achieved good results. They all think that the Alliance is a desert for swordsmanship. When we take the space elevator to the ground, we see a huge billboard. Yongbo. If you are a man, accept the challenge. The huge virtual projection billboard projected several huge words. Mike and others who have many fans in the Alliance have no fans here at all. Take the maglev bus arranged by the Swordsmanship Association directly to the hotel. What luck! The place of this competition is not far from the territory of the pirate leader. It is about 2,000 kilometers. Wandao City is the place of this swordsmanship competition, because it has the most beautiful scenery of Devon Star, with white sandy beaches, clear and transparent seawater, and it is very private here. There are many small islands. Tourists can completely enjoy their personal privacy on this small island. At the same time, this is also the most popular tourist destination on Devon Star. It is impossible for nobles to squeeze into a hotel with other people when they come to travel. So many small islands here have become the choice of nobles. And they enjoy their lives on the islands, with many servants and slaves at home. At the same time, many islands here have also been bought by nobles and built into their favorite shapes, which are a bit like holiday villas. Similarly, any terrain can be found here, because there are also several large mountains in this area. Wandao City belongs to the southwest continent of Devon Star. The names of the 3 continents of Devon are very interesting. The largest one is called the Southeast Continent, and the one above is called the North Continent. Yongbo has changed to a new watch issued by the Sword Association. This watch does not use biological sample verification, but a password. This is equivalent to a temporary ID card, which can only enter and exit some areas in Wandao City, and cannot leave Wandao City. Surprisingly, there were fans of Mike and others when they arrived at the hotel. This hotel is a foreign-related hotel. All foreigners outside the Blue Water Empire live in this hotel. Yongbo saw some guys with fierce faces. These are people from the Crimson Federation. Most of them are local warlords. Lu Jingxiang whispered. How do you know? Yongbo asked curiously. This is also the largest slave auction site. These people from the Crimson Federation are here to sell people. At the same time, there is also a largest arena here. But this is more similar to the arena recorded in our alliance. The Crimson Federation has also trained a lot of people to participate. Lu Jingxiang continued to explain. Yongbo remembered that Lu Jingxiang said he used to like to read various records of the family. The fat boss's family was originally mixed up, and they must know about these. TSK. Yongbo felt a huge contrast. There is still slavery in today's scientifically developed world. But then Yongbo was not surprised, because when he traveled on Earth, there were also slave countries, and they were not small countries. It is said that the South Asian subcontinent next to us is the country with the most slaves. The whole hotel is a large ring with a gap in the ring. In the middle of the ring is a huge port, full of various yachts. The entire hotel is actually built on the sea. The climate here is very pleasant. Yongbo arrived at his residence, opened the window, and the sea breeze blew in. Yongbo's residence is located at the gap of the Ring Hotel, a 270-degree sea view room. And there are various green plants on the balcony, and they are all introduced. This is a real runway-style balcony. The entire balcony is about 300 meters long. Gorgeous. Yongbo looked at the huge indoor swimming pool, as well as the exclusive servant room, pet room, gym, living room, and conference room. I didn't expect that we were so lucky to be assigned this room. It is said that this is one of the best rooms in the hotel. Apart from this, only the room on the roof is the best. Lu Jingxiang looked at the huge balcony here and said, have a good rest, and walk around tomorrow. Yongbo planned to use 2 days to figure out his identity as the pirate leader. Do you want to go together tomorrow? Sister, if I go with you, won't it be exposed? That's true. Won't you play the game tomorrow? I won't starve to death in 1 or 2 days. Although that was the case, Yongbo still went to the game and set up the hang-up program. The next day, Yongbo woke up from the hotel and stood on the balcony looking at the beautiful scenery outside the window. The blue sea, the blue sky, and the beautiful sunshine. Without time to appreciate these beautiful scenery, Yongbo went out fully armed. When he arrived at the hotel lobby, he found that there were a lot of people going out, and they were all dressed similarly. This hotel is very large and has many exits. This place is perfect for me to do something. Yongbo found that there were no surveillance cameras in many places in this city, because it is said that the nobles are worried that surveillance will reveal their whereabouts. Only in foreign-related hotels and foreign-related shops are there surveillance cameras. Yongbo walked to the beach and then walked along the coastline. Not long after walking, he came to a coastline with rocks. Shortly after Yongbo entered the rocky forest, the pirate leader came out from other places. The pirate leader returned to his hometown, wearing only a pair of large sunglasses. Wandao City has a department dedicated to serving the nobles. Sir! Yongbo was wearing a loose sportswear and huge sunglasses. As soon as he arrived at the door of the noble service department, a guard stopped Yongbo. Pa! He was slapped by Yongbo and flew out. You damn bastards! Why did my tax increase again? Yongbo cursed rudely. A guard next to him saw this scene and quickly bowed and said, Your Excellency, please come in. Humph! Yongbo snorted and went in. I'm not saying anything about you. Who else can come to our place except those noble masters? Who dares to pretend to be a noble and come to our department to cause trouble at the risk of being beheaded? You said you can't even stand guard properly. What else can you do? The guard who was not beaten went to support another guard and complained in a low voice. But he doesn't have any badges on him. You know the temper of the nobles. Some people like this. Not everyone goes out with a large group of servants. Often, Those who dress normally are very strong and can face any situation. Yang Bo heard the conversation between the two guards and shouted before he reached the door, "Where are the people inside? Are they all dead? I pay tens of millions of taxes a year to support a bunch of waste like you. Your Excellency. I'm sorry." The people inside quickly opened the door and welcomed Yang Bo in. Yang Bo sat on the sofa, and there were two beautiful staff members kneeling on the ground next to him, serving tea and water. "Your Excellency. How can I help you?" Later, a staff member knelt down on the ground. Look! I want to know how you calculate my tax." Yang Bo took out the email directly. "Your Excellency. The noble Viscount. We will help you find out everything as soon as possible." The woman kneeling on the ground quickly bent down and said, after seeing the email, "You'd better give me a reasonable explanation. Otherwise I will smash your shitty place. We will do it as soon as possible." The woman who came later got up and backed out after saying that. Under Yang Bo's sunglasses, he looked at the two school beauties kneeling next to him serving him. And these two people are obviously superpowers. And they don't have the smell of ordinary people. Corruption. It's so cool to be a noble. Yang Bo muttered in his heart. No need for you. I'm alone. Yang Bo waved his hand. The two staff members kneeling on the ground bowed, then stood up and backed out, without saying a word the whole time. In less than 20 minutes, a man came in, and a woman who just came in. "Welcome, Lord Bart. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting." The two came in and knelt on the ground, then spoke, and took out a thick stack of documents. Yang Bo looked at his real name Bart St. Hotman Vincent Altina on the document. My goodness. It turns out that my family is one of the families of the Senate of the Blue Water Empire. Yang Bo knew that he was born in the Altina family. The Blue Water Empire Senate is also called the Hereditary Nobles House. And all of them are famous hereditary nobles in the empire. The House of Commons is where some scientists and others are doing research. The Senate of the Blue Water Empire is also called the Council of Elders. Who are you showing these huge piles of documents to? Yang Bo shouted loudly. Hey! Who is coming to my department to yell? At this moment, a fat man came in from the door. There was a silver badge on his chest, and he looked like a count. Yang Bo was about to curse, but he didn't expect the fat man to yell the next second, Bart, you damn bastard. Where did you go to take risks again? No wonder my taxes have increased. Yang Bo saw that the other party's tone of speech was probably still a good relationship. So he also stood up and said with a dissatisfied tone. When the other party came up to hug, Yang Bo directly planted the spiritual seed for others. Alan, why are you in this broken place? Yang Bo instantly knew that the other party was called Alan, and he had a good relationship with him, and the other party's territory was next to him. Don't mention it. Those old guys are going to raise taxes again. You know it's extremely difficult to collect our taxes. So I'm staying here, Alan said with a disdainful tone. You are acting as a watchdog. Uh-huh. Yang Bo laughed. Are you back to attend the noble meeting? I found you have changed a lot in 5 years. Alan said again. Alan, are you confused here? We haven't seen each other for only 3 years. Yang Bo took off his glasses and said, I didn't expect this Alan to be scheming. I don't know how long it will take to sit in this broken place for a whole day. Are you going to go out this time? Alan said casually. This time I'm going to invest and set up a research institute. Can this be tax-free? You do research. You will do research with those women. Have you forgotten when we were in school together? Alan seemed to have heard a big joke. It's better for me to be the second to last than for you to be the last. I once got the second to last, and you got the last. There's a reason for that. Do you really want to invest in research? Just prepare to invest. How much money do you plan to invest? First tell me if there is a tax-free policy and a subsidy policy. You will definitely get the benefits. Alan can be in charge of this place. His family is not ordinary. His grandfather is the current Minister of Finance of the Blue Empire. Of course, his grandfather has more than 40 sons. And I don't know how many grandchildren he has. How much do you want to invest first? At least 20 billion. Did you rob the Imperial Bank? The two staff members pretended not to hear the rude words coming out of the mouths of the two noble masters. I want to rob. But now I use digital currency, which I earned by taking risks outside. Tell me, did you inherit the estate of some rich woman? Alan asked in disbelief. Am I that kind of person? I am the only one who spends money on women. Chapter 713 Territory. You really have 20 billion to invest? Alan's eyes widened, still unable to believe that the punk who grew up with him had 20 billion now. And he was still guarding the door here. 20 billion is the minimum. If you can take out 20 billion, you can get 10 billion with the subsidies from above. Of course you know that. Alan gave a look that Yang Bo understood. Although Alan is a fat man, this guy is also very strong. Almost A-level. But his IQ is not very good. That is to say, he has strong limbs and a simple mind. But he has a good family background. That's easy to say, as long as there are no additional conditions. No one dares to cheat you. Alan laughed when he heard this. Since you are in this broken place, I won't make trouble. If it were someone else, I would tear this place down. Yang Bo said. It is said that this time the noble parliament meeting is to raise taxes. Let's see who dares to propose it. Whoever dares to propose it, I will beat him. Yang Bo said rudely that Bart's reputation in the noble circle is not good. I also think your idea is good. Otherwise, let's spread the word first. If anyone dares to pay taxes, we will challenge them. We are not good at verbal battles, but we are not afraid of anyone when it comes to fighting. Alan nodded. Let's talk about it later. I'm going back first. I'll treat you to a good time in 2 days. You have 20 billion. You must go to Paradise Island. Okay. Okay. The two said as they walked out. Also, White Island will hold a masked cocktail party the day after tomorrow. You will die on a woman's belly sooner or later. You fat guy. You don't like women anymore after all these years of hanging out? I'm here to comfort those noble ladies. Their men can't satisfy them. So I'll satisfy them. I heard there will be princesses and the like this time. Damn. We'll go together then. Yang Bo was ready to see what it was like. As soon as he walked to the door, a noble carriage stopped at the gate. A young man jumped off the carriage and yelled, You guys are raising taxes on me again? Tear down this broken place. The young man roared. And the 6 guards behind him were all glowing with energy. But the next second a red shadow flashed by. And then, the noble's carriage exploded. A good dog doesn't block the road. But you'll block me next time. Yang Bo yelled rudely. Because he learned from Alan that the pirate leader's style of doing things is a bit rough. Let's go! Then Yang Bo flew up in front of Alan's astonished eyes. And then flashed by. This bastard not only makes money, but his superpower is so strong. Alan cursed behind him. Yang Bo knew from Alan's memory that Bart's superpower was fire. But the fire superpower was not very strong. And Bart's strength was still good. When Yang Bo killed the pirates, the other party gave him the battleship driving skills. Of course, Yang Bo did not fly back to the territory arrogantly, but flew a few hundred meters and then landed. Yang Bo could hear Alan's crazy laughter behind him. Ha ha ha. I thought you were so powerful. Alan laughed. The 2 gatekeepers almost buried their heads in the ground when they heard the Earl's rude words. They felt ashamed to have such a boss. And you guys? Alan was about to say that he would deal with the troublemaker. But he didn't expect that the other party had already run away. It was normal for nobles to fight with each other. If they won, they would have faced. But if they lost, they would be beaten when they went home. Law. It didn't exist. The most aristocrats could do was to be fined. Yang Bo directly took a flying car back to the territory. The flying car was driven by someone. The driver was a handsome young man who didn't dare to speak the whole time. As soon as the flying car reached the outskirts of Bart's territory, someone drove the flying car over. However, after Yang Bo opened the car window, the other party followed the flying car. Master. Yang Bo got off the flying car, and the butler shouted respectfully beside him. There were also the guards at home, who were also waiting respectfully beside him. What happened in Wandao City has spread everywhere. The waste of the Altina family is back again. When he came back, he was arm in arm with another waste. And he also used his superpowers to blow up another earl's carriage. As for why he is called a waste, it is because the nobles nowadays are not competing for who has stronger individual military strength, but who has better business acumen. No matter how strong the military strength is, if you can't pay taxes, your territory will be confiscated by the empire. Which noble doesn't have a lot of strong guards? Well, Yang Bo nodded and left. As for the fare, he didn't need to ask for it himself. The butler naturally knew how to arrange it. At the moment of passing by, Yang Bo released the spiritual seed to the butler again. Fortunately, Yang Bo breathed a sigh of relief. The pirate leader didn't mess around in his territory. Nor did he say that there were a lot of illegitimate children waiting for him to raise. How has the territory been in recent years? Yang Bo asked as he made a gesture while sitting in the living room. The pirate leader asked the servant to prepare a drink. In the past 3 years, 452 people were born in the territory, and 251 people died. Among them, 9 people were executed for crimes, and 15 people were serving sentences in prison for crimes. The export growth of products has been very stable in recent years. The housekeeper did not doubt Yang Bo, because all these actions could not be done by disguised potions. Speaking of exports, in fact, all the exported seafood was sold to his family's industry. This is also very normal for nobles. As long as they can produce something in their own family, they will not buy it from outside. Has anyone bought the islands in the southwest of the territory? Yang Bo took the drink from the maid skillfully, drank it without any image, and then asked, "Not yet." The housekeeper replied after hearing this. "Find a way to buy these islands. I want to invest. Also prepare an account for me to transfer money from the alliance. The drinks are very good. Martha, your cooking skills are still so good." Yang Bo praised again. "Thank you for the compliment, sir." The person who brought the drinks to Yang Bo was a beautiful middle-aged woman, one of Bart's personal maids. Basically, they grew up together and were 2 years older than Bart. Yes, the butler wanted to say something, but he couldn't say it in front of other servants. "There is absolutely no problem with my investment this time." Yang Bo learned from the butler's memory that Bart had invested in many projects, but all of them went down the drain. The butler was with Bart since he was a child and managed all affairs. "Master, the account is ready." The housekeeper prepared the account in a short time. Yang Bo stood up and sent a message to Zhang Buizhen. Zhang Buizhen received Mr. Zhou's message, and Yobo glanced at it and nodded. Bart's housekeeper's name is Jerry, who was born into a small noble family. This is also a unique feature of the great nobles. They will not use ordinary people as housekeepers. It's just that the name Jerry reminds Yang Bo of a cunning and clever mouse. Zhang Buizhen sent another message. "Has Mr. Zhou arrived?" "Mr. Zhou, don't mention it. I wanted to have fun when I arrived, but I didn't expect to be set up." Zhang Buizhen was shocked when he saw the other party's answer. According to this person's temper, he would not kill people. But he didn't see the message, so he quickly sent a message. "What happened next?" "Mr. Zhou, the heroine they used to fish performed well, so I took them in as my younger brothers, so that I also have some spies here." Zhang Buizhen whispered after seeing the news. "Uncle Nyo, how unlucky must these guys be to meet this guy? He must have a bigger plan to recruit younger brothers over there." Uncle Nyo nodded beside him. Zhang Buizhen sat on a chair and tilted his head back after hearing this. "If Mr. Zhou goes to the capital planet to develop, it will be good for us. He will no longer keep an eye on us, which is great. It seems that he must be preparing to cause trouble if he wants this money. And people like him will definitely not stay in one place, and will not put themselves in danger. In addition, these people's personalities also determine that they cannot stay in one place." Uncle Nyo also speculated. "Don't care about him. Give him what he should give. The situation here is still unstable. If the family still wants to keep an eye on me, then contact Mr. Zhou." Zhang Buizhen waved his hand. Jerry, the butler, stared at the money that was transferred in. He realized that he was a little rude and quickly adjusted his expression. In such a short period of time, he earned billions of credit points. Because this is a foreign exchange account, it shows the alliance credit points. The currency of the Blue Water Empire is called blue coins. The exchange rate between blue coins and alliance credit points is 1 minute and 1.34 seconds. Jerry, the butler, was so surprised that he didn't expect that his master would make so much money after more than 3 years away. Jerry, the butler, didn't know what his master was doing outside, but according to his master's ability, he was probably just doing it recklessly. Yang Bo had to admire the pirate leader for hiding the fact that he was a pirate. Of course, being a pirate in the Blue Water Empire is a shame. Just think about a noble family member going to another country to be a pirate. At the same time, Yang Bo also knew that the pirate leader probably liked to be a pirate. After all, he was a guy with a bad temper. "What kind of investment does the master mainly run?" Butler Jerry asked, bowing beside him. "Mainly space research?" Yang Bo answered. "What?" Butler Jerry wondered if he had heard it wrong. "Space research? Such a high-end research. Can his master do it?" Could it be that his master was fooled again? And the money he earned was wasted again? Of course. The nobles are the ones who can deceive the nobles. And ordinary people dare not deceive the nobles. Master? Don't worry that I was deceived. I found 3 top scientists this time. Yongbo certainly knew what the butler was going to say. Butler Jerry wondered if he had heard it wrong again. Top scientists? Can my master know top scientists? Can top scientists do research with my master? Yongbo is in contact with White. White and his 3 people are now at a critical moment in material research. But it is a pity that Yongbo is not cooperating now. Seeing the contact information left by Yongbo, he asked the 3 of them to go to Devon Star of the Blue Water Empire and meet and talk at that time. White and his 3 people thought of the prospects of high-temperature resistant materials and the superpowers possessed by the person who sent the message. So the 3 decided to resign and go to Devon Star. Yongbo was relieved to find White's idea with his spiritual seed. As long as these 3 guys can come and build a space laboratory on his side, it will be convenient for him to go from the Alliance to the Empire. Master, the family is urging you to get married again. Headache. Yongbo felt a headache when he said this, because the nobles were still somewhat conservative. If he did not get married at a certain age and had no heirs, his title would be deprived and his territory would be taken back by the family. But where can he find someone to marry now? He has a woman, but it is not convenient to reveal his current identity. In addition, another requirement for marriage in the Blue Water Empire is that the 2 families are of equal status. That is to say, if Yongbo wants to bring a woman from the Alliance, the family will not recognize it. However, there is one advantage for nobles. That is, it is not illegal to have multiple women, as long as the wife agrees. Did the family give candidates? Yongbo turned around and asked. There are 6 candidates, and one of them is a countess. Chapter 714 different. Yongbo saw the information that Butler Jerry gave him, and then asked, do we have to choose from these people? This is the first priority, and they are all very close to our family. Butler Jerry nodded. Butler Jerry is a middle-aged man with yellow skin, brown eyes, a slightly long face, a high hairline, and hair tied back like a woman. He is wearing a black robe, giving people a refreshing and neat feeling. This is also a master, an A-level superpower, and a mecha master. He can drive various spaceships and fighters. In addition, he knows a lot of life skills: cooking, brewing, pets, gardening, music, art, etc. This is the butler trained by the top big family. He knows everything in the territory, because if the butler does not understand, the people below will easily fool him. Butler Jerry's superpower is petrification, but it can only petrify his skin, and cannot release stone balls or the like. What are the personalities of these people? I mean in private? Yongbo looked at several candidates. Of course, they all looked good. Some were pure and some were charming. Butler Jerry bowed slightly when he heard this, but did not answer. Seeing the butler's action, Yongbo understood that these women's private lives might not be so good. How many years do I have left? Yongbo threw the information in his hand aside and asked. 2.5 years left. Butler Jerry knew that Yongbo was asking about the number of years left before the territory would be reclaimed if they did not get married or have children. Enough. When I have made achievements, I can freely choose my other half. The nobles of the Blue Water Empire are actually in a strong mode. As long as you perform well enough, you can have everything. Then if you are a fool or incompetent, the family will arrange it. The family does this to prevent the family's wealth from being lost. Master, I wonder what company the 3 top scientists you mentioned worked for before. Butler Jerry looks like a middle-aged man, but he is actually close to 80 years old. Dimension Mecha Company. Butler Jerry was confused when he heard his young master's words. How could his young master know the top scientists of such a company? Dimension Company is now on the right track and has developed space mechas. What they are considering now is profit, not future development. I met these 3 top scientists by chance. They are being excluded by the company and placed in some marginal research. Yongbo did not hide anything from Butler Jerry, because this kind of butler would not betray himself. The servants and butlers of the nobles were mentioned earlier, and any evidence accusing the master would be deemed illegal. In order to protect themselves, the nobles dared to betray the slaves. Servants and butlers of the nobles. All of them would be dealt with without any surprises, and no other nobles would dare to accept such people. so he would also be rejected by the entire noble circle. Butler Jerry was still a little confused when he heard this. Did his young master use force to convince 3 top scientists? In terms of superpowers, I have made another breakthrough recently. As Yang Bo spoke, he stretched out his hand, and a fireball appeared in his hand. Butler Jerry's eyes widened when he saw the fireball, because he was so close to it, but he didn't feel the energy fluctuations from his young master, and the fireball suddenly appeared. What made Jerry even more unbelievable was that he didn't feel any temperature even though he was so close. The orange-red fireball gradually turned white, then blue, and finally black. The 3 of them are now asking me to use this ability to help them study ultra-high temperature materials. According to the temperature of my fireball, it should be close to 10,000 degrees. When Jerry saw the fireball turn black, he felt extremely dangerous, but he didn't feel any temperature. When he heard his young master say this, he took a breath. Young master, I will arrange everything. Jerry bowed deeply. He felt that his young master was a little different when he came back this time. He didn't expect that his young master had broken through the A level, but this level should have reached A+. As for the legendary S level, he didn't dare to think about it. Well, Yang Bo didn't ask the housekeeper to keep it secret, because it didn't need to be said. Then will the young master leave? Not for the time being. There's nothing to play outside. Yang Bo shook his head. You go, and do your own thing. I'll look around. Yang Bo said. The butler bowed deeply, because the man in front of him was not only the young master, but also a super strong man. Rocky, take good care of my pet. Yang Bo walked out of the door, and saw a young man leading a black leopard, and shouted loudly, Young master, I treat it better than my mother. The young man in the distance took off his hat, and bowed to Yang Bo. Okay, but you have to be better to your mother. Yes, young master. Val, you are so old. You should retire. Let Carl manage the garden. Walking on the road, I saw an elderly gardener busy with his hat. Master, I have feelings for these plants. They are like my children. I am afraid that Carl can't take good care of them. The elderly gardener Val also took off his hat, and bowed to Yang Bo. And the young man next to him also bowed quickly. It's time to retire. Go back to the housekeeper to collect a pension. Your pension will be doubled. Thank you for your contribution to the garden. Yang Bo said as he walked. Thank you, master. Gardener Val hurriedly thanked. This is the reward for your hard work. Yang Bo left after saying a word. Along the way, Yang Bo greeted everyone in the manner familiarly. Bart used to do bad things outside, but he was still very good to his own people. Yang Bo drove his own flying car, which was the oldest one. There was no intelligence system, no cameras, and no internet connection. Yang Bo probably thought that the nobles were afraid that the bad things they did would be recorded by the intelligence system. The diameter of the island is 200 kilometers, which is actually not small. There is a mountain range on one side of the island, where there is also an alpine pasture and an alpine lake. It is precisely because of this mountain that the island has abundant fresh water. The only town in the territory is located next to a bay, and the 200 kilometers around the island also belong to him. It's not as big as the land I own on March Star. Yang Bo has a 2,000-kilometer coastline on March Star, not counting the huge piece of land where he built his villa. And he has fighter planes and mechas in this territory. Nobles are allowed to have their own private armed forces. In the past, they had no money, so the equipment on the island was not very good. Rich nobles can even build things like military fortresses in their own territories, and they can also build places for spacecraft to land. The space elevator and airport on this planet were invested and built by several nobles. After a stroll, Yang Bo had a rough idea in mind, so he drove the flying car to land. Jerry, I'm going to Wandao City. I'll contact you if there is anything. He returned to the pirate leader's room skillfully and took some personal belongings, such as the membership card of Paradise Island, because the nobles did not want their identities to be revealed. Many things were still carried on the most primitive anonymous cards. Young master, be careful. Jerry is now very confident in his young master. His young master now has such superpower, but he did not show off after returning, proving that he has matured. This goes places better than in Oma City. Yang Bo found that Wandao City is too suitable for him. He can change his identity by just choosing a place where no one is hiding. There are only a few plains in Wandao City, and most of them are mountains. If there are no high enough mountains on the islands in the ocean, It is easy to become a desert. Australia and some areas in Africa on the earth are deserts even though they are close to the ocean. And the nobles in this place can use superpowers. Of course, ordinary people are subject to more restrictions. There is a huge billboard above the hotel, which shows a line of words, which makes Yang Bo speechless. Yang Bo, if you are a man, come and fight. This sentence is very lethal in the Blue Water Empire. But it doesn't matter to those who believe in freedom of speech and the multi-gender alliance. If the alliance had this advertisement, it would have been sued for discrimination by a large group of people. These guys are too much. Yang Bo returned to his residence, and Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen didn't go out for a walk. Why didn't you go out? We went out. There are too many restrictions in this place. We are not allowed to enter many places. And those nobles talked about us, saying that we look like women. But we are actually men. They treat us like animals in the zoo. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen answered in unison. Yang Bo felt that these nobles were right, because he also found it difficult to understand why there were so many genders in the alliance. And there are indeed people who look like women on the top, but are men on the bottom. Then don't go out. Yang Bo didn't know what to say. Where have you been? I'm just going to the beach to walk around in the public areas. The sea here is completely different from the sea on our March star. Let's go and have a look when we have time. I'm going back to my room to play games. Yang Bo said hello and went back to his room. Everything was normal in the game. So Yang Bo logged off. The next day, Yang Bo went to the beach to hang out again. And then in the rocky area, he took out another noble communicator of Bart's and found that Alan had left a message for him, asking him to go to his manor to find him tomorrow and go to the masked ball together. And then there were all kinds of miscellaneous emails, some of which were sent 2 years ago. They were all about the women that Bart had messed around with before. After looking around, he deleted what he needed to delete, and then changed his identity to Yang Bo and went back to play games. There will be a grand opening ceremony tonight. Yang Bo, should we go there? Lu Jingxiang asked when she woke up on the third day. The opening ceremony of the Water Blue Empire swordsmanship competition will be held in the Grand Arena. It is said that the princess and the prince of the empire will be there in person. Zhou Kersen said again. Forget it. If we go, we will be laughed at by the people of the Water Blue Empire. Yang Bo is going out with Alan to see the world today. It's better to watch it here with virtual projection than to go to the arena and get some delicious snacks. You are right. Let's not go and get angry. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen nodded. Chapter 715 Prince. Fatty, tell me the truth. How much money did you make as a watchdog? When Yang Bo became Bart, he came to the agreed place and saw a huge manor, right next to Wandao City, on a ridge not far away, from where you can overlook Wandao City, the circular hotel, the big arena, and a large beautiful beach. I earned all this myself. Although Alan is fat, he gives people a strong feeling, and his muscles are very strong. Alan has yellow skin and small eyes. His nose and mouth are not big. Of course, it may be that there is too much flesh on his face, which makes his nose and mouth look smaller. Bah! It must be you who took kickbacks. If I had known that taxes would be increased, I should have gone to your position. Who wants subsidies? Give me money first. Yang Bo said. Bart, why are you so rude? How can you call it a kickback? It's called a thank you fee, Alan said unhappily. Okay. Now you are a watchdog and a civilized person. Watchdog is the term used by the two guys to scold other people. That is, those who work in the department and can manage the nobles. Because the two of them often got into trouble. They were often investigated by the Noble Affairs Department. You scared me that day. I thought your superpowers improved. But I didn't expect it to drop in a second. 1 second is enough. What about you? Alan has no other superpowers. Only a lot of strength. But Alan's physical strength is relatively high among all A-level. Hurry up and change your clothes. It will be too late if we go later. The pretty girls will be picked by others. You are so picky. Why do you need to be picky? This fat man has a strong physique. So he is very popular in the aristocratic circle. Although he doesn't look good, he is an earl after all. Some of them are daughters and female relatives of those small nobles. Crying and shouting and rushing over. The two changed into a special set of sportswear, and then put on masks and sunglasses. When they got outside, they took a taxi to their destination. The destination was a port, which was full of various yachts. The fat man went directly to a dressing room and opened the door with a gray card. Then he changed his clothes again, this time into a black robe. But the fat man Alan couldn't hide his body shape. But Yang Bo himself was fine. Then he put on a mask with a hood. Yang Bo chose a bear and Alan chose a monkey. As for the watches and other things he carried with him, they were put in a special bag and left in the dressing room. A lot of girls came from other places this time. They were all old girls on this planet before, so it's boring to play with them. The two walked along the passage and went straight to a huge yacht. And Alan said with a little excitement, "Don't brag. Is there anything you are not interested in? My family introduced me to a few scumbags." "Damn," Yang Bo whispered. "Me too. The elders of the family didn't even investigate what they introduced." Alan nodded. "What are you going to do?" Yang Bo asked again. "I don't know what to do. If it doesn't work, I will marry the daughter of a minor noble. The good daughters of the noble families, who are well matched with us, don't look down on us." Alan sighed, thinking that his future woman might really be fooling around with some bastards. And he felt very uncomfortable. "Didn't you say that there will be a princess tonight? If you serve her well, you can become a consort. Although being a consort is not a good choice. At least the woman has a high status." Yang Bo laughed. "I'm afraid that won't work. You also know that the royal family has something with us nobles. Besides, I don't want anyone who can come to this place, no matter how good it is." "Then do you have the ability to not sleep tonight?" "Shit. Do you want to rob me? I don't have feelings for old women. You have been out for a few years pretending to be noble. Who hooked up with those widows? They took the initiative to hook up with me. Shameless." "Same here." The two of them came to a yacht along the passage. But they just walked directly along the passage to the guest room department below. It's not time to stroll on the boat yet. When the boat goes out and reaches a certain place, everyone can move freely. After about an hour, the boat finally started. The speed of the boat was very fast, just like flying. In about an hour, the boat arrived at a sea area with no boats around. Then the doorbell rang outside, which meant that we could go out and move around. When we arrived at the bar on the boat, the men present were all wearing loose robes, while the women were wearing thin and close-fitting robes, which made their figures look curvy. Even the male staff members were wearing loose robes and masks. And the female staff members were also wearing thin and close-fitting robes, which made their whole body curve when they walked. "Handsome guy, can you buy me a drink?" A big-breasted lady came directly to the fat man Alan and asked. There was no way. Alan's body was too conspicuous. "Okay, let's go over there to drink." Alan reached out to hug someone and then spoke. Then the couple left, and Alan twisted his butt left and right when he left, looking very proud. The material of this suit can actually block sound wave detection and mental detection. Those nobles actually use such expensive materials to do this. By the way, I can use my noble identity to purchase some sensitive equipment here, which will be useful when I return to March Star. Yang Bo strolled around the ship again. In addition to the bar, there were other places where pairs of couples who didn't know each other were walking together. The target was of course the guest room. And of course, it could also be the kitchen. Anyway, there were special arrangements here, and each room was a special scene, because the room door would show empty. Yang Bo pushed the door open and looked. "Handsome guy, are you alone?" When Yang Bo pushed open a door that showed an empty space, he found that this was a bathroom. The difference was that there was a woman wearing a clown mask in the big bathtub, holding a wine glass in one hand, and asked, "Not now." After a storm, the foam in the bathtub was all over the floor. Comfortable. Yang Bo found that the other party had superpowers, and the level was not low. He had been holding it in for so long since leaving Tianyun Star. Looking at the woman wearing a clown mask next to him. This woman was tall and had long legs, and her figure was also very wow. Now this woman really looked like a dead fish. Panting. These nobles are good at playing, because you never know who this woman is. When the woman's breathing became a little smoother, Yang Bo took her out again, threw her on the mat next to him, and cooked another dish. "No, you haven't played with women before." After this dish was finished, Yang Bo waited for a while and wanted to come again, but he didn't expect the woman to refuse directly. "Don't come to this kind of party if you don't have the ability. Yang Bo doesn't tolerate it. You can't catch a woman like me." But Yang Bo forced to cook before he finished speaking. "Today I lost a lot." Yang Bo and Alan returned to the rest room to change clothes. And Alan said, "What's wrong? Did you meet an old widow?" Yang Bo smiled. Because many of those who participated in this kind of party were lonely old ladies. Because young ladies never lack partners. It's an old acquaintance. I realized it after entering the room. But it was too late. The bastard who hosted this party. I must beat him up next time we meet. What about you? I feel pretty good. At least she is a young woman who has never given birth to a child. Now these parties are ruined by these old guys. You must treat me to 2 days of fun on Paradise Island. As long as you help me get the subsidy. Not to mention 2 days. A month. No problem. The two changed their clothes. And the two nobles were sanctimonious again. The two nobles blended into the flow of people. Because the flow of people in this port is very large. The two found a place to have a meal. And then went their separate ways. After a round on the beach, Yang Bo restored his identity. Changed his clothes and body shape. Changing identities in the pile of rocks. Yang Bo's passive sound wave detection ability can detect people earlier. Comfortable. Yang Bo, who returned to the hotel to take a bath, felt particularly comfortable. The strength of this woman today may have reached B level. Yang Bo muttered to himself. Don't attend such gatherings in the future. There will be more and more old women. I also saw that the figure of the woman taking a bath is not like an old woman. But it is not certain. The other party is so strong. Maybe she is also an old woman. Yang Bo, who was taking a bath, saw that the time was up. So he picked up the virtual glasses and prepared to watch the opening ceremony of the Water Blue Empire sword competition. The opening ceremony was held in a grand arena not far from the hotel. The entire grand arena was still built of very primitive stones. A bit like an enlarged version of the ancient Roman arena. This arena can only accommodate 10,000 people. And 90% of the area is only open to nobles. And only 10% of the area is open to civilians. Everything in the Water Blue Empire is actually a purpose. Serving the nobles. The arena is so big that it can only accommodate 10,000 people. Even the private rooms in the stands are very luxurious. They are not private rooms, but more like hotels than hotels, with private swimming pools. At that time, these nobles will watch the game while swimming with their female companions. Most of these are reserved by nobles for a long time, because this is also a duel field. If two nobles have a conflict, they will duel here. Of course, this is also the largest casino. The opening ceremony finally began. And 4 very beautiful female hosts came up. The 4 beauties were tall and long-legged, and all wore very luxurious long skirts. This is the aesthetic taste of normal people. Okay? The Alliance's crappy host. Yang Bo saw 4 top natural beauties. Although natural beauties look different, they all have their own beauty. If they are artificial, you can tell at a glance. The 265th Interstellar Sword Competition has opened grandly. And 2,000 talented swordsmen from the Interstellar have gathered on Devon Star. Now, please invite our distinguished prince and princess to give a speech for this competition. First, a host wearing a green long skirt with all kinds of beautiful decorations on it spoke. Is this the prince? Yang Bo watched the prince come on stage. He looked like a slightly handsome young man with short silver hair, yellow skin, blue eyes, rimless glasses, and a sports suit. But there was a red noble badge on the sports suit. One step behind the prince was the princess, who was wearing a white long skirt and was tall. White skin, black shawl, long hair, golden eyes, and an oval face gave people a sense of classical beauty. Very beautiful. Princess 46. No wonder she is so young. Yang Bo saw the subtitles. The emperor is the highest ranking person in the royal family, followed by the crown prince. So the princess should be one step behind the crown prince when she goes on stage. Even when standing on the stage, the crown prince is slightly ahead, and the princess is behind. Welcome everyone to Devon Star. The crown prince began to speak, speaking in official rhetoric. It was the princess' turn to speak. Swordsmanship is the oldest in the history of our Blue Water Empire. TSK. It turned out that the person I met this afternoon was actually the princess. As soon as Princess 46 spoke, Yang Bo recognized her. Wasn't she the woman who begged for mercy from him while cooking in the afternoon? Although her voice had changed a little, he still recognized her. Chapter 716. The first game. The upper circles of the Shuilan Empire are too chaotic. Yang Bo shook his head. Who would have thought that such a noble and classical princess would actually attend such a party? Although he was muttering in his heart, Yang Bo still felt a sense of accomplishment when watching the princess speak. If he had known that the other party was a princess, he would have played a few more tricks. Of course, maybe it was because they had been suppressed for too long. In fact, the internal competition among the nobles was quite fierce. Because the resources within each noble are limited, it is impossible to take care of the increasingly large group of clansmen. Struggle is inevitable. And the royal family is the same. The emperor has so many sons. Who doesn't want to be the emperor? Just like the emperors in ancient times. Some princes may wish that their fathers and brothers and sisters would all die, leaving only themselves. Even those princes wish that the current emperor's family would die. And then, they would be the heirs. And these great nobles. Who doesn't have the ambition to be a royal family? So the great nobles marry each other. But generally not with the royal family. The sons of the royal family and the prince usually marry the daughters of commoners, which seems to be close to commoners. In fact, the prince is not allowed to marry the daughters of nobles, no matter whether they are great nobles or small nobles, because the prince's woman gave birth to the prince. If the daughter of a great noble, then the child might be influenced by the great noble in the future. Of course, the princess is more lenient, because the princess can also marry. But the great nobles generally do not marry princesses. The princess has a high status. What does it mean to the family? To put it bluntly, the great nobles love and hate each other. And the same is true between the great nobles and the royal family. This opening ceremony is wonderful, with handsome men and beautiful women. Yang Bo finished watching the opening ceremony. The men and women on stage were very pleasing to the eye and sang beautifully. After the opening ceremony, the first competition was randomly drawn. In the Blue Water Empire, swordsmen are not divided into rankings and grades to draw lots separately, but are drawn together, because the Blue Water Empire believes that luck is also a very important part. The Crown Prince pressed the draw button, and after a 10-second countdown, the virtual display showed the opponents of the contestants in pairs. Only a ghost believes that it is random. Yang Bo saw that the first player he faced was actually the 32nd player in the Blue Water Empire preliminaries. Why don't you give me the first place in the random ranking? But I can understand it. After all, I broke so many records. It can be said that I am riding on the heads of all the Blue Water Empire players. There was information on the watch. And Yang Bo opened the door and went out. Yang Bo, there is definitely something fishy going on here. We need to complain to the association. That's right. How can you play against a player who ranks so high in the preliminaries? Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen, wearing suspenders and holding snacks in their hands, stood at Yang Bo's door and said anxiously. Yang Bo ignored the spring light exposed by the two and said after walking out of the door, there is definitely no way to complain. Don't forget that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince personally drew the lots. Too shameless. That's right. Let's take it one step at a time. In fact, I have seen Xiao Song's game videos. He also has weaknesses. Yang Bo's opponent this time is named Xiao Song. And he is a viscount. Really? Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen widened their eyes when they heard this. I can only say that I am sure. Anyway, it's like this now. Your appeal will definitely not be of any use. Yang Bo shook his head. I'm so angry. That's right. Don't tell anyone outside that there is a shady deal, or I might sue you for defaming the prince. Yang Bo warned the two again. Yeah. The two looked at each other and nodded, only to find that they were wearing too cool clothes. So they quickly covered their chests and went back to change clothes. TSK. Yang Bo sighed in his heart. He had to say that the skin of the two was very white, round and plump. Of course, the white parts were white, and the pink parts were pink. The competition will be held tomorrow afternoon. Send Jerry a message tomorrow morning and ask him to bet on me to win. There is still a large amount of funds needed to build a research institute. And now it has come. Since you have come to me to slap me in the face, I will not be polite. But you can't be too aggressive tomorrow. Otherwise I'm afraid these shameless nobles will not come on stage for the subsequent private duel challenge. Yang Bo sent a message to Lu Jingxiang and said that he would go back to watch Xiao Song's game video. Yang Bo's opponent Xiao Song is now in high spirits, bragging to a group of Blue Empire swordsmen. Just wait and see how I will beat the noobs from the Alliance tomorrow. The Empire is really something. It has to let these noobs from the Alliance to mess things up. That's right. They can call it a swordsmanship competition. Especially that bastard Mike. And that sissy Lin Nan. These two bastards are on top. They make me sick. These two bastards never leave the hotel every time they come to the competition. If they leave the hotel, I will beat them to death. Or at most I will pay them a sum of money. Xiao Song. If you win tomorrow, I'll treat you to a month in Paradise Island. That's right. But if you lose, don't blame us for beating you up. If I lose, I'll run naked around the arena 5 times. And I don't even need superpowers. No mask allowed. Am I that kind of person? Not only will I not wear a mask, I'll also shout who I am. No. If you lose, you'll have to call yourself a coward. You can shout. But each of you has to treat me to a month in Paradise Island. Be a man. Yang Bo. This loser doesn't even dare to show up. We've been putting up our signs for so long. A lowly cleaner comes to participate in a swordsmanship competition. What the hell is this world? What the hell is this world? That's right. Defeat him tomorrow and let him go back to the Alliance and continue sweeping the floor. The exciting games are all scheduled in the afternoon. Mainly because the nobles have a rich nightlife and get up late the next day. The most popular bet today is between Yang Bo and Xiao Song. Yang Bo saw in the morning that the total amount of his bets with Xiao Song had exceeded 1.5 billion blue coins. After going to the beach for a while, he sent a message to Jerry the housekeeper and found that it had exceeded 3 billion blue coins. Unexpectedly, there were still many people who bet on Yang Bo. So many people in the Blue Water Empire cursed on the internet that it was a shame for the empire to bet on Yang Bo. Hurry up and eat. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen urged Yang Bo. I didn't feel comfortable to see Yang Bo last night because the two of them were eating snacks and watching the opening ceremony in the room by themselves. And they were wearing loose and casual clothes. After the lottery was drawn, they forgot about it and were seen naked by Yang Bo. Why are you in such a hurry? We are so close and there is a special passage. Can't we go earlier? It's too stressful to go earlier. We are both under a lot of pressure now. Then don't go. I'll go by myself. That won't work. Yang Bo finished his meal quickly under the urging of the two. And then the three of them, fully armed, passed through a special passage and went directly to the arena not far away. There is an underground passage from the hotel to the arena, mainly to protect the privacy of the players of the Blue Water Empire. There is no way around it. If the Blue Water Empire wants to develop swordplay competitions in the Alliance, it must respect the various regulations of the Alliance. Of course, there are some sissy players in the Alliance who may be beaten to death by the nobles after they go out. When they came to the rest room, Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen helped Yang Bo put on his equipment. The atmosphere in the lounge was a bit depressing, and there was no one else here. Finally, it was 10 minutes before the game. What's interesting is that there is more than one ring in the entire arena. But at this time, only the ring where Yang Bo and Xiao Song are playing as a game. Our Alliance swordsman Yang Bo finally came on stage. I personally thought Yang Bo would not participate in this competition. A male host clearly had a targeted meaning. Alliance swordsman Yang Bo, 22 years old this year. His job is a cleaner, the host said with a slightly bad tone, dragging out the 3 words cleaner and shouting them out word by word. We have already introduced Xiao Song. Now, does Xiao Song have anything to say? The host obviously favored the other party. Fencing competition is not a sport. Some people think it is a sport. You can go back to sweeping, mopping, and wiping the floor, Xiao Song said word by word, holding a sword in his hand. More than 1.5 billion people watched the live broadcast of the game, and most of them praised Xiao Song's statement. Well said. League shitty cleaners. Get out of here. League's noobs. Go back. Of course, there were people from the league inside, but their voices were much smaller, because there were too many people from the Blue Water Empire. What's interesting is that the Blue Water Empire officially announced that the registered population was less than 2 billion. After all, Devon is so big, but it only has tens of millions of people. In other words, 3/4 of the country's population is watching the live broadcast in this live broadcast room. I have to say, this is an irony. Well said. The host applauded Xiao Song. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen, who were watching the live broadcast in the back, were so angry that they were about to cry. These bastards are too bullying. That's right. I still think this host is very handsome. The people in the Blue Water Empire are too uncultured. The two of them said at the same time. The host is now loudly saying, there are still 3 minutes left before the betting ends. Everyone hurry up and place your bets. The total number of bets has now exceeded 6 billion. It is rare to see such a large amount of bets. But looking at the betting ratio, I know that everyone's choice is right. Of course, you won't win much money this time. There are still 2 minutes left, and the betting amount has exceeded 8 billion. This may witness the historical single-game betting record. There is still half a minute left, and the betting amount has exceeded 10 billion. I just got the news that someone bet on Yang Bo for 500 million. I can only say, are these people stupid? The betting time is over. The amount of bets for this game has reached 10.8 billion. It broke the record for betting on a single game. Ready! The host shouted loudly when he saw that the game time was up. Start. Accompanied by the beginning of a lifetime. Zhao Song pointed his sword diagonally to the ground on the right, and then took the initiative to charge at Yang Bo. Yang Bo slowly raised his sword and pointed it at the opponent. Zhao Song ran quickly in small steps. Seeing that he was only 5 or 6 meters away from Yang Bo, Zhao Song suddenly took a big step, and the sword in his hand moved instantly. The next second, Yang Bo retreated quickly, and Zhao Song's sword collided with Yang Bo's sword. The two swords collided quickly. Zhao Song's moves were sharp and fast, but Yang Bo's defense was also impeccable. Zhao Song's sword came from the left, and Yang Bo's sword blocked Zhao Song's sword. Zhao Song's sword was only a few centimeters away from Yang Bo's neck. Zhao Song quickly changed his moves again, and Yang Bo retreated quickly to the right. The two men's moves were fast and urgent. Yang Bo seemed to be forced to dodge left and right, and was about to be forced out of the ring. He would lose even if he left the ring. But Zhao Song was anxious because he had not won after a series of competitions. How would others, and the national audience see him? Seeing Yang Bo being forced to the edge of the ring, and seemingly unable to fight back, his moves became even faster. Zhao Song's idea was simple. He had to deal with the opponent before he left the ring. If the opponent left the ring, he would lose face. Asshole. Don't retreat. Zhao Song was anxious and couldn't help cursing. The sword in his hand slashed towards Yang Bo again. Yang Bo's sword also blocked it. So Zhao Song changed his moves again. But the next second Zhao Song felt something was wrong, because the power of Yang Bo's sword was too great, and he actually followed his sword to change his moves. Then he saw Yang Bo's sword slashing along his sword. He felt a little nervous, and knew that he was finished. The cleaner in front of him had been acting with him. KO! Yang Bo wins. A deep voice echoed in the huge arena. Zhao Song, you are a big idiot. The host cursed, and the whole voice echoed in the arena. At this time, Yang Bo jumped off the ring and walked away. Chapter 717, Mutual Trap. Stupid Zhao Song. Zhao Song the bastard. Zhao Song the coward. The entire arena was filled with curses. 90% of the people watching the game in this arena were nobles. These nobles could use superpowers. Although the arena was large, these nobles had loud voices. There were even many people who picked up various furniture from their homes and threw them directly at Zhao Song. A white bathtub, from a noble's private room, came towards Zhao Song like a cannonball. TMD! Zhao Song ran away and rushed back to the lounge. There was also a group of nobles who wanted to rush into the lounge to beat people, but they gave up when they saw the guards of the Sword Association. As for these nobles wanting to find Yang Bo, it was impossible because all the people from the Alliance took a special passage. The entire online live broadcast room was full of curses. Of course, much less than the number of viewers, because most of the viewers did not dare to curse in the live broadcast room because they were not nobles. Yang Bo is a treacherous villain. However, some people pointed the finger at Yang Bo. Zhao Song was careless. Zhao Song was a little anxious, thinking that Yang Bo would still block, but he didn't expect that the opponent took advantage of his change of moves to push him, causing his moves to deform and leave him wide open. You are all talking nonsense. In the sword competition, everyone was playing both sides. Yang Bo was weaker than Zhao Song, so he defended first, causing Zhao Song to be a little careless. It turned out that in the last move, Zhao Song found that Yang Bo was blocking, so he moved away with the sword in his hand to change his moves. But at this moment, Yang Bo took advantage of the situation and gave him a force, causing Zhao Song's change of moves to instantly deform, leading to a huge flaw. When Zhao Song wanted to save the situation, it was too late. Yang Bo's sword followed Zhao Song's sword and cut directly into his face. The face is also one of the most vulnerable parts, and there are 4 sensors on the equipment and sword. The intelligence system gave a KO judgment without mercy. Ah! Yang Bo returned to the lounge. And Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen hugged Yang Bo and jumped up excitedly. Let's go quickly. Otherwise those nobles might beat us later. Yang Bo was speechless. If you want to hug you, wait until I take off my equipment to hug you. Now I don't feel anything. They can't come in. Didn't you hear how much money they bet? So Yang Bo quickly took off his equipment and ran away with Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen. Yang Bo, you are so awesome. Just now we were all pissed off by the host. This bastard's angry look is so satisfying. After returning to the hotel, Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen chattered. Actually, I wasn't sure either. But the opponent was a little too anxious later. If he played steadily, he might have forced me off the stage. Yang Bo deliberately performed this for others to see. If he knocked out the opponent right away, he would still be waiting to compete and earn a ticket. Watch the live broadcast room. Yang Bo decided to watch the live broadcast room. As a result, many people in the live broadcast room were discussing that Zhao Song was careless and anxious, and said that he was not as good as the opponent, so he had to defend all the time. Arrogant nobles. Buddy has dug a pit for you. Yang Bo was very happy. At this time, all the acquaintances of March Star sent messages. Zhang Buizhen, brother. Good job. I'll come back to celebrate your success. Lu Jijia, well done. Yang Bo. Teach those noble bastards a lesson. Zhou Rui, come on. Yang Bo. I'll wait for you to come back and celebrate your success at March Star. Wang Mushua, I knew it. Yang Bo looked at the last message and curled his lips in his heart. Smart women are deliberately mysterious. Play the game. Yang Bo looked at the two young ladies sitting next to him and said, these two young ladies are from a family, and they have more considerations about interests in their minds. So Yang Bo doesn't intend to provoke them. Of course, if the two of them take the initiative to stick to him, Yang Bo will not refuse. Who has the initiative is completely different. Yang Bo went back to play games. But Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen were angry again, because many people in the Shuilan Empire scolded Yang Bo as a sinister and despicable villain. And in a place not far from the hotel, a group of people were beating a man. You dare to use superpowers to protect yourself? Believe it or not, I will use superpowers to beat you. Don't hit me in the face. You are the only one who still has shame, who made such a solemn promise last night. You are embarrassing the men of the Blue Water Empire. Yang Bo is a treacherous, despicable and cunning guy. Zhao Song was beaten and covered his face, and kept making excuses. Zhao Song realized that he was not as good as Yang Bo in swordsmanship. But he definitely couldn't say it. On the one hand, it would be embarrassing to say it now, and the people around him would beat him up even harder. On the other hand, he was cowed by Yang Bo, so he definitely couldn't be the last one. He would have to fight back against the people who beat him today. Only if they are knocked out by Yang Bo can they fight back. If they want to embarrass themselves, it doesn't matter if everyone embarrasses themselves together. But it's definitely not okay to embarrass yourself alone. The promise last night? Several nobles were tired of fighting, looking at Zhao Song, who was bruised and swollen, and his body was covered with bruises, and asked condescendingly, run! I'll run right away. Just run away. I'll take over Paradise Island. Run quickly. You coward. Yes. Yes. So everyone saw a bruised and naked man running around the huge arena, shouting, I'm Zhao Song. I'm Zhao Song. I'm Zhao Song. Then when he was running, someone heard that it was Zhao Song and rushed up to beat him up. These sons of bitches beat me so hard. I will fight back twice as hard in the future. Yang Bo. You bastard. You're pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. How the hell did I meet a sinister, despicable, shameless and vulgar villain like you? After being beaten, Zhao Song hurried to the medical cabin for treatment. Later, I heard that Zhao Song was whipped 40 times by their clan leader. There were too many people who lost money this time, and 90% of them bet on Zhao Song to win. But there were still 10% who became lucky ones, and these 10% of lucky ones almost divided 10 billion. Butler Jerry was also a little confused when he looked at the money that came into his account. The day before yesterday, his young master transferred an astronomical income, and today he invested another 500 million to bet on gambling. Originally, Butler Jerry thought that his young master had his old illness again, but he didn't expect that the 500 million would bring back billions in less than 20 minutes. Butler Jerry found that he had lived in vain for more than 70 years. You know, This money is enough for the territory to pay taxes for decades. Yang Bo went online. But he didn't expect to hear people scolding him in the game. Adam sent a message to Yang Bo. Yang Bo from your alliance is so annoying. The two are now practicing archery. Because Yang Bo's patrol team has made great contributions. So they are resting. Yang Bo is now in the academy. And his status is high. He doesn't need to compete with stonemasons for work. Instead, he treats those stonemasons to food and drinks. We won the sword fighting competition. So what's there to say? You people in the Blue Water Empire can't afford to lose. Yang Bo certainly had to defend himself. My father said that Yang Bo had other little tricks, saying that he was very strong and did this on purpose. Adam sent another message. Your father must have made a mistake. Yang Bo is just a cleaner. Besides, he is only a few years old. Not many people in our area think highly of him. Yang Bo said the other way around. And at the same time muttered in his heart. Who is Adam's father? I will arrive at Devon in 3 days. I will treat you to delicious food, all of which are specialties of our territory. Adam sent another message. Thank you. I should thank you. This bow is worth a lot of money. Adam still took Yang Bo's bow worth 500 gold coins. Because the feel is indeed different when used. Yang Bo doesn't care. Anyway, he doesn't feel it. I don't know how long it will take for our rewards to come. My brother robbed someone in the game. And then he was caught and sent to the border. Your brother is also very unlucky. How can he be caught for robbing in the game? I don't know. Anyway, it's not the first time he died. I don't know what he thinks. My brother is also going to cause trouble for Yang Bo this time. Does your brother have money? Of course he has money. Why are you asking this? Do you want to sell him gold coins? Not for now. The price of gold coins will increase in winter. I feel you are a strange person. Sometimes you are very generous. You just give me a bow worth hundreds of gold coins. I am thinking about the future. We will definitely face more things in the future. Your archery is better than mine. Having 2 archers in the team is a huge advantage. And we have disrupted the thieves group this time. Maybe they will cause trouble for us. Alas, I originally wanted to live a carefree life. But I didn't expect to become the best person in our family in the game. Is there anyone who is doing better than you? I have a sister who is a magician. Oh! The 2 of them sent messages while practicing archery. The academy provided better meals for the 2 people, adding a portion of milk, an egg and a meal of meat every day. But Adam said it tasted bad. So he gave it to Yang Bo's character. He liked honey biscuits and now honey milk cakes. Of course, honey cakes are more expensive. 25 copper coins for a piece of honey cake. Because eggs in this world are luxury goods. 1 egg costs 5 or 6 copper coins. And honey and white flour are the best ingredients. Yang Bo logged off the game in the evening. Yang Bo. The opponent for tomorrow's game is out. Holly, who ranked 22nd in the preliminaries. Yang Bo took off his helmet and saw the message from Lu Jingxiang on his watch. Yang Bo opened the door. You just finished the game? Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen were a little bit unbelievable. At this critical moment, he was still in the mood to play games. Game characters need to make money. If they don't make money, they will starve to death. A company in China has offered you 8 billion credit points to be the spokesperson. You are now completely famous in the league. Let's take a look at tomorrow's opponent first. Tomorrow's opponent is too powerful. His moves are tricky, vicious and fast. And this person's body is very flexible. I suspect he has superpowers in this area. His hands and feet can move in strange ways. Zhou Kersen and Lu Jingxiang said quickly. Yang Bo started watching Holly's game video. Holly, male. 28 years old. With the title of Earl. His father is the Marquis Harry. From the Harry family. Then I watched the competition video. This guy's hand and foot joints seemed to be able to rotate in a strange way. So the sword in his hand could move at a very strange angle. When fighting with him, his moves were strange and tricky. And you didn't know where his sword would come out from next time. Are you sure? Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen asked worriedly. Chapter 718 Holly wins. It's hard to say. His move is too weird. But even if I lose now, I'll still win. Yang Bo himself was not sure. Because the game was all about improvisation. And no one knew which move would be made. It all depended on the moves, psychological competition, and calculations of both sides. That's true. As long as we win the first game, we'll have a guarantee. And the people from the Blue Water Empire are too obviously cheating. That's right. The opponents assigned to Mike and his team are ranked over 1,000. The two spoke again. This actually helped me. Yang Bo laughed. Let's eat. And rest early after eating. Yang Bo didn't want to say much about this. Yang Bo was calm. But his opponent was a little anxious. Earl Holly was under too much pressure. If I had known there would be such a pervert this year, I would never have come to the competition. This guy seems to be incredibly lucky. If he loses, he will have to run around the arena without clothes. He will also be beaten by some people. Zhao Song is an idiot. He can't do it in other ways. But he has to do this. It turns out that there is an agreement in the aristocratic circle that if you lose in a match with Yang Bo, you will be beaten by the younger generation in the aristocratic circle. And then, you will have to run around the arena. A earl running in public without clothes will not only be whipped by the clan leader, but also fined by the aristocratic council management office. Because it is embarrassing for all the nobles. The higher the noble rank, the heavier the fine. How is the research going? Holly asked the guards around him. Master, there is too little information to form a data model. And Yang Bo is a treacherous and cunning person. His moves are barely okay. But he is too calculating, which often gives his opponents an illusion. This Count Zhao Song was fooled. Yang Bo's blind defense made Zhao Song intuitively think that Yang Bo was still defending for the last time. The captain of the guards around him bowed and answered. So what if you face him? Holly heard this and asked with a long breath. Master, I am not 100% sure either. The guard said something ambiguous. Asshole. Insidious. Despicable and cunning. It seems that I will use my trump card tomorrow. Earl Holly gritted his teeth. Butler, find someone to bet on Yang Bo to win tomorrow. And bet 200 million. Earl Holly spoke again. Master? The butler wondered if he had heard it wrong. This is the cleverness of this young master. If I win, it doesn't matter. If I lose, I will also have a large income. So it's not too bad. But I will definitely lose face. Holly explained proudly. Young master is wise. The housekeeper thought about it, and it was indeed true. At this time, someone called Holly. Hey, aren't you talking nonsense? As for Yang Bo, I will go up and take him down tomorrow. Why don't you trust people so much? Holly was talking to someone else on the phone. After hanging up the phone, he laughed. Asshole. You called me just because you don't trust me and asked me if I am sure. Holly patted his chest and promised when he received calls one after another. 2 hours later. Holly looked strange. If I lose a lot of money to these bastards, it seems that it is more cost-effective to be beaten by them. The housekeeper closed his eyes on one side, and the captain of the guard pretended not to hear. The next day's game was still at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. So the next morning, Yang Bo took another stroll under the pretext of relaxing, and then found a deserted place in the rocky area by the sea and sent a message to the housekeeper again, asking him to bet on Yang Bo to win. Alan sent another message complaining that he had lost 100 million and asked if he wanted to bet, and then changed the style and asked when he was free to invite him to Paradise Island. Yang Bo didn't reply to the other party at all. Linyu sent a message asking when he would go to Tianyun Star again, and he was bored alone. White and the other two said that the company had approved their resignation and were preparing to go to Devon Star. Yang Bo asked the three to send him a message after booking the flight, and he would send someone to pick them up. Then Yang Bo returned to the hotel, ate lunch quickly, and then went to the lounge. Otherwise the two young ladies would be watching him, and he would not be in the mood to eat. Two young ladies in the lounge helped Yang Bo organize his equipment. In the lounge on the other side, Holly had been cheering himself up all night and was now full of confidence. When it was time to go on stage, Holly took the lead. Today, the distinguished Earl Holly will be on stage. Today, the host is a female host. Yesterday, the male host was beaten up. But as for who beat him up, the murderer has not been found yet. Earl Holly is a genius of the Khalif family. He not only has superb skills in swordsmanship, but also has remarkable achievements in other aspects. The host began to introduce Holly. The female host was also embarrassed, mainly because she didn't dare to flatter him too much. If Earl Holly lost later, she might be beaten up again. The reason why the host was beaten yesterday was that she flattered Zhao Song too much at the beginning, causing some guys who lost money to think that they were misled by the host. The guys who lost money would never say it was their own fault. It was either bad luck or other reasons. Yang Bo always came on the stage at the end. Now our alliance swordsman Yang Bo is on the stage. The host dared to introduce Yang Bo in this way. If she said more good things, she might be beaten up by those lawless nobles again. Yang Bo. You coward. Yang Bo. If you are a man, compete with me. Yang Bo. You are a sinister, despicable and shameless pariah. Yang Bo. Go back and be your cleaner. Yang Bo. The Empire does not welcome pariahs like you. The nobles who lost money yesterday in the stands are now outputting crazily. Yang Bo smiled at his heart when he heard this. And he wanted you nobles to get more and more angry. I will fight another match tomorrow. And then I will arrange a match in private. On the one hand, I will make money. And on the other hand, Bart will also make money. Thinking of making money with two identities. He feels happy. These nobles also threw things on the ring. But there is a layer of shield to protect it today. Yang Bo didn't care. But Holly shrank his neck when he saw the things hitting the energy shield. And felt that the accumulated confidence seemed to collapse a little. In case he lost. Watching the competition here in the Grand Arena is more atmospheric. Because these nobles can express their goodwill unscrupulously. Today, the number of people online in the live broadcast room has exceeded 3.5 billion. And it is still increasing. The game begins. The beautiful female host shouted that the game had begun. Holly picked up the sword in his hand. And the whole sword began to dance. And then walked towards Yang Bo. Wow! Holly's trick. It is said to be called the Wheel of Death. That is, Earl Holly is said to have some special abilities that allow all his joints to move 360 degrees in a wide range. On the field, Earl Holly's sword in his right hand danced on the side of his body. And the sword light formed a huge circle. Under the sunlight, it looked like a big halo. This halo rolled over Yang Bo slowly. Yang Bo sneered in his heart when he saw his opponents move. In the eyes of others, Holly's moves may be coherent and powerful. But in his dynamic vision, his moves have been broken down into one move after another. Although it seems that there are no flaws now, it is because he has not moved yet. Some moves have no flaws when they are not matched. But once they are matched, there are flaws everywhere. Yang Bo began to slide his feet and move from the right. When Holly saw Yang Bo move, the sword in his hand also moved in the direction of Yang Bo's movement. The next second, Yang Bo took the initiative to speed up, and Holly's sword danced faster. But Yang Bo flew back again, which made Holly vomit blood, because he had already accelerated the moves, and now he had to slow down. Then Yang Bo began to move his feet to the right continuously, and soon the two changed directions, and Yang Bo went to the direction Holly started. The nobles in the stand saw Yang Bo still running and dodging, and they cursed. Cleaner. Go up and die early. Cleaner. Don't have any evil thoughts. Cleaner. Admit defeat, and go back to sweep the floor. Holly. Just do it step by step. Holly. Don't be blind. Don't be anxious. Amid the loud shouts of the nobles in the stands, Yang Bo kept moving around the ring, as if avoiding Holly. Holly was speechless watching Yang Bo running fast. The only bad thing about this arena was that you couldn't consume the opponent's physical strength. The game only restricted the use of strength. But the physical fitness was still there. Now Yang Bo was no longer just running, but constantly approaching Holly while running and then quickly retreating. The movements of Holly's hands also fluctuated with Yang Bo's advance and retreat. Finally, in a test, Yang Bo did not retreat again. Haha. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Holly laughed. And the light wheel formed by the shuriken collided with Yang Bo at high speed. But the next second, Yang Bo slid in the opposite direction. Holly laughed again. I had predicted your prediction a long time ago. The moment Yang Bo moved in the opposite direction, the sword in his hand was out. But Holly's body was strangely folded up, making his height instantly reduced by half. So Yang Bo's sword seemed to miss. But the next second, Yang Bo flew into the air, his feet up and his head down. And the sword in his hand followed Holly's folded body, just like a venomous snake following. The sword hit Holly's back of the neck, although Holly's light wheel in his hand tried to protect himself as much as possible. It was a pity that Yang Bo's sword was one step faster. KO. Yang Bo wins. Yang Bo landed gracefully, and left the ring quickly amid the voice of the virtual referee. Holly. You are still predicting. What the hell are you predicting? Holly. You squat to pee in the future. Holly also gritted his teeth. Yang Bo. You bastard. You actually played a trick on me. Holly felt the speed of Yang Bo's last move and knew that with this speed, he could defeat him quickly at the beginning. But he didn't do so. Obviously, he was not targeting himself, but the unlucky people who followed him. Okay. Okay. Xiao Song. You bastard. You tricked me. Fuck. Then let's lose face together. Holly also understood what was going on with Zhao Song in an instant. Yang Bo, Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen were so heartbroken that their throats were hoarse. Especially when they fought in the last move that they felt they couldn't breathe. It was not until Yang Bo flew upside down that they jumped up excitedly. They quickly put down their equipment. And then the three of them left. It was so thrilling. That's right. I didn't expect you to come up with this trick at the end. Yang Bo, you are so awesome. Now I think those people from the Blue Water Empire are just clowns. Back in the hotel, the two young ladies were very excited. In fact, there is no time to think so much in the competition. I just improvised. Which proves that I am still very smart. Let's have another game tomorrow. And I will find someone to compete with. Now I am just competing privately. And no one will scold me if I lose. If we win, we will all give money. Yang Bo spoke again. You will definitely be fine. The two young ladies were full of confidence in Yang Boi. Why are there so many people? 2 hours later, Holly, with a bruised face and black body, came to the arena to run laps. Unexpectedly, there were so many people around him. And even some bastards were waiting here in a car. Hurry up. I called you last night to ask you. And I lost 200 million. I also lost 100 million. I was poor to begin with. And I lost 50 million. I don't know which bastards are buying Young Boy. And I made almost 8 times the income today. Holly was very happy to hear this. Although he lost the game, he won money. A full billion. So Holly, who was very happy, just gave it a go. Opened the car door and ran out. I'm a big idiot. I'm a big idiot. I'm a big idiot. Holly shouted while running, not caring that some cars were scolding him beside him. Because he won nearly 1.6 billion. The happier Holly was, the louder he shouted. This made the people who followed him feel a little confused. Could this guy have been seriously stimulated? The chief of the Khalif clan nodded with satisfaction in the flying car in the distance. Holly is now a real nobleman, who knows how to maximize his interests. Others have seen his failure, but only he knows how much he has gained this time. Master is wise. Master Holly is really grown up. An old butler said respectfully beside him. Chapter 719, Quick Victory. At this time, Yang Bo was practicing archery with Adam in the game. Handy. Don't the men in your alliance care if someone calls him a non-man? Adam sent a message to Yang Bo. There are hundreds of genders in our alliance. So whether you are a man or not is really not important. Of course, Yang Bo knew that the other party was asking why he didn't show up when someone provoked him. Then do you think Yang Bo is likely to accept a private challenge? Adam sent a direct message. You don't know the people in our alliance. Yang Bo doesn't show up in public for the sake of interests. Think about it. If he loses in your empire, he will definitely be scolded by netizens in China. Maybe the endorsement fee will be reduced. You see that the players from our alliance are all quiet. In fact, these players have a lot of interests in the alliance. These players have interests behind them wherever they go in our place. They can get a lot of money for attending a brand event. Showing up in your place will not only fail to attract fans, but may be scolded by people in China. Isn't it damaging his own interests? Yang Bo was digging a hole for those nobles. Sure enough, Adam understood it instantly. You mean as long as you give enough money, Yang Bo can participate in the competition? That can't be said. Can you tell me more specifically? Now some people in China have reported that Yang Bo's endorsement fee is over 10 billion. As long as he doesn't show up in public, doesn't participate in private competitions, and completes this competition well, he can go back to be rich and prosperous. Why should he risk failure to compete with others? Yang Bo sent another message. That is to say, as long as someone pays him to play in the game, he can take the money and leave regardless of winning or losing. Will he show up? Adam is very smart. I don't know about this either. After all, I'm not the person involved. But according to the thinking of our alliance, there is a high probability that he will. Yang Bo replied again. Standing on the training ground, the two could see that a large part of the crops around Green City had been harvested. But there were still many to be harvested. Looking down from the academy, you can see many knights patrolling back and forth. and many horse-drawn and ox-drawn carts transporting food. A scene of a bumper harvest. The archery skills of the two have improved rapidly during this period of time. Each time you shoot arrows, you cannot exceed a certain number. Otherwise it will cause damage to the character. In reality, Yang Bo logged off the game in the evening. First, I looked at the local news and saw the news that Holly was running without clothes. But there were a lot of people watching today. In the news, some people drove a flying car next to Holly running, cursing and throwing things at Holly. Of course, those who could do this were all nobles. Then Holly was whipped 40 times by the patriarch of the Caliph family. It seems like this has become an unspoken rule? Yang Bo muttered to himself. The Blue Water Empire Sword Association now feels very difficult. 2 consecutive contestants were defeated by Yang Bo. And the entire data is perfect. Just when the Blue Water Empire Sword Association hesitated, the royal spokesman held a press conference. At the press conference, the royal spokesman said that His Majesty the Emperor congratulated the successful completion of this sword competition. The fine tradition of fairness and justice in sword competitions must be passed on. The people in the Sword Association immediately knew the Emperor's intention. In fact, it was the royal family who pushed for the development of the Sword Association in the alliance. Now the sword players in the alliance beat the noble genius players, which proves that the royal family's choice was right. Since someone is right, someone is wrong. Of course, the draw will continue. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Yang Bo's opponent for the next day came out again. This time it was the player ranked 19th in the preliminaries, the genius player Sun Yin, 26 years old, and the title of Viscount. The reason why he is called a genius is that 90% of the players who played against him defeated others within half a minute. And this time, he only lost twice. This is a handsome guy with black hair, white skin and blue eyes. Yang Bo also squinted his eyes after watching the opponent's game video. It seems that the opponent also has visual superpowers. Although sword players are strictly prohibited from using superpowers, some auxiliary superpower intelligent devices cannot distinguish. After watching the opponent's game, Yang Bo found that this guy was very likely to have such a reason. At this time, there was a knock on the door outside. Yang Bo opened the door and saw 2 young ladies in cool clothes. Yang Bo, someone has posted a video challenging you. If you win, you can take away 1 billion blue coins, equivalent to 1.35 billion credit points. Lu Jingxiang said excitedly while looking at Yang Bo. Now there is more than one. There are already several, all of whom have posted videos publicly online. And if you lose, you don't have to pay anything. Shou Kersen was also on the side, nodding quickly. I'll take a look at their information first. After the game is over tomorrow, we'll choose the one who comes to our door. Don't refuse the money. Yang Bo didn't expect that someone would execute what he said to Adam in the afternoon. Yeah, it's the easiest to make this money. Although the endorsement fee in China is very high, it's very hard to be an endorser. You have to travel around to promote. Sometimes, if there's a problem with the product, it will also affect the endorser. Lu Jingxiang nodded. Then I'll learn about it. Yang Bo nodded and closed the door. When Yang Bo opened the news, he found that more than 100 young noble swordsmen had challenged him, and the highest price had reached 2 billion. Of course, this guy who can give 2 billion won the 3rd place in the swordsmanship competition last year. And Yang Bo also found that this guy's family seemed to have some conflicts with the family of General Yongyi. First, find a price that is not too high or too low. Let's fish slowly. Yang Bo prepared to select players in the range of 500 to 800 million. When Yang Bo was preparing to fish, Xiao Song saw so many videos and sneered in his heart, a bunch of idiots, who are trying to give money to others. But then Xiao Song slapped his thigh. I am such a big idiot. I actually forgot to bet on Yang Bo, the turtle bastard. Another Holly who just came out of the treatment chamber saw so many challenge videos and smiled. Yang Bo, the insidious and despicable villain, turned out to be waiting for such a day. Very good. You guys beat me in the afternoon, and then I will win the money. The next morning, before it was even light, Yang Bo used the excuse of going out to relax, and then came to the beach again. Then he sent a message to Jerry, the housekeeper, and bet on himself to win. Jerry, the housekeeper, didn't know what to say. In 2 days, my young master made almost 10 billion. On the first day, 500 million made almost 5 billion. And yesterday 500 million made almost 4 billion. If he wins again today, it will be at least several billion. Butler Jerry wanted to persuade his young master. But his young master didn't give him a chance at all. But it was okay. Anyway, now 500 million has made almost 10 billion. Even if he loses the bet today, there will still be a lot left. Yang Bo's opponent Sun Yin is full of confidence today, because he has superpowers and vision, plus his own strength. He is very confident that he can knock Yang Bo out within half a minute. The swordsman of the empire always has an illusion that the alliance relies on luck to get to where it is today. This is in line with the traditional cognition of these nobles. So Sun Yin bet 1 billion on his victory today. Of course not betting personally, because this is not allowed. Sun Yin has won a lot of money with this. Of course not too much, because there are too many people betting on him to win every time, resulting in too little money won. The bookmaker will adjust the payout ratio according to the amount of bets placed by both parties. The more one party bets, the less money it will win even if it wins. Sun Yin even posted a trash throwing action on his social account, and the trash was thrown accurately into the trash can. It was accompanied by the text, "Trash should be returned to its original place." The message posted by this social account instantly received more than several hundred million likes. Yang Bo arrived at the game lounge on time, and the two young ladies thoughtfully helped Yang Bo put on his equipment. At this time, Sun Yin had already entered the game. Today's contestant is our talented swordsman Sun Yin, who is also a distinguished Viscount. Our Lord Viscount posted a social update at 9 p.m. last night, and the number of likes has exceeded 3 billion. There are still 10 minutes left before the game. The host didn't dare to say too much, because if he said too much to get everyone to place bets, he would be beaten up by some nobles if he lost. The previous host was beaten up again yesterday. The other one who will play is Yang Bo, a swordsman from the Alliance. The host only dared to introduce Yang Bo in this way. If he introduced Yang Bo too much, there might be nobles on the scene who would use their superpowers to beat him up. The host felt too aggrieved and couldn't use his hosting talent at all. At this time, the host found that Sun Yin had something to say. Our distinguished Lord Viscount has something to say. Sun Yin's arrogant tone came out. Garbage should be returned to the garbage bag, not out to get in the way. Yang Bo, your little tricks and schemes will not work in front of me. A round of applause broke out at the scene. Yang Bo looked at the amount of bets in the distance, which had exceeded 12 billion blue coins. The nobles liked to gamble. 2 billion of them were bet on himself to win. Seeing this, Yang Bo muttered in his heart, "Which bastards made me win less money? I acted like this, and people still believe in me?" Before the final game started, the total amount of bets exceeded 16 billion blue coins, of which 2.2 billion were bet on himself. Fortunately, the profit ratio is not low. Yang Bo breathed a sigh of relief. The game started. As the host said the game started, Sun Yin trotted all the way and rushed towards Yang Bo. But Yang Bo's right hand holding the sword drooped. His eyelids drooped, and he didn't look at Sun Yin at all. As Sun Yin ran, he stared at Yang Bo's every move. But Yang Bo didn't move, and Sun Yin had no way to judge what his opponent would do next. The so-called flaws are only flaws when they move, and when they don't move, although they look flawed, they are not flawed. This made Sun Yin very uncomfortable. As the distance got closer, Sun Yin became more and more panicked, because he couldn't predict Yang Bo's movements, because the opponent's starting posture had many movements. Moving forward, backward, moving left and right. The sword in his hand also had many changes. Sun Yin felt that his brain was about to burn. But now there was obviously no way to stop. So Sun Yin made a straight stab. The next second, he saw Yang Bo's sword move. Sun Yin was ecstatic, because according to the movement of the sword and the changes in Yang Bo's arm, he judged that Yang Bo was going to stab directly sideways. So Sun Yin immediately changed his moves. But the next second, he found it was too late, because Yang Bo seemed to have only raised the sword in his hand. So Sun Yin hurriedly responded. But he didn't expect Yang Bo to suddenly take a big step at this time. KO. Yang Bo wins. Yang Bo passed by Sun Yin on the left. Sun Yin's sword was still far away from Yang Bo. The intelligent referee system made another loud sound. The whole audience was silent. And then Yang Bo jumped off the ring and left quickly. Wow. You. Sun Yin's 18th generation ancestor. With a loud roar, a laser cannon was released from a private room. The laser cannon hit the energy shield and produced a huge energy ripple. The people present were startled. But immediately a fighter plane flew to the place where the energy cannon was released. Sun Yin was also frightened and shivered. and quickly ran away. The next second, the whole arena was boiling, and countless things were thrown out from all the private rooms. There was even a noble wearing armor, holding an energy weapon with energy light in his hand, and flew directly to the lounge. However, he was blocked by the energy shield, and the next second he ran away quickly, because countless things were thrown from behind. Bathtubs, tables, and even dumbbells for exercise. There were also some expensive things, some watches, and some decorations. There were even some doors. Obviously, some hot-tempered nobles tore down their own doors and smashed them over. Chapter 720 Self-Proof. Yang Bo, a sinister, despicable, cunning and shameless villain. Sun Yin cursed in the lounge and didn't dare to leave the lounge. The more arrogant he was before, the more regretful he was now. However, Sun Yin still believed that Yang Bo's fake moves deceived him. He didn't realize the gap between the two at all, mainly because he was too confident in himself. Sun Yin, you big trash. Get out quickly. Sun Yin, you bastard. Come out. Sun Yin, you bastard. I lost 500 million. Xiao Song cursed very hard in there. Sun Yin, you are a big trash, causing me to lose a lot of money. In fact, this guy is very happy now. He bet 100 million on Yang Bo and won a lot of money, which is equivalent to more than 7 times the profit. But he had to say that he lost money in front of others. However, Xiao Song and Holly in the distance looked at each other and despised each other in their hearts. Sun Yin was finally thrown out by the guards of the Sword Association because the lounge was to be used by other players. Then he was caught by a group of nobles outside, beaten severely. His clothes were torn, and finally tied to a tree and beaten. Of course, those who could beat and scold people in public here were young people of Sun Yin's generation, and the older generation was too embarrassed to scold. Sun Yin was beaten like a human being, and then a big trash can was tied to his back, and he ran around the arena naked, shouting, "I am a big trash. I am a big trash." There were other nobles spitting on the road, mainly because there were too many people who lost money. There were even people driving fast cars, cursing and throwing dirty water at Sun Yin. Sun Yin ran 5 laps around the arena without using his superpowers. After treatment, he was whipped 60 times by the clan leader at night. It is said that he may not be able to go out for half a month. There are even more unethical guys on the internet. They drew a trash can with a sword in his hand. On the trash can, there are a few words: "I am Sun Yin. I speak for myself." As for Sun Yin's social account, it has been closed because too many people scold him. TSK TSK. TSK TSK. Lu Jingxiang and the others looked at Yang Bo as if they were looking at something strange. Yang Bo's performance today was simply too handsome. If he didn't move, it would be fine. If he moved, he would be killed directly. Two sisters, don't look at me like that. Yang Bo felt uncomfortable being looked at by the two young ladies. How did you trick that big trash? Lu Jingxiang asked. Since the opponent has the ability to predict, I won't move. If I don't move, I can say that I have flaws all over my body. But I can also say that I have no flaws, because I can dodge his attack with any move. He has imagined all my moves while running. When he is about to get close to me, I will directly use a fake move to trigger his thoughts. It turns out that he is overthinking. My fake move will cause him to change his moves. When he realizes that I am faking and wants to fight back, I will change the fake move into a real move. As a result, you can see that he didn't fight back in time, and I seized the flaw and directly defeated him. This kind of person who can predict will think a lot in his mind. When I don't move, he will think that I will attack in advance, or retreat, move left and right. And the sword in his hand can also have many starting moves. In fact, the swordsmanship competition between the two sides tests on-the-spot decision-making. You must never substitute any moves for others in advance. If others make a few fake moves in a row, you will have no time to take care of yourself. After Yang Bo sat down, he took the drink handed over by Lu Jingxiang and explained, "You are so awesome. March Star has already regarded you as a publicity ambassador. The news on the alliance is all about you." Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen looked at Yang Bo with admiration. The main reason was that Yang Bo's moves today were so handsome, clean and neat. In addition, Sun Yan's provocative words on the court from yesterday to today made the two people feel angry, and Yang Bo helped them vent their anger. I have already chosen the target for the competition. Yang Bo saw that the two young ladies looked wrong, and quickly changed the subject. Because there will be two young ladies to admire in the future. This, Yang Bo showed the opponent he chose. Yang Bo, if you are a real man, come and compete. I have prepared 600 million. If you win, you can take my money away. In the video, a young man with a flat head, yellow skin and black hair, wearing a black leather vest and leather shorts, exposing his thick arms and pectoralis major, as well as his muscular calves, holding a sword in his hand. There are a lot of blue coins on the grass behind this guy. Behind this young man, there is a huge manor that looks a bit like a Chinese manor. When the camera turns, this manor is actually on the top of a mountain. And on the top of the mountain next to it, you can see a spaceship part. The top of the mountain next to it was flattened and made into a place for the spaceship to dock. This guy is so rich. Lu Jingxiang was also very surprised when she saw this huge and magnificent manor. Zheng Wuxing, 28 years old this year. Hereditary Earl. Ranked 50th in the last fencing competition. Yang Bo nodded. Let's contact him privately. Of course, through the fencing association? The fencing association seems to want to take a cut? Contact him privately. What if he doesn't pay? These nobles can't be so shameless? We listen to you. Zhou Kersen patted Lu Jingxiang. And the latter realized that when she came again, Lu Jijia asked her to listen to Yang Bo. So Lu Jingxiang conveyed the news to the fencing association. In fact, the fencing association has been anxious for a long time. The annual competition is actually only one aspect. There are more personal grudges. And private competitions are the big part. And there are similar free competitions. But this year Yang Bo attracted too much firepower. So the contradictions of these people in the Blue Water Empire have not erupted for the time being. However, the Sword Association did not dare to make the decision on this matter. So it reported it. The Emperor of the Blue Water Empire finally ordered, follow the rules. So at 10 o'clock in the evening, the Sword Association issued a notice that the Alliance sword player Yang Bo was willing to accept the 600 million conventional sword challenge of the sword player Zheng Wuxing. The Sword Association did not notify Zheng Wuxing at all. After Zheng Wuxing got the news, he jumped up happily and immediately posted a message on his social account. Let me prove who is the trash. These nobles who were defeated by Yang Bo were very angry. Xiao Song, bastard. I'm going to fight you in private. Holly, just a self-proving statement of trash. I will beat you to death. Sun Yin, Zheng Wuxing. I was just careless. You actually called me trash. I will never let you go. Let's fight again when I get better. Yang Bo also opened a social account of the Blue Water Empire, with the help of the Sword Association. However, this social account cannot be commented. But not long after it was established, the reverse thumbs down likes have exceeded hundreds of millions. Lu Jingxiang posted the first dynamic with Yang Bo's authorization. Poor people without money. Don't talk nonsense. Yang Bo's statement instantly detonated the aristocratic circle of the Blue Water Empire. The young generation of swordsmen posted videos one after another, showing off their mansions, and challenged Yang Bo with the balance. He also claimed, there is plenty of money. It depends on whether the trash in the alliance has the ability to take it. At 11 o'clock in the evening, the Blue Water Empire Sword Association issued an announcement that there will be a day off tomorrow. And at 8 o'clock in the evening, the 600 million duel between Yang Bo and Zheng Wuxing will be held in the Grand Arena. As for why it is at 8 p.m., it is because at 8 p.m., all the lights in the arena are lit up, and it will become the most dazzling place. In addition, of course, there is gambling. The nobles like to gamble. This is a bad habit passed down from their ancestors. After all, the nobles' ancestors did not engage in production, but mainly fought foreign wars. Why not gamble? Some of the workers are slaves and servants. When the ancestors went out hunting, they would bet on who would get the most valuable prey or anchored prey first. The free game is the craziest time for the nobles. After the announcement of the Swordsmanship Association, the gambling game was immediately opened. Zheng Wuxing first bought 2 billion to win himself, and generously posted the video. Holly, unlucky guy. Xiao Song, haha. Idiot. Sun Yin, I bet 500 million. Until now, Sun Yin thinks that he was careless, and that Yang Bo deceived him with a fake move. Although he also lost a lot of money on the bet, he still believes in his judgment that Yang Bo will lose. The next morning, Yang Bo went to the beach again fully armed and sent a message to Jerry the butler. Then he came back to play the second world game. I can't catch up to watch the duel between Zheng Wusheng and Yang Bo today. Adam sent a message to Yang Bo. What's good about the scene? That's because you haven't seen this kind of private duel. But to be honest, that Yang Bo is too cunning and treacherous. He actually used a fake move to deceive Sun Yin. Yang Bo is not strong enough. And he must think of other ways. Who would be so hard on money and face? Yang Bo saw Adam sending a message and quickly fooled him. My brother also posted a video. I hope Yang Bo can see it. My brother said that we have to deal with Yang Bo in an upright manner. How much money is your brother going to offer? 3 billion. Wow. Yang Bo still didn't know who Adam's brother was. Because there were too many people who offered 3 billion. The highest offer has now reached 8 billion. And he is the heir of a duke. But my brother may not have a chance. As long as Zheng Wusheng wins, my brother and others will not fight with Yang Bo again. This will be very embarrassing. Yeah. You should have come earlier. Yang Bo smiled in his heart. He was not afraid that you nobles would jump too high. But that you nobles would not jump. He had kept all the videos of the nobles' provocations in the past. When the time comes, he will post them on his social account. No matter how shameless the nobles are, they will bite the bullet and accept such provocations. Anyway, I don't plan to develop in the Blue Water Empire with my identity. So I'll give these nobles a hard time. It's great that these nobles want to do something in private. I'm not a good man. I have a bottom line that I don't take the initiative to kill people. The great god of river crabs is watching. These nobles have their own inheritance and can produce rare skills. When the time comes, they will be given skills. I don't know how long it will take for our rewards to come. Adam was referring to the rewards in the game. It will definitely not be that fast. Now everyone is busy with the autumn harvest. Besides, this matter is too big. And we must check every aspect clearly. It will arrive tomorrow night. I will find a place in your hotel to treat you to dinner. Adam sent a message to Yang Bo privately again. That would be the best. I don't want to stay in your place for a day. I can go shopping. I can't go here or there. I can only go to the beach. Yang Bo replied. How about I take you around when the time comes? Forget it. People in our alliance hate this kind of discrimination the most. Then it's settled. I brought a lot of local specialties. Is it valuable? I know it's your good intention. But the more valuable the better. I can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth. How can a dog spit out ivory? Is the dog a thief who stole the owner's ivory? Practice archery. Bet 5 silver coins. Do I look like a fool? I played the game until after 1 p.m. and then left it idle to let the game character practice archery and strength by himself. You're still playing games. Today, the bets of both sides have exceeded 20 billion. Lu Jingxiang was a little speechless when she saw Yang Bo coming out of the room. What are you afraid of? I'm 80% sure I'll win. Besides, don't be afraid if you lose. We won't lose anything. Yang Bo looked heartless. Chapter 721 Dance is over. The two young ladies didn't expect Yang Bo to have such a good mentality. Through the official swordsmanship association, there is no need to sign any miscellaneous contracts. And to be honest, if you sign a contract with a noble, unless both parties are nobles, the cost of breaking the law for the noble is very low. It's actually the same in the alliance. It seems that some people get a lot of money from suing big companies. In fact, 80 to 90% of this money goes to lawyers. In the alliance, suing rich people depends on whether the lawyer is powerful. Of course, it's not just the lawyer who gets it. After 7 o'clock in the evening, the big arena is brightly lit. Looking down from the starry sky, it looks like a huge and dazzling gem. And there are singing and dancing performances in the big arena. Countless nobles sit in their private rooms, watching a group of beautiful beauties singing and dancing in the middle of the arena. These singing and dancing beauties are also projected in the air by huge virtual projections, looking like fairies dancing in the air. Many of them are favored by some nobles, and then live the life of canaries. The lights in the entire arena were several times brighter than usual, and there were huge beams of light illuminating the sky. Welcome everyone to the Wandao City Arena. Tonight everyone will witness a 600 million duel. There are 45 minutes left before the start time. The beautiful host felt that she didn't know how to host anymore, because she didn't dare to speak nonsense. She couldn't say some of the beautiful words she knew. Half an hour before the start, Yang Bo arrived at the lounge. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen carefully helped Yang Bo put on his equipment. Yang Bo was speechless. He could do it himself. This set of equipment was put on very quickly. There were still 20 minutes before the start of the game, and Zheng Wuxing had already come on stage. Everyone, please watch my performance tonight. This is my stage today. I will kick the garbage of the alliance back to the trash can. My swordsmanship teacher said that you should not care about the opponent's true or false moves. No matter how many moves the opponent has, you only need to break all the moves with one move. Let the garbage of the alliance go back to the alliance. Zheng Wuxing also shouted loudly. Go back to the alliance. Go back to the alliance. Go back to the alliance. Many nobles in the stand shouted in unison. Zheng Wuxing also raised his hands when he heard the shout, and kept walking around on the ring. Yang Bo came to the ring at the right time again. These garbage of the alliance have no manners at all. Zheng Wuxing continued. One difference between private duels and formal competitions is that both parties can talk. Yang Bo didn't talk to the other party at all. Just stood on the ring. Now comes our alliance swordsman Yang Bo. The two sides will decide the winner here. The rules of the game are the same as the regular rules of swordsmanship. There are still 8 minutes left. Yang Bo looked at the virtual projection in the distance, and the total amount of bets from both sides has reached 36 billion. These nobles are really rich. Yang Bo couldn't help but sigh, among which almost 4 billion bet on himself to win, and the other more than 32 billion bet on the other side to win. This money is getting harder and harder to make, and more gamblers want to bet on me later. This is how gamblers lose in the world. The game was about to start, and Zheng Wuxing started to jump with his feet, holding a sword in his hand like a boxer. The game started. When the host said the game was over, Zheng Wuxing rushed over directly. The sword in his hand pointed directly at Yang Bo's throat. Trash! Attack! Zheng Wuxing shouted loudly. Yang Bo originally wanted to solve the opponent with one move, but he thought that he had to dig a hole for the nobles and win more. So he flew back. During the retreat, Yang Bo moved to the left, and Zheng Wuxing directly leaned towards the direction where Yang Bo moved to the left. But Yang Bo slipped and swept to the right the next second. Trash! Don't run if you have the guts. If you are a man, come and fight. Zheng Wuxing shouted angrily. Because the equipment limits the power. It is very difficult for Zheng Wuxing to catch up with Yang Bo. But it is not without a chance. Because Zheng Wuxing is equivalent to being in the inner circle. Zheng Wuxing quickly approached Yang Bo with a few jumps, and Yang Bo also jumped a few times to distance himself. Lead trash. Hurry up and fight. Lead trash. Don't run away. Come on. Zheng Wuxing. Zheng Wuxing. I'm rooting for you. The people in the stands were very excited. Finally, Zheng Wuxing blocked Yang Bo with a few thrilling jumps at the peak of his power, and the sword in his hand cut directly at Yang Bo. Yang Bo braked suddenly, and the sword in his hand blocked in front, blocking the opponent's sword that was cutting towards him. The next second, Zheng Wuxing's sword slid down along Yang Bo's sword, preventing Yang Bo from moving forward. Yang Bo stepped back quickly, and Zheng Wuxing attacked again and again. The swords of both sides kept colliding. Trash! Run! Run! Zheng Wuxing shouted loudly while launching a fierce attack. Trash! 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 The audience at the scene saw Yang Bo being chased and embarrassed, and shouted loudly. Yang Bo saw that the time was almost right, and Zheng Wuxing slashed at his face with another sword. The next second, Yang Bo lowered his body, knelt on the ground with his legs, slid under Zheng Wuxing's sword, and quickly distanced himself from the opponent. Ha ha! Ha ha! Zheng Wuxing laughed and jumped again, quickly intercepting in front of Yang Bo. But the next second, Yang Bo kicked his feet, turned around and reached out, and the sword in his hand rushed towards Zheng Wuxing like a poisonous snake. KO! Yang Bo won! Zheng Wuxing knew it was bad when he saw Yang Bo turn around and reached out. His body twisted rapidly in the air, but was still hit by Yang Bo's sword in the vital part of the spine. Then Yang Bo saluted and left gracefully. Of course, in the eyes of the people of the Blue Water Empire, Yang Bo was just fleeing in a panic. Zheng Wuxing stamped his feet in anger. Why did he jump again? Jumping is the most vulnerable move in a swordsmanship competition. Insidious and despicable. Zheng Wuxing then realized that Yang Bo had been letting him perform this move from the beginning. At the beginning, Yang Bo ran and I jumped to intercept him. And then he jumped many times in the middle, which made me subconsciously think that this move was very safe. You jump. Most of the nobles at the scene also understood that from the beginning. Yang Bo ran. This was a huge trap. Don't you like jumping? I'll let you jump. And when you get used to it, I'll do it to you. But it was clear. And losing money was really painful. The key point was that I just shouted loudly that the alliance was trash. And now others looked at me like a clown. Zheng Wuxing also fled in a panic. And returned to the lounge. Jumping and cursing, insidious. Shameless and despicable. At the same time, he felt pain in his flesh. Because he lost billions in bets. And he had to lose hundreds of millions to Yang Bo. And the key point was that it was embarrassing. Zheng Wuxing was so angry that he almost vomited blood. But this guy was a bachelor. After jumping and cursing in the lounge, he covered his face and left the lounge. Holly had been waiting at the door of the lounge and was in the front line. When he saw Zheng Wuxing coming out, he punched him hard. Cursing in his heart, yesterday, he posted a post to accuse me of trash. Others also punched and kicked. And Zhao Song was very excited. While punching and kicking Zheng Wuxing, he cursed, "I lost again. You bastard." In fact, he was already very happy in his heart because he won money. Others around him started beating him and cursing him. "How dare you call others trash? You jump? You bastard. You bastard think you're a flea. You keep jumping now? Fencers are most afraid of jumping around. You're out of your mind." It was because of Yang Bo, that sinister and despicable villain, that I was so careless. Zheng Wuxing couldn't help but defend himself. "You bastard. You're still ashamed to lose. You made me lose 800 million. 800 million. If I hadn't seen you bet 2 billion with confidence last night, I wouldn't have paid so much money. I lost myself too. You deserve it." This bastard still has the energy to defend himself. Beat him up. When the people around heard that this guy didn't take the beating properly and was still defending himself, they used more force in their hands. Of course, they would definitely not kill anyone. Zheng Wuxing didn't dare to defend himself anymore. But he still thought that he was fooled by Yang Bo. He was careless. How could the rubbish that he chased all over the ring be better than him in swordsmanship? Then Zheng Wuxing was tied with 2 trash cans on his back and ran outside the big arena. However, the lights outside the arena seemed brighter today. And Zheng Wuxing, who was not wearing clothes, was laughed at by others again. Like a little bug. Later, Zheng Wuxing was whipped 100 times by his clan leader. Others lost the game. But this guy took the initiative to give money, and let people bet on him to win 2 billion. He was a complete idiot. It was so thrilling. That's right. At this time, Yang Bo had already returned to the hotel. And the 2 young ladies chattered. It was so thrilling. This guy is very strong. Of course, Yang Bo would not say that he was fishing, and did this on purpose. We were so scared that we couldn't breathe the whole time. That's right. Today's opponent is really too strong. Chasing you all over the ring. Zhou Kersen and Lu Jingxiang patted their chests and said, "Very elastic. I want to have a good rest. I was very nervous today." Yang Bo quickly said that he was going to rest. "Then you have a good rest." The 2 nodded. When Yang Bo went to rest, Lu Jingxiang suddenly realized, we made money. As Yang Bo's agent and assistant, the 2 can also share the money. Ah! Zhou Kersen also discovered this problem. 600 million blue coins, minus the association's handling fee, is about 600 million credit points. Lu Jingxiang quickly calculated. Ah! The 2 screamed immediately. Because as an agent and an assistant, they can get about 10% in total. That means that the 2 can get about 60 million credit points on this day. The 2 wanted to talk to Yang Bo. But Yang Bo had gone to rest. And they couldn't find anyone to tell their excitement. As for those girlfriends, forget it. If they meet now, they will definitely pester Yang Bo and ask for Yang Bo's contact information. Or ask to introduce Yang Bo. Yang Bo went back to the room and took a bath first. Tomorrow night, I will accompany Alan to see Paradise Island. He was a little irritated by the 2 girls flirting just now. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the draw for the next day came out. And Yang Bo was a buy. It's just right that I'll go back to the territory tomorrow to deal with some things. Yang Bo discovered through the spiritual seed that White and the other 2 had already bought the boat tickets to Devon Star. The next morning, Yang Bo went out early and fully armed, and only sent a message to Lu Jingxiang and the others after he left. Yang Bo returned to his territory. Master. The housekeeper was getting more and more confused about his own master. The wealth growth in just a few days was astonishing. Master. Here is a visiting card. The housekeeper took out a red visiting card. Princess? Yang Bo opened the visiting card, and his heart skipped a beat. Alan. You fat guy. Yang Bo knew it was bad in an instant. Although everyone was covered up at the masked ball, the fat man Alan was too conspicuous. You can't afford to play. Right? Yang Bo muttered to himself. Can we not meet? Yang Bo asked. It's a bit rude. Butler Jerry bowed. Then let her come for lunch. If she can make it, she can make it. If she can't, forget it. Yang Bo said casually. It's a bit rude. Butler Jerry said the same words. Then afternoon tea. I've made an appointment with Alan to go to Paradise Island in the evening. Yang Bo said directly. Yes. After the butler left, Yang Bo connected with the fat man Alan. You dead fat pig. You killed me. Alan sat in the office working like a dog, and was inexplicably scolded by Yang Bo. Are you still asleep? Don't think about defaulting on your debts tonight at Paradise Island. No problem. What are you crazy about? I found out that I wore a mask for nothing when I went to the masked ball with you. With your fat pig body, people can recognize you at a glance. What if they recognize you? Damn. You didn't play me badly. Did you? Get lost. Pay attention to the investment. The funds have arrived. Where did you get so much money? Hee hee. I have been betting on the swordsman in the alliance these days. And I only bet 500 million each time. Are you still from the Blue Water Empire, and you bet on others to win? Hee hee. Anyway, I won the money. I lost more than 2 billion. Haha. You are the most loyal noble of the Blue Water Empire. Get lost. Paradise Island for a month. No problem. The two did not dwell on this issue. Only those with money are nobles. Poor nobles without money are not even as good as commoners. Nobles don't need to spend money on everything. The manor at home costs money. Servants and slaves also cost money. And the pomp and circumstance when going out also costs money. Paradise Island will have a grand auction at the end of the month. Do you want to go? Of course. I heard that they have cultivated some particularly good things again. Let's go together then. Yang Bo was going to see if there were any rare materials. In this era of advanced science, gene fusion is no longer a fantasy. All creatures in human fantasy may be realized. So some people changed themselves into what the nobles wanted in order to cater to them. Such as the legendary Fox Girl. Chapter 722 Life Story. But before noon, the princess came. She was wearing a white dress and a white hat. A string of ruby ornaments on her neck set off her classical face, making her look more elegant and noble. Butler Jerry felt a little strange. Because as a royal family, it is impossible to say that they have no sense of time. Welcome, Your Highness. After the car stopped, one of the princess's maids helped the princess open the car door in a small sports car. Yang Bo, who was dressed more formally, bowed and said, I am here for a private visit this time. Sorry to bother you. The princess also squatted slightly and spoke, and asked the maid to take out the gift. The manor on Yang Bo's side was urgently taken care of. And then the servants were dressed in their best clothes. It is worthy of the Altina family. The princess looked at the huge manor and praised. Thank you for your compliment, Your Highness. Yang Bo knew that this woman must be up to no good. In fact, not every princess is rich, because the royal family cannot distribute territory to every princess and prince. They just give everyone a sum of money every month, as well as some houses and the like. Land, as the most important property of the nobles and the royal family, will not be easily divided. Even the houses where these princes and princesses live belong to the royal family. And the princes and princesses only have the right to live there. If the princes and princesses of each generation divide the territory, the royal family would have been dispersed long ago. The same is true for these great nobles. Bart can get such a large island as a territory, which is already a small part of the viscounts. Even many descendants of nobles cannot inherit the title, because each great noble has a limited number of people who can inherit the title. The Altina family officially developed Devon Star, so they have some noble titles and some land. Otherwise, Bart would not have such a large territory and viscount title. The 46th princess was a princess who was slightly favored by the emperor, so she was assigned by the emperor to attend the opening ceremony of the sword competition. The princess was brought to the prepared living room. As soon as she sat down, the princess kicked Yang Bo hard under the table. Butler Jerry's eyelids almost jumped next to him. Yang Bo was fine. The 46th princess had taken off her hat, and there was no other expression on her classical face. Thank you. The maid on Yang Bo's side served the princess a cup of tea. And the princess said thank you. The servant bowed deeply and then retreated. Yang Bo made another gesture. And butler Jerry bowed deeply. Then retreated and closed the door. Your Highness, you are a bit unroyal, Yang Bo said lightly. Shameless. Princess 46 kicked Yang Bo hard again. But this time, Yang Bo clamped her legs together and caught her foot. Excuse me. How did I offend the princess? Yang Bo pretended to be dumb. Despicable. Shameless and vulgar. Princess 46 was so angry that she gritted her teeth when she thought of being wantonly ravished by this guy in front of her. So she raised her leg again. And Yang Bo grabbed her other foot. Your Highness, we are all here to have fun. Why are you so angry? Yang Bo simply stopped pretending. Did you recognize me? No. We are all here to have fun together. Why bother to get to the bottom of it? You dare to say no. I have already asked the host, Alan, and you that I was going to go there. Did you get the news by opening the doors of each room? Yang Bo was a little confused. He just wanted to see how the room was arranged. But he didn't expect to be misunderstood by the woman in front of him. Everything is over. Fuck you. You are having fun. And I am the one being looked for. Then you will be looked for again today. Yang Bo laughed. When the princess heard this, energy fluctuations immediately emerged from her body. But the next second Yang Bo grabbed her legs and pulled her under the table. Then Yang Bo also got under the table. Soon Yang Bo carried the princess wearing a confinement collar on his shoulders and ran upstairs. Shameless. Asshole. The princess cursed loudly and punched and kicked. But she was wearing a confinement collar and could not use her superpowers. Although the living room can be seen from outside, all servants will not look inside, including the princess's maids. In addition, the living room was well soundproofed, so the princess maid didn't know that her master had gone upstairs. The princess, who had been cooked several dishes, was limp on the big bed. The collar on her neck had been taken off. It feels good. Yang Bo slapped the princess. The princess looked at Yang Bo with gritted teeth. Don't look at me like that. Who was screaming so loudly in the middle. We all enjoyed it. The princess struggled to pick up the pillow to hit Yang Bo. Yang Bo came to the door. And the housekeeper had already prepared the clothes. Wash and put them on yourself. Throwing the clothes aside, Yang Bo went out. Half an hour later, the princess came out with a brand new look. I didn't expect that the waist of the Altina family was actually an A+ level supermaster. Where has our supermaster been for the past 3 years? The princess came out as if nothing had happened before, and sat opposite Yang Bo and asked, You should feel very honored to have an A+ level strongman serving you. Yang Bo muttered in his heart. Could it be that he was a pirate outside? And the royal family of the Blue Water Empire knew about it. If you say that the royal family of the Blue Water Empire has no spies among the pirates, Yang Bo will not believe it. But as long as there is no evidence, Yang Bo will not admit it. So he changed the subject. Hee. You don't think that the masked ball and I are coincidences? The princess chuckled again. It doesn't matter. As long as everyone is happy. I am very comfortable now anyway. Yang Bo looked like he deserved a beating. Anyway, a dead pig is not afraid of boiling water. We know some of your situations outside. Now, as long as you help us do one thing, we will keep your situation outside confidential, the princess said with a smile. Haha. Go ahead and say it. It will make it seem that your royal family is monitoring every noble. Yang Bo laughed and didn't care at all. The princess looked at Yang Bo with gritted teeth. Tell me, how much do you want? The princess said again. Yang Bo's mind was spinning. It seemed that this princess was not just here to attend the opening ceremony. Why did you look for me? Because you are a waste of the Altina family. No one doubts you for anything you do. What I didn't expect is that your strength is so strong. The princess looked at Yang Bo and said. Yang Bo probably understood that there were some things that the royal family was not convenient to deal with. So he let this waste of the Altina family. Because he and Alan were not only extremely powerful, but also had a deep family background. So he was a little lawless on Devon Star. Now Alan has entered the government unit. Of course, it is not suitable for these things. Who are you going to deal with? A princess. Yang Bo was a little suspicious when he heard this. Could this princess be related to something? Destroy the marriage? Yang Bo instantly thought of something. The princess can only be the object of marriage. In other words, the current emperor is afraid that his brother will marry other nobles. What if I don't agree? Yang Bo looked at the woman in front of him with interest. It seems that this princess is managing some things for the emperor. Don't agree. Forget it. Are you sure you want to refuse the friendship of the royal family? You know your position in the Altina family very well. As long as the current patriarch dies, they will try their best to take back everything you have. Yang Bo almost slapped his thigh when he heard this. He forgot to ask how the family was when he came back. So he quickly searched Jerry's memory. I'll think about it, and give you an answer in a week. Yang Bo did not agree immediately. Okay. I'll wait for your good news. Princess 46 nodded. After the other party left, Yang Bo quickly ordered the butler, Jerry. First give me a recent family situation report. And then help me find out which county lord wants to marry a noble. Yes. Butler Jerry didn't know what to say. When did his young master hook up with a princess? And it was the 46th princess. Yang Bo did not rashly release the spiritual seed to the princess. Because as a member of the royal family, there may be superpowered people around her who are proficient in the soul. Soon the housekeeper prepared the information. Princess Takla? Yang Bo looked at the title of the princess, and was a little confused. Takla is a kind of alpine lily. It is said that this princess has a strange fragrance from her body, since she was a child. A bit like the fragrance of lilies. But she is just an ordinary person. Butler Jerry whispered. Why is there no photo? There are no photos. Although this Princess Takla is not a direct descendant, she is very popular with His Royal Highness. Butler Jerry introduced again. Yang Bo nodded. This prince is the younger brother of the current emperor. This Princess Takla is married to her half-brother. Yang Bo saw the calculation of the royal family. As one of the great nobles, the Altina family is obviously not willing to be provoked by others. And it is normal for him to do these things as a waste of the Altina family. And he will not be retaliated by the Altina family. And there are deeper reasons. Yang Bo knew from Jerry's memory that he and his father were enemies. After Bart's biological mother died, Bart's father married another nobleman to find a stepmother for Bart. And then the stepmother gave birth to a child. So Bart's father was a little bit repulsive to him. Bart's stepmother tried every means to deprive Bart of his inheritance rights. And the result was that Bart beat his stepmother in public. Bart turned against his father. And the current patriarch is Bart's great-grandfather. After his death, Bart's grandfather inherited the position of patriarch of the family. Bart's stepmother and Bart's grandmother, the future wife of the clan leader, are from the same family. And they are also aunt and niece. And the main marriage partner of Takla County, that is, his younger brother, is naturally opposed to him. So the royal family asked him to do this. Yang Bo finally figured out what was going on. How many years can the clan leader live? Less than 30 years. That's fine. Yang Bo thought he was going to die soon. But he didn't expect there were so many years left. Master, the clan leader is gradually transferring power. And the people below are starting to take sides. Do you have any information about the princess just now? Master, this princess is not simple. So it's better for you to have less contact with her. Butler Jerry said. Chapter 723 Want to Lose. Well, it must be not simple to be ordered by the emperor. Yang Bo nodded. He did not believe what the princess said. By the way, this is the identity information of 3 top scientists. Their ultra-high temperature materials will soon break through. This will be our first profit. Yang Bo gave the identity information of White, and the other 2 to Butler Jerry. Also pay close attention to the family's movements. If some people are tired of living, send them down to see the ancestors as soon as possible. Yang Bo spoke again. Well, Butler Jerry bowed slightly. His young master's identity has changed now. If the family members want to treat him in the same way as before, I am afraid they will get death. As a butler from a noble family, he certainly knows how many deaths there are in the noble family. How many geniuses did not die at the hands of their opponents, but died at the hands of their own family members. Why do family members treat geniuses? Because geniuses can certainly lead the family to take off. But they can also occupy the resources within the family. Find someone to deliver this card to Alan. Yang Bo took out the membership card of Paradise Island. I will pay for his monthly consumption, and I will rely on him for investment subsidies in the future. Yes, Master. I'll leave first. Yang Bo left the territory after saying that. After Alan got the membership card, he didn't even think about greeting Yang Bo, and went to Paradise Island to have fun alone. Besides, when Her Royal Highness returned to the station on Devon Star, She immediately took some biological samples obtained in the afternoon. Your Highness, it is indeed Viscount Bart. The princess's housekeeper handed the results to the princess. What has this guy experienced in the past 3 years? He didn't seem to be so strong 3 years ago? The princess frowned as she looked at the report. Yang Bo's camouflage ability is to disguise himself as a complete biological sample of the other party. Otherwise, he can't use other people's intelligent equipment. It's just that he can't disguise the other party's superpowers and memories. Father got the news that Bart seems to be in the Interstellar Pirates. But he's not sure. There has been no news about Bart in the past few years. I didn't expect him to come back and give us a surprise. The next patriarch of the Altina family is a bit ambitious, the princess said. Your Highness, no matter what this Bart does, he is so strong now. We have to reevaluate. The housekeeper nodded. Today I just planted a seed for him. When his family targets him, he will remember what I said. The princess laughed. The housekeeper nodded. As a member of the royal family, he must dedicate his life to the royal family. Yang Bo returned to the hotel refreshed. And when he looked at the two young ladies again, he was no longer very angry. Yang Bo? Have you been here for a day? Let's find a quiet place. Enjoy the sea breeze. And calm ourselves down. How much money did we earn yesterday? Yang Bo was very good at pretending. And he said this with a bit of excitement. We earned 600 million credit points yesterday. Originally, 600 million blue coins were 8.1 credit points. But the Sword Association had to take a cut and pay taxes. So we only had 600 million credit points. Isn't 10% too much for us? Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen looked at Yang Bo a little nervously. Of course not much. You have come with me to such a far place. Besides, I am not short of money. I have chosen another target. Yang Bo quickly changed the subject. On the surface, the amount of money won was not much. And Bart's side was the big one. Who is it? This. Yang Bo directly showed a virtual projection. In the virtual projection, a young man with golden curly hair, white skin, and silver eyes stood arrogantly on a spaceship and sneered, Yang Bo, I have 800 million here in Sakalu. Do you dare to fight me? This guy is Bart's younger brother. I have to say that this guy is really handsome. 800 million. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen are no longer concerned about each other's appearance, but only about how much money each other has taken out. Are you sure? Isn't it a bit too risky? I think this is the 44th place in the last Sword Association competition? The two asked quickly. Today I have repeatedly studied his competition information, and I am very sure. Yang Bo lied again. Is it confirmed? Confirmed. So Lu Jingxiang contacted the Sword Association again. When the people in the Sword Association saw that Yang Bo had chosen another target, they were all very happy. Because the money for this kind of duel must be deposited into the account. And even if the property is returned to the original owner, a commission will be charged. And taxes will be collected. Because when you deposit money into the account, it is gambling money. And a commission and tax will be charged. Lu Jingxiang controlled Yang Bo's social account again. Directly tagged Sakoru. And posted, get your money ready. Shortly after Yang Bo's social account posted the news, the official website of the Sword Association announced the news that Yang Bo accepted Sakoru's challenge. Then Sakoru responded directly on his social account that he would follow the arrangements of the Sword Association. The Sword Association released another news that the duel between Sakoru and Yang Bo was scheduled for 1 p.m. the day after tomorrow. This caused another huge sensation. Because Sakoru was from the Altina family, and his swordsmanship achievements were obvious to all. Then the player Yang Bo would play against tomorrow came out again. Marin. Male. 29 years old. Baron. Ranked 184th in the preliminaries. Did the association make a mistake? Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen originally thought that Yang Bo would rank higher in the preliminaries tomorrow. But they didn't expect it to be lowered. Yang Bo saw through the trick of the Sword Association at a glance, and did so in order not to show his full strength. After all, according to the original rules, the opponent is getting stronger and stronger, and it takes only a few moves to fight against the top 10 players in the preliminaries. If they win again, then these nobles will definitely not jump like this again. Of course, this official can also make sense. That is, random. After all, other strong players also have times against weak players. Of course, ranking 184th in the qualifiers is not considered a weak player, but a strong player. Rest. Yang Bo said directly. The game time is still 1 p.m. When Marin saw that his opponent was Yongbo, he jumped up excitedly. As a baron, what he needs most is not victory or defeat, but attention. So he immediately posted a message on his personal account. I will definitely let Yongbo roll back to the alliance. The reason why Marin didn't dare to say anything about letting the trash roll back to the trash can was because of what the Viscount and Earl, who were defeated by Yongbo before, would think when they saw this news. These defeated opponents of Yongbo would definitely say that he was blaming Yongbo. In fact, Marin is still very self-aware and feels that he may not be able to defeat Yongbo. Although it seems that Yongbo is not very strong. But the fact that the other party can win so many games shows the problem. As a low-level baron of the nobility, Marin's mind is much clearer than those viscounts and earls. At the same time, Marin secretly found someone to bet on Yongbo to win. He bet 10 million in the last game and won about 80 million. This time, Marin also secretly found someone to bet on Yongbo, directly betting 50 million, which is called risk diversification. If he wins, it goes without saying that fame and so on will come. If he loses a lot, he can still win some money. Anyway, he will not lose money whether he wins or loses. Yongbo got up the next morning and played games as usual. How about having lunch with you tomorrow at noon? Not long after entering the game, Adam also came online and sent a message to Yongbo. Okay, what time is lunch? 11:30 noon. In the B10 private room of the Rock restaurant on the top floor of the Wandao Hotel. I'm treating you to lunch with my own money. No problem. Yongbo hesitated for a moment. He seemed to have an appointment with Sarkalu for a duel at noon tomorrow. But he thought that the meal wouldn't delay him for long. The main reason was that Yongbo knew that it was difficult to book a private room in the rooftop restaurant because there were too many nobles. Yongbo also wanted to go up and see what the noble restaurant looked like. Have you arrived? I arrived at midnight yesterday. Fortunately, I adjusted to the time difference on the spaceship in advance. Why are you here to watch the game now? It's been going on for so long. It's because my brother delayed the time. Does your brother really want to challenge Yongbo to a duel? Now, among the young generation of the aristocracy, no one is left behind as long as they think they are good at swordsmanship. Everyone wants to save face. Besides, Yongbo is not very strong. He is just cunning. Yongbo was indeed unknown in our area before, and he likes to be petty. Yongbo quickly sent a message to agree. The reason why he wanted to delay time with others in the duel field was mainly to make people have this impression, as if he could beat him just a little bit. My brother also said that Yongbo is indeed talented, but he has gone astray, and his swordsmanship should be upright. I think your brother is right, Yongbo quickly admitted. Seeing that the competition time was not far away, Yongbo said that he wanted to play games and have a meal. Yongbo, Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen were already waiting anxiously. Go to the game first, then come back for dinner, Yongbo said. Then the three of them came to the rest room of the competition venue. After putting on their equipment, there were only more than 10 minutes left before the game. Yongbo also went on the court 10 minutes before the game. That Yongbo is heartless. I guess he is playing games in the game. It's almost autumn now. If you don't make money to survive the winter, the game character will easily die in the winter. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen patted their chests as they watched Yongbo go on the court. Ma Lin had a complicated mood when he watched Yongbo go on the court. On the one hand, he wanted to win the opponent and gain great fame. And on the other hand, he wanted to lose and win great wealth. Yongbo looked at the virtual projection and found that the situation was getting worse and worse. The total bet amount today was 26 billion, of which more than 5 billion was bet on himself to win. The profit is getting worse and worse. But it's better than nothing. I need to find someone to fail. Otherwise, I will always undermine the other party's confidence. Do you want to find someone to play a game? But I don't know who the next random person will be. Oh, there's no way I can lose. Yongbo was muttering to himself, and didn't hear what the host was saying. The game starts. Yongbo heard the host's words. Marin's standard swordsmanship moves. Just like fencing. Yongbo saw the other party's standard moves, and he also made a standard move. Both sides kept blocking each other's swords with swords, and then suddenly stabbed at others. It seemed that the two sides were fighting quite fiercely, and Marin suddenly thrust. Yongbo narrowly avoided the thrust, and the people watching the game around him immediately shouted, "Kill him! Kill him! Kill him!" Yang Bo also often forced Marin to retreat with a thrust. Seeing that the first quarter was about to end, Yang Bo saw Marin thrust. So he risked getting hurt and hit the opponent's vitals directly. KO. Yang Bo won. Yang Bo's sword hit the opponent's vitals first. So Yang Bo KO'd the opponent. If it was Marin's sword that hit Yang Bo first, Marin could still score. But it was just a little bit short. This idiot. Speed up your hands. This idiot raised his sword 5 centimeters higher. If he was faster, Yang Bo, this rubbish, would lose. This Marin played well. This Yang Bo was also lucky. If he was slower, he would lose in this kind of injury-for-injury fighting style. Oh, what a pity. That's right. It was rare that no one threw things at the ring today. Everyone was talking about it. Because it was such a pity. Just 5 centimeters and 0.5 seconds were short of Yang Bo's defeat. Of course, Marin did not escape running in circles without clothes. And he was carrying 3 trash cans. Oh, it's a pity for today's game. Marin was just a little bit away from winning Yang Bo. After Yang Bo played the game, Adam sent a message. That's right. It was too thrilling. Yang Bo replied with the other party's tone. I was already very happy in my heart. I just want you to have this illusion. Otherwise how can I fish? Do you know Yang Bo? No. This guy is a cleaner with a weird temper. I haven't seen him once on the spaceship. Yang Bo replied directly. Shameless. A young man from March Star gritted his teeth when he saw this. Hee hee. I have made 2.5 billion. Yang Bo is really a god of wealth. The president next to him laughed. I'll bet on Yang Bo to lose tomorrow. I don't believe he will keep winning. The young man looked down on Yang Bo. How could a cleaner like him, who had just joined the fencing association for a few days, have such strong strength? It's all these shitty fencing players, who forget who they are when they go on stage. This Ma Lin performed well today, and played steadily. The young man spoke again. The president next to him smiled slightly, and muttered in his heart, some people just don't want to admit the excellence of others. Such people deserve to lose. Chapter 724 Adam. If Yang Bo knew that this young man thought of him like this, he would probably laugh so hard that he couldn't sleep in the middle of the night. He worked hard to act and delay time just to make this part of the fool believe that he would win next time. But this Yang Bo is really capable. He can beat so many players in our country, and win such a large sum of money. Adam sent a message and felt a little envious. In our alliance, everyone recognizes money. If you don't have money, no one will talk to you. If you go out to eat, the more tips you give, the better the waiter's attitude will be. Yang Bo sent another message. But this Yang Bo is also a smart man. He knows to choose those who are not the strongest to duel. For people like my brother, he doesn't dare to accept it at all. Is your brother really powerful? Really powerful. So powerful. And he still asks you for money. Being good at swordsmanship does not mean that you have good character. I understand. Yang Bo and Adam practiced archery while sending messages and chatting. Judging from the farmland around Green City in the game, there are probably not many rabbits left. Because people are coming and going. And after the crops are harvested, the farmers around will look for rabbits everywhere. Are you going out for a walk tomorrow? Lu Jingxiang asked with concern when they finished the game and had dinner in the evening. Go out for a run. Feel the sea breeze. See the scenery. And calm yourself down. Remember not to delay the game. Otherwise you will lose money. Of course, no problem. I am the most punctual person. Your punctuality is a bit worrying. The next morning, Yang Bo went out for a walk early again, fully armed. Similarly, the housekeeper was asked to bet 500 million yuan. The reason why Jerry was not allowed to bet too much money was mainly because he was afraid of attracting other people's attention. If Jerry was allowed to bet billions of yuan at a time, it would not only lower the odds, but also make others follow suit. In the eyes of gamblers, there is no right or wrong. Nor is there a saying about who is from their own country. They measure victory or defeat based on themselves and the overall market. Don't look at some nobles clamoring online to let themselves go back to the alliance. Maybe these guys are waiting behind the scenes. Otherwise, where did the money of billions of yuan bet on themselves come from? At 11:20, Yang Bo returned to the hotel and went directly to the elevator of the Upper Black Rock restaurant. Sir, which room are you in? The elevator attendant asked respectfully. B10 room. Sugar cake. This is the code agreed by the two. Sir, please come in. After the service staff checked, They invited Yang Bo in. There is no need to verify the identity here. Just the code. But the noble identity needs to be shown when booking a room, because this can maximize the privacy of the nobles. Otherwise, no matter who the nobles invited to dinner, it would probably be known the next day. Yang Bo was speechless. The layout of this Black Rock restaurant looked like it was in a cave, and the surrounding rocks were still pitch black, a bit like a coal mine. The noble's weird aesthetics. Yang Bo was fully armed and shook his head in his heart. But it was not surprising, because some restaurants in the previous life were decorated like pig pens. The so-called private room also looked like a stone chamber, but there was a huge transparent cover on the top of the stone chamber. This scene on a sunny day looks a bit weird. Imagine the dark stone room around you when the sun shines in. It feels like a tomb. And even the decorations inside are very rough. Huh? After the waiter opened the private room, there was a man in sportswear sitting inside. Come in. The man in sportswear waved. After entering the private room, Yang Bo asked in confusion, "Are you Adam?" "Yeah. I didn't expect it." "Did you?" The other party nodded. "Sorry. I didn't know you were a girl." The person in sportswear was a cute and lovely girl, wearing a white sportswear that looked a bit loose. Although her face was a bit chubby, it was really not big. Her black hair was simply tied into a ponytail, and she had a pair of big black eyes. When she spoke, you could see 2 dimples on her face. "I didn't expect you to be quite gentlemanly. It's mainly because female characters are troublesome in the game." Adam's voice was a bit soft. "That's true. This is the specialty I brought you. Tobacco. But I don't smoke. This is a specialty of our territory. This box of tobacco is worth millions of blue coins." "Thank you." Yang Bo immediately came to his senses. Not all nobles are rich. Most of the illegitimate children in the family only have a fixed amount of pocket money. But then he thought of Adam, who also made a lot of money with him. So he accepted it. "You come out to see me. Your parents won't be angry, right?" "No. My family doesn't know. I didn't expect you to be good looking. You are scolding me." "Hee hee." Adam smiled, and 2 dimples appeared on his face. "Don't meet strangers in private in the future." Yang Bo was a little puzzled while talking, because Adam didn't have the bad smell of ordinary people, but had an indescribable complex smell. But he didn't care, because there are many ways to temporarily eliminate the smell on the body with high technology. "Yeah. You are quite nice. You have been in the game for so long, and you don't know what kind of person I am." "Yeah. See what you want to eat. I have a membership card here." "Your own?" "My brother's. He asked me for money in the game, and I used his cards." Speaking of Adam's brother, Yang Bo felt a little guilty. That is, he sent the other party to prison and then to the battlefield. "I haven't heard of these things. So you should order the dishes. And I, a country bumpkin, will eat them." Yang Bo looked at the menu and saw that there were all strange names on it. "Okay then." Adam started to order dishes. "Are you really 18 this year? Do I have to lie to you?" To be honest, Yang Bo felt a little uncomfortable. After all, he was mentally older. Eating privately with an 18-year-old girl like this seemed like he would be beaten up by the parents at any time. "I came here to eat mainly because of the Black Rock honey. This honey is so fragrant." "Do you like honey so much?" "This Black Rock honey is not ordinary honey. This kind of bee is a mutant animal. It is as big as a fist and very ferocious. It's nothing in front of high technology. I don't know why. I just like to eat sweet things. And I like this kind of honey even more. I can be happy for a long time after eating it once." "Is this expensive?" "Not only is it expensive, but it is also in limited supply." Yang Bo kept chatting with Adam, just to prevent him from asking his name. Otherwise he would be exposed. The food was served soon. Yang Bo looked at the small box of honey in front of him. This was the famous Black Rock honey. This box cost 2 million blue coins, and it was limited to a daily supply. It had to be booked 1 month in advance. "Huh?" Yang Bo picked up a thing similar to French fries, dipped a little in the honey and ate it. "I found that this honey could actually make people happy." Of course, this was just an appearance. In fact, the little energy contained in this honey can nourish the brain. Just like people on Earth drink Fat House happy water. It is actually the sugar in it that delivers nutrients to the brain. I don't think it's a big deal. "Do you want to eat this box too?" Yang Bo asked, looking at the Black Rock honey in the box. "You can't eat too much. I can't stand it if you eat too much." I forgot you are an ordinary person. I don't know how much reward the game will give this time. When I get the gold coins, I will exchange them for money, and eat black rock honey every day. It's so comfortable. Adam ate the black salt honey quickly like a little hamster without any image, and then showed a satisfied expression. After a few minutes, Yang Bo felt something was wrong, because the smell on Adam's body became stronger and stronger. I didn't see him spray perfume? Could it be? Yang Bo suddenly thought of a possibility. That is, Adam may have superpowers in terms of mental power, but he can't gather superpowers. So after replenishing mental energy, it will soon dissipate because there is no restraint. My biggest wish is to eat black rock honey every day, but I didn't expect it to come true soon. How about I lend you some money first? Forget it. You've helped me a lot. I didn't expect the world to be so wonderful. I just wanted to kill time in the game. But I didn't expect to become a combat professional. The most important thing is that you got to know me. Hee hee. Thank you. You changed my view of those people in the Alliance. Adam's smile is so cute. The two chatted and chatted. And time flew by, and it was almost time for the game. Yang Bo looked at his watch and found that Lu Jingxiang had sent a bunch of messages. He quickly sent a message to ask Lu Jingxiang to go to the lounge first. And he would go immediately. Sorry. I have something to delay for a while. You go. Come back soon. Adam looked at Yang Bo and nodded. So Yang Bo got off the elevator, and then took another elevator, and went directly to the game lounge. You almost made me anxious to death. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen were running around in the lounge anxiously. It's my fault. Just after changing his equipment, with only 10 minutes left, Yang Bo hurriedly left a word and went to the arena. Sakura was standing on the ring in high spirits, enjoying the cheers of the audience around him. Let the garbage of the Alliance roll back to the Alliance. Come on. Sakura. You are the best. Sakura. Kick the garbage of the Alliance hard and kick them back to the Alliance. Sakura's team studied Yang Bo's game videos and came to a conclusion. That is, to fight Yang Bo head-on, not to be too aggressive, and to play steadily. 3 minutes. At this time, Yang Bo set a time of 3 minutes for himself when he went on the court. He took another look at the virtual screen and saw that the bet amount had reached 38 billion. More than 3 billion of them were bet on him to win. It seems that the last performance still made many people believe that he was just one step away from winning. And this time, he had almost 10 times the profit. Yang Bo didn't care about Sakura's provocation. The game started. Just as Yang Bo left, a handsome young man with silver hair, white skin, golden eyes, and a high nose bridge walked into Adam's private room at the Black Rock restaurant on the top floor of the hotel. Brother? Adam heard the knock on the door and asked someone to come in. But he didn't expect it to be his brother. You haven't finished the meal yet? Where's your friend? Adam's brother looked at his sister alone and was a little curious. His sister must have made an appointment with the bastard in the game to have dinner. He wanted to see what the other person looked like, remember his appearance, and then slowly deal with him. He actually used public tools for private purposes in the game to frame himself. You think we are nobles. You are really powerful in the game. But let's have a fight in reality. He's gone. Then go back to your room early. I'm going to watch Sakura duel. Adam's brother was a little disappointed, but he had plenty of options. He said goodbye and left in a hurry. Chapter 725 Identity? When he heard the match was about to start, Sakura imitated Marin and pointed the sword in his hand at Yang Bo. Yang Bo also started with the same move as Sakura. The two sides quickly approached and attacked each other. Sakura tested Yang Bo's strength and speed, and his mind was stabilized. Come on. Come on. You rubbish. Sakura also used words to provoke Yang Bo. Come and beat me. And you will get 800 million if you beat me. You can't make 800 million in your lifetime. As long as you beat me, you can get it immediately. Sakura's team formulated this provocative language based on the fact that people in the Alliance like money. The two sides had another round of sword confrontation. And suddenly Yang Bo took a big step and stabbed fiercely. Unexpectedly, Sakura was prepared, twisted his body to avoid Yang Bo's fierce stab, and the sword in his hand hit Yang Bo's vitals. Yang Bo also staggered and finally avoided Sakura's sword. Ha ha. Sarkalu laughed when he saw Yang Bo stumble, and the sword in his hand followed him like a venomous snake. Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! The gamblers in the stands almost jumped up in excitement when they saw the scene. Those who bet on Yang Bo to win were so excited that their hearts were in their throats. But they didn't dare to shout out. Otherwise they would be beaten up by the people around them 100%. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen covered their chests tightly because it was too thrilling just now. Yang Bo took 2 risks to escape from Sarkalu's pursuit. Sarkalu saw Yang Bo jump and wanted to jump with him. But when he thought that someone was hit by this, he didn't follow. Seeing Yang Bo landed steadily, Sakura knew that if he chased him, he would probably fall into this guy's trap. Steady! Sakura warned himself again. 800 million. 800 million. 800 million. 800 million. Come and get it if you can. You can get 800 million if you defeat me. Sakura continued to provoke him verbally. How many things can 800 million buy? How many beauties? 1 minute left. The two sides had another round of confrontation, tentatively attacking each other. And then both sides retreated. And then Yang Bo muttered in his heart. Sakura took the initiative to attack again. Yang Bo shook left and right as a fake move. And then Sakura suddenly attacked. Unexpectedly, Sakura's attack this time actually accurately predicted Yang Bo's movements. And the sword in his hand almost hit Yang Bo's chest. At the critical moment, Yang Bo not only took a step back, but the sword in his hand also blocked his own sword. Sakura was so anxious that he almost stomped his feet. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. A little bit. A little bit. But he still reminded himself to be steady. So he started to retreat again. Then the two began to approach each other again, with their swords pointed at each other. The swords of both sides blocked each other. But what Sakura didn't expect was that this time Yang Bo didn't block his sword with a fake move, but rushed forward instantly. KO! Yang Bo won. Just now, Yang Bo almost rushed into Sakura's arms. Sakura was a little confused. He didn't expect Yang Bo to take the risk and rush forward instantly. He clearly saw that the movement of his feet was to prepare to retreat. And he was also ready to rush forward. Then the two sides collided with each other. The key point was that the other party was prepared. But he was not. Insidious, despicable, and shameless. Sarkalu was so angry that he jumped up and cursed. And his whole body was shining with energy, and he was about to chase Yang Bo. But the next second, the guards of the Sword Association wearing armor also shone with light. Sarkalu was scared in an instant. That was a special robot guard. It didn't care whether you were a noble or not. It was merciless. The reason why robot guards were used was to maintain the rules. If they were replaced by real people, they probably wouldn't dare to attack the nobles. Moreover, these robot guards can use 2 energy swords at the same time to cut people into several large pieces in an instant. Although it won't kill the nobles. But if they are cut into several large pieces, the talent of the whole person will be greatly reduced. Because even if the body is healed, it will not be as good as before. Not to mention that there is more than one robot guard. Otherwise, how to maintain the rules? After all, the duels are all nobles. Yang Bo, you little man. Yang Bo, you turtle bastard. If you have the ability to fight again, I will take 2 billion. Sarkalu jumped up and cursed on the ring. Zhao Song and others breathed a sigh of relief, and quickly cursed Yang Bo in the stands. League trash. Get back to the league. Despicable and shameless villain. The assistant to the president of the March Star Sword Association also cursed. Despicable and shameless. Only knowing how to use fake moves. 3 minutes. It seems that Yang Bo is still meeting with his gaming friends. Only the president silently looked at the time, and didn't care about the furious assistant at all. This kind of person only believes in his own judgment, and doesn't believe in objective facts at all. I want to go to the bathroom. Yang Bo hurriedly left after unloading his equipment in the lounge. Today is too thrilling. I didn't expect Yang Bo to turn defeat into victory. 800 million. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen were not surprised at all. After all, Yang Bo had just experienced 2 thrilling events. Then they realized that today was 800 million. Then they hugged each other and cheered, and hurried back to the hotel. Yang Bo returned to the private room and looked at the time. It was only about 20 minutes. Sorry, I was in a hurry just now, Yang Bo said with a red face and breathless. What a pity. You didn't see the match between Yang Bo and Sakorlu. Although Sakorlu is annoying, he has a lot of strength. Adam saw Yang Bo coming and said, looking back at the video recording is the same. It's clearer. There are many people's commentary in it. I feel it's right. Well, Sakorlu should play steadily. But he misjudged Yang Bo's action in the end. When Adam said this, Yang Bo was very happy. It was worth the drama he played today. Add a friend. After the meal, when both parties were leaving, Adam took the initiative to say, "Okay." After leaving, Yang Bo felt strange. Today, neither of them asked each other's name when they met online. Is there something wrong with Adam's identity? Yang Bo muttered to himself. Yang Bo sneaked back to the hotel. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen were not in the living room. Yang Bo took the gift from Adam and went into his room. Just when he was about to check what local specialty the tobacco was, he received a message from Lu Jingxiang, asking him not to order any dishes, and they would buy vegetables and come back to cook. Eat again? Eat if you want to. Anyway, you can eat it. Sokorlu was inevitably beaten up, and then ran around the arena naked, with 4 trash cans on his back. Adam saw this scene in the living room of a huge manor and showed a disgusted expression. This person is so disgusting. After about an hour, Adam's brother came back and said angrily, "Sokorlu, this idiot waste. I told him to play it safe last night, but he insisted on taking the risk to attack. If he didn't take the risk to collide with Yang Bo, he would have won. Waste. Idiot. Fool. Can't be taught. And Yang Bo, this insidious, despicable and shameless villain." Adam watched his brother cursing beside him, just pretending not to hear it, because his brother also lost a lot. Probably lost billions of dollars. "Is your netizen from the Alliance?" Adam sat down and took a big sip of water before asking. "Yeah." Adam nodded. Adam's brother's face became a little uglier, because the people of the Alliance were not easy to deal with. And those cowards of the Alliance stayed in the hotel and didn't come out. "I didn't have the courage to break into the hotel and catch people." "How are you in the game now?" Adam's brother asked again. "What are you doing?" "I have no money." Adam looked at his brother warily. "Don't be so stingy. Look, I'll give you my membership card today, so you can spend as you like. How much do you want? 5 silver coins?" "Just 5 silver coins." Adam was relieved to hear 5 silver coins. Adam's brother was a little surprised to hear that his sister actually agreed to it. According to his sister's stingy character, she probably has 10 times more money in her hands. "Just 5 silver coins. I'll give you the address, and you can mail it to me." Adam's brother was going to use these 5 silver coins to bribe the commander on the front line of the battlefield. "Yeah." Adam nodded. Adam's brother said angrily, "I'll go first." Adam's brother had just walked out when a follower came trotting over. "Your Highness, I heard a big news." "What big news?" Adam's brother also widened his eyes when he saw the message sent to him by the follower. "Is the news correct?" Adam's brother's breathing was rapid. "The person who framed us in the game is very famous in Green City, especially in the aristocratic circle. He is a famous rabbit hunter who can hit the rabbit with a stone with 90% certainty. It is said that the reward is basically 50 silver coins per time. According to incomplete statistics, that guy probably has several gold coins in his deposit." The follower whispered, "TSK, TSK. No wonder he can join the city guards. It turns out that he has embraced the thighs of the nobles." Adam's brother said, "It seems that someone saw His Highness inside, also patrolling in the equipment of the city guards." The follower said again, "Are you sure?" "Your Highness, you also know that these local NPCs in the game are not friendly to us outsiders. So I dare not look closely." "Don't talk nonsense. Isn't it just to re-establish the character after 3 months? You must find out the matter. But keep it secret for me." Adam's brother decided to find out the situation. "Yes." The follower nodded. "No wonder a stingy girl like me can take the initiative to treat people to dinner." Seeing the follower leave, Adam's brother touched his chin and muttered in his heart. At this time, Yang Bo was speechless. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen said they would cook. "Just open the vegetables you bought and sprinkle the seasoning on them. Just like feeding pigs in the countryside and mixing pig grass for them. Is this also called cooking by yourself? But it doesn't matter. Yang Bo, try my cooking skills. These dishes are the best when paired together." Lu Jingxiang was still very proud. "I'm going to take a rest for a while. It was too thrilling today." Yang Bo said after finishing the mixed vegetables quickly. "Yeah. You have a good rest and relax. Do you want me to give you a massage?" Zhou Kersen asked again. "No. I don't want to. I want to take a nap now." Yang Bo almost agreed, but thought that this must be a serious massage. So he gave up. "Huh?" Yang Bo checked the tobacco Adam gave him when he returned to the room. "Adam, is the Princess Takla?" seeing that the tobacco was produced in the territory of a prince. He was familiar with this prince because he had just checked it yesterday. No wonder the royal family is wary of this prince. It turns out that Adam's brother is really a genius. Yang Bo looked carefully again and found that Adam's brother was indeed a genius. He started a business at a young age and had a net worth of hundreds of billions. The emperor is most afraid that his younger brother's son is better than his own son. If he dies at that time, his son may be replaced by his younger brother's son. TSK. If I were the emperor, I would also nip these potential dangers in the bud. But the emperor can't do it openly. If he does, he will be opposed by other princes. So the emperor can only use these despicable means. But since Adam's brother has such a high-profile publicity, it is probably a move by the prince to force the emperor to take action. TSK. They are all calculating. At this time, Adam sent a message. Adam's avatar is a gray rabbit. Yang Bo noted Adam. I seem to have been fooled by my brother. Adam sent a message. Chapter 726 Confidence. What did you get fooled into? Yang Bo replied in confusion. He just came to me again to ask for money. And asked for 5 silver coins. I didn't react at the time and agreed to it. Adam replied again. Why did you agree to it? I calculated my savings. I don't think I can hide it. As long as your brother is interested in investigating, he will know that you are now a city guard. I can hide it for a day. And no one knows how much money I have. Just say you borrowed money? My brother knows my habits. What habits? If I have 100, I will give him 5 at most. If I don't have 100, I will give him 1 at most. Yang Bo knew this girl was calculating and stingy when he saw this answer. Then you have to give it to me. At worst, you can use his membership card to buy more black rock honey. Oh, it's all because I ate black salt honey at noon today. I feel dizzy and was fooled by my brother. How about I wait for your brother to come to get the money and beat him up? He asked me to mail it to him. When Yang Bo saw this answer, he found that this girl didn't mind beating up her brother in the game at all. And he was relieved. From my brother's tone, he seems to have lost again. That Yang Bo from your alliance made him lose a lot of money. I think this Yang Bo is a rabbit with a tail that can't grow long. Today, he was almost solved by Sakalu. Yang Bo quickly followed the other party's words. Yeah, I also think it should be the limit. After all, the more tricks Yang Bo uses, the more you can study his shortcomings. Yes. Find more people to study him. I also don't like this guy. You are jealous of others. Okay? I am jealous that he earned several hundred million today. This guy is so annoying. After sending messages for a while, the two went to practice archery again. Because the game character eats well. Plus practicing archery every day, Yang Bo consciously let the character shoot more arrows, so as to slowly increase strength. Not to mention that this is very effective. How about we go hunting in the forest after a while? Forget it. It will be dangerous in the mountains by then. Let's patrol, and then learn carving and gardening. Yes. I almost forgot. In the evening, after the game was closed, Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen saw Yang Bo coming out of the room and shouted excitedly, "It's in the account. The money we won today has arrived again. We won more than 800 million today." "Oh, I forgot about this," Yang Bo said excitedly. But he didn't have much idea about money. Jerry, the butler in Bart's territory, looked at today's nearly tenfold profit and always felt that the world seemed different from before. In just a few days, the funds increased from 500 million to more than 10 billion now. This is more than 10 billion in cash. A company with a valuation of hundreds of billions may not have so much cash. This Yang Bo is really a god of wealth. But it seems that he is about to reach his limit. Even Jerry, the butler, misjudged Yang Bo's acting skills. On the one hand, Yang Bo's acting was indeed too similar. And on the other hand, Yang Bo's situation affected other people's judgment. 22 years old. Cleaner. Resident. Just joined the fencing association. First time to compete this year. The league is a place that forces fencing players to eat and drink. All these add up to affect people's judgment. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the random draw for the next day came out again. The information of Yang Bo's opponent. Feng Yun. Male. 29 years old. Viscount. Ranked 212th in the preliminaries. The competition time is also at 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. In fact, There are many games in the fencing competition every day. But the games after noon are more interesting. Because the nobles have to eat, drink and have fun until noon. Then Yang Bo found out that the opponent in this competition was Feng Yilio's younger brother. Yang Bo. Sakala sent a video to challenge you again. This time he wants 2 billion blue coins. At this time, Lu Jingxiang sent a message. Yang Bo went out. And Lu Jingxiang turned on the virtual projection. Yang Bo. Do you dare to play again? I'll take 2 billion blue coins this time. Think carefully. You can get 2 billion if you beat me again. Sakoru is like a devil, tempting Yang Bo with money. According to online reports, this guy was just whipped by the clan leader. Because the noble meeting will be held soon. The clan leaders or appointed agents of various nobles have come here. How is it? Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen also looked at Yang Bo's reaction. This is a bit dangerous. This guy must be confident to take so much money this time. Yang Bo is now pretending to be more cautious. Why don't we choose someone else who is sure? On the other hand, Yang Bo is also preparing to fish. If he doesn't accept Sakuru's challenge, then the other party will think that he is afraid. And he may even add money. So I choose someone with lower strength and earn less money. Then I agree to it after the other party raises the stakes. As if I can't resist the temptation. That makes sense. Who do you choose? Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen couldn't judge because it was too thrilling today. This. Yang Bo showed a video. A bald, yellow-skinned, blue-eyed young man held a sword in his arms, and made an international friendly gesture with one hand, but pointing downward. Yang Bo. You big rubbish. These noobs from your alliance dare to fight with me. My uncle? I have a lot of money. 600 million. Of course I don't dare. Anyway, all the people in your alliance are rubbish. And the rubbish of the alliance is embarrassing here. This person's name is Luo Kai. 28 years old this year. Hereditary Viscount. Ranked 18th in the last swordsmanship. But because he was injured in the free competition later, he did not participate in the last session. This ranking is so high. Lu Jingxiang looked at the information, frowned slightly, and said worriedly, I suspect this guy said this for the sake of face. Now the young generation of noble swordsmen all post videos. If he doesn't post a video, others will look down on him. Yang Bo explained in a low voice. He was injured in the free competition and must not have recovered yet. After all, the price he offered was too low. Thinking that I didn't look down on him. Of course, if we lose, we won't lose anything. But this is more certain. Isn't it? Yang Bo added. The two young ladies heard this and nodded in agreement. Looking like you were right. There is no such thing as taking advantage of others' misfortune and being ridiculed in the alliance. It will never happen. As long as you can get the money, you are a hero. Lu Jingxiang communicated with the Swordsmanship Association under Yang Bo's authorization. So soon the Swordsmanship Association issued another announcement that Yang Bo accepted Viscount Luo Kai's regular swordsmanship duel. Then soon another announcement was issued that Viscount Luo Kai and Yang Bo of the Alliance will have a wonderful duel at 1 p.m. the day after tomorrow. Only then did Luo Kai post a video on his personal social account. In the video, Luo Kai was seen training against an advanced swordsmanship training robot. The training robot's two swords continued to attack at high speed, and Luo Kai kept blocking, resisting for 20 seconds. Haha. You despicable, insidious and shameless Yang Bo. You're having a lot of fun this time. You rubbish must have seen that I was injured in the free competition. So you didn't participate in the competition. You, a despicable, shameless and treacherous villain. Probably can't think of it. But I was delayed in signing up because of something. Just wait to roll back to the Alliance. Continue to be your cleaner. And continue to deal with garbage every day. These videos and words of Luo Kai were immediately well received by many people in the Blue Water Empire. When Yang Bo saw this scene, his expression was very serious. But he was smiling in his heart. And he was going to make a lot of money again. Are you sure? Lu Jingxiang was also a little dumbfounded. She didn't expect this result. Do your best. Anyway, we have won so much money. So we won't lose. Of course, Yang Bo would not say that he was sure. I'd better go and watch his previous game videos first. And then study them. Then Yang Bo left a sentence and went back to the room to study. But actually went to sleep. The next morning, Yang Bo went out to stroll on the beach again. Fully armed. There were many people strolling on the beach in the morning. He sent a message to Jerry. the housekeeper, to bet on Yang Bo to win the game the day after tomorrow. And bet 1 billion. Today is the same as before. Then Yang Bo was really walking on the beach. Walking back, and found that Sakoru was furious and accused him of being a shameless villain. He didn't dare to fight him again, and raised the bet to 2.5 billion. The mysterious confidence of the nobles. Yang Bo smiled in his heart. At this time, Adam's brother looked at the report content and was a little bit unbelievable. Are you sure this news is true? Adam's brother looked at the information sent by the entourage. Our people bribed the waiter of the Golden Cup Tavern with a silver coin and obtained this information. The city guards like to drink in the Golden Cup Tavern. We didn't know why. It turns out that the Golden Cup Tavern is the property of the financial chief of Green City. This handy can get at least 50 silver coins for hunting rabbits for the nobles. According to statistics, he has served for nearly 20 times in total. It is said that he also followed the East City District Sheriff to rescue the caravan and won military merits. He received a bounty of 30 gold coins. The bounty of 10 gold coins was a military merit bounty, and another 20 gold coins were rewards from the caravan. It is said that this caravan has spices worth 50,000 gold coins. Adam's brother also widened his eyes when he heard this data. His Highness Adam is also a formal city guard, and he also treated the chief to a drink at the Golden Cup Tavern, spending about 20 silver coins. The follower reported in a low voice. I knew that he could easily give 5 silver coins, and he had at least 100 silver coins on him. That's not the most important thing. It is said that Handy and his patrol team, Lord Adam, have uncovered a major theft. It is said that the bounty for this time will be reported to the kingdom. According to gossip, there may be a reward of thousands of gold coins. Thousands of gold coins. Adam's brother's eyes lit up. 1 gold coin is now worth 1.5 million blue coins. That's 1.5 billion blue coins. It doesn't sound like a lot, but the gold coins in the Second World game are too rare, because it is too difficult to get game coins in the Second World game. Some people have lived for several years without seeing a silver coin, because the money they get is easy to spend. But it is difficult to make money. It is even more difficult to find a stable job. First of all, the NPCs in this game exclude outsiders. And then you have to work with the mentor for at least 3 to 5 years before you can take on some work. Then, there are all kinds of dangers in the second game world. You may die from mosquito bites, snake bites, dog bites, and then colds and heat strokes. You may die at any time. There are also people who are robbed and killed. And sometimes the authorities catch people without identity to serve as cannon fodder at the border. It's not that no players joined together to rob others at the beginning, but unfortunately, they couldn't do it without equipment. And the people in the villages in the game world were on high alert. Once there were strangers in the crowd. They would enter some fortresses in advance. Players without weapons and equipment were slaughtered one-sidedly by the NPC army. Some players tried to survive in the wilderness by smelting iron and making equipment outside. But they would soon be suppressed by the NPC army, no matter how well they hid. If Yang Bo knew about it, he would definitely sneer and say that if they didn't follow the official way, there would be NPCs at any time, dropping from the sky to suppress them. The second world is like a chaotic, ruleless, yet rule-bound world. Of course, if you have money, you can definitely live well there. So the price of the second world game currency is very high, and the currency is also very durable. I didn't expect that my sister would actually meet a noble man. We have to find a way to get some money from this noble man. With gold coins, we may be able to survive at the border. It's just that we can't survive at the border this time. It would be much better if we have gold coins next time, Adam's brother said, stroking his chin. I'll go and find out right away. The follower understood what the master wanted to do in seconds. No, we can't touch these cowards in the alliance. We can't mess around in the hotel. We still have to let my stingy sister take action. Adam's brother shook his head. My sister is stingy and money-grubbing. I buy gold coins at a high price. As long as I can offer her a price that makes her excited, she will definitely contact the other party. As long as I ask the other party out, I have 10,000 ways to make him hand over the gold coins honestly. Adam's brother said confidently. Your Highness, this method is good? The attendant could only say this. I'll go see my stingy and money-grubbing sister first. Adam's brother laughed. Chapter 727. Who is it? After Feng Yan found out that he would play against Yang Bo the next day, he also made a lot of remarks on his social account. Yang trash. You wait for me to abuse you tomorrow. You androgynous trash in the Alliance have polluted the land of our Blue Water Empire. I suggest that Yang Trash go back and change your gender to Trash Can. Yang Bo was a little speechless when he saw the other party being so arrogant. Because there is indeed a Trash Can in the Alliance gender. This guy's words are really irritating. Lu Jingxiang said angrily, as she looked at the other party's provocation. Zhou Kersen also nodded. You still say that others are trash. How much is his ranking? The nobles here have learned to be arrogant before learning anything else. Yang Bo shook his head. In the eyes of these nobles, only the same nobles are equal. And the others are pariahs. And the common people of the Blue Water Empire also think that they are inferior to the nobles, because of so many years of education. However, the only difference of the Blue Water Empire is that it has not blocked the nobles' upward channel. Every year, there are always some outstanding talents who are awarded the title of nobility. But most of these titles are empty and do not have any territory, unless they have the money to buy a territory. So the lower class of the Blue Water Empire is still very desperate. But in the seemingly free alliance, it is very difficult to achieve a class leap. Just like White and his three friends. If they were in the Blue Water Empire, they would have a high probability of being awarded the title of knight. But in the alliance, they would still be like the dogs of those companies. And they would be kicked away when they were useless. There is a reason why a country can exist until now. Yang Bo still did not reply to the other party, and let the other party jump as he pleased. However, this guy's speech angered many groups in the alliance. In the past, when the nobles provoked him, they would name and curse Yang Bo. So the people in the alliance thought it didn't matter. But this guy brought the entire alliance with him. And a protest immediately broke out in the alliance. These groups also insulted the Emperor of the Blue Water Empire online. The Dog Emperor of the Blue Water Empire. Take care of your dog. The Dog Emperor of the Blue Water Empire. Your puppy is uneducated. The Alliance's online insults to the Emperor of the Blue Water Empire were learned from the pirate leader. As long as you, the Blue Water Empire, make me unhappy, we will curse your Emperor. The Emperor of the Blue Water Empire looked at hundreds of millions of people scolding him with a dark face. And sneered. It seems that General Feng had planned it long ago. And let others scold me. The newly promoted general manager heard this, and quickly prostrated himself. Your Majesty. Humph! The Emperor must be unhappy. After all, he was scolded by hundreds of millions of people online. Of course, Yang Bo didn't pay attention to the news in the alliance. But Lu Jingxiang did. So when Yang Bo got up the next morning, Lu Jingxiang told him about this matter. Yeah. Yang Bo felt that the people in the alliance had learned bad things. How could they scold the Emperor? Then Yang Bo continued to play the second world game. My brother wants to buy your gold coins at a high price. After Yang Bo played the game, Adam sent a message. Yang Bo wanted to refuse, but suddenly remembered that he wanted to find someone to lose the game. This Adam's brother might be a good potential customer. Of course we must charge customers. How much did he give? 2 million blue coins per gold coin. Give so much? He probably wants to buy some equipment to arm himself. Does he want to rebel? It seems like he has this idea. Yang Bo is not optimistic about Brother Adam's entrepreneurship. And the Second World Game official will never allow such a change to exist. Okay then. You set a time. And he will treat us to a meal. How about tonight? Then I'll ask. Finally, it was agreed to be at 7:30 tonight. At the Guangming restaurant on the top floor of the hotel. Feng Yun gritted his teeth today. Because after posting the status yesterday, those rubbish in the alliance insulted His Majesty the Emperor, causing him to be slapped hard by his father. Because everyone said that hundreds of millions of people in the alliance scolded His Majesty because of him. Feng Yun quickly wrote a report to His Majesty the Emperor, confessing his guilt first. Although His Majesty the Emperor said that he did not blame himself. But he must have offended His Majesty the Emperor. And it would be difficult for him to get involved in the government in the future. All this is because of this rubbish Yang Bo. So today I must make Yang Bo, this rubbish, lose face. I must humiliate him. I will not knock him out. I will defeat him sword by sword. Make him despair on the ring. Make him lose face in front of everyone. And let him know how I will send him back to the alliance sword by sword. Because they dare not talk nonsense anymore. Feng Yun and Yang Bo almost always come on stage together. Then neither of them spoke. And the host also introduced them. Even the stands were very silent today. Feng Yun's matter made everyone a little afraid. Now His Majesty the Emperor has been cursed by more than 1 billion people on the Alliance website. although the Empire has protested to the Alliance. The Alliance also protested to the Empire. As for the two countries protesting against each other, they have long been accustomed to it. The game begins. Even the host felt that the atmosphere was a little wrong. After finally waiting for the shouting of the game to start, the whole person almost fainted. When a host is on the stage like a stand-up comedy, there is no interaction or reaction from anyone below, and any host will be panicked. When Feng Yan heard the start of the game, he rushed towards Yang Bo like a leopard, and Yang Bo also rushed towards the other party. KO! Yang Bo wins. Less than 5 seconds after the host shouted the start of the game, the intelligent referee system sounded a loud voice. Yang Bo saluted gracefully and left. Ah! You cheated? You cheated? Feng Yan roared. And the whole person rushed towards Yang Bo with a red energy light. However, the guards of the Sword Association also moved instantly after detecting that the energy light on Feng Yan exceeded the danger value. But Feng Yan didn't care at all, and he was going to kill Yang Bo with his superpowers. Then the next second, Feng Yan was chopped into pieces by 2 sword guard robots. A pair of hands were cut off. A pair of legs were also cut off. And the body was cut in half. And the arm was also cut off. However, the rescue robot had been waiting on the side for a long time. After Feng Yan was cut into pieces, it quickly stepped forward and stuffed Feng Yan into the medical cabin. Ah! Ah! This bloody scene not only did not scare the people at the scene, but made the nobles at the scene shout in unison. Everyone knew that General Feng's son would be useless in his future life. His body was cut like this. Even if he recovered later, it would be very different from his original self. The Emperor of the Blue Water Empire was also watching the game with a gloomy face today. But he actually laughed when he saw this scene. I find this Yang Bo very interesting. Your Majesty, I suspect that this Yang Bo has some auxiliary superpowers. His strength is far beyond these players. But he pretends to be about to lose. The chief steward whispered beside him. It's okay to let these arrogant nobles suffer a loss, the Emperor said with a smile. But everyone else thinks so. The young assistant to the president, who was far away on March Star's side, Feng Yan, put too much pressure on himself, allowing Yang Bo to take advantage of the opportunity. Adam's brother was so angry that he smashed everything in his hand. This waste is simply embarrassing our nobles. In less than 5 seconds, to be exact, 3 seconds, he was knocked out. Maybe he is under too much pressure. After all, so many people insulted Your Majesty because of his speech. The attendant said beside him. Bad luck. This bastard. Yang Bo is really lucky. I doubt if this Yang Bo is a man. We scold him like this, but he doesn't respond. Adam's brother sighed, because he lost more than 10 billion again. Feng Yan was scolded by the nobles of the Blue Water Empire. Feng dog. The barking sound is very loud. And he was finished in less than 3 seconds after entering the court. How did the Feng family cultivate such a waste? Just like his trash brother. I will beat this bastard every time I see him in the future. The Feng family became the bottom of the list in this match with Yang Bo. They were knocked out by the trash of the Alliance in less than 3 seconds. So who is the trash? Yang Bo and Feng Yan charged together quickly, and the distance between the two sides was instantly shortened. Both of them attacked at the same time. The swords in their hands were aimed at the opponent's throat. But at the critical moment, Yang Bo turned his head back, and Feng Yan's sword missed. In fact, Feng Yan also leaned back slightly, trying to avoid Yang Bo's sword. But unfortunately Yang Bo predicted his reaction and hit his neck. Both sides perfectly explained what fast means. Ah! Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen didn't expect it to be so fast. The winner was decided in a blink of an eye. They screamed when Feng Yan was cut by the guard robot of the Sword Association. Then the Sword Association announced the penalty notice for this accident, and Feng Yan was permanently expelled from the Sword Association. Feng Yan could not become a sword master after he recovered, because the most important thing in the Empire is the free competition. Not this kind of regular competition. Yang Bo. I'm going to kill you! Feng Yan's whole body had been retreated but soaked in a special solution. Only the head was left outside. Seeing this news, he shouted heartbreakingly, contact all the people who can kill Yang Bo. I have plenty of money. I'm going to skin him alive. Feng Yan shouted loudly. But then, there was a burst of electricity, and Feng Yan fainted with convulsions. General Feng released the button, and then walked away without looking back. Keep an eye on this bastard. Don't let him bring disaster to the family again. Yes. A butler bent over and answered. It's so scary. So bloody. I didn't expect these guards to be so powerful. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen were still a little scared. That's right. Yang Bo. You're so powerful. It's not that I'm awesome. Because he scolded our alliance yesterday. So many people in the alliance scolded their emperor. You see? He was so scared today that he didn't dare to speak. Yang Bo certainly knew that the emperor's power was not that great. But now, he had to fool the two young ladies in front of him. I'm going out to relax and enjoy the sea breeze. Yang Bo then left the hotel. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen were no longer surprised. And thought that this was one of Yang Bo's ways to adjust his mentality. This time Yang Bo really just relaxed outside. And then chatted with Adam by the way. At around 7 o'clock in the evening, Yang Bo arrived at the agreed Guangming restaurant. The whole restaurant gave people the feeling of being blinded by light. With dazzling gems of various colors everywhere. Most gems are not valuable in the Interstellar era. But there are some rare gems. Handy. Nice to meet you. Adam's brother said with a double meaning after seeing Yang Bo. Chapter 728. What kind of a cleaner is this? I'm happy too. Yang Bo grinned with a little contempt. Adam's brother gnashed his teeth. But he, a superpower, was asking his ordinary sister for money. This matter must not be spread. Although he gave his sister subsidies in reality. Have a seat. Have a seat. I didn't expect that you, Handy, could do so well in the game. Adam's brother said with a smile. It's just luck. I made a little money. Yang Bo laughed. Adam's brother sneered in his heart and let you show off for a few minutes. Handy, you order the dishes. To be honest, I don't want to eat the food here. Adam's brother laughed and pushed the menu to Yang Bo. Adam, let's have some. I don't know what these are. Yang Bo pushed the menu to Adam. Adam was wearing a loose sweater today. His outfit was still the same as last time. The breath of youth was blowing in his face. I'll go see if there are any other ingredients. You guys talk first. Adam knew that the two of them were going to discuss the deal in private. So he made an excuse to go out first. Sister, order whatever you want. Don't save money for me. I have tens of millions in my card. Adam's brother saw that his sister was so sensible. And spoke, looking at Yang Bo at the same time. Yeah. Handy. Sit down first. Adam called Yang Bo again. Boy, you framed me in the game. When Adam left the private room, Adam's brother's face changed. Do you believe that I can have someone write a letter to the border in the game? And I will chop off your head when I get there. Yang Bo also smiled slightly. You can still laugh. Do you know who I am? Adam's brother gritted his teeth. Because Yang Bo could really do it. Oh, you are so awesome. Who are you? You actually asked your sister for money in the game. Tell me so I can see it. Yang Bo looked at the man in front of him with a smile. Adam's brother was speechless. If he told this to others, he would be laughed at by people in the circle. I won't pursue the past. And I advise you not to have dinner with my sister in private in the future. If my father knows, you will be dead. Adam's brother looked very generous. Today I come to discuss a business with you. I will cover your gold coins in the future. 2 million blue coins each. I will take as many as you have. Adam's brother said with great wealth. It is said that you may get 1,000 gold coins or even more, which is a full 2 billion. I am afraid you have never seen so much money in your life. Adam's brother looked at Yang Bo and said confidently, Actually, I think we have another business to discuss. Yang Bo decided to take the initiative. It's not a good idea to win all the time. What business? Do you want to be the exclusive agent of some products of our Shuilan Empire? Adam's brother was stunned when he heard this. Formally introduce myself. My name is Yang Bo. And my profession is a cleaner. Yang Bo looked at Adam's brother with amusement. Puff. Puff. Cough cough. Adam's brother was drinking water. And the whole water sprayed all over the table. Finally, the energy light on his body stopped coughing. Who the hell do you say you are? Adam's brother looked incredulous. Are you deaf? Yang Bo said unhappily. How do you prove yourself? Adam's brother asked again. When Yang Bo used his watch to display the virtual projection. It was the official email sent to him by the Fencing Association for the competition. And the confirmation email for the duel with Luo Kai tomorrow. TSK TSK. TSK TSK. Adam's brother looked carefully at Yang Bo's thoughts. I think you are a smart man, and know what kind of deal I'm talking about. Yang Bo said with a chuckle. Let's meet formally. My name is Su Hai. My father is the Prince of Montenegro. My sister who just went out is Su Wei. Su Hai chuckled and introduced himself. Huh? Yang Bo pretended to be surprised. You met with a princess in private. If my father knew about it, you would be killed here even if you were from the Alliance. I thought he was just an ordinary guy. But I didn't expect him to be a hidden big guy. Now there are only two ways for you. First, cooperate with me. Second, I will report your matter to my father immediately. I believe that in less than 20 minutes. My father will personally cut off your head. Su Hai looked up and down at Yang Bo. He didn't expect that this ordinary person in front of him was the guy he wanted to defeat. Are you sure your threat will work? I am the official publicity ambassador of March Star now. With an official identity? Yang Bo looked at Su Hai with interest. And are you sure that if I agree now, and then regret it, or even make our cooperation public, I can even say that all this was arranged by you, and you let me win over other nobles? Yang Bo said slowly. You are shameless. Su Hai gritted his teeth when he heard this. Your princes are in the Blue Water Empire, so you can't please both sides. Although no one believes my nonsense, I think both sides just need an excuse to suppress your princes. Even if your father comes, I have an official status. He dare not do it, because once he does, whether it is the current emperor or those nobles, they will have enough excuses to deal with you. Although I am a cleaner, I have watched thousands of movies and countless novels over the years, and I still know a little about your power struggle. Yang Bo's tone was still light. Su Hai widened his eyes, wishing he could eat Yang Bo in one bite. The prince is the highest level among all the nobles, but his position is very embarrassing. The emperor must be on guard. After all, the prince also has the right of inheritance. These nobles also have to be on guard against the prince, because the prince is a member of the royal family after all. Haha. I'm kidding you. How can we civilized people fight and kill each other? I'm very interested in the deal you mentioned. Although Su Hai gnashed his teeth in hatred, he carefully weighed it and found that cooperation was the best. That depends on what you can come up with. First of all, I don't want any shabby blue coins. After all, there is a transfer, which is evidence. Yang Bo said lightly. How about energy stones? I don't use that thing, and I can't carry it. How much do you plan to ask for? How much do you think the deal is worth? Both parties were shrewd and did not directly mention the deal, for fear of leaving a handle for the other party. You can contact me when you have considered it. People in our alliance only care about money, and I suggest you bet on me to win tomorrow. Yang Bo laughed and let the other party consider it. Of course. Su Hai kept turning his thoughts in his mind. First of all, Su Hai knew that the deal Yang Bo said could be lost to him, which was definitely a great opportunity. The second is what Yang Bo's psychological price is. I am afraid that billions will not be able to satisfy the other party, because the other party has won a lot in these days. The third is what kind of payment method to use, all of which need to be considered comprehensively. After Adam came back, he saw that the things on the table had been changed, and he was a little confused. But seeing the two people talking and laughing, he thought the deal was reached. Brother, is Handy very powerful? Su Wei asked after sitting down. Su Hai laughed. Really powerful. Of course. He was absolutely gnashing his teeth in his heart. As a county king, he was actually controlled by the other party. Thank you for the compliment. Yang Bo laughed. Then let's eat. Su Wei nodded when she saw the two of them like this. Su Hai gnashed his teeth as he watched Yang Bo talking and laughing with his sister. It wasn't that he felt sorry for his sister. He had more than a dozen sisters. He just couldn't bear to see Yang Bo like this, as if he was showing off. So when the meal was over, Su Hai laughed and said, Yang Bo, I wish us a happy cooperation in the future. Yang Bo's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. He didn't expect that Su Hai, this bastard, would hold a grudge like this. Yang Bo? Who is he? Su Wei, who had eaten the black mountain honey, felt a little dizzy and asked in a daze. Sister, don't you know? Handy is Yang Bo? Su Hai looked shocked, and then looked at Yang Bo like a show. Su Wei stared at Yang Bo with wide eyes, and her chubby face became rounder. Huh? You guys chat. Su Hai laughed, and left in a very happy mood. Are you Yang Bo? Su Wei looked at Yang Bo angrily. I am? Why did you lie to me? You didn't ask me what my name was? In our alliance, we value personal privacy, and we can't tell others unless they ask us. So I didn't ask your name either. Is that so? That's necessary? No. When I said bad things about Yongbo, why did you say it too? I can't say good things about myself. Can I? You are just quibbling. And I still treat you as a friend and even invite you to dinner. Su Wei finally reacted. I'm sorry. How can I have the nerve to introduce myself when I have such a bad reputation now? What's there to be embarrassed about? You just looked down on me, Su Wei said, and was about to turn around and leave. Yongbo grabbed her. I really didn't mean it. Let me go. You didn't say you were a princess. Ah. Su Wei reacted after a while. Yongbo was speechless looking at the cute princess. But he knew that Su Wei's situation was very dangerous. This kind of mental power can't be concentrated and slowly overflows, which will gradually reduce people's reaction ability. Because the constantly dissipated mental power will continuously consume the foundation. To put it bluntly, it's like using strength without knowing how to nourish it. This is why Su Wei sometimes seems to react a little slowly, giving people a cute feeling. It's really because she herself didn't react. Let's call it a draw. Okay? Okay. Then. Hey. Last time you had dinner with me, you left halfway to compete? Su Wei was a beat slower to react. Hee hee. You've won hundreds of millions. You have to treat me to a meal. No problem. Tell me what you want to eat. I don't want to eat today. I'll tell you tomorrow when I've made up my mind. You can bet on me to win tomorrow. I don't gamble. I feel most at ease with my money in my own pocket. Su Wei shook her head. Why does my brother still talk and laugh with you like that when he knows your identity? Your brother can't do anything to me. So he just did something bad to alienate our relationship. Who has feelings for you? I'm going back to rest. Su Wei heard this and ran away. After Yongbo left the private room, Su Hai chuckled in the corridor and left triumphantly. In Su Hai's impression, Yongbo had a falling out with his sister. Yongbo returned to his place and had another meal of mixed vegetables. Are you really a cleaner? Yongbo, who had just returned to his bedroom, received a message from Su Wei. In our place, cleaners earn more than ordinary white-collar workers. Yongbo replied. Ah? Su Wei couldn't believe it, and quickly checked online, only to find that the treatment of cleaners in the alliance was better than that of government employees in her own country. Not only tax-free but also with various welfare measures. Are you a superpower? Su Wei sent another message. I am a superpower. I envy you so much. You can live many more years and eat many more years of honey. In fact, life is just a journey. Yongbo did not expect to touch the other party's feelings. Yeah, I know this. At this time, Su Hai was sitting with a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was also a handsome guy, with black hair, yellow skin, black eyes, and casually wearing a sweater. It seems that this Yongbo is not simple. The middle-aged man is Su Hai's father, Su Yong, the Prince of Montenegro, a younger brother of the current emperor. Father, do you think I did the right thing? Su Hai asked again. You did the right thing. This is definitely a great opportunity. Your reputation will be pushed to a higher level again because of this matter. We have to use all the means we can use to survive in the cracks. Otherwise we can only be like my other brothers, either pretending to be crazy or acting like dogs. Su Yong nodded. I thought about it, and found that everything Yongbo did seemed to be intentional, giving us an illusion that we could beat him at any time. Su Hai took a sip of tea and said. Su Yong picked up a pipe, stuffed it with tobacco roughly, and then lit it and took a puff. I underestimated him before, judging from his conversation with you today. I'm afraid this guy is not as simple as he seems. And according to the latest news, this guy has about 1.8 million square kilometers of land on his planet. Su Yong said. How is it possible? Su Hai's whole body was shining with energy, because he almost spit out a mouthful of tea again. And it's more than 2,000 kilometers of coastline. And the coastline extends hundreds of kilometers inland, and extends hundreds of kilometers into the sea. Su Yong took out a map with a red area drawn on it. Su Hai was completely speechless. The land of habitable planets is always the most valuable thing. Small-scale land transactions seem to be very free. But land transactions exceeding a certain area are strictly restricted everywhere. And you can't buy it just because you have money. Just like Devon Star seems to have large tracts of land without people. But these are all occupied by people. And only a very small part of the area is public. As a county king, I don't have such a large area of land. And it's the best golden coastline in the entire land. Although the climate of March Star is a bit bad. But precisely because of the unique climate. Because this kind of climate condition is almost unique. The potential for appreciation in the future is needless to say. And now mutant animals have been discovered on March Star. What kind of cleaners are these? Su-hai swore in front of his father, thinking of himself showing off his membership card worth tens of millions in front of Yang-bo. Chapter 729 The Calculation of Father and Son. And I just got a message that Brian might be on March Star. Do you remember that some time ago? My good brother sent a soul killer to March Star. It is said that this was the case. Su-young took another puff of cigarette, and then took a sip of tea before speaking. It seems that he has nothing to do with the image of a prince. Which Brian? Su-hai was a little confused when he heard this. The Brian who almost became the Grandmaster of Potions. Su-young answered very calmly. Ah, didn't you say he died in an accident? Su-hai opened his mouth in shock. Recently, a batch of extremely high-quality potions appeared on the black market, and the quantity was not small. My good brother seems to have found March Star. These soul killers haven't found the person they are looking for yet. And the pirates found the former general manager through an intermediary. Took a sum of money and prepared to deal with the leader of a pirate group. You saw the result. Now this news has almost spread everywhere. Su-young laughed. Does this have anything to do with Yang-bo? Su-hai asked. How many people from the Brotherhood? The pirates, the Ashes, the free mercenaries, and even my brother's most mysterious soul killer division died on March Star? What kind of person do you think can gather such a large force? And what should we do if we want to find out the situation inside? Su-young asked again. There was no other way. This son was the smartest and the strongest. He had to teach him a little. Why has the royal family developed healthily for so many years? Of course, it's because enough people died. Otherwise these industries would have been divided up by the descendants. Father, do you mean that these people are centered around Grandmaster Brian? Su-hai understood a little. Look at these powerful people who have appeared. Who in this world can bring these people together? Unless it is the Grandmaster of Potion? I suspect that my brother is looking for the Grandmaster of Potion to extend his life. And also wants to use some super high quality potions on his useless sons, to see if a few geniuses can be born. Su-young laughed. We didn't have a chance before. But now the opportunity is right in front of us. Su-young said again. Father, how can we place spies on March Star? We don't have as many powerful subordinates as they do? Su-hai was a little confused. Su-wei, she is an ordinary person? Then let me test you. Yang-bo, where did you get all this land? He is a cleaner in his 20s? Su-young asked again. It should be bought from the barren mountain before. Su-hai thought carefully for a while. Stupid. Zhang Buizhen, the owner behind March Star, is a disciple of the Zhang family. He is not an ordinary person. Would he sell so much land to Yang-bo at a low price? Su-young was speechless. Take a look at whether there were any major events before and after the registration of these lands. Many information disclosure systems of the Alliance can collect a lot of information. Su-hai looked at the information carefully after hearing what his father said. Discovering mutants. Hey, the area where salt and fresh water meet. Yang-bo's first piece of land was on the ridge next to the city. And there was a river under the ridge. I understand. There is a 90% chance that Yang-bo discovered mutants and then made a deal with Zhang Buizhen. For Zhang Buizhen, first of all, he must gain a foothold in March Star. So he must develop. To develop, he must have special products. Moreover, the discovery and naming of this mutant creature is of no use to Yang-bo. But it is of vital importance to Zhang Buizhen. Su-hai carefully sorted out every piece of information in the data. Because this information would only be shown to him if it was useful. Your answer is very accurate. This is what our people selected from countless pieces of information. Although there is no direct evidence, it is likely to be so. Su-young nodded. But Su-wei is an ordinary person. Su-hai certainly understood what his father meant. Hee. For people like Yang-bo who live at the bottom of society, they value feelings more than interests. It is entirely possible to let Su-wei have more contact with him. Young people are impulsive and can easily do something. When the time comes, you pretend to carry me to send Su-wei away. And when Su-wei arrives at March Star, you send 2 more people. Su-young smoked another cigarette. But the Altina family? I have more than one daughter. Besides, the Altina family's trash lost to Yang-bo. And we have many reasons. Su-young laughed. Su-hai's expression now looked a bit constipated. I just tried to sow discord between the two of them. Stupid. Su-young was a little speechless. Remember to say good things about Yang Bo in front of Su Wei at any time. Your sister doesn't have many friends. If it doesn't work, I will catch him cheating, and Yang Bo must be held responsible. Su Yong then said. It seems difficult to say good things. I usually scold Yang Bo too much. I won't say that I will let a woman teach you. Scolding people can sometimes highlight a person's excellence. But this is just a casual move. It's better to gain something. The most urgent thing is that you have to gain the greatest reputation. Don't contact Yang Bo for the time being. Let Su Wei contact Yang Bo more. And then you can come forward. Su Yong sighed in his heart. The young man still has too little experience. But using Su Wei like this? Su Hai still felt something was wrong. Who would go to the game to ask his sister for game coins for no reason? Su Yong sneered. Women serve the family. Even your useless brothers serve you when necessary. Don't have these miscellaneous things in your mind. You just need to pass on our family. Su Yong said very calmly. Su Hai nodded silently. He had received such education since he was a child. He could sacrifice anyone for the family. I know what to do. And if I'm lucky, Su Wei might even awaken superpowers. Su Hai's words were a bit self-consoling. You are right to think so. And to be honest, Yang Bo is much better than the waste of the Altina family. A person who grew up in a welfare institution can have the current career. No one in the younger generation of the Blue Water Empire can compare. Including the so-called prince. Su Yong said lightly. Father thinks so much of him? I always bet on Yang Bo to win. Puff. Su Hai didn't expect his father to be like this. Watching him lose money. Hee hee. It's not just me. Otherwise there will be someone who wins every time he bets on Yang Bo for billions. But we all have a tacit understanding, and won't bet too much. At this point, Su Yong was a little proud. Su Hai's heart felt like being trampled by 10,000 horses. He asked me to bet on him to win tomorrow. No more than 300 million is allowed. I understand. Of course, Su Hai knew that the bet amount should not be too large. Otherwise it would attract other people's attention. Dad? How much did you win? Not much. Almost 9 billion. Alas, you won more than I lost. You deserve it. Su Yong took a comfortable puff of cigarette. No wonder you are not angry when I said Yang Bo. He won so much money for you. Su Hai understood a little more. Hee hee. No one dares to touch this kind of god of wealth. Su Yong smiled and looked at Su Hai. Su Hai sighed again. Those who bet on Yang Bo to win would never allow anyone to hurt Yang Bo. The clown is actually us. Su Hai found that most of the nobles were fooled. Including himself. The truth will always be in the hands of only a few people. Yang Bo was also chatting with Su Wei. Su Wei, you are only a few years older than me. But I didn't expect you to achieve what you have today. You can still accept endorsements after you return to your country. Yang Bo, I don't plan to accept endorsements. The situation over there is too complicated. Su Wei, you just say you don't want billions. Yang Bo, I only believe in the money I earn with my own hands. It's not easy to take other people's money. Those companies in our country want to make $10 from me for every dollar I give them. Su Wei, I think the same way. My money is safest in my pocket. I don't buy stocks or gamble. I have only saved tens of millions in all these years. And you won hundreds of millions in one game. Yang Bo, tens of millions is already a lot. Okay. How many years do I have to work as a cleaner to earn so much money? Su Wei, you are so hypocritical. You have made more than 10 billion now. I watched your game videos carefully again this afternoon. I found that you are cunning and cunning. You give us the feeling that you are almost winning every time. Yang Bo, in fact. No one knows what will happen in the game. Su Wei, keep pretending. Su Wei, let me ask you a question. Do you have a girlfriend? Yang Bo, I have 2 girlfriends. Su Wei, the 2 with you? Yang Bo, no. They are 2 other residents. Su Wei, ordinary people. Yang Bo, I guess so. Su Wei, do you superpower people look down on ordinary people? Yang Bo, everyone came from ordinary people. How can you look down on them? Su Wei, many of my brothers and sisters who have awakened superpowers look down on those of us who have not awakened superpowers. Yang Bo, I will help you teach them a lesson in the future. Su Wei, in fact. Brothers and sisters are okay. I don't have many friends because I am an ordinary person. So it is very troublesome to travel long distances. Yang Bo, am I not your friend? Su Wei, well, you are my best friend. Actually, you said that I couldn't talk before because I seldom talk to people. There were not many people in my family to communicate with. We talked to the servants, but they didn't talk to us. Yongbo, then talk more in the future. Suwei, well, you should rest early. You have a game tomorrow. Yongbo, let's play the game first tomorrow. Suwei, speaking of this, it's hard for me to believe that you just went out and wasted a little time. But you actually defeated Sakura. Yongbo, I set a time of 3 minutes for myself. After all, if it's too long, the food will not taste good. Suwei, look how proud you are. I want to sleep. We ordinary people don't have enough energy. Suwei finished chatting with Yongbo and watched Yongbo's game. She found that it was indeed 3 minutes. Oh, I scolded him in front of him before. I wonder if he will bear a grudge. Suwei thought of something else. Suwei found that Sakura had posted a video again to increase the amount of the challenge to 2.5 billion blue coins. Looking at Sakura's crazy look, Suwei curled her lips. Yongbo, this cunning guy, must have calculated that Sakura would increase the price. How much black rock honey can 2.5 billion buy? Suhai also saw the video of Sakura's increase in the bet. Now it doesn't look like the same thing as before. He gritted his teeth and said, Yongbo, this insidious guy. Yongbo also found out and smiled. Bald Luokai also posted a video on social media. He first gave a close-up of a trash can, then stepped on it hard, and then found that the words Yongbo were written on the trash can. And then, there was an unknown liquid facing the crushed trash can, and the words Yongbo. This move earned him 3 billion likes. Ha! Yongbo was not angry at all when he saw this scene. This was the best. It seems that I will give you more confidence tomorrow. But those bastards are betting on me to win. These insidious and despicable guys. Betting on me to win while scolding me. Yongbo thought of another thing and cursed in his heart. The next morning, Yongbo got up and entered the game to chat with Suwei while practicing archery. Of course, sending messages privately. How many minutes will you prepare today? 5 minutes. The time is too short. I'm afraid it will scare others. I saw it. That bald guy did it so disgustingly. The more he does this, the more he proves that he has the confidence to defeat me. Sakurlu increased the stakes to 2.5 billion. Did you do that on purpose last time to make him think he was going to win? I guess so. You admit it. Aren't you afraid that I'll tell others? You can say whatever you want. They won't think you're right. Instead, they'll think you're speaking for me and scold you. I'm going to quit the game and go to the duel. The time they spent chatting passed very quickly. And soon it was time for the game. Yongbo quit the game and hurriedly opened the bedroom door. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen were already impatient and rushed to the lounge together. Suwei had already quit the game and came to the virtual screening room. This large virtual screening room was like standing next to someone watching a game. More real than virtual glasses. Brother? Suwei found Suhai there. Why don't you go to the scene to watch it? I couldn't help but lose my temper at the scene. So I wanted to go down and beat Yongbo. How much money did this guy win from us? Suhai found a woman last night to learn how to indirectly praise others. Suwei didn't answer when she heard this, but just nodded. And this shameless guy has knocked out so many opponents in a row. Fortunately, he didn't meet me. Otherwise, he would have been sent back to the Alliance. Suhai said this while suppressing his discomfort. After hearing this, Suwei carefully calculated and found that she had broken a lot of historical records. However, no one in the Blue Water Empire talked about this now. Because General Yongyi was the previous record holder. It would be a bit embarrassing for the general to say this. And everyone would lose face. Suhai looked at his sister's reaction and knew that something was wrong with her. He sighed in his heart. Yongbo, you're dead today. Bald Luokai said arrogantly with his thumb down when he saw Yongbo on the court. Yongbo was still wearing his equipment and said nothing. Luokai, come on. Beat Yongbo, Suhai shouted in pretended anger. Chapter 730, a thrilling scene. The host said dryly. And the atmosphere on the scene was also very warm. Beat Yongbo. Luokai, you can do it. Kill this garbage of the Alliance. Fight for the men of our empire. Beat him hard. The warm atmosphere in the surrounding stands also infected everyone. And the amount of bets also rose. When the final betting deadline came, Yongbo found that there were more than 29 billion in total bets. But this time 3.5 billion bets on himself to win. It's getting harder and harder to make money. And more people are betting on themselves to win. Yongbo sighed in his heart. With the host's voice, The game started. Luo Kai still used the traditional starting style. Just like the fencing mode. One foot is always in front. The other foot is behind. And he moves towards Yang Bo in small steps. Hee hee. It seems that you think you have cracked my weakness. But my weakness is too strong. Although I can't use superpowers. My nerve reaction speed and observation ability are much higher than the opponent. Seeing the other party like this, Yang Bo certainly helped the other party. The two of them fought for the first time to test the strength and speed of each other's swords. Rubbish. Come on. Rubbish. If you lose, go back to the alliance. After Luo Kai tried twice, he was more confident. The two sides met again. But Luo Kai hit a critical hit instantly. And the whole person took 2 big steps instantly. Yang Bo quickly dodged to the left. And the sword in his hand kept blocking. Luo Kai followed closely, not giving Yang Bo time to react at all. Good. Kill him. Good. Many people at the scene shouted loudly, because the initiative was in Luo Kai's hands. Seeing that Yang Bo was being forced into a corner, he was determined to die with Luo Kai regardless of anything. Luo Kai took a small step back and laughed, trash. But at this moment, Yang Bo jumped away from the initiative that Luo Kai had finally grasped. Oh! What a pity. Luo Kai. You son of a bitch. Why are you retreating? Luo Kai. You bastard. Are you doing this on purpose? The people in the stands cursed. Su Hai also cursed, Luo Kai. Idiot. Su Hai saw Su Wei twisting her hands nervously, and curled his lips in his heart. Although he had many sisters, it didn't matter if there was one more or one less. But after all, they were his sisters. Yang Bo. You trash. You only know how to run away. Luo Kai didn't expect that he was fooled. If he had known that Yang Bo was going to jump and leave, he should have continued to press on, and give him a fatal blow while he jumped. The two had another tentative contact. And at the end of this round of testing, the situation suddenly changed. Luo Kai just stepped back. Yang Bo suddenly attacked. Luo Kai stepped over. Seeing this scene, he hurriedly changed his moves. But Yang Bo leaned forward instantly, and the sword in his hand brushed against Luo Kai's sword and hit Luo Kai's vitals directly. Plop! Yang Bo leaned forward and fell to the ground directly. KO! Yang Bo won. Yang Bo got up, saluted, and then left in style. Ah! Yang Bo. You shameless thing. You actually sneak attacked. Luo Kai collapsed, jumping up and down and pointing his sword at Yang Bo and scolding him. Shameless. Sneak attack. Shameless. Yang Bo. You rubbish. The people in the stands around him collapsed instantly, because many people lost again, and the originally good situation was reversed in an instant. I lost again. Su Hai cursed and left. In fact, he was very happy. This time he bet 300 million. With a return rate of several times. He must find a woman to learn foreign languages. Su Wei didn't expect the situation to change so quickly. Thinking of the time Yang Bo said, she quickly looked and found that the time was just right. This big liar. Su Wei cursed in her heart because she was too nervous throughout the whole process. Yang Bo's embarrassing performance made those who lost money even more unwilling. Su Wei went back to the room to play the game. Unexpectedly, after a while, Yang Bo actually played the game. You big liar are too good at acting. You make me so nervous. Su Wei sent a message to Yang Bo. Thank you for the compliment. When will you accept Sakuru's challenge? Tomorrow. He saw my performance today, and he will definitely be more confident in the next competition. You are so cunning. Hee hee. As soon as Luo Kai left the lounge, he was beaten up, but he was very unwilling to accept it. The initiative of the whole game was in his hands. Just for the last moment, Luo Kai actually estimated the safe distance, but he didn't expect Yang Bo to lean forward. You know, this is extremely risky. If you can't defeat your opponent in one go and fall to the ground, you will be KO'd directly. My carelessness and Yang Bo's risk-taking made Yang Bo a shameless, despicable, insidious and vulgar villain. Win the duel. Luo Kai summed it up to himself. After Sakura beat Luo Kai up, he was more confident in defeating Yang Bo. Yang Bo, who had quit the game, felt strange. Could it be that Su Wei, this girl, has fallen in love with me? After dinner, Yang Bo used the excuse of going out for a stroll. After changing his identity to Bart, he found that the butler had sent a message. 3 days later, the patriarch of the Altina family held a family meeting. Because this noble meeting coincided with the swordsmanship competition, many people from the family came to Devon Star, and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince will also participate in this noble meeting. If there is a planet-destroying cannon at this time, I don't know how many nobles will be taken away. Yang Bo muttered in his heart. Yang Bo asked the butler to agree. He would take a look at it at that time, and see if there are any blind people. I haven't gained any skills for a long time, and I feel empty in my heart. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Yang Bo was by when the random competition was drawn, and the official announcement of the swordsmanship competition was that the regular competition would be suspended for a week and 2 days, because the swordsmanship free competition would open. This time, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince presided over the opening ceremony of the free competition. So Yang Bo simply accepted Sakalu's challenge, because this guy had raised the duel amount to 3 billion blue coins. I'll give this guy a few good slaps when we have a family meeting. Yang Bo smiled in his heart. The Swordsmanship Association then announced that Sakura would challenge Yang Bo at 1 p.m. the day after tomorrow. Yang Bo calculated that he would have several days off after the game the day after tomorrow. As soon as he lay down at night, Adam sent a message. Are you still playing games tomorrow? Yang Bo, I want to walk around and relax. Yang Bo was planning to invite Her Royal Highness the Princess out for dinner. After all, Her Royal Highness the Princess has a classically beautiful face, and she is still very attractive when cooking together. Plus, she has a perfect figure. Su Wei, how about I go with you? Yang Bo, okay. Just take a walk on the nearby beach. Su Wei, yeah. Then what time tomorrow morning? Yang Bo, let's watch the sunrise early. So the next morning, Yang Bo, who was fully armed, sat on the rocks on the rocky beach by the sea with Su Wei, who was also fully armed. Su Wei was half a head shorter than Yang Bo. She wore a blue sweater, a hat, glasses, and a mask. This girl is a little bit inferior. It's probably formed in the family environment. Yang Bo muttered to himself. The children of the nobles, who have no ability, may not be as important as the housekeepers in the family. To put it bluntly, the children who have no ability are just like the livestock raised by the family. They may not be as important as the pets of the patriarch. I also have a beach at home, but it's too far from where I live, Su Wei said. So I often watch the sunrise on the mountain behind. It's also good to watch the sunrise on the mountain. Yang Bo nodded. But Yang Bo soon found something wrong. Su Wei seemed a little cold. Yang Bo then remembered that the other person was an ordinary person, and he was no match for him. If you're cold, let's go back first. I finally got to see the sunrise, so let's wait a little longer. I just didn't expect the sea breeze here to be so strong. Su Wei shook her head. Let's go to another place. If we go to another place, we won't have such a good view. We're high up here. Then give me your hand. Yang Bo grabbed the other person's hand and found it a little cold. You superpowers are still the best. We ordinary people always get sick. Su Wei felt Yang Bo's hand was warm. Hee hee. After I became a superpower, the biggest convenience is that I can wear whatever I want. Yang Bo nodded. The sun came out at this time, and the golden sunlight illuminated the whole earth. Su Wei stood up all of a sudden. I want to embrace every day and live every day well. Come on. Yang Bo was not surprised at Su Wei's situation. It's not good for the sun to come out. Yang Bo himself doesn't care. But Su Wei is hot again. So after inviting Su Wei to dinner, the two parted ways. For ordinary people, the current climate of Devon Star is indeed a bit hot. Su Wei returned home feeling empty in her heart because she felt the huge difference between herself and Yang Bo. Yang Bo went out again and returned to the territory with a changed identity. Tomorrow, Yang Bo will continue to bet on Yang Bo to win the game against Sakura. After entering the living room, Yang Bo said directly to Jerry, Yes, Master. Her Royal Highness the Princess agreed to come for afternoon tea. Butler Jerry reported again. Then get ready. In the evening, the 46th princess asked weakly, Don't you have other women? For now, you are the only one. Yang Bo lifted the princess's hair to reveal a classically beautiful face. You always torment me to death every time you come? The princess said again. Who told you not to stop just now? The princess rolled her eyes when she heard this. What do you think about what I told you last time? I am a person who has this or that bad habit, but I don't bully ordinary people. Yang Bo kept his hands busy and started cooking again. Then you come to bully me? This is called a win-win situation. You are comfortable, and I am comfortable too? Then what are you going to do? When the family meeting is held, I will beat up Sakura directly. Aren't you afraid of your father? I will beat him up even if he makes me angry. The rest is some nonsense, the princess said. Oh, and so on. Chapter 731, Admit Defeat. Early the next morning, Yongbo got up from the bed in the bedroom of the territory, looked at the princess sleeping next to him, and shook his head. So early? The princess muttered when she found Yongbo up. I have something to do. Yongbo left after saying a word. Half an hour later, the princess stood behind the window and watched the several flying cars leaving. Gritting her teeth, the princess was very curious about why Bart could become so strong in just 3 years. I wanted to find out the truth, but I didn't expect to be tossed around by this man who had never seen a woman. And now he made some fake moves when he left. Although the royal family was secretly paying attention to all the nobles, they didn't dare to reveal the truth. Of course, all the nobles were also paying close attention to the royal family. And of course they didn't dare to reveal the truth. Butler Jerry was also well aware of Yongbo's arrangement. But what Jerry didn't expect was that the princess actually stayed and didn't leave for the time being. In fact, Jerry also wanted to know why his young master became so strong in just 3 years, and what kind of magical experience he had. Because of his young master's talent, there is no possibility of further advancement. However, this behavior is still like this. That is his young master. Yongbo returned to the hotel at 9 o'clock in the morning. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen looked at Yongbo suspiciously. Didn't you come back last night? Where can I go if I don't come back? I don't know anyone here. If I stay somewhere else, I will be exposed. It's just that the 3 billion bet today has a lot of psychological pressure. I came back late last night and still couldn't sleep. I got up in the morning and went to the beach and blew the sea breeze all morning. Yongbo waved his hand and said, I'll go play the game first. Don't forget the competition. The two also agreed with Yongbo's statement. Yongbo breathed a sigh of relief. Living with 2 women is troublesome. The key is that sometimes women's intuition is more reliable than all evidence. Why are you so late today? Su Wei sent a message after playing the game. Go out for a walk in the morning. Then have breakfast and deal with some other issues. Yongbo replied. You have so much money in your hand. What are you going to do when you go back? Su Wei asked again. What do you think is a good thing? I think it's good to buy land. I bought a lot of land. What does your house look like? My house is on a ridge, facing the sea and backed by the mountains. Yongbo sent a message. Su Wei thought it was a very small building on a ridge. After all, Yongbo used to be a cleaner. Are you going to build a big house? I'm alone, and I don't like smart machines, so I don't want to build a big house anymore. Su Wei saw Yongbo sending a message like this, and she felt that Yongbo's house must be very small. Anyway, people around me are trying their best to buy land. Then I'll go back and see if there's any idle land around. You can see the sea every morning when you go out, and you can go for a walk on the beach. It feels so comfortable. When Yongbo saw this message, he was going to refute it, but according to his own ability, the lawn in front of his door would not take long to reach the beach. Yeah, you can also go fishing. It's better to have a smaller house. For a big house like mine, it takes a long time to walk from here to there. In fact, I envy your fully intelligent things. There are no intelligent devices in my manor. Yongbo knew this, mainly for privacy and security. Another aspect is that nobles need to have enough servants to show that they have face. And using these smart devices not only has the possibility of leaking secrets, but also does not have the knowledge and taste of real people. Real people must be more thoughtful than robots. It's not good to have a house that is too big. Yeah, a small house must be more cozy to live in. Su Wei did not ask about the garden, because she thought that Yongbo's previous income was already very good to buy a small house, and there must be no garden. In fact, Su Wei did not know much about the lives of ordinary people. It is really difficult for ordinary people to afford a house as cleaners. It is easy to buy a house, but property taxes and so on are not small every year. Yeah. Do you cook for yourself or buy food outside? Su Wei sent another message. I basically cook for myself. Seeing Yongbo's answer, Su Wei thought that Yongbo did not have the money to cook for himself. Don't think that Yongbo has no money to buy smart robots, so he can't afford them. Everything Su Wei has is based on her own imagination. After all, as a princess, even ordinary people have a lot of servants to serve. Is the time coming? I'm going to eat. And then I'm going to meet Sakoru. How long will it take this time? About 2 minutes. I'm going to eat and watch the game. 2. Then let's play the game together later. Yeah. Sue happily finished playing the game. In fact, Sue usually had few people to talk to at home, let alone chat. This was Sakoru's second challenge to Yongbo, so more people were optimistic about him. This guy posted a video saying that he would definitely get Yongbo back to the alliance this time, saying that he could definitely represent the men of the Empire and kick this despicable, treacherous, and vulgar villain back to the alliance. As for where Yongbo showed his vulgarity, no one knew, but it did not prevent many people from scolding Yongbo like this. So when Yongbo came on the court, he saw that the amount of bets exceeded 42 billion, and 3.6 billion bet on himself, which was higher than the last time. This time, Sakoru was very calm and composed. When he saw Yongbo coming up, he just said one sentence, "I have been waiting for this day for a long time." Sue-hai, who was watching the game with Sue at home, sighed in his heart. Yongbo gave people a strange feeling. He is rich, smart, and calculating, but he has such a good relationship with his sister in the game. And he doesn't care that his sister is an ordinary person. In the aristocratic circle, ordinary people can't integrate into the aristocratic circle at all. They just survive silently, just like some small grass in the corners of the garden. No one cares when they disappear, even in the same family, because the lifespan of ordinary people is only more than 100 years at most. When the family holds a meeting to discuss any decision, ordinary people will not be allowed to participate. When they were born, when they got married, when they died, few people paid attention. There was only a simple name on the family tree to prove that this person had been here. The game started with a classic opening move. However, contrary to the norm, Yongbo actually took the initiative to attack. It seems that this guy is blinded by money, Sakoru judged in his heart. Some of the nobles in the other stands looked on calmly, while others were very nervous. Go ahead. Idiot! Sakoru. You bastard. Go ahead. The people in the stand shouted heartbreakingly, because Sakoru did not take the initiative to attack, but stopped and waited for Yongbo to come to the door. Yongbo was very fast and rhythmic. Just when he was about to approach, Yongbo stretched out his sword forward. Sakoru thought Yongbo was going to launch a surprise attack from behind, so he blocked Yongbo's sword with his sword, who knew that Yongbo's sword would retract in the next second, causing Sakoru's blocking of Yongbo's sword to miss. Sakoru knew it was not good, and sure enough, Yongbo suddenly started to attack next. After Sakoru's blocking missed, he backhanded to block Yongbo's attack, but Yongbo's sword stretched out and retracted instantly, and then stabbed to the other side. It seemed that Yongbo's sword was constantly tapping, and Sakoru's sword was swinging left and right, blocking. It was an emergency change of tactics, so Sakoru no longer had the strength to change his tactics, so he had to retreat. As soon as Sakoru retreated, Yongbo's attack was like a storm, with a sword thrusting out from left and right, constantly forcing Sakoru to retreat. Sakoru. You bastard. Sakoru. Can you stop pretending? The people in the stands cursed. Sakoru wanted to fight back several times, but there was no way, because Yongbo was fighting desperately now, and the sword in his hand was like a poisonous snake covering his vitals. The initiative was completely in Yongbo's hands. Sakoru kept blocking and thinking about what to do in his mind. Yongbo's attack was urgent and fast, and Sakoru could only block desperately and then retreat quickly. The sword in Sakoru's hand suddenly attacked Yongbo's vitals, but Yongbo didn't care about his vitals at all, and the sword in his hand directly covered Sakoru's vitals. The next second, Sakoru instantly jumped to the left, trying to use a jump to distance himself. But Yongbo also took the risk and jumped to follow Sakoru. Sakoru saw that the body of the sword following him twisted in the air and jumped to the right in the opposite direction. But he found something wrong just after twisting his body, because he saw the edge of the ring. A thought flashed in his mind. That is, he jumped out of the ring. Sakoru twisted his body again, trying to jump onto the ring, and released a light of energy from his body. But the next second, he hit the shield on the edge of the ring. The whole person collided closely with the shield, and then the whole person fell outside the ring. There is also a layer of shield on the ring. There is no obstruction from the outside, but it is difficult for the outside to get in. This is mainly to prevent some players from arguing, flying out, and then jumping back. After all, you nobles will reason with you. Everyone in the stand stared with wide eyes, watching Sakura jump out of the ring, then jump back, hit the shield hard, and then slide to the ground. Everyone's brain was a little confused. There is such an idiot? You have already jumped out, and you still want to jump back? Then these people realized that they had lost. Yang Bo wins. The referee's huge voice resounded throughout the arena. Yang Bo didn't have time to salute, and ran quickly, because many people in the stands were shining with energy. Ah! After Sakura was confused, his shrill scream spread throughout the arena. Not only did he lose 3 billion, but he also lost the game in the most embarrassing way. Yang Bo, you did it on purpose. Sakura cursed. Chapter 732 Negotiation. Countless things hit the shield on the ring, and the shield was instantly submerged by countless things. These nobles threw everything they could throw, including tables, chairs, stools, bathtubs, clothes, doors, bookcases, etc. Puff. Sue was watching the game when she saw Sakura jump out of the ring by himself. She laughed out loud, and then saw her brother next to her looking at her. I'll go back first. Sue felt a little embarrassed. After all, her brother must have lost money, so she hurried back to her room. Sue sighed. Sakura is such a TMD waste. But he was very happy in his heart. This was another big win. Sakura was now depressed and regretful. 3 billion was all his property. He used his own property to mortgage the money from his family. Now most of his property would be taken over by his family. In addition, he borrowed a large amount of usury to find someone to mortgage himself. But he didn't expect to lose the game in such a ridiculous way. Sakura was beaten even harder, and the scolding was as ugly as it could be. Can you stop pretending? You're still acting calm and composed. You made me lose 500 million. When Sakura was running, he felt numb like a zombie. He still couldn't accept why he jumped off the stage. He would have fought to the death with Yang Bo. Incompetent. Everyone labeled Sakura with this label. If he failed the first time, everyone would understand. But the second time he took so much money, he thought he had 100% confidence. I didn't expect that he would be gone just for pretending to be cool. Incompetent. Big idiot. This is everyone's impression of Sakura now. Yang Bo. Congratulations. Zhang Buizhen called in person. Thank you. Fourth brother. You have brought honor to our planet. I will give you a big gift later. Zhang Buizhen is at home, and his reputation is from heaven. Looking at the reports in the Alliance media, Yang Bo. From a cleaner to a net worth of 10 billion. Yang Bo crushed the so-called noble elites of the Blue Water Empire with his strength. How did Yang Bo, who grew up in an orphanage, get to where he is today step by step? Major media have reported on Yang Bo. This is the growth history of a small person. And at the same time it proves how excellent the Alliance's system is. Look at how a cleaner like Yang Bo can get to where he is today. Yang Bo's success has become the political correctness of the Alliance. And March Star is of course famous. How can Zhang Buizhen not be happy? Then thank you first. Fourth brother. Then you are busy. Continue to teach those nobles a lesson. Then others sent messages and made calls. Annie and Xia also called Yang Bo to tell him about the nice clothes he bought. However, Yang Bo had just calmed down last night, so he was not very angry. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen were both confused because it was 3 billion today. How much money could they get? Congratulations. Sue sent a message when Yang Bo was playing the game. He jumped down and gave me the money himself. Sakura cried so miserably. He deserved it. He had to show off. After Yang Bo knew that it was Sakura who was beaten, he ran around the arena. He didn't know which wicked ghost sprayed him with some potion and kept crying. He was sent away by the medical robot after he finished running. 3 billion is a lot of money. What are you going to do in the next week? On the one hand, I will play games. And on the other hand, I will deal with some things. After all, I have traveled so far, and there are some things at home. Yang Bo was referring to the Altina family. When will we watch the sunrise together again? Tomorrow. I have something to do the day after tomorrow. Okay. The next morning, Yang Bo and Sue watched the sunrise together again. But Sue wore thicker clothes today. Will you watch the opening ceremony of the free competition tonight? Sue sat on the stone with Yang Bo. Our alliance strictly prohibits players from participating in the free competition because it violates human rights. So I won't watch it either. I will watch the opening ceremony. But I dare not watch the competition. The parents of those who died must be very sad. Yes. The free competition is mainly to resolve grievances and disputes between nobles. The laws of the Blue Water Empire can do nothing about grievances and disputes between nobles. The noble parliament can only play a role of mediation. And the free competition has become a place for nobles to settle personal grievances. No matter who is right. The winner takes all. Yang Bo skillfully grabbed Su Wei's little hand. Su Wei's chubby face was red, making people want to take a bite. Others took the initiative to ask him out. So Yang Bo naturally knew what girls were thinking. Su Hai. That bastard. Hasn't contacted me yet. He's probably waiting for me to contact him. Yang Bo cursed in his heart. The two of them sat on a stone, watching the sun rise. Let's go back. Is it troublesome to go out with us ordinary people? Su Wei knew that she was a little hot when the sun came out because she was wearing thick clothes. No trouble. I need to deal with some family matters and work matters. Yang Bo shook his head. Yeah. Su Wei nodded. After returning home, Yang Bo contacted Su Hai. How do you think about the matter we talked about last time? Su Hai looked at his sister who had just returned with a smile on her face, and sent a message. I'm still considering it. If you consider it again, I will find someone else. What price do you want? I want to take Su Wei away. You find a way to settle everything. No matter what method you use. This doesn't seem to work. She is a princess. You know it yourself. This matter can not only help you win a lot of fame, but also let you bet and make a lot of money. I don't know how many sisters you have, but I know that the noble family will not care about such an ordinary sister at all. My father likes Su Wei very much. Don't fart. Your father only has you in his eyes. It's okay if it works. And it's okay if it doesn't. Add another 500 gold coins. When you leave, I will find a way to send people to the spaceship. But I will not say anything to Su Wei. 50 gold coins. Take it or leave it. Is this the tone you used to talk to Su Wei's brother? If you were not Su Wei's brother, I would not even look at you. Then 50 gold coins. I want it now. And aren't you afraid that I will regret it? Hee hee. If you regret it, I will talk nonsense after returning to the Alliance. I think the Emperor will definitely like my nonsense. Who makes you a genius? The Emperor must regard you as a thorn in his side. Su Hai gritted his teeth. Although his status as a county king has many advantages, he is also coveted by the Emperor and nobles. Okay. But you can't treat my sister badly. That's more like human language. The reason why Yang Bo did this was that he felt that Su Wei had special feelings for him. For these nobles, this could only be done through transactions. Although Yang Bo felt that this was a bit unfair to Su Wei, there was nothing he could do about it. It was a bit pale to talk about feelings in the adult world alone, let alone the nobles. Of course, this matter must be kept secret from Su Wei, and Su Wei can be allowed to do so when March Star arrives. Start training on how to use her superpowers. Unless it is absolutely necessary, Yang Bo will not use the spirit seed. After all, it is not a good thing to have any thoughts about the other half at any time. Of course, if Su Wei really can't concentrate her spirit, then there is only the last resort. In addition, it is rare to have such a friend in life, and he doesn't want her to die early. Su Wei is just a chess piece that can be used in the noble family. As for her preferences, birth, old age, sickness and death, no one will care at all. Even if she marries another noble, no one will care. Moreover, Yang Bo felt that Su Hai and his father brought Su Wei here this time, most likely to form a marriage alliance with Sikorlu. So he said it in advance. Also, Yang Bo felt that Su Wei would not care how many girlfriends he had. After all, which noble didn't have several women? It will be the second day of the regular competition in a week. Su Hai then sent a message. No problem. Yang Bo replied a message. The rest of the people didn't say anything. Nor did they say anything about signing a contract. Two sisters. Let's divide the money we have recently. Anyway, we have a week. Let's go around and buy some gifts. In order to act alone, Yang Bo prepared to share the money with Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen. Yeah. When the two heard that they were going to share the money, they nodded quickly. They could buy things with the money. How about we go shopping together? Although many places don't allow us to enter, there are also many good things here that foreign tourists can buy. Lu Jingxiang asked Yang Bo. I won't go with you. If I go with you, won't it be exposed? Maybe some of us are dissatisfied with our making money. Yang Bo shook his head. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen both nodded. We will also sneak out fully armed to avoid being recognized. Early the next morning, Yang Bo first checked the game, and then left a message to Su Wei. Then he went out fully armed. Haven't you left yet? After changing his identity and returning to the territory, he realized that the princess had not left. Yeah, Butler Jerry hummed. Hee hee. Yang Bo smiled. Master, I have to attend a family meeting today. I won't be late. The princess heard the door open and saw that it was Yang Bo. Bart, what are you doing? In my house? What do you want to do? Have you never touched a woman outside? I have never touched a woman. It was almost noon. Yang Bo left the room, and the servants had already prepared everything for bathing. After bathing, Yang Bo refused to wear noble clothes. This thing is troublesome. Just wear sportswear. Master, the housekeeper said on the side. Don't ruin my good clothes. I might have to do it today. If the sportswear is broken, just change it. Yang Bo said carelessly. You're wearing this to attend the family meeting today? As soon as he went out, he saw the princess wearing a silver low-cut pajamas and asked lazily. It's convenient to do it this way. Yang Bo left after saying this. The princess looked at Yang Bo's back and felt a little domineering for no reason. The Altina family also has many industries and many territories on Devon Star. The meeting was held in one of the manors. Yang Bo's own flying car had just entered the airspace of the family's territory when the territory guard drove a fighter jet to confirm his identity. The speed of the fighter jet was the same as that of the flying car. After the guard saw Yang Bo, he said loudly, Welcome, young master. Yes. Yang Bo waved his hand, and then he followed the fighter jet. Under the guidance of the fighter jet, Yang Bo arrived at a manor on the top of a mountain. The entire mountain top was about dozens of square kilometers with hills, river valleys, lakes, and plains. This has been turned into a huge garden, with many rare fruits and flowers. Welcome, young master. After Yang Bo stopped the car, someone came to open the door. Butler Knit. I haven't seen you for a few years. I didn't expect you to be fat. After getting off the car, Yang Bo looked at the middle-aged man who opened the door. Young Master Bart. Thank you for your compliment. Yeah. Has the waste of our family come? Yang Bo nodded and asked loudly. Chapter 733 Family Meeting. Master Sokorlu is here. Very good. Our Altina family finally has a waste, who is even more useless than me. Yang Bo walked into the manor while talking. The servants he met on the way saluted one after another. Is our family out of money? Why are these servants not good-looking? Yang Bo complained as he walked. The master is sentimental. The housekeeper followed Yang Bo and whispered. Well, in our family, I only recognize the ancestor. Yang Bo was very conspicuous in the manner in his sportswear. It's a pity that the ancestor is sentimental. Some people wish that the ancestor would die soon. Yang Bo sighed as he walked. Nettie didn't dare to reply. Followed Yang Bo and sent him into the hall. Haha. Look who's here. Isn't this our waste Bart? Just after passing through a door, someone in the hall saw Yang Bo in sportswear and laughed. Zat? Did you drink too much fake wine last night? I am no longer the biggest loser in our Altina family. Yang Bo grinned and said loudly. Bart, you are like a rat in the sewer. You only dare to say bad things about others behind their backs. If you have the ability, go challenge that trash in the Alliance. Sakura shouted loudly in the crowd. You are the biggest idiot loser in the Empire. You are not worthy of talking to me. Don't say you are from the Altina family when you go out in the future. Yang Bo looked disdainful of talking to the other party. I want to play a free game with you. Sakura was angered by Yang Bo's attitude. Are you old and dull? If I were better at swordsmanship, I would have taught that rubbish from the Alliance a lesson. Yang Bo sneered. And I'm going to see the ancestor now. I don't have time to waste words with you. A piece of trash. Ugh, Yang Bo said, and spat a mouthful of thick phlegm on the ground. The people of the same clan around him were disgusted. I cursed in my heart, rude, although a servant came to change the carpet immediately. After passing through the hall, Yang Bo came to the second hall. The hall was decorated in a very simple style, all built with stone and natural wood. Of course, the thick walls were definitely battleship armor. Humph. Looking at a group of middle-aged people in this hall, Yang Bo snorted, and then walked to the back hall without saying hello. Master Bart. But when he got here, a middle-aged man stopped in front of Yang Bo. Ask the ancestor if he has time to see me. Yongbo said directly. Master. Now. Pa. Yongbo slapped the middle-aged man in front of him against the wall, and then fell softly to the ground, leaving a mark on the wall. Don't let me see you again. Yongbo went straight into the hall. Some of the middle-aged people in the second hall suddenly stood up, and some squinted their eyes, as if it was none of their business. But everyone was very surprised, because the middle-aged man standing was very powerful. Grandpa. I'm here to see you. Yongbo's voice came in before he arrived. Master Bart. House. The butler of the Altera family hurried out when he heard the voice. Housekeeper. You should take good care of your people. Yongbo said meaningfully, and then went in. House hurried outside, and at this time someone came to report the situation to House. You little brat. Are you being arrogant again? In the third hall, a middle-aged man with black hair was looking at something, and asked without raising his head when he saw Yongbo coming in. I'm in a hurry to give gifts to the ancestor, but someone is stopping me outside. Isn't this not letting me fulfill my filial piety? Yongbo said, as he took out a wooden box from his pocket and put it on the old man's table. Then he walked to the side and sat down without any image. It would be better if you didn't come to me for money. What's the matter with the princess over there? The old man put down the things in his hand, picked up the seemingly ordinary small box, and then asked. I asked her to destroy the marriage between Sakura and the Prince of Montenegro, but I gave her a severe lesson. I don't know what she thinks now. Anyway, it's better not to sleep with her if she comes to my door. Yongbo answered carelessly. The old man opened the seemingly ordinary wooden box, and inside was a round transparent bottle, with an unknown liquid in the bottle, and a green-black crystal in the middle of the liquid. How much money did you win this time? The old man opened the round transparent bottle, and when the bottle was opened, the old man's mouth twitched. Not much. I have to thank my useless brother. Yongbo said nonchalantly. You have made a lot of money outside in the past few years, and you can actually come up with such a gift. I picked it up. I have no use for this thing anyway. I'm going out first. Yongbo saw the old man put away the gift and prepared to leave. Yongbo prepared a life energy stone of very good quality for the clan leader. He would need the clan leader's help in the future. To build a research institute, he not only needed money, but also connections to buy relevant equipment. You are not young anymore. It's time to get married. How about those people I showed you? Ancestor, when you arrange people in the future, can you ask them first? They are all rubbish. As if you are the good stuff. The old man said unhappily. I have changed now. Do you believe it yourself? Anyway, I don't want these rubbish. I'm leaving first. Yongbo said and left in a hurry, seeming a little embarrassed. The old man looked at Yongbo's back and shook his head. Master Bart. Yongbo just went out and met House Butler, who stopped him. If you have something to say, just say it. I'm very busy. What happened just now? Pa. Yongbo slapped House Butler and sent him flying. House Butler flew directly to the second hall and hit the wall. At this moment, everyone in the second hall stood up. House staggered and tried to get up, but unexpectedly fell to the ground again. Yongbo walked over slowly step by step. The patriarch is still the ancestor now, and the position of patriarch has not been handed over to some trash. The ancestor remembers the old feelings, but I don't remember the old feelings. After saying that, Yongbo patted House Butler's face. Remember your position. Don't push your nose to the face. Bart. A middle-aged man in the second hall shouted loudly. Don't yell at me. And don't show off your status as an elder here. I think the family will develop better without you trash. Yongbo sneered and looked at the middle-aged men in front of him. You are so bold. You are so arrogant. Someone come. The middle-aged men in the hall roared. Immediately, more than a dozen people rushed in from the hall outside. These were the personal guards brought by these middle-aged men. Hee hee. Yongbo looked at the guards, who came in and smiled. If you want to fight, go out and fight. At this time, the patriarch came out. Dad. Grandpa. The middle-aged men present shouted one after another. House is old, and it's time to retire. It will take over as the chief steward. The old man looked at House, who couldn't get up for a long time, as if he was drunk, and said. The people around were shocked when they heard this. House had followed the old man all his life. Send House to the hospital, and send him back to his hometown to retire after he is cured. The old man turned around and left. Ned hurriedly followed the old man, Yes, sir. Yang Bo shrugged at these people, then swaggered to the third hall and found a seat to sit down. Everyone looked at Yang Bo differently. The family's butler often had a much higher status than the people present, and the butler was also very powerful. Unexpectedly, he was slapped by Bart and seemed to have Alzheimer's disease. He couldn't even get up. Of course, they didn't know that Yang Bo had read House's memory. This guy committed a taboo and did things in the way of the successor patriarch. After sitting for more than 10 minutes, Yang Bo directly dispelled the spiritual seeds released to House. House, who was on his way to the hospital, was constantly twitching all over. It would be best if he was an Alzheimer's patient in the second half of his life. There must be various rescue facilities in such a large manner. But the patriarch ordered to send him to the hospital, which means that House was driven out of the manor, and he was sent back to his hometown after being cured, which means that he is not allowed to come out again. Dirty! After reading House's memory, Yang Bo's evaluation of the nobles was this. It was almost noon, so everyone was arranged to eat. In the banquet hall, there were round tables, and everyone sat together according to their seniority. Bart, sitting next to Yang Bo, was a cousin, a D-level superpower named Eric. From House's memory, it was learned that this guy had an affair with his brother's woman. His brother's woman, who was an ordinary person, and several maids, and his wife had an affair with another elder. I have to say, this guy is a handsome guy. What's the matter? Yang Bo asked. Did the ancestor ask you to do what happened today? Eric asked in a low voice. I just can't stand it. TSK. Sakaru has made our Altina family lose face, and it is said that he owes billions of usury, and all the properties under his name are mortgaged. Eric said with a chuckle. Really? Yang Bo didn't expect Sakaru to borrow usury. Maybe he will borrow money from the family again. That's definitely not possible. I think so too. Then you come up with your ideas. I agree. Eric heard this and chuckled. I dare not propose it either. I am not as capable as you. Bart. At this time, the patriarch spoke. Today is a major event for our family. Our family has been passed down to date and has more than 110,000 members. But most of them are silent and inactive. The more than 600 people sitting here today can be said to be the elites of the family. Cheers to the prosperity of our family. Cheers to the prosperity of the family. Everyone raised their glasses and said, Bart does not follow the rules. The family will not support Bart for the next 3 years. Does anyone object? Then the patriarch said again. No one spoke. And the patriarch asked loudly, Bart, do you obey? I listened to the ancestors. Yang Bo was a little bored because there was no signal in this room. The second one is Sakalu. I believe everyone knows that Sakalu mortgaged all his property to borrow money. The family now collects all his property according to convention. As for the high-interest loan he borrowed, the family does not care, and deprive the heir of his qualifications. The patriarch spoke again. I object. Someone objected as soon as the patriarch finished speaking. A middle-aged man wearing gorgeous aristocratic clothes and wearing a silver aristocratic badge stood up. Sakalu's case is different this time. He is for the glory of our imperial men? Puff! Yang Bo laughed when he heard this. Excuse me, are the men of the empire incompetent? Anyway, I think Sakalu can't represent me. Of course, it doesn't matter if he can represent you. Yang Bo shrugged and said with a mocking tone. Many people laughed when they heard this, because Sakalu's biggest reputation now is incompetence. Bart, you family's trash. I still have the courage to challenge the garbage of the alliance. And you are like a turtle? Sakalu cursed angrily. Many people were watching how Yang Bo would answer. What are you looking at? Who among you here challenged that rubbish from the alliance? If you didn't, you're just cowards. Yang Bo looked at the others with a puzzled look on his face. Your Majesty, Your Highness, you didn't challenge the rubbish from the alliance either. Are you also cowards? Let's not believe what idiots like Sakalu say. That's right. Like an idiot. He still wants to challenge again. It made me lose tens of millions. Speaking of losing money makes me angry. This rubbish from the alliance made me lose 200 million. Especially Sakalu. I bet 50 million on him. This kind of person is just used to being arrogant. Let him have a good father and mother. Yes. And a good grandfather. When the people in the family talk about losing money, they are all angry. I propose that anyone who disagrees with the old ancestor's opinion should help Sakaru share the debt and help him become a real man. Yongbo said loudly again. I agree. I agree. Why should you use the family's money to squander on such a waste? Incompetent turtle bastard. If the family agrees this time, I will also borrow usury. If it's embarrassing, we will all be embarrassed together. Everyone agreed when they heard this. Sakura looked at Yongbo with resentment. He had billions of usury on him, and all his property was confiscated. In addition, he had lost his position as heir. Yongbo pouted at Sakura's expression, and he wished that this guy would deal with him. After all, he was from the same family, so he couldn't do too much on the surface. At least there must be a reasonable reason to kill someone. The middle-aged man who stood up and spoke also stared at Yongbo with gritted teeth. This is the father of Sakura and Bart's father. Since everyone has this proposal, then adopt it. Those who are willing to help Sakura share the debt can contact him privately, but they are not allowed to use the family property. The patriarch spoke again expressionlessly. And Ite, keep an eye on it. The patriarch instructed the new butler again. And Ite bowed deeply beside him. The third is that there will be a cocktail party tomorrow night. All unmarried men and women in the family can participate. According to the family regulations, those who have no children at a certain age will have their territory and noble titles taken back. The patriarch spoke again. Chapter 734. Don't scare me. Yongbo sighed in his heart. It's probably difficult to find a good girl to marry with this status. Everyone in the family is for the benefit of the family. Everyone has their own calculations, and these people can do all kinds of unimaginable things for the family. Although this status is now involved with the princess, the two sides are at most cooperating. Yongbo has to work for the benefit of the family and for his own interests. And the princess will also work for the interests of the royal family. Let's make money first. Only when your status is high can you have more choices. Otherwise they are all junk. I would rather choose an ordinary person like Su Wei at that time, because these ordinary people have not been brainwashed too seriously in the family. Next year, the family will take out 1 billion yuan for everyone to start a business. Everyone can submit their applications and business plans later. The patriarch spoke again. Everyone applauded. Eric glanced at Yongbo next to him and whispered, the ancestors said they won't give you money for 3 years. I'm afraid they want to force you to get married. Let's talk about it later. Yongbo looked down on the guy next to him. A D-level guy dared to come here and talk to me. Let me say this. Actually, I'm very happy today. I didn't like to wear noble clothes before because I was a waste of the Altina family. If I were the noble clothes of the family, people will point fingers at me. But now I'm not. So cheers to not being the biggest waste of the family. Yongbo stood up and began to speak seriously. When the toast was said, many people at the scene chuckled. Bart is a jerk, and he would fight with others if he disagreed with them. Cheers! Many people also started to make trouble, mainly because Sakura made everyone lose badly. Bart, the patriarch shouted loudly. For my recklessness, I apologize to everyone. I will drink first. Yongbo said quickly, then poured a glass of wine and sat down. Sakura in the distance was about to spit fire in his eyes, and the people around him also looked at Sakura with disgust. He was recognized as incompetent by the people of the empire. In addition, this guy was indeed a genius in the past, and he offended many people by relying on his status. What are you looking at? Sakura shouted at a peer next to him. I'm looking at some people who are recognized as useless by the people of the empire. This peer also shouted loudly. You say it again? As a person, you must recognize yourself. Just like I admitted that I was a waste of the Altina family before. You, who have been recognized as a waste by the empire, are more powerful than me. Yongbo took over the conversation on the other side. You damn bastard. Sakura's body flashed with light, and he rushed towards Yongbo like a cannonball. I am a bastard, and I am the same bastard raised by an old dog as you are. Yongbo's body flashed with light, sneered, and quickly jumped away. A middle-aged man at the main table in front gnashed his teeth in anger. Facing Yongbo's retreat, Sakura turned in the air and chased after Yongbo again. But the next second, Yongbo sprayed a flame in his hand. Boom! Sakura's whole body exploded instantly. An energy light instantly lit up on everyone present. All the people present were elites, so they were all superpowered. Even the servants were shining brightly, but it was a little weaker. It was a pity that the various tableware and delicacies on the table were blown everywhere by the huge impact of the explosion. The whole hall shook. Horsemanship plus 32. Bad luck. Yongbo was disgusted. Sorry. I missed. You are a waste. You can't even beat me. Oh. The biggest waste of the Altina family is gone. And now I am the waste again? Yongbo clapped his hands, looking regretful. You. A middle-aged man stood up and shouted angrily. The next second, Yongbo looked frightened, and his hand shook and 3 orange fireballs hit the middle-aged man. The people around the middle-aged man were shining, and their bodies flashed quickly. Boom! 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 The middle-aged man was shining with a strong energy light, and a thick energy shield was condensed in front of his body. When the first red fireball the size of a ping-pong ball hit the energy shield, it made a huge roar. The middle-aged man was hit by the huge energy explosion and retreated a long distance. The floor was left with a deep mark by the man's legs. But he was hit by the second fireball, and was hit against the wall by the huge force. Seeing that the third fireball was about to hit him, the middle-aged man rushed to the side and spit out blood. Boom! The fireball hit the wall, and a huge explosion occurred instantly. The whole hall was covered with countless rubble. Don't be so startled when talking to me in the future. Look! Look! I haven't even eaten 2 bites of my food yet. In the hall covered with countless rubble and countless dust, a voice that deserved a beating sounded. Everyone was shocked. 3 inconspicuous fireballs could cause such powerful damage. How much energy was contained in them? The servant quickly turned on the ventilation system. When the smoke and dust cleared, they saw a messy hall. The most shocking thing was the big hole on the wall. There was a big hole in the thick battleship armor inside. Everyone looked at Yongbo with a different look. Sakoru violated the clan rules and took the initiative to attack the clan members. He deserved to die. His usury should be repaid by his father. Bart took the initiative to attack the elders, fined 500 million yuan, and was responsible for all the losses of this accident. Do you have any opinions? The clan leader looked at everyone and said, It's not my fault. Who made him speak so jumpy? Yongbo said with a dissatisfied look. I also think Bart was frightened by the shout. Yes. If I was attacked just now, I would have lost my attack if someone shouted like that. It was all caused by that loser Sakoru. Billions of people in the country are calling him loser. So doesn't he have to kill everyone one by one? This loser deserves to die. He has no noble education at all. He also called Bart a bastard. But we have the same ancestor. Many other people spoke up for Yongbo. Yongbo smiled in his heart. No matter how great a genius you are, as long as you die, you have no value. Bart, how do you want to solve it? The patriarch asked. I listened to my ancestors. Yongbo is now like a good student again. Then I'll let you take responsibility. Okay then. Yongbo looked helpless. The family meeting has not been able to continue so far. On the one hand, the hall suffered such a loss. And on the other hand, a major change occurred. Sakoru, who was trained by the family, became ashes, and the family's waste showed strong fighting power. In fact, for the nobles, individual strength is not valued, because in the modern technological society, any strong person can be destroyed in minutes. But the strength shown by Yongbo is too abnormal, so the family has to reevaluate. For the family, training a successor requires a strong brain on the one hand and strong strength on the other hand. It is easy to lose the whole family without a brain. Bart, there is a cocktail party tomorrow night. Do you want to attend? Eric asked Yongbo with a wink. Thanks. Let's make an appointment next time. I have something else to do. Yongbo waved his hand and said, Then keep in touch. Eric smiled and said, Yeah. Then Yongbo was ready to leave. Master Bart, the master asked you to attend the cocktail party tomorrow night. Seeing that he was about to leave, Nit, the butler, trotted all the way and handed an invitation to Yongbo. So annoying. Yongbo glanced at the golden invitation, waved his hand impatiently, and drove away. Nit looked at Yongbo who was leaving, feeling like he was dreaming. He became the chief butler in a short time. And it was all because of this man, who was called a waste by everyone. He didn't expect that this man in front of him was so cunning. He had always used the reputation of a waste to cover himself up, making some people careless. And then, he would burn his opponent to ashes. This is actually the view of other people in the family. Everyone knows the conflict between Bart and Sakoru. Unexpectedly, Bart would not take action, but he would directly cut off the firewood from the bottom of the pot. No matter how much Sakoru's grandparents, father and mother, are distressed and biased, they are now gone. And it was Sakoru who took the initiative. Insidious. Everyone in the family labeled Bart. Yongbo returned to the territory. The princess was wearing a white long dress with floral patterns, and was sitting in the garden on the roof drinking tea. The meeting is over so soon? The princess was a little surprised when she saw Yongbo coming back. Yongbo picked up the tea that the princess had brewed, poured himself a cup, and drank it all. Seeing Yongbo's rude appearance, the princess was a little speechless. I've done your business. Let's talk about the reward. Yongbo put down the teacup and said, How did you solve it? I don't know what the family will say. Remember to watch the news. Yongbo shrugged. What do you mean? The princess asked, a little confused. After reading our family's announcement. Remember to give me the compensation you prepared. Can't I do that? Stop talking nonsense. I haven't asked you for labor fees yet. Shameless. The princess cursed when she heard this. Then Yongbo stood up and left again. The princess asked loudly, What are you going to do? I need to work to support myself. Yongbo left a sentence and then went to find Alan. Alan sent a message that there will be an auction on Paradise Island tonight. When they came to the Noble Affairs Service Department again, the two guards who opened the door saw that it was Yongbo and quickly bowed to him. Fatty! Yongbo rushed directly into Fatty's office. Alan was sleeping on the sofa in front of the window. He was startled when he heard Yongbo shout. You scared me. It's because there are too many people like you in the government that our financial expenditure increases every year. Yongbo said with a look of disgust. Didn't your family have a meeting? How come it's over? What does their meeting have to do with me? At the same time, the princess at Yongbo's house saw a news report that the genius of the Altina family, Sakoru, accidentally fell off a horse and died. The princess was a little shocked when she saw the news. Is this what Bart said was solved? Other people who saw the news were speechless. He fell off a horse and died. Why didn't they say he fell to the ground and died while walking? Many people were curious about how Sakoru died. Although he failed in the sword competition, he shouldn't have been killed by his family. Right? Chapter 735 Auction. You killed your brother yourself? Alan also saw the news and asked Yongbo, who was looking through his wine cabinet. Maybe it was a bastard from somewhere. Yongbo was very unhappy that Sakoru gave him the equestrian skill, and said unhappily, Haha. I told you to kill him as soon as possible. But you just didn't listen. Alan laughed when he heard this. What kind of rubbish are you? Why don't you get something good? Yongbo closed the door of the wine cabinet with disdain. I am a government official now. I have to have an image. Your image is that you have beautiful female subordinates outside? Bah. Don't accuse good people. I never take action against grass in my own backyard. I believe this. Beautiful women are pleasing to the eyes. What's the point of getting a group of men? Besides, if you come to cause trouble, how will you react when a beautiful woman and a man receive you? Shameless. Yongbo certainly knew that nobles would not hit beautiful women in public, which would make them look ungraceful. Same here. I have already told my ancestor about your matter. He said that as long as it complies with the regulations, everything will be fine. Alan spoke again. Well, I will ask you to help buy some equipment when the time comes. Yongbo nodded. You are not serious. Are you? Alan looked at Yongbo with some suspicion. Of course I'm serious, buddy. I'm a clean slate and a new man. Ah. Tell me how you managed to seduce the princess. What princess? In this crappy place like Devon. What could be hidden from me? The princess's carriage has not left your territory since it arrived. The royal family came to you. You thought it was a good thing. But it's a waste not to sleep with it. TSK. Sakoru's death is not related to the princess. Right? You are so smart. You will be killed sooner or later. Yongbo rolled his eyes and cursed. You are shameless. Not only did you solve the biggest problem, but also made the royal family owe you a favor. And you slept with the princess. I didn't expect that you, a big and strong man, actually have so many tricks. Alan said contemptuously. Are you going to the blind date meeting tomorrow night? Yongbo asked again. Alas, I have to go. The ancestors have spoken personally. It seems wrong. My ancestors also let me go? Yongbo said in surprise when he heard this. Ask around tonight to see who else is going. If people like us go, it's probably not a good thing. Alan nodded when he heard this. Yes, we'll see what happens. After Alan got off work, Yongbo took Alan's car to Paradise Island. Paradise Island is an island with an area of about 100 square kilometers. This is the only place on Devon Star where foreigners are allowed to invest. There are high-rise buildings on the island of more than 100 square kilometers. It is also the largest auction house in the Blue Water Empire and the largest slave trading center. The sources of slaves are varied, and the largest source is the Crimson Federation. So there are a variety of businesses here, whether men, women, adults, or children. They all linger here. Here you can eat the most delicious food in the entire galaxy. And you can also enjoy the most beautiful women in the entire galaxy. The most handsome men. And of course, the most powerful men. At the same time, all intelligent signals are blocked here. And any intelligent devices are useless here. A group of powerful prisoners of war have just been sent to the hunting ground in the north from the Crimson Federation. Are you interested in playing a game? Alan asked while driving. Not interested. Yang Bo knew that the hunting ground was a hunting game between serious criminals or prisoners of war from all over the galaxy. If these prey can escape or not be killed within the specified time, they will be free. Of course, there are also volunteers, because as long as they can survive, there will be a large bonus. It is said that a group of modified people came to the Paradise nightclub, all of which are the latest from the Crimson Federation laboratory. Alan said again. Not interested. They are messed up. These modified people are the fusion of human genes and animal genes, and transformed into an orc-like appearance. Because some nobles have some special habits. Did the princess drain you dry? Alan looked at Yang Bo with his small eyes while driving. I squeezed the princess so hard that she couldn't get up. Is she locked up? Alan's eyes widened, and his mind thought of secret rooms, imprisonment, etc. Do you still have any noble etiquette? Why do you want these perverted things? I admire you the most for doing shameless things while calling others perverted. Alan cursed angrily. At this time, the car landed on the edge of Paradise Island. Alan got off the car and skillfully showed his membership card. Here, the card is recognized, not the person. The card is anonymous, and there is an amount in the card. Dear sir, I am happy to serve you. Two tall and beautiful guides, wearing blue and white work clothes, short-sleeved tight t-shirts on the upper body, knee-length skirts on the lower body, and a pair of white high heels. One has golden hair and white skin, and the other has black hair and white skin. No thanks. The fat man waved his hand, then waved his golden membership card and stopped a taxi. The cars here use fossil fuels, but they have gone through many processes, without any environmental pollution and no smell. Two respected guests. The taxi driver opened the door attentively to let the two in, and then sat in the driver's seat before asking, Jinding Auction House. Alan said a few words directly. Okay. The driver nodded. You really know how to play. Yang Bo looked at the street on the side of the road, as if he had returned to Earth. But he could still make cell phones on Earth. And there was no signal on Paradise Island. Although there was no signal, no one dared to move here, because the guards here were very strong. Someone was here before, and was directly killed by the guard Skybreaker. How about we go to the arena after the auction? Recently, a very powerful guy came there, and won 11 games in a row. Alan asked again. Go! Yang Bo became interested when he heard this. The participants in this arena are also very complicated. There are serious criminals, prisoners of war, and those who want to make a fortune, at least on the surface. No one is forced to do so. Everything on Paradise Island is reasonable, legal and compliant, but it is unknown in secret. In fact, most of the great businesses in the world are voluntary. Just like Yang Bo knew in his previous life that some places were rampant with fraud. And most of the people who went there wanted to make a fortune. There are always some people in the world who take the gray road for various reasons. There are people who are really forced, but they account for a small proportion. Like most men in Paradise Island, women come here to make money. Even many modified people are transformed voluntarily, because they can make more money after transformation. The arena is divided into many modes, including superpower mode and mecha mode. Both sides drive mechas to fight, and one side tramples the other into a meat pie. The winner can deal with the loser in any way. At this time, there are some perverted nobles who want the winner to solve the problem in the way they want. The nobles like this kind of exciting activities the most, because the life of the nobles is too boring, and they always want to have some fun. Just like the Altina family, there may be only a few hundred people who really run the family business. But the family has 110,000 people. These are 10,000 people who enjoy the family's welfare according to their status. They don't worry about food and drink. And there are people to serve them. Most men are just reproductive machines all their lives. And most women marry other people, and also become reproductive machines. What else do these idle nobles do if they don't have fun? Yang Bo was going to see which guys deserved to die. And then, he would go on stage to brush up some skills. There were many auction houses in Paradise Island. But the Golden Tripod auction house was the largest. The Crimson Federation was behind this auction house. So there was a high chance of good things appearing here. I'm afraid Su Hai will make a fool of himself this time. After arriving at the place, and coming to a private room, Alan said. The entire auction house looked like a theater. And the two could look down at anything on the auction table. What happened to Su Hai? Yang Bo asked curiously after hearing this. You don't know about such a big thing? Su Hai is going to challenge Yang Bo from the Alliance. And he has taken out 3.5 billion credit points. Alan picked up the cup and took a sip of juice. Then said, he thinks he's not dying fast enough. And he wants to show off? Yang Bo asked in confusion. From this point of view, you are dumber than me. Alan looked at Yang Bo smugly after hearing this. I'm the last one in 10,000 years. And I'm still the second. That was in the past. Now I'm smarter. The more famous Su Hai is, the less likely he is to get into trouble. After Alan finished speaking, he gave Yang Bo a look that said, you know, with your head full of fat. You must have heard it from your father or your ancestors. Yang Bo replied with contempt. Don't look down on me. I've been studying recently. On the sofa in the office. I was studying in my dreams. It seems that Yang Bo from the Alliance is still very powerful. But this bastard made me lose a lot of money. I lost a lot of money. Luckily we are not good at swordsmanship. Otherwise we might be forced to post a challenge video. Alan was a little smug when he said this. I think the so-called young swordsmanship geniuses in the Alliance are all softies. Yes, they are just a bunch of softies. Usually bragging about how powerful their swordsmanship is. But I think Yang Bo may have auxiliary superpowers. You don't need me to tell you. I've seen it a long time ago. Then what auxiliary superpowers does he have? Anyway, it's an auxiliary superpower. I despise you. Who are you going to bet on this time? I'm a great Earl of the Empire. How can I bet on the trash of the Alliance to win? The fat man said with a righteous face. Ha ha. Yang Bo knew from the fat man's expression that he would definitely bet on himself to win. Dear guests, this is the item to be auctioned by the auction house today. The staff brought a thick auction manual. You are blind. Didn't you see us two brothers coming? I will give you one copy for each of us. Alan slammed the table and shouted angrily. Sorry. I will give you another copy immediately. The tall beauty hurriedly withdrew. You are so old. Don't be so rude in the future. Yang Bo looked at the beautiful woman who withdrew and said, I fucking. Alan's eyes widened. Yang Bo smiled. Then picked up the auction manual and read it. There are a total of 12 auction items today. A-level interstellar biological energy crystal. Yang Bo saw that the first auction item was an energy crystal the size of an egg. I wonder if taking this thing back and feeding it to interstellar creatures will help them grow quickly. This was Yang Bo's first thought when he saw this thing. Brian's manuscript. The second item made Yang Bo feel a little abnormal. Yang Bo also learned from his butler's memory that Brian was the legendary potion master who had an affair with the queen. The specific truth is hard to say, because the secrets of the royal family are not easy to find out. Others say that it was because Brian influenced the current potion master. The third auction item is a mineral star mining right. And energy stone mines were found on it. The fourth lot is an A-level slave, who is also a forging master from the Crimson Federation. At this time, Alan next to him said, Look at the 12th lot. WOC. Yang Bo blurted out when he saw the 12th lot. Who is so awesome? If I had something like this back then, I would definitely not be like this now. Alan sighed on the side. 5 E-level 5-star gene evolution potions in a group. Yang Bo looked at the last lot. Isn't this what he configured? Gene potions are not the higher the level, the better. The higher the level of the gene potion, the higher the talent required of the user. E-level 5-star quality potions have a very high probability of making an ordinary person with very rubbish talent become a superpower. In this world, there are parents who have high-level superpowers, but their children do not have any superpowers. Then this potion can make their children have superpowers, as long as they have superpowers. Everything is possible. And at least their lifespan can be increased. What Alan said made sense. Alan was very much loved by his ancestors. But unfortunately, the awakened superpower was only strength. And the brain had not evolved at all. For the nobles, the brain was still important. And of course superpowers were also important. I wonder how high the price of these potions will be raised by those princes. Alan sighed beside him. Why didn't Wang Mushue tell me? I must ask clearly when I go back? Yang Bo was suspicious. Of course, these potions might not be sold by Wang Mushue. It is possible that she exchanged the potions for something, and then sold them by others. Welcome everyone to the Jinning auction. There are 12 items this time. Let's take a look at the first one. A tall and beautiful female auctioneer introduced. 10 million. Someone shouted impatiently before the auctioneer finished speaking. 10.01 million. Yang Bo shouted indifferently. Why did you buy this broken thing? Alan asked suspiciously. This guy is so anxious to bid. He must have a use for it. I will raise the price after I buy it, and sell it to him. Yang Bo said. I told you that you were not clear-headed. But you still don't believe it. What if you buy it, and others don't want it? Alan rolled his eyes. His best friend's IQ was also very anxious. 100 million. The voice that just shouted another price. 100 million and 100,000. Yang Bo bought it back for experiments. 1 billion. The other party bid without hesitation. 1 billion and 100,000. Yang Bo followed closely. Everyone who participated in the auction was a little confused. Is this the first auction item so valuable? 2 billion. The other party shouted this number almost in a roar. 2 billion and 10,000. Yang Bo shouted this price in a stunned, unbelievable, and foolish eyes of Alan. Do you have 2 billion? Alan asked with wide eyes. No. Yang Bo answered confidently. The penalty for breach of contract is a lot. I can let this sucker pay me the money first. And then I will give it to the auction. What the hell are you talking about? If he has so much money, why would he buy it from you? What you said seems to make sense. Chapter 736 Request. Alan looked at Yang Bo and sighed. You have a good idea. But, alas, 2 billion and 10,000 for the first time. Is there anyone who can bid higher? Everyone can hear the excitement in the beautiful auctioneer's tone when she said this. Because auctioneers also have performance. 2 billion and 10,000 for the second time. Is there anyone who can bid higher? 2 billion and 10,000 for the third time. Deal. Several people at the auction site cursed in their hearts. The first one was a young man who bid the first time. Who the hell ruined my good thing? And the seller, who the hell came out to interfere? This thing is originally only bought by certain people. And it is just given to certain buyers to cause trouble. TSK. 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 Alan looked at Yang Bo with an idiotic look on his face. The following is the second auction item. Brian's manuscript. Everyone has seen the details. The starting price is 10 million. The auctioneer shouted with excitement. But surprisingly, no one at the scene bid. Brian, the master of pharmacy, has already been authenticated by our auction house. Is there anyone who would bid for 10 million? The auctioneer was surprised that no one would bid. Yang Bo knew that this situation was not normal. Because Brian had some grievances with the royal family. So the manuscript was also a relatively dangerous thing. Because no one knew what sensitive information would be recorded in it. But it's a bit strange. How did this thing get out? Could it be a test from the royal family? Yang Bo muttered in his heart. The auctioneer saw that no one bid. So he announced that it was unsold. And then, the third auction item was auctioned. The auctions were relatively normal afterwards. With many people bidding. Damn. They are really rich. Alan looked at a genetically modified person displayed by the auctioneer. This genetically modified person had a short, fluffy tail, white fur on the edges of the pointed ears, and was wearing a low-cut white dress, displayed on the auctioneer's stage. And this genetically modified person had a crisp voice. And it is said that there are some superpowers that can add to the fun. As for what kind of fun, everyone can understand it for themselves. This genetically modified person was bought for 600 million. I don't know which old pervert it is. Yang Bo also looked envious and jealous. Don't mention it. These things studied by the Scarlet Federation are really amazing. Soon, the last auction item came. Are you still worried about your child not being able to awaken superpowers? Are you still worried about your child not having talent? Are you still worried about your huge fortune and no one inheriting it? The E-level 5-star potion will make all your dreams come true. The starting price is 50 million. The auctioneer shouted loudly. 100 million. 500 million. 1 billion. 3 billion. 3 billion. 3 billion 200 million. 3 billion 500 million. 5 billion. Suddenly someone shouted out a super abnormal price. Which pharmacist made this? Get rich. Get rich. Alan was envious and jealous when he saw someone offering such a high price. The hereditary nobles. The princes. They just want their descendants to live as long as possible. What's more? What if he awakens some powerful superpowers? Yang Bo said. That's right. How can this pharmacist make low-level materials so perfect? You also know about medicine? What don't I know? Hearing someone offer 5 billion. No one else bid. In the end, these medicines were sold at a price of 5 billion. Hurry up and leave. I still have to wait for the auction items to be handed over. Wow. Are you serious? Huh. The other party is so eager to offer. They must have a high demand for this thing. I will take it even if it rots at home. Yang Bo looked angry. Soon the staff came. And Yang Bo gave the housekeeper the contact information and waited for the subsequent handover. Yo. Yo. 2 wastes from Devon Star. Just after coming out of the auction house, I heard someone's arrogant voice. John Lin. Are you looking for a fight? Alan pointed at the other party and cursed. The person who said this was also a fat man. With sparse hair, yellow skin, black eyes, followed by 2 guards and a woman in a sweater. Come on. Come on. Come and hit me. It's not like we haven't fought before. John Lin arrogantly raised his middle finger to the 2. John Lin's family is also a hereditary noble family. And John Lin's ancestor was the right prime minister of the empire. Pa! The next second Yang Bo instantly grabbed the guy's hand that was waving in front of him. And then slapped him hard in the face. We 2 brothers are perverted enough. But I didn't expect there would be someone more perverted. Who asked people to hit him? Yang Bo said to Alan after the fight. Pa! Alan jumped up and slapped him hard when he heard this. Ha. I didn't expect there are people more perverted than us 2 brothers. Alan almost shouted in an excited tone. You? I'm going to kill you. John Lin was not prepared at all. An energy light gathered on his body. Pa! You didn't even tell us to stop? Yang Bo slapped the other party's energy light away with a slap. Pa. Alan heard this and opened his hands left and right, as a noble. You should help others and satisfy the other party's wishes. The 2 guards brought by John Lin saw this scene and rushed up instantly. However, Yang Bo grabbed John Lin's hand and blocked John Lin in front of a guard. The guard quickly bypassed, but Yang Bo kicked the guard in the vitals below. The guard immediately turned pale, and then fell to the ground stiffly and twitched. Another guard had already fought with Alan. And bring a girl. Yang Bo looked at the woman who was at a loss next to him. Pa! Then another backhand slap. Finally, a fierce kick sent the guy flying dozens of meters away, landing directly in a large trash can. Another guard didn't care about fighting with Alan, and hurried to see his master. John Lin jumped up from the garbage dump in embarrassment. Then he saw the scene of anger, and saw Yang Bo pulling his female companion over to take off the mask, and kissed her hard, mouth to mouth. Ha. John Lin, have you kissed this genetically modified person you auctioned? I tasted it for you. It's very soft and sweet. Don't thank me. Yang Bo laughed shamelessly. Wow. Shameless. Alan cursed Yang Bo and gave him a thumbs up. Bart, I'm going to kill you. John Lin's energy flashed. But the next second, he saw several guards around him, 2 of whom had a bright glow around them. Bart, I'm going to cut you into pieces. Just keep cursing over there with all the garbage on your body. Yang Bo laughed. Then he and Alan ran away quickly. Ha. It's so damn satisfying. Alan danced excitedly. Ah. John Lin looked at himself covered in garbage. And then at the genetically modified person he had just auctioned, who was kissed by Yang Bo, thinking that this woman had been contaminated by Yang Bo's saliva. If he kissed this woman, wouldn't it be? Pa! I want to return the goods. I want to return the goods. You can't even guarantee the safety of the goods. John Lin shouted loudly. Sir, we have completed the handover procedures. I haven't paid the full amount yet, so it doesn't count as a handover. But you have completed the handover procedures. How can I use something that someone else has used? That's after you've completed the handover procedures. Are you guys being unreasonable? Sir, please don't be unreasonable. I spent hundreds of millions. And now someone else is using it? Sir, can you auction it off again? I'm not going to bid for it. Zhang Lin was furious, and was about to take action. The result was that he was forced out of Paradise Island by several guards using the sky split, and was blacklisted. The news spread quickly, and there shouldn't be too many nobles on Paradise Island. Yang Bo and Alan are now in the arena. See? That's the big guy. He's a warlord of the Crimson Federation. He was very cruel when he was a warlord. It's said that he likes to eat women's flesh. It's said that more than 10,000 women died in his hands. And he also eats the flesh of virgins. Alan pointed to the arena below. There are various weapons in the arena, and these weapons are very large. There are also various armors. A bald man is wearing a set of black armor and holding a 5-meter-long sword in his hand. There is also a 1-ton mark on the sword, which means that this sword weighs a full ton. He is fighting with another opponent holding 2 one-handed swords. The arena is shrouded in an energy shield with a diameter of about 500 meters. Another opponent is wearing a set of silver armor. The armor here is specially forged. Although it is not as strong as the energy armor, it is not ordinary metal. This guy now has a nickname called Bald Tyrant. 11 famous gladiators have died at his hands. Alan spoke again. The Bald Tyrant, holding a big sword in both hands, chased the opponent with great force. The opponent's one-handed sword did not dare to fight against the Bald Tyrant. However, the one-handed sword in the hand of the Bald Tyrant's opponent suddenly flew out. At this time, the Bald Tyrant was charging fiercely, and the one-handed sword instantly inserted into the gap of the Bald Tyrant's armor. Good. Kill him. Good. Seeing this scene, the nobles at the scene jumped up excitedly. Those who come here to watch this kind of game like this kind of bloody scene. But the Bald Tyrant didn't care about the sword stuck in his body. He rushed towards the opponent with his two-handed sword. The opponent dodged left and right, and kept distance from the Bald Tyrant. It looked like he would be cut in half by the Bald Tyrant's sword in the next second. Hack him to death. Hack him to death. Hack him to death. The nobles in the stands screamed fiercely. And there were even many ladies dressed up. But these ladies covered their faces with veils. What do you think of me going to fight? Are you crazy? Can you beat the Bald Tyrant? Alan heard Yang Bo say this and cursed angrily. Chapter 737. Who else? Do you think I'm stupid? Yang Bo said unhappily. Are you mentally ill? You're like those other idiots. If you go down, you'll be split in half by this Bald Tyrant. Alan asked unhappily after hearing this. Hee hee. Just bet on me to win. Yang Bo smiled. You've thought it through. Of course I know. Do you really know? I know this is armor made of special metal. You guys didn't go out to play in a black game. Did you? Listen to my brother's words. Don't push yourself too hard. At most you can go back and be a reproductive tool. Alan thought Yang Bo had gone out to make himself stronger and do dangerous things in the past few years. I just don't like this kind of people. Yang Bo had just finished speaking. The two-handed sword in the Bald Tyrant's hand flew out directly from his hand. The opponent dodged the attack of the two-handed sword. But the next second the Bald Tyrant crashed into him. The opponent of the Bald Tyrant had only one sword left. So he stabbed at the Bald Tyrant. The Bald Tyrant didn't care and let the opponent's sword pierce his body. Then the two of them slammed into the wall of the ring. These rings looked like stones, but were actually battleship armor. The Bald Tyrant slammed his head into the opponent's face, smashing his face directly. Then he grabbed the opponent's neck with both hands and twisted it hard. He actually twisted the opponent's neck off, and blood spurted out all of a sudden. That's not all. The Bald Tyrant directly picked up the opponent's head and smashed it on the ground. Then jumped up and stomped on his head with both feet. The opponent's head exploded like a rotten watermelon. Ah! Ah! The surrounding nobles, who were seeking excitement, screamed when they saw the scene. The Bald Tyrant has the superpower of self-healing, and his power is extremely abnormal. You should consider it carefully. Energy attacks are not allowed in there. Alan also curled his lips when he saw the scene, and then said, Of course I know the rules. Yang Bo's eyes lit up when he heard this. There is also such a rare superpower. This is not suitable for him. Bald, you are dead. The arena here does not allow energy attacks on others. It means releasing fireballs like Yang Bo. The power brought by one's own superpowers and auxiliary superpowers can still be used. The Bald Tyrant then pulled out the sword on his body with a grim smile. I'll go first. Yang Bo saw this scene and hurried to ask to participate in the fight. The bald tyrant enjoyed everyone shouting. And suddenly a staff member came to the bald tyrant's ear and whispered. The bald tyrant asked some more content, and then nodded. The audience knew something unexpected was going to happen when they saw the scene. And they all waited. Everyone. In 20 minutes. Viscount Bart of the Altina family will personally kill the bald tyrant. Let's wait and see. 2 minutes later. The host's high-pitched voice rang out. Ah! Ah! Everyone screamed excitedly when they heard this. Who should I bet on? Bart is a very unreliable guy. But we have a good brotherly relationship. I'll bet on Bart for 1,000 yuan. And on the bald tyrant for 10 million yuan. Alan muttered to himself. The arena will not be cleaned up. It is more exciting. Bald tyrant took off his armor and began to inject the healing potion. Many noble ladies looked at the strong body of bald tyrant and felt extremely excited. They screamed one after another. In fact, powerful gladiators like bald tyrant also serve the nobles behind the scenes. Not only for noble ladies, because some male nobles also want to experience the bravery of gladiators. Everyone start betting. 12 minutes left to bet. The host shouted loudly. The betting amount instantly exceeded 2 billion, of which 1.8 billion were bets on bald tyrant to win. Is Bart crazy? The two idiots on Devon Star are usually not taken care of, so they think they are great. This arrogant guy will definitely be beaten up by the bald tyrant. Haha. The Altina family just lost a big idiot. And now another little idiot is going to die. This idiot Sakoru made me lose 200 million. Was Sakoru committing suicide? Definitely not. He was probably killed by his family. I heard that he owed hundreds of millions of usury. I heard it was more than 10 billion. More than 10 billion is not enough to be executed by the family. Right? It's hard to say. The struggle within the family is also very fierce. Yang Bo came on the stage. What surprised many viewers was that Yang Bo didn't wear any armor, but a sports suit. Ha ha. Ha ha. The bald tyrant laughed at the scene. Now both sides choose weapons. The host shouted. The bald tyrant held 2 hammers this time, and each of the 2 hammers weighed 1 ton, with a mark on it. Although the 2 hammer heads looked like the size of a basketball. Some metals in the universe have a very high density. Yang Bo looked at the weapons around the duel field, including 2-handed swords, 1-handed swords, various knives, hammers, sticks, whips, etc. Yang Bo saw that the other party was holding 2 1-ton hammers. So he chose a 2-ton axe that was as tall as a person. The axe blade was almost half a meter in size, which gave people a very domineering feeling. Our Lord Bard chose a 2-ton axe. Our bald tyrant chose his 2 best hammers. There are still 5 minutes left in the game, and 3 minutes before the betting deadline. The betting amount has exceeded 5 billion. But judging from the betting account, everyone is not optimistic about our Lord Viscount. The bald tyrant looked at Yang Bo with a grin. And Yang Bo, wearing a sportswear, looked at him calmly. Start. The host said loudly to start. After hearing the host say start, Yang Bo rushed directly towards the bald tyrant with a big axe. The bald tyrant also rushed towards the other party with 2 hammers. The 2 sides met at the scene, and it was a fierce close-range battle. I don't know if our Lord Viscount can hold on. The host was stunned just when he said this. Right in front of him, Yang Bo swung the axe in his hand and chopped at the bald tyrant. The bald tyrant raised a hammer to block Yang Bo's axe, and then smashed the other hammer at Yang Bo. But in an instant, Yang Bo's axe hit the bald tyrant's hammer, and the hammer in the bald tyrant's hand bounced out instantly, directly blowing up the bald tyrant's head. And the flying hammer also had half of the bald tyrant's arm on it. The hammer also hit the wall next to the arena directly, and the entire hammer was sunken into the wall. Self-healing plus 32. A message floated through Yang Bo's mind. Who else? Yang Bo kicked the bald tyrant's body away with 1 foot, and then shouted loudly. Ah! Ah! The people at the scene only realized that they had lost now, and screamed heartbreakingly. Who else? Yang Bo stood in the arena in a clean sportswear and sneakers, which was out of tune with the current environment. There were 2 headless bodies, and various bloody and broken meat scattered. Alan saw the scene and was heartbroken. He lost. Many gladiators were watching the match from behind. Seeing Yang Bo's arrogant look, several of them immediately expressed their desire to go on the field. Although Yang Bo's strength was abnormal, he was not wearing armor at the moment. This gave many gladiators an opportunity to get a bargain, especially some famous gladiators in the arena. It was useless to have great strength, but the speed had to be fast enough. Everyone saw that Yang Bo's speed was not very fast. Sir Bart, are you willing to accept the challenge of the other gladiators? A staff member immediately ran to Yang Bo and asked. I want to see their detailed information. And I can't cheat them. Yang Bo nodded. Our information is accurate. And we dare not deceive the nobles. The staff quickly assured him. And then took out the information of other people. Yang Bo looked at 8 people challenging him. Yang Bo chose this guy when he saw the information of the first person. This guy is a murderer and a felon of the Shuilan Empire. This guy has imprisoned and tortured more than 50 children in 20 years. Because this guy is a guard leader of the nobles. Now this guy's nickname is Crocodile. Because this guy bites off the opponent's ear every time he kills his opponent. He is very cruel and brutal. So he has this nickname. In 20 minutes, Lord Bart of the Altina family will fight against the crocodile. The host then announced loudly. Ah! The nobles at the scene shouted when they heard this. Our Lord Viscount still chose the sportswear on him. And our crocodile chose the golden armor. There are still 11 minutes before the betting deadline. The host looked at the amount of bets and his mouth was cracked with laughter. As these nobles who like to watch perversion. Seeing nobles being killed makes these nobles even more excited. Yang Bo watched the crocodile in golden armor come on stage. You dirty, despicable and shameless nobles. The crocodile cursed with a resentful tone after coming up. Haha. Talk more while you can now. Because this is your last time. Yang Bo laughed. The crocodile chose a spear, which was more than 1 meter longer than Yang Bo's axe. Haha. This is what I want to say to you. The crocodile laughed and waved the spear in his hand. The spear kept stabbing in the crocodile's hand, stabbing dozens of times in an instant. Begin. The host's voice began. Both sides rushed towards each other quickly. The crocodile pointed the spear at Yang Bo. And Yang Bo dragged the axe beside him. You watched the two sides quickly approach Yang Bo's axe and swung it. Everyone in the stands widened their eyes. The crocodile ignored Yang Bo's axe and directly used the long characteristics of his spear to stab Yang Bo's vitals. But the next second Yang Bo's axe flew out of his hand. And Yang Bo himself stopped all of a sudden. So the crocodile was hit by Yang Bo's axe first. And the tip of the spear was still more than 10 centimeters away from Yang Bo. And because of the golden armor, the crocodile's body was smashed and flew away. And the spear that was more than 10 centimeters away from Yang Bo was also taken away. During the crocodile's flight, a lot of red things burst out of the gaps in the armor. This was because the whole body was smashed to pieces by the huge force. And the blood and flesh mixed things sprayed out from the gaps in the armor. It looks like a gorgeous red and golden flower in full bloom. Who else? Chapter 738 Awe. Because Yang Bo was too excited. The skill that the crocodile just gave was too powerful. Mind control plus 32. Why would this guy give this skill? At the same time, Yang Bo was a little confused. Because this skill can only be acquired by 2 types of people. One is people with mental power and superpowers. The other type is similar to the small boss in the game, who can command a large group of people. Many nobles at the scene screamed very miserably because they lost again. Alan pounded the seat next to him in regret. Obviously losing too. The people in the arena were too excited to see the scene. Because the total bet amount of the 2 games exceeded 10 billion. And the rake alone would cost that much money. If any of you step forward to solve the other party, we will not only give you freedom, but also give you a reward of 200 million. The staff of the gladiator arena are making promises to other gladiators. Even if you die, we will reward you 50 million. The staff added another sentence. Me. But I want to transfer 50 million to an account first. Immediately, a big man with dark skin stood up. And me. And me. Several people expressed their opinions. Now it was Yang Bo's turn to choose. And Yang Bo chose this big black man nicknamed King Kong. This guy is extremely powerful, and is the strongest in this duel field. This guy is actually a member of the Alliance, and a staff member on a spaceship. For some reason, he killed all the staff members of the entire spaceship, and then fled to the Crimson Federation. He joined another warlord of the Crimson Federation. But unfortunately, he was captured in the First Warlord War. No matter how strong a person is, he can't beat a mecha. Of course, Yang Bo is an exception. And there may be some rare perverts. The warlord of the Crimson Federation doesn't like this. So he sold this guy to the arena. Because the warlord prefers talents such as controlling mechas or bionic fighters. This kind of person who kills all his own people at any time is also a disaster to keep in the army. No one wants his comrades next to him to suddenly go berserk. It should be some kind of superpower. Yang Bo guessed that it might be some rare superpower that made this guy's fighting power soar. The nobles at the scene cheered again. And now the whole scene was full of people. Because they heard that there were nobles fighting with gladiators here. Even the scene was a little crowded. Because there were no private rooms here. All open stands. Everyone asked the staff to place bets. And the arena sent all the staff to receive bets. Although there is no intelligent system here. You can swipe a card. Bet 10 million on King Kong and 10,000 on Bart. Alan waited and decided to bet heavily on King Kong because he knew Bart too well. Although I don't know why Bart has become so strong. King Kong is definitely stronger in terms of strength. Because King Kong has been here for 8 years. Our King Kong is on the field. King Kong is wrapped in a tin can. Yang Bo looked at the kin man who was half his height. This guy was 4 meters tall. At least it looked like that. No wonder he was called King Kong. The weight of this tin can itself exceeded 100 tons. This thing is like a small mecha. King Kong is wrapped in a tin can. But there is a gap in the eye area. And you can see that his skin is black. It feels a bit similar to my mad energy. Yang Bo could sense the energy fluctuations on the other party. Now let's choose the weapon. Our King Kong still chose his favorite mace. Our Viscount Bart actually chose a long whip. The host was very surprised. Yang Bo looked at the whip of unknown material in his hand, which was more than 10 meters long. I tried it, and it felt very good. And the bearing capacity was also good. The nobles at the scene were also very surprised to see the weapon Yang Bo chose. And then, they quickly bet on King Kong to win. The total bet amount this time exceeded 8 billion, breaking the 5-year single-game record. The host almost jumped up when he said this. The arena, the casino, these are actually all rakes. Rakes according to the proportion of funds in the plate. Start. With the host's voice. It started. King Kong rushed towards Yang Bo like a smaller mecha. And the mace in his hand directly hit Yang Bo. Yang Bo did not move, but waved the whip in his hand. And the whip stretched out behind Yang Bo. Then his hand shook. And the whip actually wrapped around a hammer that the dead bald tyrant had used. Then the next second Yang Bo whipped the whip hard. Boom! The whip and the air made a sonic boom. Boom! Then, there was another sonic boom. This is the hammer on the whip tip exceeding the speed of sound. Boom! The 1-ton hammer hit King Kong's iron can directly at a speed exceeding the speed of sound. Then the chest of the iron can was hit by the hammer and instantly dented. A red and white thing immediately burst out of the gap in the eyes of King Kong's helmet. And the whole body was smashed out by the huge kinetic energy. Boom! The huge iron can hit the wall of the arena. And it seemed that the entire arena was shaken. Mad energy plus 32. This guy is weird. Let's go back and check who was transporting what on his spaceship. When a skill was displayed, Yang Bo knew it was not simple. Because mad energy should also be generated by potions. Who else? Who else? Yang Bo said arrogantly. Many people in the stands drooped their feet and chests. Obviously they didn't expect Yang Bo to be so strong. 2 people can go together. Yang Bo's next sentence set off the whole audience again. Boss? At that time, the boss of the arena was also watching Yang Bo's performance. With a smile on his face. Try every means to let those gladiators go on stage. And you can give them money freely. The boss said lightly. But what about losing these famous gladiators? The person behind the boss asked. They deserve to die because they are famous. But our business needs excitement and surprises like today. Like these long famous gladiators. The audience already knows them very well. And they no longer have expectations in their hearts. Look at how happy they are even though they lost money today. The nobles don't care how much money they lose. They only care about the excitement. They are used to the same old fighting style of these famous gladiators. As long as they take the stage, everyone knows the ending. The excitement of gambling is that you never know what the result will be in the next second. The boss said lightly. The boss is wise. Go. Buy the genetically modified person who is in dispute at the auction house today. I want to make friends with Viscount Bart. But the next match. Haha. Do you think the nobles are all idiots? In the room where the gladiators were, everyone heard Yang Bo calling 2 people. And many people were immediately excited. Damn it. As long as we get rid of this guy who kicked the field, each person will be rewarded with 200 million. And their identities will be free. The staff came here and jumped and cursed. First, Transfer 50 million to any account. The staff looked furious. We want to form a free team. The gladiators looked at each other. Damn it. I'll be back soon. The staff trotted to discuss with Yang Bo. When Yang Bo heard that the gladiators wanted to take the initiative to play, he would not choose them. As long as they came on the field. No matter good or evil. He would kill them all. Next, there will be a thrilling duel. 1:2. The Great Altina Family. Lord Bart versus Leopard. Violent Bear. Leopard, agile body. Suspected to have superpowers and acceleration. Just like the leopard in the jungle. Violent Bear, very strong. Agile. And extremely resistant to blows. Suspected to have related auxiliary superpowers. Yang Bo saw the two people on the field. Leopard was wearing a set of light armor made of synthetic materials. And it was gray. What Violent Bear wore was like plate armor. But it was more sophisticated and scientific than plate armor. The stands were crowded with people. And everyone was discussing the win or loss. These audiences haven't had such a heated discussion for a long time. Because there has never been a person like Yang Bo who can challenge so many gladiators and defeat them easily. I admit that Bart is very strong. But I bet on Leopard and Violent Bear, said a noble. Why admit that he is strong and bet on others? Because my intuition tells me that my idea may be wrong. This is the mentality of gamblers. They know that this may not be opened. But they still bet on it. When it came to the weapon selection stage, Yang Bo chose a spear this time. Bao Xiong chose a heavy shield and a knife. Leopard directly chose two short swords. Leopard and Black Bear kept a certain distance. Yang Bo faced the two people like this. Begin. Accompanied by the host's crazy start. Because the total bet amount in the duel field exceeded 10 billion. Such a bet amount can be recorded in history. Bao Xiong and Leopard charged together. Bao Xiong held a shield facing Yang Bo, while Leopard was on the side. Seeing that the two sides were about to get close, Bao Xiong accelerated again, and the huge shield directly hit Yang Bo. The shield can not only resist attacks, but also offset part of the attack power. The Leopard next to the Violent Bear also accelerated instantly, and then pounced towards Yang Bo in an instant. The Leopard actually launched the attack first, and Yang Bo seemed to notice this. And the spear originally aimed at the Violent Bear was quickly swept across. However, the next second, the Leopard suddenly jumped away, and the Violent Bear in front of him accelerated instantly. Yang Bo's spear changed his moves in the middle, and swept across the Violent Bear fiercely. The Violent Bear didn't care about the power of Yang Bo's spear at all, because Yang Bo's change of moves couldn't have much power. However, the next second, the Violent Bear found that his vision shifted sideways, as if he had moved instantly. It turned out that Yang Bo's shot directly swept the Violent Bear away. The Violent Bear exploded like a tomato hit by a baseball bat. Fighting plus 32. Ugh. Bad luck. A message flashed through Yang Bo's mind. The Leopard next to him pounced again, holding two short swords in his hands, stabbing at Yang Bo's vitals desperately. Yang Bo just shook his hand, and the long spear in his hand hit the Leopard horizontally. At the same time, the whole person jumped away instantly. Puff! The long spear hit the Leopard horizontally at such a short distance, and the Leopard spit out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. After landing, the Leopard twitched all over. Yang Bo picked up the Violent Bear's shield with a look of disgust and threw it away casually. The shield fell directly from the air and hit the Leopard's head. You can see something red and white sprayed out from under the shield. Fighting plus 32. Ah! Who else? Who else? All three of you. Yang Bo shouted in frustration, spitting at the same time. Chapter 739 Gift. Seeing Yang Bo so fierce, the audience in the stand screamed. Although they lost money, it was too exciting. And Yang Bo's hereditary aristocratic status made these people feel more excited. The gladiators watching the game in the back saw Yang Bo so fierce, and they had no intention of going on the field. But when they heard Yang Bo calling for three people to go together, many people were moved. Yang Bo was in a bad mood now, and he randomly used garbage skills twice in a row. Although Yang Bo was also proficient in swordsmanship and fencing skills, Bart was helpless. And this way of using brute force, others could not see the direction of his moves. So Yang Bo would not use swordsmanship and fencing skills at all. Don't underestimate big data and the smart people in this world. Although swordsmanship and fencing skills are not very useful in the Interstellar era, you still need talent to practice them to a high level. A person without talent suddenly possesses master or grandmaster level swordsmanship or fencing skills, which will definitely attract the attention of others. 4. I didn't expect that all of them here are trash. 4 of them together. Yang Bo's current performance gave people a crazy feeling, shouting out such a sentence. In fact, Bart was a little crazy before, and this was actually a way for Bart to protect himself, to let people know that there is a Viscount named Bart in the Altina family. In fact, it is just for fame, because Sakaru is a genius, and he has the same father as his half-brother. So if he is not careful, Bart may have an accident, or be deprived of his title, although there is an ancestor. The ancestor is old after all. So when Alan and I were on Devon Star, we often went crazy, just to make people remember our names, no matter if it was a good or bad reputation. As long as we were famous, a little trouble would cause discussion. Nobles still had to save face. If they went too far, they would be laughed at by other nobles, or laughed at by civilians behind their backs. Kill him! Kill him! The emotions of the audience around were completely ignited. Of course, the people present knew how strong the 4 gladiators were. The staff came forward and whispered to Yang Bo to confirm, and then hurried back to find the gladiators. Who else? Yang Bo shouted crazily while twisting his butt and shoulders. Ah! Ah! The ladies in the stand screamed. In fact, at this time, he also had some of Yang Bo's personality. He had a lot of fun in KTV in his previous life and did everything. 20 minutes later, Lord Bart of the Altina family will fight against the boulder, the iron fist, the skull, and the blood sword. The host's voice was very crazy, shouting loudly, and the sound, he said, was a little distorted. Ah! Ah! I bet on Bart to lose. I'm going to smash his head with my iron fist. The audience was completely excited. These were 4 famous gladiators. Yang Bo didn't know what these gladiators were good at, because they all volunteered to go on stage first, not selected by themselves. What you are about to see is the most thrilling and exciting battle in history. On one side is our noble Viscount, and on the other side are 4 murderous warriors. Who will win and who will lose? Place your bets. Place your bets. The host shouted crazily, and people at the scene placed bets one after another. All the staff members were shuttling around in the stands, because there were too many people betting. I bet on Bart to lose. 50 million. I also bet on Bart to lose. 10 million. No. 30 million. 13.5 billion. The total bet amount is 13.5 billion. The host shouted loudly, looking at the total amount of bets, but looking at the crowded stands. It was not surprising. There were at least 4 times as many people in the stands as usual, and no one was allowed to enter the arena anymore, because there was no room for anyone to stand. Yang Bo looked at the 4 gladiators on the field. The stone was wearing a gray armor. The iron fist was wearing a black armor. The skeleton was wearing an armor with a golden skull pattern on it, and the blood sword was wearing a set of silver armor. Now it's time to choose weapons. The Rock chose the giant axe he was most familiar with. Iron Fist chose 2 meteor hammers. Skull chose the broadsword he was best at. Blood Sword chose 2 one-handed swords. And our Lord Bart chose a stick. Yang Bo looked at the stick in his hand, which was more than 3 meters long, almost as thick as his wrist, and weighed 3 tons. After seeing the weapon selection, the people who placed bets on the scene increased their bets. In the end, the total bet amount exceeded 16 billion, and only 1 billion was bet on Yang Bo to win. Alas, what a pity! Yang Bo watched the opportunity to make a fortune slip away. Start. With a start, the 5 gladiators rushed against each other. The other 4 gradually formed a pincer attack. Ensure that the 4 people can contact Yang Bo at the same time. Just when the 4 people were about to approach, Blood Sword threw out the 2 long swords in his hand. The 2 long swords stabbed towards Yang Bo with a sound of breaking through the air. Ah! The audience at the scene also jumped up when they saw this scene. At this moment, Yang Bo smashed the stick in his hand horizontally. He grabbed the first sword that Blood Sword threw with the side of his body, and then threw it back instantly. The sword instantly pierced into the gap between the eye sockets of Blood Sword's helmet. Fighting plus 32. At this time, Yang Bo had already got the second sword. The other 3 people were blocked by Yang Bo's several-ton stick for a while, and rushed over again. The next action made everyone gasp, and they saw Yang Bo break the long sword into several pieces with his bare hands, and then smashed it out all at once. The three people were very close to Yang Bo. But unfortunately, the three people could not get close. There was a piece of sword stuck in the gap between the eye sockets of the helmets of the three people. Fighting plus 32. Fighting plus 32. Metal control plus 32. Ugh. I can't play today. Yang Bo felt unlucky and muttered in his heart. I had fun playing today. I'll play again when I'm not happy. Then Yang Bo said loudly. Ah! The people present finally reacted and screamed hysterically because they lost miserably. What kind of strong men are you? I suspect you cheated. Someone shouted loudly. Yang Bo heard this and jumped up and cursed. Which bastard said I cheated? I'll kill your whole family. The host hurriedly shouted. Don't make groundless guesses. If you don't believe it, you can come to the scene to check it out yourself later. The noble who just shouted cheating shrank his neck. A bastard like Bart might really come to kill his whole family. Sir Viscount Bart, this is a small gift from our boss. You are welcome to come often in the future. Our boss is not on the island due to something. I am sorry for neglecting you. When they arrived at the backstage, the staff took out a card and handed it to Yang Bo respectfully. Yes, your boss is quite sensible. I don't want the money. I just like this feeling. But yours is too weak. Remember to notify me if there is a strong one in the future. Yang Bo waved his hand. As for why the boss here didn't come out to see Yang Bo in person, it is probably because he was guilty, because he was too strong. What if this crazy guy accidentally took action? Yang Bo said this. Just thinking about brushing skills here. A gladiatorial arena does not need a long-term strong man. Because if he is too strong, there will be no suspense. And the people watching will not feel anything at all. So when some overly strong men appear in this gladiatorial arena, then he can help the boss solve the problem and brush skills. There is another reason for not taking the money. That is to show that he is a little crazy. So that if anyone provokes him, he will have to consider whether he is crazy or not. Yang Bo also hates to meet some provocative guys when he goes out. Just like Zhang Lin today. He wants to kill him, but can't. Alas. Alan sighed and looked at Yang Bo with a face full of resentment. Uh-huh. The fat guy lost miserably. You deserve it. You deserve it if you don't trust your brother. Did you take some medicine? Can you give me a portion? When did you become so fierce? Alan looked at Yang Bo suspiciously. If there is such medicine, will it be my turn? That's right. You made me lose 500 million. Uh-huh. Who told you to take our money in the government unit? You deserve it. Yang Bo laughed. The two came to the place where the flying car was parked. Your Excellency, this is a small gift from our boss. A person got off a flying car next to him and pointed at the flying car respectfully. Yang Bo looked down and saw that there was another person sitting in the car. Wow. You are not a human. Alan also jumped and cursed when he saw the person sitting in the car. Uh-huh. Thank you, boss. I like this gift very much. Yang Bo laughed. Then sat in the flying car and saw that the person sitting in the passenger seat was the genetically modified person auctioned by Zhang Lin. As long as you like it, the person who gave the gift said respectfully. Fatty, I'm leaving first. Yang Bo started the flying car. I lost 500 million. And you're carrying a girl worth hundreds of millions. This world is unfair. Alan jumped up and cursed, watching Yang Bo's car fly into the sky. But when Alan got in his own car, he found that Yang Bo's membership card was in his hand. I'm not leaving. Alan got out of the car and went to vent his frustration. Yang Bo didn't say a word to the co-pilot on the way. Master. After arriving at the territory, Jerry, the butler, looked at his master. What happened in Paradise Island had already spread everywhere. Arrange this well. And be my personal maid in the future. I have something else to do today. Please send me a message if you have anything. Yang Bo turned around and left. The princess saw Bart coming back and leaving again in front of the window. And she stamped her feet in anger, because Bart's strength today was too strong. Although it was just pure strength. But strength is also a standard to measure a person's strength. All the signs today indicate that Bart may have reached A+. The reason why I am not sure is that some superpowers can stimulate potential. And there are also the same A level. And some are just perverted enough. And their own superpowers have strength bonuses. After Yang Bo turned into himself and returned to the hotel, he found that Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen had returned. The two bought a lot of good things. Why didn't you buy anything? Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen saw Yang Bo coming back and asked. It's too troublesome. I'll go to the game first. Wait. We bought you a gift. The two picked up the packaged gift and gave it to Yang Bo. Yang Bo opened it in front of the two and found that it was a set of sportswear and a pair of sneakers. Thank you so much. Chapter 740 Confirmation. As long as you like it. We have made a fortune following you. Don't say that. If you two hadn't led me to the path of swordsmanship, I wouldn't have known that I had a talent in this area. The three chatted for a while, and Yang Bo returned to his room to play games. Yang Bo played the game to see how the game character was, and then looked at the information on his watch. Su Wei sent a lot of messages. Are you busy today? My brother is so annoying. He actually sent a video to challenge you. Will you accept my brother's challenge? Have you eaten? Yang Bo started to reply, I am quite busy. Being famous means a lot of things. Su Wei, then you should have a good rest. Yang Bo, I am in good health and energetic. Su Wei, you don't have any objection to my brother. Do you? Yang Bo, what's the objection? As a county king, your brother should stand up. Su Wei, will you accept his challenge? Yang Bo, I think so. Su Wei, it's all my brother's fault. He had to post a video to provoke me. Otherwise, you two wouldn't be fighting against each other. Yang Bo, as a prince, your brother has more things to consider. He can't be like ordinary people. Su Wei, you are still reasonable. My brother is stingy. I asked him why he couldn't challenge you. Yang Bo, don't worry about our men's affairs. How about we go shopping tomorrow? Su Wei, what if you don't deal with things? Yang Bo, we don't deal with anything on Sundays. Our government units don't work on Sundays. Big things will be dealt with on Monday. Su Wei, what if something serious happens? Yang Bo, it is also very likely that we can't find anyone. Because rest is their right. Su Wei, then what if there is an emergency? Yang Bo, that's for sure. Even many shopping malls and stores are closed on Sundays. Su Wei, there are many people on holiday on Sundays. So there should be many people in shopping malls and stores? Yang Bo, employees in shopping malls and stores also have holidays. But there are some vending supermarkets. Su Wei, that's okay. Yang Bo, rest early. Let's go shopping tomorrow. Yang Bo knew that Su Wei, as an ordinary person, or more precisely, as an ordinary person who can emit mental power at any time, must not be as mentally active as ordinary people. And she must have wanted to chat with him now. Of course, Su Wei couldn't find anyone to chat with. Your clothes are so beautiful. The next morning, Yang Bo and Su Wei went out to shop fully armed. Thank you. Su Wei also wore sunglasses and a mask. Today, Su Wei wore a green long skirt and a white hat. Yang Bo then realized that Su Wei had a good figure and was a little fat. Not the skinny type. It's still more comfortable inside this mall. This is also the reason why I don't like to go out. It's either cold or hot outside. And sometimes it's easy to get sick. When the temperature is suitable in spring and autumn, I like to walk around my home. But our manor is too big. It takes half an hour to walk to the nearest mountain. When you go to the mountain, you have to be more careful because there may be poisonous insects or snakes. Although there are maids following. My maids are also ordinary people. Sometimes there are no outsiders for several months where I live. It's just me and some servants. I don't have the opportunity to go shopping in the mall myself. Because someone will bring it to me if I need anything. Sometimes I feel like a horse in a stable, with a small living space and no worries about food and water. Sometimes I want to do something but there is nothing to do until I enter the second world game. But the second world game is too dangerous. Su Wei whispered about her past while walking. Yang Bo can imagine what kind of treatment an ordinary person gets in the family. The family really treats these ordinary people as livestock. Yang Bo, I may get married. The two of them were tired and came to a chair to sit down. Su Wei leaned her head on Yang Bo's shoulder. Why do you say that? Yang Bo knew it well. But he still asked. Father brought me out this time. Definitely not to take me to watch the opening ceremony of the swordsmanship competition. I'm afraid he will arrange my marriage. Su Wei said. There are some things I want to say. But I'm afraid you'll be angry. Yang Bo whispered. Go ahead. I like you very much. But I have 2 girlfriends. If you don't mind, I'll take you home. Yang Bo said. I am an ordinary person. I will grow old in front of you. When I am gray-haired and wrinkled, you will still look the same as you do now. Su Wei's heartbeat quickened when she said this. My other 2 girlfriends are also ordinary people. I feel lucky to be able to take care of you for the rest of your life. Yang Bo felt that what he said was a bit corny. But what about my father? Su Wei was moved by Yang Bo's sweet words. But she was worried about her father. I have plenty of ways. My father is a prince. You have to believe me. Okay. But I haven't been to the league. Then are you willing to get up with me every morning and watch the sunrise at our house? I do. Su Wei thought of herself, and Yang Bo standing in front of Yang Bo's small house to watch the sunrise. Then the two kissed. And Yang Bo looked at Su Wei wearing sunglasses. And her chubby face became more attractive. And because Su Wei's superpowers were not controlled, her body did not have any other smells. Because she was constantly being taken away by superpowers. Of course, Su Wei's superpowers are now overflowing anytime and anywhere. So they are very weak, and can't be felt at all. The superpowers that survive in the body will dissipate. Because the mental power cannot keep these superpowers. The specific reason needs to be carefully observed later. Oh! I really didn't realize that this little girl has a good figure and delicate skin. On the way back to the hotel, Yang Bo was still feeling the delicate feeling on his hands. The two walked to the beach after coming out of the mall. And then found a cool and windy place in the rocky beach to continue chatting. Yang Bo successfully reached second base. As for in-depth communication, Yang Bo will not do so for the time being. He will wait until he returns to the league to see what Su Wei's physical condition is like. 18 years old is indeed a man's favorite. Yang Bo returned to the hotel, and found that Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen had not returned. Baozi's face smelled so good. Soft and smooth. Then he went out again, because he forgot about the blind date yesterday. What's wrong with you? Yang Bo turned into Bart, and came to Alan's place. Looking at Alan's listless appearance. I had too much fun last night, and forgot to go on a blind date. Wow. My membership card. Hee hee. I tried my best to book the whole place last night. It was so fucking exciting. You don't know how much fun it is to book the whole place. Alan thought about how much fun he had when he booked the whole place last night. He could play various roles. The girls in the place wore various clothes, and dressed up as various professions. There were also many special scene arrangements. The office, the beach, the grass, the grove, and the street were so exciting. I forgot about the blind date. You must have forgotten about the blind date last night, when you hugged a girl worth hundreds of millions. But now it's even harder for you to find a good girl. Now people outside call you crazy. And some people know that you brought back a genetically modified person. Alan said gloatingly. TSK. If it doesn't work, I'll grab whoever I see is good. Wow. Your idea is good. Just like you went up and kissed her yesterday. In public. Even if the good girl has a fiancé. She won't accept it. I'm going to grab one. Alan's eyes lit up when he heard this. Then you hurry up and ask around. And then we'll go grab it together. Yang Bo nodded. Alan's brain is really not very good. He didn't hear that he was joking at all. Yeah. If we want to grab it, we'll grab the best one. And then we'll get it done. And let everyone know. Alan nodded, thinking that Bart's idea was so cool. Why should I go on a blind date? I can grab it with my own ability. Yang Bo didn't expect that this guy would take his casual words seriously. Don't be reckless. Otherwise you may be beaten up by the other party's guards. Yang Bo reminded. I still have guards. Alan looked like you have a brain problem. Yang Bo was completely speechless when he saw this guy like this. And according to this guy's character, if he succeeds, he will definitely spread it everywhere that it was his idea. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, his reputation. No. Bart's reputation is already very bad. And it doesn't matter if there is one more thing. Okay. If you get beaten, don't say I hurt you. But thinking about it, Yang Bo doesn't care anymore. Too many debts don't worry. Too many lice don't itch. And although Alan's style of doing things is a bit of a bastard, he still has a bottom line. This guy will never touch the people around him. He won't be like some people who become leaders and sleep with all the women in the office. Besides, this kid's family background is also top-notch. Anyway, those good girls marry for benefits. No one will marry for love. They are all pawns of the family. It doesn't matter who you live with. And I figured it out after thinking about it. You have to help me when the time comes. Then I will take care of the investment subsidy. Leave it to me. I will just quit my job. Time's up. Yang Bo nodded and said, what a waste of time. Otherwise, I could go to Paradise Island and have fun again. The boss of the arena has put 500 million into your membership card. Then give me the membership card back. You have a girl worth hundreds of millions at home. And you still need a membership card? I'll keep it for you and enjoy it for you. Shameless. Same here. I've never played with a girl worth hundreds of millions in my life. If there is one in the auction house now, I'll buy one with my membership card. I heard that this kind of girl is the best. What is the best way? You are so filthy. Even if I know what is the best, I can't tell you. Shit. I must buy one when the time comes. That's my money. The membership card is not in your name. Who said it's your money? The two guys didn't go on a blind date yesterday, so they were ordered by the family ancestor to go on a blind date today. The two came to a manor, and the reception staff of the manor bowed and said, "Welcome to Earl Allen. Welcome to Viscount Bart." Viscount Bart. As soon as the two arrived at the door, a woman in a gorgeous long dress shouted with shining eyes, "WOC." Allen saw the look of this woman and knew that as long as Bart was willing, the two could go into the woods. Viscount Bart. I am from the Sophia family. My name is Haley. Haley looked at Yang Bo with shining eyes. The video of Yang Bo in the duel field yesterday had been exposed. Haley looked at Yang Bo's body. It was hard to imagine how powerful this body contained, and how fierce this kind of man must be. Miss Haley, we can talk privately later. Yang Bo saw the woman in front of him. She was tall and long-legged, with white skin, black hair, black eyes, delicate appearance, wearing a low-cut gorgeous long dress. And her figure was amazing. It happened that Su Wei had aroused his anger during the day. Of course. Haley chuckled. And then the two left their contact information. Did you go to the arena yesterday just to steal my limelight? When I went out with you before, these girls always came to me. Alan complained beside him. Hey, you'd better not go with me in the future, because this kind of thing will happen again. The two men talked as they entered the gate. Today, the two men were wearing casual clothes, while the other noble men were wearing formal clothes. It's hard for them to get things done in this kind of clothes, but it's easier to get things done in our clothes, Alan whispered. Wouldn't it be better if you just told them to take off their pants? Rude. We are nobles. Viscount Bart. You are so awesome. Viscount Bart. You are so strong. Alan saw Bart surrounded by women and left angrily, deciding not to be with this guy again tonight. The so-called blind date conference is a buffet, and then men and women chat together if they see each other. However, the men who came today were all spitting fire in their eyes, because that waste from Devon Star, the idiot who personally went down to fight with the gladiators, was actually surrounded by several girls. In fact, those who can come here for blind dates are those who are neither high nor low in the family. Geniuses in the family don't need blind dates at all, because there are many people who send girls to their door. The status is too low, and the family will arrange it directly, without considering the feelings of the person. Of course, the girls who can come here are a similar status, because those who are too high have been targeted by others. Yang Bo is very familiar with dealing with girls, especially this kind of scene. Just like KTV, these girls also took advantage of him intentionally or unintentionally, and Yang Bo would of course take advantage of him in return. After the cocktail party, Alan asked angrily, "Which hotel are you going to? Why do you want to go to a hotel? Look at the way you and those women are. You can't wait to get things done right away. Rude. Drive forward. Stop." When they reached a roadside, Yang Bo asked Alan to stop. Then he got off the car and got on another car not far away. I'd better go to Paradise Island. Alan was indignant when he saw Bart getting on someone else's car. After Yang Bo got on the car, he saw Princess 46 waiting inside and said unhappily, "Where's my reward?" "It's right in front of you." The princess lifted her long skirt, revealing a pair of long, straight, white legs. "Let's do something real. Okay? No money. Just this reward. Take it or not." The princess had a shameless expression on her classical face. It's a waste to not want it. Fortunately, the performance of the car is good, no matter how loud the noise is inside. It can't be seen from outside, and the car won't shake. After the princess shouted a while of incomprehensible sounds, the two of them lay on the narrow seat of the car, feeling the heat from each other. "How did Sakura die?" the princess asked after she recovered. "He fell off his horse and died." "I don't believe it." "I can't help it if you don't believe it. Your physique is so abnormal. I don't know how many women you will have in the future." Have you recovered? I'm going to get paid again. Wait a little longer. If you wait any longer, it will be dawn. I turned down 8 dates with women tonight just to get paid. Change the place? Isn't this your choice? Don't waste time. Do it sooner and enjoy it sooner. You're enjoying it. Pa! Yang Bo slapped the princess, who screamed the loudest just now, and wasn't afraid of people outside hearing it? Shameless. Chapter 741, Action. How was the blind date today? After another series of noises, the princess asked lazily after a long silence. That's it. Anyway, the ancestor gave the order. So let's go! The princess has a really good figure, delicate and smooth skin, and the seats in the flying car are not very spacious. So the two squeezed together. Yang Bo felt the temperature and elasticity of the other person's body, and the princess's strength was not weak. Also a level, which was too normal. After all, the resources of the royal family are not comparable to others, and those who can come out to help the emperor must be the best. What kind of person do you plan to marry? The princess did not say that she would continue to develop with Yang Bo. There is a natural barrier between the royal family and the nobles. The two sides rely on each other, but they are also contradictory. The royal family is wary of the nobles overthrowing themselves and becoming the emperor themselves. And the nobles are also wary of the emperor wanting to lose their property. Of course, there are also contradictions between the nobles, and these contradictions have a long history. In fact, in the early days, the emperor was not a fixed family, but a great noble family. Whoever had the power would drive out the original emperor and take the throne. It can only be said that this royal family was lucky. It happened to be in the era of interstellar development, and the internal struggles and conflicts were not as serious as before. Just find someone at random. Hee hee. Your reputation is so good that you can only find someone at random. I didn't expect you to be so fierce. You beat those gladiators to pieces in the arena yesterday. The princess touched Yang Bo's strong body while speaking. I feel like I've lost a lot. How many noble ladies are waiting for me to admire my bravery? Then you go? The princess kicked Yang Bo in anger when she heard this. Unexpectedly, Yang Bo picked up her leg and pressed it down again. Hurry up and find your noble lady. I haven't received my reward yet. Take a break? There's no reason to take a break after receiving my reward. After the princess talked nonsense again, Yang Bo was ready to put on his clothes and leave. The reward is not over yet. Remember to find a better place next time. Yang Bo patted the princess before leaving, then threw his clothes on her and got off the car. As for whether there is a problem with leaving the princess here, there is definitely no problem. Not to mention the princess's own strength. There are also her guards around. An hour later, the princess saw a message from someone. Lost the target in the mall. Humph. This guy must be more than that. The princess thought of Bart's powerful strength and talked to herself. Yang Bo's camouflage ability has reached the level of a grandmaster, so those who are following him are very obvious in Yang Bo's eyes. Yang Bo, you're back. After returning to the hotel, Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen were watching a free match, and the two sat together and leaned against each other. The rules of the free match are almost the same as those of the arena. However, the free match can set its own rules. That is, whether energy attacks can be used, and the weapons in the free match are only swords, and there are no other various weapons. This is actually derived from the noble duel with the longest history in the empire. In history, when nobles encountered problems and disputes, they often dueled in the presence of other people. Now most of the nobles are not playing in person. The free game looks a bit like a fantasy, and both sides of the game now have armor and energy swords in their hands. The two people flew and jumped in the air, and the energy swords competed with each other, bursting out energy lights one by one. It looks a bit like the taste in the game. The energy armor of both sides also released various colors of light. Yang Bo watched this game, and the total amount of bets on both sides exceeded 40 billion. Because this kind of game is related to the dispute of nobles, there is no possibility of cheating, and everyone is fighting for their lives. Just like the regular season of swordsmanship, there is a possibility of letting water. So the people and other nobles believe that the free game is the fairest. I'm going back to sleep. This kind of free game can last for a long time. Yang Bo said. Yeah. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen nodded. After Yang Bo came back, he chatted with Su Wei again. The next day, he accompanied Su Wei to watch the sunrise, and then transformed into Bart and returned to the territory. Master. Jerry saw that the master who did not return home at night came back. Yes. Yang Bo nodded. How long will it take for White and his 3 companions to arrive? It will take another 16 days. How are the purchases of the islands next door going? It has been completed, and the relevant procedures have been handled. As long as White and his companions arrive, we can start work immediately. The 2 of them asked and answered one another, and then came to the living room. Yang Bo looked at the twin maids and recognized them immediately. These were the 2 maids that Bueller brought with him, and the guy who had the 2-hour stealth potion formula. This guy was also related to Bart, and his estate was eventually inherited by Bart. The main reason was the inheritance tax of the nobles. Many first-in-line heirs were unwilling to inherit the inheritance of others, and then the second heirs. Anyway, it was Bart's turn, and Yang Bo handled the inheritance tax directly at the beginning. To be honest, these 2 twin maids are still quite amazing. The maids of the nobles are their own facades, and they can't be too bad. In addition, Bueller doesn't like women, so these 2 twin maids are still innocent. After Jerry took over, he trained them and arranged them to be the young master's personal maids, in order to prevent the young master from staying out all night. If he gets some princesses to live at home, this will be troublesome. Of course, Jerry, the butler, introduced them in a low voice. The red-haired one is the elder sister Beezy, and the black-haired one is the younger sister Bylin. In order to distinguish the 2, the butler directly dyed their hair into different colors. If that's the case, leave it. Is there anything wrong with the one I brought back yesterday? Yang Bo asked again. Not yet. After our understanding, they are willing to accept the relevant gene drug injection. Yeah. Yang Bo knew that there were no words for the time being. If the ancestors ask about my blind date, I will say that I have a way to solve it. Yang Bo said again, thinking of the women who went on blind dates last night. Yang Bo felt a headache, because if possible, he would have slept with several of them last night. And together. Yes. Butler Jerry was very curious whether his young master had a lover. After coming back and strolling around, Yang Bo was about to leave. Unexpectedly, Alan called, "Come out quickly. I have found the target." "Do you need to get married so soon? Are you crazy about it?" Yang Bo scolded angrily. "You know nothing. Because of the noble meeting, many nobles brought their unmarried daughters to prepare for marriage. It's not easy to find so many good girls normally. Besides, you can't run wild in other people's territories normally." Alan's words made Yang Bo feel that it made sense. "Are there any for me?" "There are a lot of them. It depends on who you like." Alan was a little anxious on the side. Butler Jerry always felt that something was going to happen when he saw the young master leaving in a hurry. In the office of the Noble Affairs Service Department of Devon Star. "This is my target. Amanda, 18 years old this year. A B-level superpower. A top student in the first year of the Imperial Capital Royal College. And also a military command department. The most important thing is that our 2 families are friendly families. I heard that their family wants to marry her to the Quinn family." Alan opened the virtual image. Yang Bo saw a beautiful woman with long wavy golden hair, white skin and tall figure. She is good at studying, has good genes, is beautiful, has a good family background, and is also a direct descendant of the family. Alan continued. "Should we just go and rob her directly?" "Didn't you say to rob her directly? Is there any indirect way to rob her? Even if we want to ask her out?" "I'm afraid it's impossible. I have prepared a few for you." Alan showed Yang Bo several more. "These families have a good relationship with your Altina family," Alan added. "Why are they all college students? If you don't rob these good girls, they will be engaged to others immediately, and may even get married. Some are even engaged at the age of 16. If you don't like 18-year-olds, if you like mature ones, I can find out if there are any good girls who have become widows." Alan patted his chest and said. Yang Bo rolled his eyes at Alan. "Let's do your business first. Let's set off now and act according to the situation. My guards can only block his guards. I'm afraid that some nobles will make trouble for no reason," Alan said anxiously. Yang Bo understood what Alan meant. It would be fine if guards were killed or injured. But if guards caused serious harm to nobles, the crime would be serious. So guards would be more restrained when fighting other nobles. Because Alan was going to do bad things, not to be attacked by others. If Alan was attacked, the guards could use all means to fight back. "No problem. Have you sent someone to follow them?" "They are in a shopping mall now. They? It's one of her classmates. Also a close friend. From a minor noble family. Alan began to explain. Yang Bo nodded. In fact, these noble children would network with some talents when they were studying in school to form their own team. Similarly, these commoners and minor nobles could change their fate by going to college. If they met the children of these great nobles, they would turn their lives around. The plan of the two was very simple. Alan snatched the person and then registered for marriage directly. And then everything went smoothly. As for how to register for marriage, of course, he used his power. The Noble Affairs Service Department also registered noble marriages. They are coming out. Yang Bo and Alan came to the parking lot outside the mall. Sure enough, they saw two young and beautiful girls from a distance. One with big golden wavy hair, and the other with a melon-shaped face and silver waist-length hair. Both of them were B-level superpowers. Two female guards followed behind them, and servants were carrying large and small bags of things. Alan and Yang Bo got out of the car one after another. Both of them wore glasses and masks. But they were both very refreshing, with short-sleeved casual pants, and it was obvious that they did not hide any weapons on their bodies. The route of the two people intersected with the route of the target. Amanda was talking and laughing with her bestie. The guards behind Amanda were a little bored, because the nobles here were all high and mighty, and it was difficult for anyone to attack the nobles, because those who attacked the nobles did not have a good end. The nobles would never allow such a thing to happen. However, in the next second, a fat man in a white t-shirt next to him lit up with energy, instantly picked up Amanda, turned around and ran away. Although Amanda had good grades and had received combat training, she was still caught off guard when attacked in broad daylight. When she reacted and used her superpowers, she found that she couldn't break free. The armor on Amanda's guard suddenly lit up, and the whole person rushed towards Alan like a meteor. But the next second, several people in armor came out from other places and stopped the two female guards. "Who are you?" The two female guards shouted loudly while fighting with these people in armor. When the two female guards saw these people in armor, they knew that the other party must be aristocrats, because energy armor is not something that ordinary people can equip. Yang Bo thought he was fine, but suddenly found something wrong. There was a familiar energy fluctuation. So he rushed to the silver-haired girl. The next second, a space mecha appeared instantly. It was Amanda's best friend, the silver-haired girl, who took action. Chapter 742 Suruyan. Fatty! You killed me. Yang Bo rushed up instantly. Space mecha is a super luxury. It's hard to imagine that a daughter of a noble family could be equipped with such a thing. It can only be a way for some nobles to cover up their tracks. The silver-haired girl summoned the space mecha and jumped into it. Before the door of the mecha was closed, a figure suddenly rushed in. Ah! The silver-haired girl screamed in fear when she saw that there was suddenly one more person in the cockpit. Don't move. I don't care who you are. You can't ruin my brother's good deeds. Through the cockpit of the mecha, Yang Bo saw Alan looking back at him, and then got on the flying car and left. Who are you? Why do you want to rob Amanda? The silver-haired girl asked loudly with energy light on her body. My brother just wants to take her away to be the countess. You better not move. Otherwise I don't mind taking you away to be my wife. Do you know who I am? Don't forget that it's just you and me now. If you don't want me to go out and talk nonsense, you'd better shut up. Yang Bo took off his glasses and mask. The silver-haired girl wanted to say something, but when she saw it was Bart, she quickly shut up. This guy. The guy in front of him is a madman who killed people in the arena. A lot of guards wearing armor came around the mecha, and there were also fighters patrolling in the sky. Open the hatch. After waiting for half an hour, Yang Bo ordered the silver-haired girl. The silver-haired girl opened the hatch, and then Yang Bo took down the hatch of the mecha in a few seconds in front of everyone. Are you sick? Why do you want to dismantle my space mecha? Others may not dare to hit me, but you definitely dare to do it. If I dismantle your mecha hatch, you won't be able to use it. Ah? Is there such a thing? The silver-haired girl looked incredulous. Ahem. Yang Bo put on his Viscount badge and walked away. The guards around stared at Yang Bo, but they didn't dare to make a move. If they didn't wear the Viscount badge, they could pretend not to know. But now, the guards around gnashed their teeth. The silver-haired girl gnashed her teeth as she watched her beloved mecha being dismantled. When she pressed the space button to retract the mecha, she found that it really couldn't be retracted. This shameless bastard. You must compensate me for my mecha. The silver-haired girl stamped her feet anxiously. This was a gift she had finally gotten, and it was broken the second time she took it out. Amanda looked at her marriage certificate in a daze. Her face turned pale with anger, and she pointed at Alan and cursed, "You are despicable and shameless." "Countess, you can curse if you want. Anyway, you are already a countess now. Even if the noble parliament rule that our marriage is invalid, you are still a second marriage." Alan looked like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. "I want to fight you." Amanda rushed over, but her strength was not as good as Alan. And Alan hugged her and touched her all over. Alan hugged Amanda in his arms and called the ancestor. "Ancestor, I'm married. This is my wife, Amanda Carson Wolf-Font." Puff. Alan's ancestor, the current Minister of Finance of the Blue Water Empire, saw Alan holding a struggling blonde girl and introduced her, with a proud look on his face. "We have already obtained the marriage certificate." Alan showed the marriage certificate to the ancestor again. You. Alan's ancestor knew that the girl's name was from the Fonta family. Although he was angry on the surface, he felt that Alan's approach was not a solution. Nonsense. Let her go quickly. But as an elder, he must have a correct attitude. Alan let Amanda go, and Amanda was so angry that she gritted her teeth beside him. She went out to go shopping by herself, and got married inexplicably. "I have already issued a notice." Alan's next sentence made Amanda furious again, and she rushed over with her teeth bared. "Fatty, where did you get the fake news? The children of a small noble can come up with a space mecha worth tens of billions." At this time, Yang Bo broke in again. "Sister-in-law." Yang Bo greeted Amanda when he saw her. "You?" Amanda gnashed her teeth at Yang Bo, but thinking of the crazy look of this guy in the arena, she punched and kicked Alan again. But unfortunately her strength was not as good as Alan. "Good brother. Thank you very much." Alan was also very moved by Yang Bo's risk to fight against the space mecha. "You two bastards. You actually offended Her Royal Highness the Princess." Alan's ancestor also received the news and cursed in the video. "Which princess?" Alan and Yang Bo asked in unison. "The youngest legitimate daughter of His Majesty." Alan's ancestor gnashed his teeth. "Bart, you bastard. Compensate me for my mecha." At this time, the silver-haired girl came in again with her men. "Amanda." The silver-haired girl saw Amanda. "Your Highness." Amanda cried and told the story again. "You are abusing your power." The silver-haired girl pointed at the two and cursed. "The rice has been cooked. I think Amanda's sister-in-law is fine. It's impossible to announce the divorce now. Alan is actually very good." Yang Bo looked like a dead pig that is not afraid of boiling water. "That's right. If you divorce Amanda, you will become a second marriage." Alan also looked like a dead pig that is not afraid of boiling water. "You two bastards." The silver-haired girl gnashed her teeth in anger. "Bart, how did you destroy the space mecha of Her Highness the Princess?" At this time, Bart's ancestor called again and cursed. "Your Highness didn't reveal his identity." Yang Bo looked unconvinced. "You made a mess, and you have to clean it up. If you can't, I will send you to the army, and send you to the most remote mineral planet." The patriarch of the Altina family said loudly. "Ignorance is innocent. I didn't know it was Your Highness's mecha?" Yang Bo wanted to explain. "No matter whose mecha it is, you can destroy it." The silver-haired girl was so angry. This was her most beloved gift, and it broke when she took it out for the second time. "You have to solve this matter clearly. Otherwise, I will expel you from the family." The patriarch of the Altina family shouted sternly. Okay. It's just a broken mecha. I'll fix it for him." Yang Bo said angrily. "How can you fix it? My people have installed the hatch, but it can't be recovered yet." The silver-haired girl stared at Yang Bo. "Your royal family raises trash. Where is the mecha?" Yang Bo said unhappily. "The mecha is outside. My mecha is customized and worth more than 12 billion. If you can't fix it, you have to compensate me. And you can't buy it for more than 12 billion now." The silver-haired girl saw Yang Bo gritting his teeth. If she hadn't thought about the other party's crazy appearance in the arena, she would definitely not be able to beat him. Otherwise she would have taken action long ago. When Yang Bo came outside, he saw the mecha, which was transferred by a fighter plane and placed outside the Noble Service Department. There were many people watching the excitement. Yang Bo walked in front of the space mecha and said, "Go in and turn on the mecha's optical computer." Hearing this, the silver-haired girl jumped into the mecha cockpit suspiciously and turned on the mecha's optical computer. Voice start maintenance mode. Start maintenance mode. After the silver-haired girl said these words, the optical computer showed that the maintenance mode had been started. Then authorize me. Yang Bo said again. What are you going to do? The silver-haired girl looked at Yang Bo warily. How can I deceive you when so many people are watching me? Yang Bo said unhappily. The silver-haired girl ordered the optical computer to authorize Yang Bo to repair. Sit down. Yang Bo gave the order. The mecha sat down all of a sudden, which scared the silver-haired girl. Yang Bo skillfully opened the energy compartment behind the mecha, and then operated it with his bare hands. Finally, he picked up the mecha cockpit and installed it directly with his bare hands. Then he ran to the energy compartment and fiddled with it for a while, and the mecha cockpit opened and closed automatically. Okay. Yang Bo skillfully closed the energy compartment. Is it done now? The silver-haired girl widened her eyes. Come on. It's not a difficult thing. Yang Bo said unhappily. The silver-haired girl jumped out of the cockpit of the mecha, took out the space button and found that it still couldn't be recovered. So she turned around and looked at Yang Bo angrily. Alas, you haven't ended the maintenance mode yet, and haven't taken back the authorization yet. Yang Bo sighed. The silver-haired girl blushed immediately, then quietly took back the authorization, and then ended the maintenance mode. Using the space button again, the 14-meter-high mecha disappeared instantly. Ancestor. It's solved. I always listen to the words of the ancestors. Yang Bo said to the ancestors with a smile on his face. The ancestor of the Altina family looked at Bart in the video and felt something was wrong. It was too TMD abnormal. What kind of person is Bart? He knows these high-tech things? How did you do it just now? The old patriarch of the Altina family asked. I learned this outside. I can't tell anyone about the technique. But after a while, the ancestors will know how I did it. Yang Bo said. Yeah. The ancestor of the Altina family thought of Bart's investment, which seemed to be true. It's all settled. You can't do anything wrong. It's all because of that fat guy Alan. It's mainly because I didn't understand the situation and didn't know there was a prince. It's not a big problem. Alan was still defending himself. The patriarch of the Altina family looked at the two bastards and quickly turned off the video. Fatty, you got someone to marry. I'm afraid I'll be watched if I go out now. Yang Bo cursed angrily. Why don't you just disguise yourself and go rob it? Alan said bluntly. Fatty! Amanda gritted her teeth when she heard this. How did you do it? The silver-haired girl was very curious. How did Bart know how to repair the space mecha when even the professionals didn't know? I won't tell you. Yang Bo's words made the silver-haired girl grit her teeth. The people watching the excitement around were also surprised. How could this waste Bart repair the space mecha? How can you repair the space mecha? Alan also whispered beside him. Why can't I repair the space mecha? Just because of your second-to-last result? There was no space mecha for me to repair before? Guess whether I believe it or not. When I dismantled the cockpit, the energy protection mechanism of the mecha was triggered. As long as it is in the maintenance mode and the energy protection mechanism is restarted, the cockpit is installed at this time, and the mecha optical brain will actively debug it. Yang Bo said. Is it that simple? Nonsense. If you don't believe me, ask her to take out the mecha and ask the optical computer what to do, and the optical computer will give this answer. Yang Bo rolled his eyes. The silver-haired girl heard this and released the mecha again, and then got into the cockpit. After a while, she jumped out with a red face and put the mecha away. Let's go! The silver-haired girl left proudly, because what Yang Bo said was true. The silver-haired girl asked in the cockpit how to repair it, and the optical computer gave a direct answer. At the same time, he gritted his teeth. This damn Bart didn't tell him how to repair it and asked him to authorize him. In fact, the mecha can be repaired automatically. That is, the mecha can install the cockpit door by itself and restart the protection mechanism debugging. Her Royal Highness seems unhappy? Hee hee. In fact, she activated the optical computer to let the mecha repair itself. Yang Bo smiled. You are so mean. If I hadn't dismantled her cockpit at that time, she might have come after you. I did it all for you. Are you afraid that she would beat you? When you dismantled the cockpit of the mecha, I didn't know where I was. How did you become so smart? Is it because of marriage? I'm not an idiot. My sister-in-law left again. Let her go. It's better if she comes back to live with me. If she doesn't come back to live with me, I'm married anyway. And my ancestors can't do anything to me. Alan looked like he didn't care. Alas, I'm afraid you can't think of robbing her now. It's all your fault. Fatty. The families of those girls will definitely send someone to protect them now. Why don't you just rob one? Forget it. No. How come you are so familiar with space mechas? Alan finally reacted. I just want to invest in building space mechas. What do you mean? What do you mean by turning around and leaving? Do you look down on me? Before Yang Bo finished speaking, Alan turned around and left. I'm going to find my wife back. Alan waved and left. Ruoyun? What should I do now? Amanda followed Su Ruoyun away and asked with a sigh. Su Ruoyun was the name of the silver-haired girl. Su Ruoyun thought about it carefully, sighed and said, only when you become your countess. Now that things have become so big and everyone knows about it. Although you can divorce, there is definitely no other big family willing to accept you. These two bastards. Amanda gnashed her teeth in hatred. How did Bart know how to use the space mecha? Amanda asked again suspiciously. I don't know. Su Ruoyun also had a lot of questions in her mind. How did Bart know that the cockpit of the space mecha could not be retrieved after it was disassembled? And how did he know the operating mode of the space mecha's optical computer? The most important thing for Su Ruoyun was that she felt that she was teased by Bart. Obviously. As long as she started the mecha and gave it an order to repair automatically, the mecha would repair itself. But this guy had to do something. She was still not familiar with the space mecha. After all, she never cared about the mecha she used before. Su Ruoyun felt very uncomfortable when her beloved mecha was disassembled by Yang Bo, as if her beloved toy was played with by others. Chapter 743 Lost the Game. The incident of Alan's bride stealing instantly became a hot news in the Empire. However, more gossip said that the two losers on Devon Star joined forces to steal the bride. Alan snatched the genius Amanda of the Fanny family, and the other loser Bart snatched the current princess. It was only later that they found out that it was the princess that they let her go. Otherwise Bart would have snatched the wife. The direct consequence of this move was that the major families took stricter protection measures for the unmarried genius women in their families. Because this set a very bad precedent. The patriarch of the Fanty family was said to be very angry, because Amanda was preparing to marry a genius disciple of another major family. The patriarch of Alan's family publicly apologized to the Fanty family. But people who understand can see it at a glance. And now the apology is useless. Amanda is already married, and it is impossible for other families to marry Amanda again. Of course, Alan was also dismissed. And as for the other party Bart, he can't be found at all now. And no one knows where he is hiding. At the same time, everyone is curious about how Bart knows the automatic maintenance program of the space mecha. At the same time, there is also news that solves everyone's doubts. After the space mecha's cabin cover is opened, the space mecha cannot be put into the alien space, because the entire mecha cannot form a complete energy field. As for the automatic maintenance of the space mecha, this is the latest and most advanced technology. Most space mechas are damaged. As long as there are enough materials, the mecha can be automatically repaired. As for where to buy materials, of course, it is where the mecha is sold. Yang Bo turned back to his own appearance. This is actually a calculation of Yang Bo to cause some trouble, and then the whole person disappears. As for the fact that he can repair space mechas, he will have to publicize it when White and the other two arrive. White and the other two come from the Space Mecha Laboratory of Dimension Company. Doing things is not just about working hard, but also about making a name for yourself. Now everyone is curious about why Bart can know the repair procedures of space mechas. The longer the time, the more curious people there will be. And when the day comes that he solves the mystery, the more people will pay attention to it. Alas! However, this matter has affected Suwei again, because Suwei cannot come out freely. And the Black Mountain Prince is also afraid that some people will snatch his daughter. Although the prince's daughter is an ordinary person, some other small and medium-sized nobles don't care at all. The noble council strongly condemned Alan's behavior and expressed that it would impose severe punishment. However, the punishment of nobles is generally a fine. So Yang Bo can only chat with Suwei. Suwei, I was also shocked when I heard the news today. I didn't expect that the princess was almost snatched away to be a wife. Yang Bo was speechless. What is snatching a princess? He didn't intend to snatch her at all, but just stopped her from chasing Alan. Of course, all gossips are like this. Basically they are exaggerated. And they may also involve other things. The competition between the children of nobles is fierce. Not to mention the children of the emperor. Yang Bo, yes. Your place is also very dangerous. Su Wei, this is how it is among the nobles. My brother said that in the end, he was fine. And he regretted not grabbing one earlier. Yang Bo, your brother is a bad guy. Su Wei, yes. Sometimes he is bad. How long do you plan to compete with him in swordsmanship? Yang Bo, the day after tomorrow. Su Wei, you have to try your best to defeat him, and win his money to buy a big villa. Yang Bo, yes. I will try my best. Su Wei, it's a pity that I can't watch the sunrise with you. Yang Bo, let's watch the sunrise in the game tomorrow. Su Wei, you are still smart. I am going to sleep. The direct consequence of this incident is that the contestants from the alliance basically dare not go out. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen are also playing games in the hotel. But it is strange to watch the sunrise in the game. Because both game characters are men. The autumn harvest in Green City is still going on. The last incident will probably be announced after the Harvest Celebration Day. The Harvest Celebration Day is to celebrate this year's harvest and pray for God to bless the harvest next year. This is a major festival in the game world. Yang Bo's game character and Su Wei's game character practice archery every day. After I finished the game at night, I said to Lu Jingxiang while eating, I'm going to accept another challenge. Whose? Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen's eyes lit up when they heard this. Yang Bo took out Su Hai's challenge video. Prince? Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen saw Su Hai's challenge video and found out that it was a prince. That's right. This guy is very good at swordsmanship. But he paid a lot of money. Anyway, even if I lose, it doesn't cost much. And if I win, it's billions. Yang Bo deliberately exaggerated Su Hai's swordsmanship skills. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen nodded. An hour later, the Fencing Association issued a notice, at 1 p.m. tomorrow. The Alliance swordsman Yang Bo will accept the challenge of His Royal Highness Su Hai, the Prince of Su Hai. As soon as the news was announced, Su Hai immediately posted a video. Let the facts speak for themselves. Yang Bo gave this pretentious guy a full score. Unlike the other people who were very ostentatious and had no quality, Su Hai was already famous. And as a genius prince, his fame has increased a lot now. Yang Bo did not send a message to Jerry, the butler, to tell him not to buy himself to win. Because it is also a problem to win all the time. Jerry the butler's account. The family must know it. The next morning, he got up again and chatted with Su Wei in the game while practicing archery. Of course, the two of them were sending messages. As for Su Hai's character in the game, Yang Bo mailed him a gold coin first. At 11 o'clock, Yang Bo and Su Wei downloaded the game at the same time and left the game characters idle. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen had nothing to say. The arena was crowded again today. And the prince also represented the royal family from another perspective. The amount of the challenge duel this time was 3.5 billion blue coins. Su Hai still went on stage in advance. But Su Hai behaved very steadily, without making big speeches or arrogant statements. Your Highness, what do you want to say to the audience? The host asked loudly. Everything depends on strength. As for who wins and who loses, I have no confidence now. But I will do my best. Su Hai said what he said, worthy of his royal status. What do you think of Yang Bo? The host asked again. It's not convenient for me to comment on this. Su Hai didn't say anything else. Because the royal status can't be like other noble disciples. Su Wei was watching the game at this time, with her hands clenched tightly. One side was her brother, and the other side was Yang Bo. Yang Bo still followed the old rules and entered the court at the right time. But this time the host asked, Yang Bo, why do you accept Su Hai's challenge? Yang Bo stretched out his hand and made a gesture of counting money without saying much. TSK. The total amount of bets this time exceeded 22 billion blue coins. And 9 billion were bet on him to win. Let's start. With the host start, Su Hai took steady steps and adopted the opening moves of the classic swordsmanship competition. Yang Bo also adopted such moves. The swords of both sides kept colliding back and forth, and then tested each other. Su Hai was very cautious. Yang Bo had obvious flaws several times, but Su Hai did not fall for it. That's right. To deal with someone like Yang Bo, who is insidious, despicable, cunning and shameless, you have to play steadily and steadily. Those idiots in the past looked steady on the surface, but they actually wanted to get rid of others in one go. Yang Bo himself was young and relied on conspiracy and trickery to win the game. For this kind of person, you have to play steadily and steadily, relying on basics to win. This kind of young man will definitely be more arrogant if he wins the game. You can see how he looks disdainful every time he goes on stage. This kind of person will definitely lose his temper. As long as you play steadily and make him lose his temper, you will naturally be able to beat him. The people in the stands were talking about it. However, some people were very nervous because they bet too much money on Yang Bo. The game had been going on for 5 minutes, and the two sides had fought many times. At the moment of the next fight, Yang Bo suddenly took 2 steps, and the sword in his hand attacked Su Hai like a venomous snake. Su Hai acted very steady, blocking Yang Bo's sword while constantly retreating. Everyone in the stand stood up and watched this extremely thrilling scene. Yang Bo attacked fiercely, while Su Hai responded calmly, blocking Yang Bo's attacks one by one and making his defense impenetrable. Yang Bo chased Su Hai and attacked continuously all the way, and the swords of both sides did not touch each other at all, because every time Su Hai blocked Yang Bo, he immediately changed his moves. After a round of fierce attacks without success, Yang Bo's offensive weakened and flew back. However, at this moment, Su Hai followed Yang Bo's moves and attacked Yang Bo directly. This time it was Yang Bo's turn to be forced back by Su Hai. The sword in Su Hai's hand was fast and fierce, and directly forced Yang Bo to the edge of the ring. Everyone's heart was in their throat when they saw this familiar scene. Seeing that he was about to be forced out of the ring, Yang Bo gave up defense and directly hurt Su Hai. But Su Hai took a step back, and just when everyone thought Su Hai would continue to retreat, the next second Su Hai's sword was like a poisonous snake, covering Yang Bo's vitals. It was also a fighting style of exchanging injuries for injuries. But now Su Hai had the upper hand, because Yang Bo's desperate fighting style had been avoided by Su Hai. KO. Su Hai wins. A huge sound came from the intelligent referee system. Ah! Most of the audience jumped up happily, and Yang Bo also saluted, then turned around and left. After Su Hai saluted opposite Yang Bo, he held up his sword and gestured to the audience around him. I've said it a long time ago. We must play steadily. Some idiots just want to take risks. That's right. Those young nobles still don't listen to our opinions. The royal genius is still steady. The education of the royal family must be much better than that of the nobles. Finally I won. I don't know which idiots are betting on Yang Bo to win. The people in the stands were so excited. More swordsmen's eyes lit up as if they had found a way to restrain Yang Bo. Are you okay? Lu Jingxiang looked at Yang Bo with concern in the lounge. I have something to do. It's just a delay of 20 minutes of game time. If I win, I'll have billions. And if I lose, I'll have nothing to lose. There are no such idiots in the league. Yang Bo looked indifferent. I'll go back to the game first. Lu Jingxiang was relieved when she saw Yang Bo leave heartlessly. But she also felt that Yang Bo was right. Anyway, it only took more than 20 minutes. Yang Bo, did you do it on purpose? As soon as he returned to the hotel, Yang Bo saw the message Su Wei sent him. Don't let your imagination run wild. This is billions. How could I do it on purpose? Yang Bo would definitely not admit it, because no one knows whether these intelligent information will be monitored by someone. And some things are better not to admit than to admit. You must have done it on purpose. No wonder you said you can solve the problem. Su Wei suddenly remembered that Yang Bo said that he would solve all the problems. Don't let your imagination run wild. And don't send random messages. Be careful of someone monitoring you. Yang Bo had no choice but to point it out and send a message to Su Wei. I want to see you. We should be more cautious when chatting in the game. If we have anything to say, we can talk about it in person. Let's wait a few more days. It's very chaotic outside now. I just want to see you. Then let's find a restaurant. Yeah. I'll ask my brother to book a restaurant. We must not let him get away with it. Chapter 744 An Acquaintance. After Su Hai won the challenge, his fame spread throughout the empire in an instant. However, Su Hai is a good actor. After becoming famous, he did not say anything arrogant. Instead, he said modestly, my victory is not my own victory, and my victory is inseparable from those who dueled with Yang Bo before. I found his flaws from them. Don't think that Su Hai is kind-hearted. In fact, he is digging a trap. Only Su Hai himself understands why he won. If you really think that you can win Yang Bo by playing steadily, and then go to Yang Bo to brush your reputation, then you are just giving yourself money. Another point is that Su-hai knows that he represents the royal family, which means that in this matter, the royal family has suppressed the great nobles. The great nobles will definitely not accept it. They will definitely challenge Yangbo again. And they must win more cleanly than themselves to restore the reputation of the great nobles. As for Su Wei's angry request for a private room, Su-hai agreed without thinking. Don't let anyone see, Su-hai said again. Humph. Su Wei is now very dissatisfied with her brother. But she also knows that everything Yangbo does is for her. Su-hai doesn't care when he sees Su Wei like this, because he has more than one sister. Because as a prince, there is no need to speak ill of these sisters, because they will get married sooner or later. And it's all for him. To put it bluntly, the benefits that his sister gets from marrying others are to better consolidate his position. So Su-hai treats his sisters very well, because he understood it very early. Yangbo. Soon after Su Wei opened the private room, Yangbo came. When Su Wei saw Yangbo, she ran over. Why are you unhappy? Yangbo hugged Su Wei. The private room was not very big, but it gave people a warm feeling. And the private room here was absolutely hidden. I just felt wronged. I didn't expect you to do this. Su Wei sat in Yangbo's arms, hugged Yangbo's neck with both hands, leaned her head on Yangbo's body, and said angrily, I think it's worth it. Yangbo's words had several meanings. The first was that it was worth losing for Su Wei. The second was that he was going to lose to others, and continue to dig holes to win more money. But he definitely couldn't say this. I believe that if I lose this time, it will be predicted by many people. 3.5 billion. How much money is that? Su Wei felt distressed when she thought that Yangbo didn't win so much money today. I won it back from others twice. Don't take it to heart, Yangbo said comfortingly. I just feel a little wronged. I know that sooner or later, I will marry someone else in my family, for the benefit of the family. This is the fate that we can't escape. But I think that an ordinary person like me really doesn't deserve you to do this. I'm afraid that I will disappoint you. I can't do anything, and I can't do anything. I'm afraid that my face will get older, and my skin will get wrinkled. Then you won't be so good to me, Su Wei said while hugging Yangbo tightly. Su Wei is a girl after all, and she has little interaction with other people. So she has a lot of worries now. No. You have to believe me. Yangbo was really moved by Su Wei's feelings. Su Wei's feelings were very pure, without any other interests. This was the first time Yangbo had come to this world, and even in his previous life, that Annie and Xia actually had a lot of interests mixed in. Then Yangbo felt a little ashamed because he didn't do it so simply this time. Of course, Yangbo couldn't explain it clearly. Some things between the two of them should be concealed. Kiss. Looking at Su Wei's appearance, Yangbo decided to go straight to it. Sure enough, after a long kiss, Su Wei felt much better. I will definitely work hard to learn more things when I come to your house in the future. I will take care of your garden beautifully. Although I don't understand it now. Su Wei blushed, leaned softly on Yangbo and whispered. Yangbo knew that Su Wei couldn't imagine how big his house was. So he nodded. My garden is a bit big. You have to study hard. I will. Su Wei nodded. You did a good job this time. It was worth it. Su Yong and Su Hai sat opposite each other, looking at various reports on the internet. Thank you for your teachings, Father. Su Hai was so happy looking at these positive reports that he wanted to jump up. But he held back. You performed very well this time. No matter whether you are excited, disappointed, or anything else, don't show it. As a county king, you should have the demeanor of a county king. You did a good job on the internet in this challenge. Don't brag first, or you will be laughed at. Su Yong nodded. Besides, after you won, you gave people a sense of maturity without being arrogant or impatient. Regardless of whether you are mature or not, your behavior will make others think you are mature. The comments you posted online after your victory were also very good. Not only did they show your magnanimity, but they also set a trap for the disciples of the great nobles. Later, we can win a lot of money from them. The more Su Yong looked at Su Hai, the more he felt that his efforts over the years were not in vain. What about Su Wei? Su Hai asked hesitantly. I will pretend I don't know, and you can make the arrangements. To be honest, Yangbo is much better than the one I chose first. Sakalu. Besides, only people in the alliance believe in love. And I still can't see Yangbo clearly. He has such a wealth at such a young age, and such superb swordsmanship. It's not just talent that can explain it. But you don't have to pay too much attention to him, because he is too far away from us. After all, we are from different countries. You have to face other nobles. It's still scary when the nobles are shameless. You also saw that Alan's snatching of Amon this time is definitely not as simple as it seems. Do you think that two losers dare to snatch the princess and the talented woman of the Fonga family? Su Yong didn't believe that this time it was done by two losers. What's the gossip from Su Ruoyun? Su Hai asked again. Things are complicated here. A genius princess can bring great benefits to my good brother. But this will affect the interests of my brother's other daughters and even sons. In addition, it will also affect the interests of our good brothers. So there are such outrageous gossips. But don't interfere in this matter for the time being. There are many problems here. Su Yong chuckled. Father, I know what to do. I have an advantage now. So there is no need to do such things. Once these things are discovered, it will not be good for me. Su Hai nodded. You can choose not to do it. But you still have to pay attention and beware of villains. You have become famous this time. And my brother and brothers must be uncomfortable. Su Yong took out the cigarette again, filled it with tobacco, and took a deep puff. Then what should I do next? Wait and see what happens. And make some money by the way. Not to mention, this Yang Bo has a lot of ideas in his mind. It's a pity that he is not from our country. Otherwise he can become your right-hand man. Su Yong knew that Yang Bo had more calculations in his mind when he was about to lose to Su Hai. Yeah. Su Hai thought of the gold coins that Yang Bo mailed to him in the game, and nodded. Su Wei and Yang Bo were stuck together for 2 or 3 hours, and then reluctantly separated. In order to get closer to the two people, Yang Bo inevitably made some more intimate actions. Also let Su Wei treat Su Hai and the others the same way, and not show dissatisfaction. After all, he is his brother. Yang Bo is mainly afraid that Su Hai will do something bad. If Su Hai, the bastard, doesn't do as agreed, I will change my identity and beat him into a cripple. Anyway, Bart is a bastard, a little crazy, and doesn't need a reason to do anything. The reason why Yang Bo used Bart's identity to do these things is to give the outside world an impression that this is a bastard who doesn't need a reason to do anything, and is a crazy bastard. Even if Bart is now clamoring to lead troops to attack the Alliance, I guess no one else will be surprised. When I have money, I will build a private army, so that I can safeguard the legitimate interests of my multiple identities. It's a long way to go. Yang Bo pondered in his heart, because the nobles can have their own private army. Of course, there are limits. There are limits on the number of people, but there are no limits on robots, interstellar creatures, and mutant animals. When the time comes, I will build my own robot army, interstellar creature army, and mutant animal army. Of course, all of these cost money, whether it is cultivating interstellar creatures or cultivating mutant animals, or building an intelligent robot army. Energy is the key. You went out? Yang Bo returned to his residence, and Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen asked in surprise. I went out to relax. I didn't make billions today, and I feel a little sad. I've eaten. You can eat by yourselves. When Yang Bo said this, he showed a distressed expression. When Yang Bo returned to the room, he found that many people had sent him messages. Zhang Buizhen, Lu Jijie, Zhou Rui, Wang Muxue, and other acquaintances all sent messages to him, asking him not to take it to heart. Yang Bo replied to the messages one by one, and then went to the second world game again. Huh? Yang Bo was playing the game while using the spirit seed to check the people he released, and found that there was no important information. However, when using the shared vision, he found a useful place. Is this guy also on Devon Star? Yang Bo has 2 guys who release shared vision, and the first one is the wanted criminal in the Alliance's SSS laboratory. Shared vision cannot read the other party's memory, so it can only judge where it is based on the external environment. Therefore, in the first few times, we can only see this guy in the laboratory, and we don't know where the specific laboratory is. We know that this guy is in the Crimson Federation. I didn't expect the laboratory to be on Devon Star. It looks like a noble territory. Is there a noble doing some medicine test in private? It's not uncommon for nobles to do medicine tests. Many nobles have pharmacists, and even the royal family has pharmacists. But as a top pharmacist, I wonder what this guy is researching. Yang Bo followed the other party's vision, Then he took out his smartwatch to check the map of Devon Star. Of course, the map can only show a rough idea, and the noble's manners and other things are not shown. It looks like a hidden research institute. This guy just came out to take a walk, and there are guards beside him. This is a bit abnormal. Yang Bo watched this guy enter a house, and there were armored and fully armed guards staring at him. He looked a bit sneaky. Yang Bo decided to see what experiments this guy was doing, and whether he could learn something or have any secrets. Chapter 745. The big enemy comes on stage. However, what Yang Bo did not expect was that this guy actually went to sleep after returning to the Underground Research Institute. Moreover, the conditions in the Underground Research Institute were very good, and beautiful women were also provided for service. What research are you doing? Yang Bo's curiosity was seduced. Then he went online to practice archery with Su Wei. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the regular season draw was announced again. This time there were only 500 people in the regular season. It took a week to eliminate 200 people. And after a week, the 200 people with the lowest points were eliminated. After a week of regular season, there was another week of free competition. Then the third week was the top 100, which was the final. That is to say, the players of the Alliance will stay in the Empire for at least 1 month. Because there is also a closing ceremony and an awarding ceremony. The top 5 in the competition are likely to be awarded the title of nobility. There are 2 types of noble titles in the Blue Water Empire. One is inheritable. Just like the noble title awarded by the competition can be inherited. But the conditions are very harsh. Because this kind of title is almost the lowest. There is another type that can be bought with money, which cannot be inherited, including territories. However, people with money only buy titles, and rarely buy territories, because territories bought with money do not enjoy the same conditions as other nobles, such as other nobles' own taxation rights, their own laws, their own armies, etc. And you can only buy the lowest title. Yang Bo is now ranked 18th, mainly because he had a buy. Otherwise he would probably be ranked first. Yang Bo, your opponent tomorrow is very strong. Yang Bo came to the living room, and Lu Jingxiang said, "It seems that the official Swordsmanship Association wants to eliminate me as soon as possible." Yang Bo nodded. Tomorrow's opponent is Lu Xinnan, who ranked 3rd last year. And she is a woman. They must have this idea. Otherwise they will lose face. If you hadn't been in the buy last time, you would have been the first. Zhou Kersen nodded. And her tone was a bit unfair for Yang Bo. Whatever happens, we won't lose anyway. I have chosen another challenger. Let's win another big money. Yang Bo chose another challenger. Yang Bo, I have 5 billion. It depends on whether you dare. Yang Bo opened the virtual video. A man with black hair, black eyes, and a square face was arrogantly holding a sword. And there were 2 trash cans under his feet. One of the trash cans had a word Yang, and the other had a word Bo. 5 billion. How can it be so much? Hee. This is the genius cage of the Fonda family. Yang Bo didn't expect that his attempt to dig a pit would have such an effect. Su Hai's victory over me means that the royal family has won over me. So these nobles must be restless. Haven't you seen what is said online, that the royal family is better educated than these nobles? Look at those idiots from the nobles, who shouted wildly before the game, but ended up losing miserably. Of course, there must be someone behind such words, whether it is the emperor or Su Hai. They are now on the same side in dealing with this matter. After all, they both represent the royal family. So the reputation of the royal family has reached a high point with Su Hai's victory over me. Are you sure? Lu Jingxiang was drunk when she saw 5 billion, and was calculating how much she could get. Just give it a try. It's only half an hour anyway. If you lose, there's no cost. Yang Bo shrugged indifferently. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen nodded vigorously. If you win, you get money. If you lose, nothing happens. There is no such good thing in the alliance. So Lu Jingxiang contacted the official of the Fencing Association with Yang Bo's authorization. The official of the Fencing Association was also excited to see Yang Bo pick the player with the biggest bet. Because the 5 billion will be the gambling money as long as the 2 parties reach a bet. The official of the Fencing Association will take a cut, which means that Cage's 5 billion will be taken even if he wins. Half an hour later, the Fencing Association issued an announcement. At 8 o'clock tomorrow night, Yang Bo, the Alliance fencing player, will accept the challenge of His Excellency Count Cage. This news caused an instant shock. Cage then said on his social account, at 8 o'clock tomorrow night. The excitement is not to be missed. However, this statement was later said by many people to be imitating Suhai. Cage was furious and vowed to make Yongbo look good. The next morning, Yongbo went out for a walk, but did not contact the housekeeper, because they had agreed before that he would always bet on himself to win 500 million each time. Then he came back to practice archery in the game with Su Wei. Are you sure tonight? Su Wei sent a message to Yongbo. It's hard to say. The sword competition tests your on-the-spot reaction. Yongbo didn't dare to tell the truth, because no one knew if someone in the background of the game was monitoring his information. This Cage is so annoying. He actually said you are a trash can. Yeah. Rude. That's right. Yongbo arrived at the game on time at noon, and Lu Shengnan wore a female game outfit. There are many women in the Alliance, but few in the Empire, and all the competition equipment in the Alliance is the same. But in the Empire, women's competition equipment is more feminine. Lu Shengnan is also tall and long-legged, with a very amazing figure, and a head of fiery red hair, because the helmet does not press all the hair inside. Lu Shengnan did not say anything, which made the host feel very embarrassed. Lu Shengnan could not speak in this occasion, because if she was not careful, people would think that she was blaming Yongbo's defeated general. Start. With the host start, Yongbo saw Lu Shengnan using the traditional starting style and laughed in his heart. You finally got fooled. Yongbo muttered in his heart. But he still had to play with the other party, because there are still great nobles. They have to jump into the pit. The two sides are like traditional swordsmanship, fighting back and forth. Lu Shengnan rushed forward and forced Yongbo to be in a hurry and constantly defend. Yongbo rushed forward again and pressed Lu Shengnan. When the audience saw Yongbo being beaten, they all roared, because the total bet amount today exceeded 41 billion. Only 5 billion was bet on Yongbo to win. The game came to the 8th minute. Lu Shengnan's sword was very fierce, constantly attacking Yongbo's vital points, and Yongbo kept blocking. Yongbo was now forced to the edge of the ring, and the sword in Lu Shengnan's hand was like a storm, forming a sword net in front of Yongbo. The next second Yongbo didn't care, holding the way of dying together, and attacking Lu Shengnan directly. Seeing this scene, Lu Shengnan smiled and took a half step back. Sure enough, Yongbo jumped up the next second. Lu Shengnan almost laughed out loud, and the sword in her hand directly covered Yongbo. But the next second Lu Shengnan was stunned, because this damn Yongbo just jumped in place, and Lu Shengnan's sword had already stopped Yongbo from jumping in the air. In other words, Lu Shengnan misjudged. KO. Yongbo wins. The price of misjudgment is that Yongbo's sword hit Lu Shengnan's vitals first. Shameless and despicable villain. Lu Shengnan saw victory in sight, but she didn't expect to be fooled by Yongbo's fake move. She jumped up and cursed in anger, and her voice was still very crisp. But what greeted was only Yongbo's back, because Yongbo left after the fight as before. Despicable and shameless villain. Yongbo. You despicable, shameless, vulgar and lowly villain. Yongbo. You fucking die. Everyone in the stands cursed, because they were about to win, but they didn't expect to lose. This huge change was unacceptable to these people. The situation was originally very good. How could it become like this? The curses were as bad as they could be. Suhai was also cursing in his private room. Despicable villain. Shameless. While cursing, he also picked up the coffee table in front of him and threw it to the ring. In fact, Suhai was so excited that he couldn't help it, because he bet 300 million on Yongbo to win, and the profit was several times. However, in the eyes of outsiders, Suhai just lost and was furious. However, many people breathed a sigh of relief, including those who were defeated by Yongbo in the past, because if Yongbo really lost to a woman, then these people would have no face to see people in the future. Although Lu Shengnan defeated many people, Yongbo's situation was no longer a simple competition. Even Cage, who participated in the challenge in the evening, was relieved and then cursed, because he bet on Lu Shengnan to win. Jerry, the butler in Bart's territory, looked at the huge amount of money that had arrived, and the whole person was numb. His master had always bet on Yongbo to win, although he had lost 500 million before. But Su Wei was very happy to see Yongbo win, and she had to meet Yongbo. So in the private room on the top floor of the hotel, the two of them stayed together for several hours. Yang Bo could feel that Su Wei was very dependent on him. Angry. Yang Bo felt angry after returning to the hotel. But there was a game in the evening, so he couldn't go to the princess to put out the fire. Yang Bo didn't stop the game to eat until 7 o'clock in the evening. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen had no mood to eat because it involved a 5 billion challenge. However, the two of them looked at Yang Bo eating calmly, and they felt relieved. Yang Bo still arrived at the competition venue on time. He took a look at the total bet amount, and it was more than 50 billion. With 4 billion bets on him to win. It's a big win. Yang Bo was very happy. The big enemy on the opposite side was speaking. Everything depends on strength. Today I am here to tell some people that swordsmanship can win even if it is fair. Good. Good. Come on. Count Cage. Everyone in the stand shouted when they heard the big enemy's speech. In fact, the audience in the stands have reached an attitude of not caring about winning or losing, but have risen to the dispute between the Empire and the Alliance. Su Hai sat in the stands, and the coffee table had been changed a long time ago. He smiled slightly when he heard this. Cage said it well. I am optimistic about you. But he was very happy because he bet another 300 million on Yang Bo. And at the same time, he felt very happy that Yang Bo dug a hole for these nobles. In fact, in today's society, the competition between nobles is more about financial strength. Thinking of his father also betting on Yang Bo, his family instantly had tens of billions more. So when he saw the big enemy's speech on the field, he couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Chapter 746 Plan. Begin. After the game started, Cage really used the traditional opening move and the traditional fighting style. However, Yang Bo found that Cage was not simple as soon as he started, because Cage's sword seemed to have a sticky force. It was just like Cage's sword was attractive, which had a great impact on his own moves. The use of power? Yang Bo suddenly thought of the statement about power in the Second World game. This may be the real skill of a swordsman. Yang Bo's eyes lit up. Because of the power on Cage's sword, Yang Bo tried his best to avoid collision between his sword and the opponent's sword. So Yang Bo seemed to be suppressed by Cage at the beginning. The whole person looked a little restrained. And Cage was quite excited now, looking at Yang Bo's sword. He didn't dare to collide with his own sword, and became more bold. The moves were bigger, more brave, and more radical. However, this performance made the people in the stands nervous. Don't be too aggressive. Be careful of the conspiracy of the Alliance rubbish. Asshole. Don't be too aggressive. People in the stand shouted. Yang Bo was just a little uncomfortable with the power of Cage's sword, because Cage was also insidious. Sometimes the sword had power, and sometimes it didn't. This made Yang Bo unable to control the power of his sword. So it seemed that Yang Bo's moves were sometimes a little deformed. 3 minutes had passed, and Yang Bo was chased and beaten by Cage. But this time Yang Bo did not retreat to the edge of the ring, but dodged left and right. When Cage saw Yang Bo's moves deformed, he naturally knew that it was because of the power of his sword. Seeing that several minutes had passed, Cage decided to use a ruthless move. Because Cage set himself a shorter time than Su Hai's victory over Yang Bo, Cage forced Yang Bo's sword to collide with his own sword, so that he could release his strongest killing move. After several consecutive moves, Yang Bo also keenly discovered that Cage wanted to collide with him. So he moved his mind and retreated while dodging left and right. Cage saw that Yang Bo was forced into this state by himself, and the moves in his hands were even bigger. He directly locked Yang Bo's vital points, and forced Yang Bo's sword to contact his sword. Soon Yang Bo's sword had to intersect with Cage's sword. Just as Cage was using his strength, he suddenly found something wrong. In theory, the two swords would separate after colliding. So Cage used suction again. This would deform Yang Bo's moves, and then he would proceed to the next killing move. But he didn't expect that Yang Bo's sword was not recovered this time, but pushed towards his own sword. The people in the stand saw an amazing scene. At the moment when the two swords intersected, Yang Bo's sword pushed Cage's sword and spun rapidly, and reached the highest speed instantly. Then Cage's sword flew out, and Yang Bo's sword took advantage of the situation and hit Cage's vitals. Then Yang Bo saluted gracefully, turned around and left without saying a word. Ah! Yang Bo, you despicable, insidious and shameless villain actually cheated. Cage stomped his feet and cursed on the ring. The people in the stands also reacted. Big idiot. Big idiot of the Fonta family. A hysterical voice broke out in the arena. Big idiot. Why are you so reckless? You big idiot. Are you here to make fun of me? The sword in your hand has flown away. What kind of shit is the Fonta family raising? People in the stands cursed. Su-hai also jumped up in the private room. Big waste of the Fonta family. Big idiot of the Fonta family. Then Su-hai threw everything that could be thrown in the private room. Except for the two personal maids. Ah! Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen jumped excitedly in the lounge. Yang Bo. You are so awesome. Yang Bo. I didn't expect you to win. The two jumped excitedly. Today's game was too dangerous. We almost lost. The opponent was too reckless, and I found a flaw. Yang Bo also said with fake eyebrows and fake eyes. 50 billion. Lu Jingxiang hugged Yang Bo and kissed him hard. Zhou Kersen also kissed Yang Bo excitedly. Of course. It was kissed on the face. Yang Bo smiled and said, "It's so easy to make money from these idiots. I won't lose anything even if I lose. Let's continue next time." Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen nodded. Cage regretted it in his heart. He didn't think he was inferior to others at all. He just thought Yang Bo was too cunning. Who could have thought that he would not fight back, but continue to push? Despicable. Insidious. Shameless. Vulgar and lowly. Cage jumped up and cursed in the lounge. And his defense was broken. Not only did he lose 5 billion, but he also lost so shamefully that he even lost the sword in his hand. The reputation of the Fonta family was instantly tarnished. And those who lost money cursed the Fonta family. Of course, the nobles are also the ones who can scold the Fantawild family. The patriarch of the Fantawild family was speechless. But he also saw that the last move was a misjudgment by Cage. Not long after returning to the hotel, Yang Bo received the lottery for the next day's competition. He was given a buy again. If he didn't get a buy and rush to the first place in the competition, how about we win a few more challenges and leave? Yang Bo didn't want to fight from beginning to end. If he won the first place from beginning to end, it would be a slap in the face of everyone in the Blue Water Empire. There is not much benefit in being hated by everyone in the Blue Water Empire. And he can't get a title. Yang Bo won't do such a thing. Ah? Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen were a little surprised. What if I won the first place in the competition? I can't get a title. And what does that little bonus mean? If I get the first place and slap the Blue Water Empire in the face, I might be killed by assassins sent by these nobles in secret. Take a few more challenges. And the money you earn is yours. Yang Bo patiently explained to the two. Yang Bo wants to wait for White and the other two to arrive before setting up the laboratory. This way, he can come back anytime when he returns to March Star. His noble status and his family want to build a laboratory quickly. As long as the money is in place, the laboratory can be built in a few days. Now all kinds of construction are modular. Yeah. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen agreed with Yang Bo's explanation. Let's choose another one tomorrow night. We'll choose whoever has more money. Yang Bo spoke again. Yeah. At this time, Cage was running around the arena. Some people built an automatic manure spraying robot to spray Cage. Lu Shen'an, who was competing during the day, did not run around because everyone thought that Lu Shen'an was fooled by Yang Bo. Lu Shen'an tried her best. And she was a woman. What made these nobles angry about Cage the most was that he was too aggressive and didn't learn from his experience. Of course, he was the one who got beaten the hardest. Yang Bo returned to his room, and everyone he knew sent him messages to congratulate him. Su Wei also sent him messages to congratulate him. Yang Bo said that he had something to deal with tomorrow, so he wouldn't go online. Yang Bo was going to go back to the territory tomorrow to take a look, and at the same time ask Alan, who owned the manor where the guy with whom he shared the vision was. The guy with whom he shared the vision was actually using the genes of interstellar creatures to make some kind of potion, as if he was cultivating a kind of biological mecha. As for what happened, it was not clear, because this guy was just a pharmacist, only responsible for potion production. The next morning, Yang Bo went out early. Fatty! Yang Bo came to Alan's place and found that Amanda had already lived there. Hee hee. Alan smiled and was about to reach out to touch Amanda, but Amanda rolled her eyes fiercely. Obviously, the Fonta family has recognized this marriage. You've done me a disservice, and I've been chased and scolded by my ancestors. Yang Bo said with contempt when he saw this scene. Bart, the fat guy said it was your idea to rob people? Amanda looked at Yang Bo and asked. Sister-in-law. I just said it casually at the time. Who knew that the fat guy took it seriously? Yang Bo nodded. You? Amanda was so angry. But the fat guy chose the people. And I don't know you. Sister-in-law. Yang Bo quickly shirked the responsibility. Sister-in-law. Do you have any good girlfriends? Let's have dinner together. Yang Bo looked shameless. Don't even think about it. Amanda said this and left directly. Membership card. Yang Bo reached out to the fat man for the membership card. I want to keep it. Amanda is only B-level. Besides, we are just married now, and we are not together. Alan quickly refused. There is a legend in the Alliance that premature sex will affect the growth of strength. I despise you. You have a good girl. But you still go out to mess around. Don't mess up the subsidy for me. Don't worry. The ancestor has already nodded. Then I'll leave first. What are you going to do? Why the hell do you care about me? Go and see your countess. Yang Bo returned to his territory. And Princess 46 arrived behind him. After asking for a general reward, the two talked about business on the bed. Why did you think of robbing my sister? Princess 46 leaned against Yang Bo tightly and asked. That fat guy Alan said your sister is the daughter of a minor noble. Don't worry about it. How could I? With my status? Steal your sister? Yang Bo replied angrily. How do you know the maintenance procedures of the space mecha? Don't ask about men's affairs that you shouldn't ask about. You just called me baby. But now you have this attitude? Didn't you just call me baby? Where is your genetically modified person? You are talking nonsense. I will definitely scold you for a while when you come to my house. Stop talking nonsense and get down to business. You asked me to come here for this kind of thing? You are asking me knowingly. What else can a man do with a woman besides this? Jerry, the butler, had no way to deal with his young master and the 46th princess getting together. Looking at the two twin maids, Jerry was thinking about whether to prepare two more mature ones for the young master. But the mature ones did not match the young master's family background. After all, the mature ones would definitely not be innocent. Jerry, the butler, was also in a dilemma. After the last incident, he didn't know what kind of wife his young master would find in the future. As for Jerry, he was not curious about how his young master knew the maintenance procedures of the space mecha, because the three scientists who were coming were masters in this field. In the evening, Yang Bo and the princess came down to eat in a proper manner. We have money now, and the old people in the family should retire and buy some servants back. Yang Bo instructed the butler again. Yes. Jerry nodded. He was already doing it. Now that the young master was so rich, he must talk about the pomp and circumstance. Give me a map of the noble territories on Devon. Yang Bo did not ask Alan about other people's territories today, because if he asked, if something happened in this place, the fat man would definitely think it was his fault. What are you going to do? The princess asked suspiciously after hearing this. It's none of your business. Yang Bo's words made the princess roll her eyes. Carter. Yang Bo looked carefully and found that the place he was looking for was the territory of the Carter family. Could it be? Yang Bo suddenly had an idea and thought of the two items at the last auction. One was the energy crystal core of an interstellar creature, and the other was Brian's manuscript. The two seemed to have no connection. But now it seems that the two are probably very related. Then who took out these two things? It seems that there is a huge conspiracy behind this matter. Two seemingly unrelated things appeared at the same time, and the buyer seemed very anxious. It is because I robbed the energy crystal core of the interstellar creature that no one wants Brian's manuscript later? TSK. It seems to be related to the royal family. Is the Carter family going to be unlucky? It should be that the emperor noticed something. So these two things leaked out and pushed the Carter family. The princess saw Yang Bo looking at the map and said unhappily, You are not going to rob a girl from another family and come back to be your wife? Sometimes, being too smart is not a good thing. Especially for women. Yang Bo said. Now all families are on guard against you. If you want to rob, you may be beaten up. Fight if you want. Who is afraid of who? Yang Bo looked indifferent. I'm leaving first. After Yang Bo finished eating, he left without caring about his work. And the princess didn't leave again. So Jerry, the housekeeper, had to settle the princess well. After Yang Bo arrived at Wandao City, he wandered around, shook off the stalkers, and then went deep into the woods. The next time he appeared, Yang Bo was on the beach. Pervert. A couple of men and women were seen being intimate in the rocks. They were doing what they liked in the evening breeze and sunset. When they saw Yang Bo suddenly appear, the woman called him a pervert, Yang Bo left quickly. Not to mention that the woman had a nice figure and face. Judging from the clothes she had not taken off, she was probably a noble lady. Choose this one this time. After returning to the hotel, Yang Bo directly showed the person he was going to challenge. Lead trash. Look at how much money I have. 5 billion. Come and get it if you can. A bald young man in the video said pretentiously while holding a wine glass and shaking it. This bald young man is the leader of the younger generation of the Carter family. Rip. The champion of the last sword competition. Another 5 billion. Lu Jingxiang was also dizzy when she saw the challenge amount of 5 billion. You know, if she wins, she can get hundreds of millions. Anyway, there is no loss if I lose. It will only take a few dozen minutes. What if I win? Yang Bo nodded. These nobles seemed to have a tacit understanding and stopped raising the price. Well, Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kerson's hearts were thumping. If they win, it will be hundreds of millions. Chapter 747, fainted with anger. So Lu Jingxiang contacted the Fencing Association again. And the Fencing Association quickly issued an announcement. Tomorrow night at 8 o'clock. Yang Bo vs. Rip. Looking forward to your participation. Su Hai was so excited when he saw the news that he almost jumped up. And looked at Su Wei, who was looking at him angrily. Sister, don't look at me like that. In fact, it's a good thing that Yang Bo lost to me. Look at these idiots of the nobles. One by one, rushing to give money to Yang Bo. With this money, you can live well over there. Su Wei admitted that what Su Hai said made sense. But still said, You haven't picked up a big bargain? This was Yang Bo's initiative. You have to live well over there. If Yang Bo treats you badly, you can send me a message, and I will seek justice for you. Su Hai gained both fame and fortune. And he liked Yang Bo even more. Humph. Yang Bo will definitely treat me well. Su Wei snorted. Please keep your voice down. Don't let others hear it. Do you know how much effort I put into stopping our father from finding you a wife? Su Hai started to lie again. Okay then. Su Wei couldn't say anything else after hearing what Su Hai said. You want a lot of money. Right. You have to give me some bees. I want to take them to Yang Bo to raise. Sister, Yang Bo's planet has a stormy season for half a year every year. Yang Bo will definitely find a way to solve it. Okay. I'll find a way to get you some bees. Su Hai was helpless about his sister's current situation. Love-brain people are like that. After I leave, I'm afraid it will be hard for me to come back. My father. Su Wei was a little scared when she thought about leaving and going to an unfamiliar environment. After you leave, I will persuade my father. Besides, Yang Bo can still participate in the next sword competition. Su Hai thought that Yang Bo would be fine if he came to compete a few more times. At worst, he would let Yang Bo lose the game deliberately. Because no matter whether this guy wins or loses, no one can see the flaws. At that time, I can just share the money with him. Well, Su Wei felt a little melancholy and fearful about the future, but also had some expectations. Yang Bo's random draw for the next day was revealed again. A player ranked 230th. Named Tenure. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the Sword Association did not dare to give Yang Bo a player with a high ranking. Once he won, his ranking would rise immediately. Rip also said in a low-key manner on his personal social account, he would do his best to defeat Yang Bo. The main reason was that Rip found that those who spoke too arrogantly in the past did not have a good ending. At the same time, he warned himself that he must not rush ahead tomorrow, but must play steadily and steadily. He must not be like that idiot Cage, who rushed ahead when he saw that he was about to win. Many people agreed with Rip's speech, that he must play steadily and steadily. The next day, Yang Bo went online again, and practiced archery with Su Wei while sending messages. The autumn harvest in Green City was almost over, and Yang Bo was also thinking about his rewards in the game. Moreover, Yang Bo had almost maxed out the training of his game character these days. Training strength and endurance. Because in a world like the Second World game, only when you become stronger and stronger can you have more say. Although he said that he would not go to the battlefield. This world was a chaotic society like the ancient times. A seemingly honest farmer could turn into a bandit in an instant. A seemingly normal caravan could turn into a bandit. And even teammates, who had shared hardships, could stab him in the back. The betting amount for the noon game was relatively small. Only more than 11 billion. And half of it was bet on Yang Bo to win. Tenure had the intention to curse in order to block Yang Bo's ranking. The Sword Association actually ranked him to Yang Bo, although Tenir also wanted to play steadily. It was a pity that Yang Bo hit him in the vitals with a sword less than 5 minutes after he came on the court. Then he was miserable to accept the beating from others and run in circles. Fortunately, everyone knew that Tenir tried his best, and no one made things difficult for him when he was running in circles. What? In the afternoon, Yang Bo received a message that other swordsmen in the alliance were ranked outside the top 300. The swordsmen of the Blue Water Empire used ruthless moves when they met other players in our alliance. Lu Jingxiang nodded. It seems that I have offended the swordsmen of the Blue Water Empire, Yang Bo said. Of course, knowing why. There is no way. Our swordsman is weaker than the opponent, and the swordsman of the Blue Water Empire is fierce in the free competition, and many of them are injured in exchange for injuries. Zhou Kersen explained again. Oh, that's also because of inferior skills. Yang Bo nodded. This is an advantage of being in the alliance. Just like this matter, no one will blame Yang Bo for provoking the swordsmen of the Blue Water Empire because they lost. Everyone has to bear their own losses. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen really wanted to ask Yang Bo if he was sure of playing against Rip in the evening. But after thinking about it, they still couldn't ask. In fact, the two were very nervous and anxious. During the evening competition, Yang Bo still went on stage at the right time. Rip didn't dare to say anything too arrogant today. When the host asked, he just said dryly, I'll do my best. But Rip himself is full of self-confidence. Anyway, he is cautious and steady. Yang Bo took a look at the betting amount and saw that it exceeded 50 billion again. But more than 6 billion were bet on him to win. Alas, if I win a few more games, I'm afraid it will be difficult to get along. White will come in a few days. After the laboratory is done, I will run away. Anyway, I have earned enough. Start. With the host start, Yang Bo rushed towards the opponent like a leopard. This change was unexpected by Rip. He didn't expect Yang Bo to take the initiative to charge. I don't know whether I should charge or play steadily. While he was hesitating, Yang Bo had already rushed in front of him. Yang Bo, you are a despicable, shameless, treacherous and cunning villain. Faced with Yang Bo's stormy attack, Rip cursed. Moreover, Yang Bo did not care about his own flaws at all, and the sword in his hand directly covered Rip's vitals. With a completely desperate fighting style, Yang Bo, this despicable villain, actually took the initiative to charge. Rip should not have let him rush in front of him just now. He should have counteracted his momentum. Oh, Yang Bo is too despicable. And he actually changed his fighting style. It seems dangerous again. Yang Bo, this villain, has taken the initiative again. Yang Bo, this despicable villain, is now desperate. If he wins, he will get 5 billion. If he loses, it doesn't matter. This shameless guy is also launching a psychological offensive. Now Rip doesn't dare to risk exchanging injuries with Yang Bo. Otherwise he will probably fail. Oh, I have never seen such a shameless guy. The audience in the stands talked about it. Su Wei was watching the challenge between Yang Bo and Rip in the manner. Seeing that Yang Bo had been suppressing Rip, she smiled, just like what the audience said. Rip regretted it now. Yang Bo was now playing with a desperate style, and had many flaws on his body. But Rip had to resist Yang Bo's fierce offensive. He couldn't counterattack against Yang Bo's flaws. Otherwise he would be hit by Yang Bo first. Yang Bo looked like he wanted money more than his life, and forced Rip to retreat step by step. His moves were very vicious and tricky, and he didn't care how many flaws he had. The best defense is offense, which is fully reflected here. Rip was quickly pushed to the edge of the ring by Yang Bo. Rip gritted his teeth and fought a losing battle. KO! Yang Bo wins. Although Rip's sword hit Yang Bo's vitals, Yang Bo's sword was one step faster. And now it's less than 30 seconds before the host calls the start. Yang Bo. Rip watched Yang Bo jump away and salute him, then left gracefully. Then Rip fell on the ring. The rescue robot on the scene rushed forward to rescue him. Wow! Did he faint from anger? He must have fainted from anger. I'd be angry too. I lost again. Yang Bo is such a treacherous, despicable, treacherous, filthy and despicable villain. The equipment has an intelligent sensing system, so it is impossible for Rip to pretend to faint. Rip was taken away by the rescue robot. The Swordsmanship Association released official news that Rip had an attack and needed to be hospitalized. Everyone accused Yang Bo of being treacherous. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen screamed excitedly in the lounge. It was so cool. Today, Yang Bo took the initiative and directly pressed the opponent all the way to the edge of the ring. And then KO'd the opponent. Of course, the people on Yang Bo's side and the players of the alliance came to see that Yang Bo was so cool all the way. But as an audience of the Empire, their lungs were about to explode. The patriarch of the Carter family couldn't bear to whip Rip even if he wanted to. Rip lay in the medical cabin. His eyes were dull, and he was angry and regretful. He almost wanted to cry. It's too bullying. Yang Bo. It's so cool. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen said, while helping Yang Bo take off his equipment. Yang Bo felt strange when he heard this. But he still said, I thought I would give it a try anyway. And I wouldn't lose much if I lost. I didn't expect that I won the bet. Your play today was too fierce. That's right. I didn't dare to breathe the whole time just now. Hee hee. Let's go back to the hotel first. TSK. Su Hai was also very happy to see this game. After he beat Yang Bo, Su Hai felt very comfortable when he saw Yang Bo beat others. Of course, Su Hai made a lot of money again. Although he only bet 300 million each time, he made several times the income. Yang Bo's reputation among the people of the Empire is too bad now. Unlike Su Hai, those who won money also scolded Yang Bo, because it would be abnormal if they didn't. Some of those who had been Yang Bo's opponents had always bet on Yang Bo to win, while some were stupid enough to think that it was just a matter of method. This kind of people lost one after another. After Yang Bo returned to the hotel, he received a bunch of messages, all of which congratulated him. Su Wei, Yang Bo. You are so awesome. Yang Bo, let's make more money and build a big garden when we go back. Su Wei, yes. I'll ask my brother to get me some bees that produce black rock honey. Then we'll build a big garden and raise these bees. Yang Bo's eyes lit up when he saw this message, because he had heard from Su Wei that this kind of bee was a mutant creature. Not long after, Yang Bo was drawn again the next day. However, Yang Bo did not plan to challenge his opponents tomorrow, and he had to give his opponents time to sum up their experience. In addition, he had things to do. He would accompany Su Wei in the morning, and go to the Carter family noble's laboratory in the afternoon to see what experiments they were doing. Chapter 748 goes straight. My brother said that kind of bees are not easy to raise. It's okay. I'll take care of it. The next morning, Yang Bo and Su Wei were at the beach, watching the sunrise while talking about the future. Well, I believe you can raise them well. Su Wei now has some unconditional trust in Yang Bo. What are you busy with today? Just dealing with some things about March Star. We have a storm season for half a year every year. After the storm comes, the whole garden is a mess. We need to ask the government's robots to clean up the garden. Isn't it too dangerous to be at the beach? So my house is halfway up the mountain. Won't it cost a lot of money every year? It means a lot of extra money. But it's nothing to me now. What will our garden look like in the future? You design it when the time comes. I'm afraid I can't design it well. Then let's redesign it. Yeah. After watching the sunrise, the two came back and separated. Su Wei felt a little hot when the sun came out. After all, ordinary people. Yang Bo did not return to the hotel, but turned around and became Bart. A bunch of messages were received on the smart watch, and Alan set the date for the wedding ceremony. Butler Jerry sent a message saying that the princess was still at home, and said that the ancestors asked him to go there when he was free. There were also a few girls I met on the last blind date, asking when I was free. It seems that the mastermind behind the incident in the Alliance's Three's laboratory was the Water Blue Empire. Or maybe the Carter family. The guy who escaped from the Three's laboratory did not return to the Carter family directly, but went to the Crimson Federation first, then to the Blue Water Empire, and then to Devon Star. Humans have not yet found a way to use the energy crystal core of interstellar creatures, because there is evidence that interstellar creatures are not carbon-based creatures like humans. Interstellar creatures do not need to eat. They just need to absorb energy. After becoming Bart, he used his metal superpowers to change the appearance of the armor, turning it into the appearance of the ancient knight armor of the Blue Water Empire. And the energy weapon in his hand also became a one-handed sword. Then he bought a clown mask made of special materials. These masks are mainly used by nobles for masquerade parties. The Carter family's territory is in the northern continent, thousands of kilometers away from Wandao City. Yang Bo now looks like Bart and directly hits an intercontinental plane. This intercontinental plane should be considered a small spacecraft to be precise. This plane first flies out of space and then returns to the atmosphere. The entire movement trajectory is a bit like that of an intercontinental missile. Thousands of kilometers arrived in less than half an hour. Yang Bo did not go directly to the Carter family's territory, but to the nearest city next to the Carter family's territory. This place is more than 2,000 kilometers away from the Carter family's territory. This place and the islands in the south are another kind of scenery. Yang Bo went directly into the grove outside the city and put away all the sportswear and other things on his body. Then Yang Bo flew at a very low altitude, using his own gravity energy, and then releasing photoelectric interference. Devon Star does not have a global surveillance warning system like the Alliance. However, each noble's territory has its own army and its own monitoring system. There is someone else's territory between the Carter family's territory and the city where Yang Bo arrived at his destination. As soon as Yang Bo entered someone else's territory, he could feel that there were energy detectors in these seemingly uninhabited mountains. But Yang Bo didn't care at all and directly used his electrical superpowers to interfere. With a bang, Yang Bo's body turned into a straight line and flew directly through the valley, reaching a speed of Mach 5. 5 minutes after Yang Bo flew over, a fighter plane came in the sky. A comprehensive scan of the valley did not yield any results in the end, because there was no trace of any abnormal energy left. More than 10 minutes later, Yang Bo entered the Carter family's territory. The Carter family's territory is a narrow strip of land with a length of 1,500 kilometers, a maximum width of 900 kilometers, and a minimum width of 400 kilometers. This actually includes 2 mountain ranges in the north and south, and a large plain in the middle. The laboratory is just below a mountain in the north, and there is still a lot of snow on the mountain. Yang Bo flew over in a flash at a low altitude, before the wild animals on the plane could react. Yang Bo flew away. These wild animals looked up at the sky hesitantly, and then started to live again. Great! Yang Bo could feel that he had a lot of energy detectors along the way, but no one found him, proving that his light superpower interference effect was very good. Less than half an hour after Yang Bo left the northern continent city, he had already seen the Carter family's manor. The whole manor is very large, surrounded by fenced pastures, private armies, fighter planes, and small spaceship landing sites. The laboratory is in the mountain behind a building next to the manor. Yang Bo saw the manor, and the people in the manor naturally saw Yang Bo. Yang Bo didn't care about anything else and rushed directly to the laboratory. Woo woo woo! A shrill alarm sounded throughout the manor. One by one, the superpowers wearing armor flew up. In an instant, Yang Bo accelerated and avoided the superpowers surrounding him. Several guards in the laboratory also flew up. The next second, a fluorescent light flashed. The heads of several guards were directly penetrated by Li Kong. Huh? Seeing that the guards whose heads were penetrated did not give him superpowers, Yang Bo was also very surprised. Then the fluorescent light flashed again, and Li Kong cut the head of one of the guards in half. Mechanical transformation? Yang Bo only then discovered that the bones of these people's bodies were not human bones, but a kind of silver metal. The door of the laboratory was closed, so Yang Bo directly crashed into the door at this super high speed. The door was smashed to pieces, and the guards inside did not expect the intruder to be so strong. 5 or 6 guards inside were directly smashed into pieces by Yang Bo. Yang Bo already knew the structure of the laboratory, and did not rush directly to the place where the pharmacists were. Instead, he rushed directly to the experimental area, perhaps because it was in his own territory. The doors of these laboratories were not made too strong. Only the door of the last laboratory was made strong. The energy one-handed sword in Yang Bo's hand emitted a dazzling light, and started cutting directly. The researchers inside the laboratory saw that the extremely solid door was penetrated and cut by a beam of light. The entire test area was filled with large jars filled with various solutions. These researchers were stupid, and Yang Bo rushed directly to the researcher, who seemed to be the leader. Then he slapped the man to the ground with a fierce slap, and took this opportunity to release the spiritual seed. Squat down, or you will all die. When Yang Bo spoke, Li Kong drew a beam of light in front of him. These researchers squatted down quickly, because he had the memory of the leading researcher. Yang Bo ran directly to the place where the research data was stored. Then he stretched out his hand, and a space box appeared, which stunned the other researchers who saw the scene. Then, in full view of the public, the intruder used the energy weapon in his hand to violently destroy the equipment, and then skillfully disassembled the optical brain and placed it in the space box. Then he came to a cabinet next to him, which had small boxes in it, and threw all these small boxes into the space box. Then the intruder put away the space box, and quickly left through the hole he came in. The researchers came to their senses, and rushed to rescue the leader, who was knocked unconscious by the invaders. The guards of the Carter family territory rushed into the laboratory in armor, holding various energy weapons in their hands. But these guards didn't expect Yang Bo to come out so quickly. These people couldn't react from seeing Yang Bo to firing energy weapons. Then the whole person was smashed to pieces. This is the collision ability bonus. Bad luck. However, among so many guards, no one has superpowers. Obviously, they are all mechanically modified people. The fighter planes of Carter territory have taken off, and the mechas have also left the hangar. Yang Bo turned into a humanoid hypersonic projectile and rushed directly to a house. There were 2 mechas at the door of the house, and the laser cannons on the 2 mechas automatically fired at Yang Bo. But Yang Bo resisted the laser attack and crashed into the door directly between the 2 mechas. Gentlemen, it's best not to move. After rushing into the building, Yang Bo rushed directly to a hall on the 2nd floor, shouting loudly, and the fluorescence flashed. There were 5 people in the hall. A middle-aged man, a butler, and 3 young people. The fluorescence flashed, and Li Kong directly pierced the heads of the 3 young people and the butler. Fire Energy Mastery plus 32. Soft Power plus 32. Soft Power plus 32. Soft Power plus 32. The skills given made Yang Bo's eyes light up. This soft power. Could it be the use of strength? The middle-aged man's face turned pale when he saw such a brutal scene. You have to know that these 3 young men are geniuses secretly cultivated by the family. Old man, I'm glad you're still useful to me. Otherwise you'd end up like them. Yang Bo wore a clown mask and ancient black armor, and came over and picked up the middle-aged man. Then Yang Bo swaggered and grabbed the middle-aged man's neck and walked out of the room. There were already many guards around the house. If any of you follow me, I'll smash his head. Yang Bo didn't care and directly cut off the middle-aged man's legs with the energy weapon in his hand. The middle-aged man's legs did not bleed, because the ultra-high temperature attached to the energy weapon had closed the blood vessels. The guards around were dumbfounded, and the biggest commander of the manor, the butler, lost contact again. Then Yang Bo arrogantly picked up the middle-aged man and flew away. The guards at the scene looked at each other, and some of them ran into the room quickly. Oh no! The butler and 3 young masters are all dead. The guard entered the room and saw the 4 people inside and knew there was no hope. Chapter 749 How to Use Meteor Fist. Although the middle-aged man also has superpowers and has reached level A, he felt a faint tingling sensation from the armor holding his neck and dared not move at all. The only thing the middle-aged man prayed for now was that this guy would not kill him later. The middle-aged man watched as he got closer and closer to the border of the territory. Finally, when he was about to cross the border of the territory, a voice came from his ear. Next time, don't provoke people you shouldn't provoke, otherwise you will be close to extinction. After hearing this voice, the middle-aged man felt that he was falling to the ground. When he looked up, the man wearing a clown mask and black armor had flown away and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Damn it! Damn it! The middle-aged man dared to use his superpowers to let himself land slowly, and he roared after landing. He was immediately rescued by the guards, who followed far behind. The guards were trembling in their hearts, and they didn't dare to ask what to do next, because the territory next to them was someone else's. Now the guards haven't reacted yet, because the strength shown by the invaders is too strong. In fact, after Yang Bo released the spiritual seeds to the person in charge of the laboratory, he knew what this laboratory was for. This laboratory mainly studies the integration of interstellar creatures and humans. On the one hand, it is to integrate the genes of interstellar creatures with human genes, or to integrate the genes of interstellar creatures with the genes of other animals, transplant some abilities of interstellar creatures into animals or humans, or transplant the abilities of some mutant animals into interstellar creatures. However, this research seems to have made no progress for the time being. Another is to make biological mechas, using the characteristics of interstellar creatures that can absorb and release energy. There is progress in using humans to replace the brains of interstellar creatures, using neural connections to control interstellar creatures. That is, a cockpit-like thing is installed in the body of the interstellar creature, and the person enters and uses neural connections to control the interstellar creature. In addition, there is interstellar creature shaping the entire interstellar creature into the desired appearance. There are also experiments on cultivating interstellar creatures that the laboratory is responsible for. In addition, the guy who escaped from the Alliance SSS laboratory was originally a spy placed by the Carter family. As for the small boxes that Yang Bo took, they contained genetic samples of various interstellar creatures. And there were also some interstellar creature cubs. It can be said that after Yang Bo's destruction, this laboratory may not be able to operate for a long time, because all the experimental materials were destroyed by Yang Bo. Yang Bo returned to Wandao City from the northern continent smoothly. At this time, the news had already come out. The Devon Star Energy Monitoring System detected a violent energy fluctuation in the Carter family's territory, and the Carter family has not yet made any comments on this matter. The patriarch of the Carter family came to the place where the incident happened with a large number of clan members. Seeing Yang Bo rushing around in the video, his face was gloomy. The several masters following the patriarch also gasped when they saw this scene. Seeing Yang Bo directly smash the outermost door of the laboratory, everyone at the scene felt incredible. Then, they looked at the scene again, and saw the last barrier of the laboratory that was cut open. And the people present were even more surprised. There are also videos inside the laboratory, which show Yang Bo skillfully dismantling the optical computer and taking away the experimental materials. There is a ghost. When everyone saw the scene, 3 words came to their mind. Then, they saw the video of Yang Bo killing the 3 geniuses and the housekeeper of the family. Maybe it was done by someone in the family. Many people had an idea in their minds. It may be just an illusion when destroying the experiment. Killing these 3 geniuses may be the goal. Some people even think that this is the truth. If these 3 geniuses grow up, they will definitely absorb the resources of others. And now that these 3 geniuses are dead, they can no longer absorb the resources of others. And why did the other party kill the housekeeper? So this matter is full of weirdness. Even the patriarch rubbed his forehead. Logically speaking, if the invader wants the things in the laboratory, wouldn't the more hostages the better? Why did he kill the 3 young geniuses of the family as soon as he entered the door? Even the housekeeper was killed together? Although the housekeeper here is not the biggest housekeeper of the family, he is also an important figure in the territory of Devon Star. The clan leader even suspected that the surviving middle-aged man had done something, and was afraid that the housekeeper would report it. As for the people inside the laboratory, no one suspected it at all, because they had no way to contact the outside world. The intruder seemed to be very familiar with the layout of the territory, and the internal layout of the laboratory. As for the core of the entire territory, the building where the middle-aged man was located, he seemed very familiar with it. But the intruder was so powerful. How could the family members command such a strong man? Could it be that the family members colluded with the outsiders? The people of the family who saw these things were in a mess. Young Master. Yang Bo transformed into Bart and returned to the territory. What did the old ancestor want to see me about? Yang Bo got off the flying car and asked as he walked. No one knew that Yang Bo had just done a big thing not long ago. It's still about the young master's marriage. Butler Jerry answered while following Yang Bo. Tell the old ancestor not to bully others too much. Otherwise I will go and rob a princess back. Yang Bo answered directly. This made Butler Jerry speechless. Young master, do you still need to rob? There is one at home. Great nobles rarely marry into the royal family. Any great noble who marries into the royal family will be excluded by other nobles. The princesses marry those who are capable, but do not belong to the great noble forces. The royal family uses this method to continuously consolidate its ruling ability. Famous scientists, or talents in medicine and forging. How long will it take for White and his team to arrive? Mr. White and his team will need another 6 days. How long will it take to build the laboratory after we arrive? It can be built in a week at the earliest. Can it be faster? It will take at least 5 days at the earliest. Yes. Yang Bo did not ask about the geological conditions of the purchased islands. The housekeeper will definitely do it in advance, and put the laboratory underground at that time. Construction in the Interstellar Society is very fast. While digging underground space, you can build a laboratory at the same time. Because it is modular, energy laboratories have developed into various models and models. Go and get busy. Yang Bo came to Bart's training place, and entered the training room alone. Soft force. Yang Bo looked at the huge training room and silently recited the skills he received today. Soon Yang Bo understood that this soft force was a bit like hitting bricks through tofu. That is to say, the force will not destroy the tofu, but will be transmitted to the bricks below through the tofu, and then smash the bricks into pieces. That's more reasonable. But the nobles of the Blue Water Empire are really. Why do they use mechanical transformations? Yang Bo was still a little dissatisfied with today's gains. That is, so many guards were killed by mechanical transformations. Mechanical transformations. Clones will not give any skills. Of course, mechanical transformations have advantages as guards. That is loyalty. Although mechanical transformations are more expensive than robots, they have certain emotions, and they are smarter than pure robots in speaking and doing things. Because mechanical transformations still use human brains. It's just that many other organs are mechanical. Of course, the cost of mechanical transformations is much lower than training human guards. Mechanical transformations are the most cost-effective and loyal for low and medium-level guards. Yang-style Meteor Fist. Yang Bo was going to perform Yang-style Meteor Fist in the training room to see if this was a way to control strength. Yang Bo's legs and feet began to change constantly. Plop. However, when the first move was connected to the second move, when the two legs changed their moves, they didn't change, and Yang Bo fell to the ground. Fuck. Yang Bo didn't even react, and fell to the ground. This is something. Yang Bo silently recited the mechanic mode in his heart. Yang Bo's entire body turned dark, and then he started to move the next second. Yang's Meteor Fist has 18 moves, and the way each move is executed is beyond the opponent's expectation. Yang Bo in the mechanic mode successfully performed 18 moves. But in this mode, Yang Bo did not feel anything. It's just that the trajectory of these moves is indeed a bit incredible, and some seem to be impossible to do at all. Then he practiced again, but still didn't feel anything. No wonder people say that people have unlimited potential. The mechanic mode can't feel the way to use power at all. After the second practice, Yang Bo muttered in his heart. Then he changed back to his original appearance and continued to practice. Plop. There was a problem with the power connection between the first move and the second move, and Yang Bo fell heavily to the ground again. But this time Yang Bo carefully felt the power in his body, and found that there was a problem with the speed and method of power conversion. So Yang Bo slowed down his movements. And after slowing down his movements, he connected easily. TSK. Yang Bo felt the transfer of power in his body. This set of moves is to concentrate all the strength on one point. In the first move, 90% of the strength is concentrated on the right fist. And in the second move, the foot needs to use strength when changing steps. That is to say, the strength of the fist should be transferred to the foot, so that the second move can be smoothly connected. Yang Bo quickly understood it. The core of Yang's Meteor Fist is to concentrate all the strength on one point, so as to ensure the greatest attack power. But there is also a disadvantage. That is, when changing moves, other places need strength. If it is not good, the power transfer will make you lose control. If Yang Bo were to tell others that he would fall to the ground when he was practicing boxing, many people would probably find it incredible. However, if one could not control his own strength and fell, it had nothing to do with the strength of the strength itself, but only with the use of strength. Yang Bo slowly explored between the first and second moves. It still felt wrong, although it was fine when practicing slowly. Once it was fast, the whole person would fall to the ground with a plop. Is there something wrong? It seems that the second game world is not simple. There are actually people who can use strength in this way. After practicing for 2 hours, Yang Bo started to think. Then what method can be used to speed up the transfer of strength? Yang Bo looked at a puppet in the distance, and his eyes lit up. Since he could not transfer strength too quickly, what about using the opponent's strength? Because the effect of force is mutual. The greater the force he hits the opponent, the greater the force he will bear. Yang Bo came to the puppet and punched it. Then his eyes lit up, because he could clearly feel the recoil force coming back along his arm. So Yang Bo got ready, and after the first move, he punched the puppet. The puppet exploded instantly. But Yang Bo also used the reaction force to quickly perform the second move. So this thing needs someone to practice with. After the second move, Yang Bo fell to the ground again, because the power transfer speed was too slow. That is to say, this set of boxing is a good helper in group fights, as long as the opponent is still there. You can continue to perform moves, and the second move seems to be more powerful than the first one. Yongbo looked at the wall of the training room again, and then took a stance. Bang! 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 1 move. 2 moves. 3 moves. 4 moves. 5 moves. After releasing 18 moves, Yongbo looked at the pits on the wall that grew from small to large. It turns out that each move has a power increase. That is, the second move will have a part of the power of the first move, and the third move will have the power of the previous 2 moves, unless the opponent is blown up by the first move. If I use the giant transformation, can I blow up a small battleship? After using these 18 moves, I feel my blood boiling. This is the best move to exercise strength. In fact, when practicing, you can reduce the power to a very small level first. When Yongbo walked out of the training room, he saw the butler waiting outside. Clean up the inside. Yongbo estimated that he probably triggered the alarm by hitting the wall of the training room. Butler Jerry waited until the young master left, and then entered the training room, and his eyes widened. He swallowed his saliva. A little unbelievable. The puppets at the highest level of training were all blown up. The walls of the training room were made of battleship armor. Looking at the holes on them, you can tell that they were made by fists, because you can clearly see the marks of fists. The smallest one is a little bigger than a fist, and the largest hole has a diameter of 1 meter. You should know that even ordinary laser cannons cannot cause such great damage to this kind of battleship armor. And this is pure physical damage. Laser cannons mainly rely on their high temperature energy. There are 18 holes, irregularly arranged on the wall. Master is not a human. Butler Jerry muttered in his heart. What did you do back home? The princess saw Yongbo coming back and thought he would come to find her, but he didn't expect to come until 2 hours later. I went to the training ground for a round of practice. Why did you miss me? Yongbo said as he shamelessly sat next to the princess and hugged her to sit on his lap. Let me go. How can you be so shameless? You still owe me a reward. Something happened to the Carter family. Did you know? Their whole family died? The Carter family and the Altina family are not very friendly. I'm not sure, but some unusual things were found in the Font family, the princess said with a smile. The Font family was where Yongbo passed by on his way to the Carter family. Do you have an insider in the Font family? But Yongbo would not follow the princess' words and asked in surprise. Don't talk nonsense. That depends on how well you perform. Chapter 750 Transform Moves. You men only think about this. After an in-depth exchange, the princess pinched Yongbo fiercely. It's not us men. It's me. Who makes me so strong? Yongbo answered indifferently. The Fanti family took some incredible pictures at an unmanned observation station on the border. The princess's classical face was flushed after the passion just now. She looked at Yongbo with her big eyes while talking. Pa! Yongbo slapped the princess's hips. I am very upset by the way you look at the suspect. I don't care about the affairs between our family and the Carter family. Of course, there are geniuses in the family who are causing trouble. I am sick to cause trouble for those of us who are not valued by the family. The princess laughed. I don't know who it is, but he actually robbed someone else's daughter and brought her back to be his wife. What else can he do? If I really have that ability, I will kill all the geniuses in our family first, so that all the wealth of our family will be inherited by me in the future. Yongbo laughed. The unmanned observation post of the Fanti family was originally used to guard the border, the princess said. This is the cleverness of the royal family. The neighboring territories around the nobles' territories are not friendly to their own families, and they are all somewhat contradictory to themselves. In fact, the great nobles do not want others to be with better nobles, so that a larger alliance will be formed. What scene did you take? Yongbo asked with some interest. The Carter family was invaded by intruders. But from the looks of it, the intruders didn't take anything away. It's just that the person in charge of the Carter family's northern continental territory seemed to have his legs cut off by invaders and thrown at the border. And then, he was quickly rescued, the princess said while looking at Yongbo. Has the Carter family offended anyone recently? Yongbo asked curiously again. Not recently. Maybe it was done by their own people. The Carter family's territory is not so easy to invade. Are you stupid to be someone else's guard? Yongbo shook his head. Maybe something big happened, because the patriarch of the Carter family and a group of people in the family all went to the northern territory, the princess said again. It seems that something really big happened. when the noble meeting is about to be held? Isn't it your royal family who is trying to sow discord? Yongbo put a hat on the royal family instead. Don't talk nonsense. The princess stared at Yongbo. Even if your father did it, he wouldn't tell you. Yongbo rolled his eyes. I told you not to talk nonsense. You wanted to chat with me. I was going to do business with you. Go do it yourself. The princess picked up a pillow and threw it on Yongbo's head, then got up and was about to leave. Yongbo also jumped up, and then pushed the princess directly onto the dressing table. Hey, let's get the job done before we leave. Shameless. The princess tried hard to break free from Yongbo, but unfortunately, there was no way. Pervert. Shameless. Dirty. After a stir-fry, the princess felt that the strength in her body had been drained. Pa! Yongbo slapped the princess. You are enjoying yourself and still talking like this. You have no conscience. Pooh! The princess saw Yongbo's shameless look. The next morning, Yongbo pulled the princess away from him like an octopus, and prepared to leave. What are you doing? The princess asked lazily. I'm going on a date. Scumbag. Thanks for the compliment. The princess watched Bart leave, thinking, this Bart is getting more and more unclear. The death of Sokorlu has not been figured out yet. And this guy can repair the space mecha. And he is elusive. He has been lost several times when he was sent to follow him. This kind of sneaky person definitely does not do good things. And how can Bart have the money to buy the islands next to him? With the products on his island, the profit is almost enough to pay taxes. Now you can see that although the appearance of Bart's territory has not changed much, there are new flying cars and fighters, and the pensions of retirees have doubled. The princess is very curious. As for the previous robbery of Su Ruiyun, the princess knows the truth. The princess actually doesn't believe that Bart did the Carter family's affairs. She just said to test it. And it doesn't cost anything. Yongbo returned to Wandao City, restored his appearance, and watched the sunrise with Su Wei. I will be back in half a month. Yongbo hugged Su Wei and whispered, are you going to give up the competition? Su Wei was sometimes very smart. I don't want to offend everyone in the Blue Water Empire. Besides, even if I get good results, I can't get the title. With that little prize money, I'd rather challenge 2 more stupid sons of nobles. Yongbo explained. Are you thinking about me? Su Wei asked. Not entirely. But it will be much more convenient for me to come to the Blue Water Empire after giving up this time. If I continue to compete, I may not be able to get a visa. Yongbo's words were a disguised admission. Su Wei looked at Yongbo and said softly, thank you. Then she took the initiative to hug Yongbo and kissed him. Yongbo still had a match at noon today, and his opponents were ranked more than 260. The ranking fluctuates every day due to wins and losses. However, all the players in the alliance were eliminated. Yongbo took a closer look and found that the players drawn were all strong players. The opponent in the match at noon today was named Hunter. Hunter played desperately at the beginning, and then Yongbo found a flaw and caught his opponent with a wound-for-wound play. Hunter slightly injured Yongbo, and Yongbo caught his opponent. There were more people who bet on Yongbo in today's match. This is not a good phenomenon. Now most people in the Blue Water Empire think that I can beat the players ranked more than 200. Yongbo sighed. He didn't make much money today. In the evening, Yongbo chose another talented player from a big family. Harlan family's young generation of talented swordsmen. Hannet. Hannet's figure is a bit strange, with a pair of long arms and a very handsome appearance. Hannet's video is also very simple, league trash. I have 5 billion here. If you have the courage, come and get it. I will let you know what real swordsmanship is. Lu Jingxiang didn't know that Yongbo didn't come home at night. And when she saw the opponent Yongbo chose, she asked, is this a bit inappropriate? You see his arms are much longer than ours, so he will have a lot of advantages. Anyway, it's better to win a game, and there is no burden if you lose. Don't tell anyone. I plan to run away in half a month at the latest. It's okay to leave now, but I'm unwilling to make more money. Yongbo whispered to the two again. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen nodded quickly. The two of them had made a lot of money with Yongbo, which meant that they both agreed to go back now. After all, in someone else's territory, it was as if the money was not in their pockets. Yongbo also carefully calculated the accounts. In the first challenge, he won 600 million against Zheng Shengwu. In the second challenge, he won 800 million against Sarkalu. In the third challenge, he won 600 million against Luo Kai. In the fourth challenge, he won 3 billion against Sarkala twice. In the fifth time, he lost to Su Hai. In the sixth challenge, he won 5 billion against Cage. In the seventh challenge, he won 5 billion against Rip. In total, he won 15 billion blue coins, which is about 15 billion credit points after deducting taxes. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen followed Yang Bo and divided about 10%. And there is no need to pay taxes when returning to the alliance, because taxes have been paid in the Blue Water Empire. So Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen are very satisfied now. Yang Bo accepted Hanet's challenge and will play at noon tomorrow, because Yang Bo will have a bite tomorrow. If he wins 5 billion this time, Yang Bo will win 20 billion. Yang Bo returned to his room and found Su Wei sending him a message. This Hanet is very powerful. Yang Bo, I'm not afraid. Anyway, there is no loss if I lose. And we can use the wind to build a garden. Su Wei, I have seen many garden designs, and I don't know which one to choose. Yang Bo, let's talk about it according to the terrain when we get there. Su Wei, my brother asked if you are sure to win. Yang Bo, don't pay attention to him. Let him bet casually. Su Hai was speechless when he heard what his sister told him. The reason why Su Hai didn't send a message to Yang Bo directly was that he was afraid of being monitored. By then, the prince might be involved in some scandals. After receiving the news, Hanet did not dare to be too arrogant. He just posted a video in which a trash can flew up and was continuously attacked by a long sword. Then the garbage fragments fell to the ground, forming the two words Yang Bo. This video made everyone applaud. And Hanet's advantage is obvious. That is, long arms, which means long weapons. So there is a strong advantage when attacking. So when Yang Bo came on the court the next day, he found that the amount of bets on today's game exceeded 60 billion, of which more than 5 billion were bets on himself to win, and the rest were bets on Hanet. Hanet standing there in his equipment did look unusual. His arms and swords together might be longer than his own palm. The host was very excited today because the amount of bets today broke the historical record. But there was no way to say it. Start. With a start, Hanet took the initiative to attack Yang Bo. And Yang Bo rushed up not to be outdone. Hanet's long arms and long swords also mean that his safety distance is a little longer than Yang Bo. The challenge was intense right after it started. Yang Bo's desperate fighting style was resolved by Hanet one move at a time. And he used his long arms to force Yang Bo to retreat. Well done. Kill Yang Bo. The bastard. Kill Yang Bo like a trash can. The audience in the stands stood up and shouted excitedly. Although the arena was big enough, these audiences had superpowers. Yang Bo also felt a little tricky. The opponent's long arms and long swords were really annoying. It was a fighting style of exchanging injuries for injuries. And the opponent's sword would hit his vital points first. And Hanet's own strength was probably a level. And his reaction speed and predictability were not much weaker than his own. What Yang Bo didn't know was that Hanet was getting more and more frightened as he fought. Because Hanet knew his own strength. The strength he showed outside was hidden a lot. Although he was suppressing Yang Bo, the more he fought, the more he felt unsure. Yang Bo was gradually forced to the edge of the ring. And Hanet played steadily and blocked all of Yang Bo's roads. Seeing Yang Bo being quickly forced to the edge of the ring, the audience at the scene screamed excitedly. And some people had already started to applaud, because Hanet's long sword directly blocked all of Yang Bo's roads. Su Hai also stood up when he saw this scene. If Yang Bo lost, he would lose several hundred million. Yang Bo was actually unsure in his heart. But now that he was forced to this point, he decided to give it a try. Yang Bo's steps changed and directly became the first step in the meteor fist. Everyone saw Yang Bo's body twisted to the left, and Hanet's long sword quickly blocked Yang Bo's body. But the next second, Yang Bo's body twisted strangely in the opposite direction. Hanet quickly put away his sword and blocked the other side. But at this moment, Yang Bo's whole body leaned back. But the strange thing was that the sword in his hand, like a poisonous snake, hit Hanet. It turned out that Yang Bo was leaning back. But in fact, his feet accelerated, and the sword in his hand hit Hanet's vitals directly. KO. Yang Bo wins. When the intelligent referee system came with this voice, Hanet was stunned. His long sword was still 20 centimeters away from Yang Bo. Shameless. Asshole. Cheating with fake moves. What the people in the stand saw was Yang Bo using fake moves all over his body to deceive Hannet. First to the right, then to the left, and finally to the right and back. But in fact the distance between his feet was closer. Yang Bo jumped away and saluted, then returned to the lounge, 5 billion in hand. Yang Bo smiled in his heart. This game disappointed many people. Seeing victory in front of them, they were defeated by Yang Bo's series of fake moves. Hannet felt that Yang Bo's move was unusual, but he didn't have a specific explanation. To be precise, Yang Bo's move had been completely deformed, and it was deformed from the moves of the Meteor Fist. It was of course difficult for others to see clearly, and it was not a complete move. Yang Bo, Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen hugged Yang Bo tightly, because today the income of the two would officially exceed 2 billion, and one person would exceed 1 billion. Yang Bo felt the surging elasticity of the two young ladies, and was a little speechless. Please don't seduce me like this. And Shizuka, you've learned bad things. Don't you know it's hurtful if you don't wear any clothes inside?